Within a luxurious hall attended by countless nobles, a baby boy was placed upon a table, and before him lay 4 different weapons. Today was an incredibly special day for the little guy because the weapon he chose next would determine the future path he would walk. Under the expectant and curious gazes of the crowd, the toddler slowly moved toward the 4 weapons. However, what no one could have possibly expected was that, as the boy drew near, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted a brilliant, dazzling light. This caused his parents to turn to each other with looks of confusion. Yet very quickly, everyone had their answer, as this proved the boy before them was a genius, a true super genius capable of following any path. The boy himself understood this perfectly because he carried the memories of his past life, a story that began some time ago. On a certain battlefield, a train of thought echoed. I once thought that someone like me, with talent awakened and blooming, rooted deep in the battlefield, could start a new life. And in that new life, I could create a family, something I had desperately craved, but I was wrong. Now, amidst the desolate scenery, someone's voice rang out in admiration. How tenacious. It's been a long time since anyone made me swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you that famous Rick, the one whose talent blossomed on the battlefield? In his eyes, standing before him was a young warrior, but currently his left arm had been severed, and he was gasping for breath from blood loss and exhaustion. Hearing the man's words, Rick thought to himself, he knows me, I never thought I'd be happy about that. Thinking of this, Rick struggled to prop himself up with his sword, looking up to observe his opponent and greet him. Haha, it's an honor to be recognized by you, Duke Thurman. This young warrior was a Rick of the Drenic Empire. Before him, Duke Thurman saw the young man knew his name, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes as he asked, Haha, you know my name. Yes, who hasn't heard of your reputation? One of the 6 hexagon-rank knights of the Althian Empire. Just one day on this battlefield was more than enough for me to feel the weight of the Black Wave. This man was Duke Boost Thurman from the Althian Empire. Back to the man, hearing Rick speak, he felt a genuine sense of respect for the young warrior. So, despite knowing who I am, you still choose to face me. It would be a great regret to end such talent so prematurely. Tell me, do you wish to surrender? He offered Rick a chance. But in response to this golden opportunity, Rick only glanced aside and shook his head. It was already clear. I was born on the battlefield, and so I shall die here. Saying this, Rick lifted the sword planted in the ground and gave it a powerful swing. It caused the air to vibrate violently. The gust was so strong that it blew away all the surrounding debris, creating an empty clearing around them. Back to Thurman, looking at Rick's face, he said quietly, even so, I can still see the regret in your eyes. You would have become a formidable opponent if you had been allowed to grow a bit more. However, if that is what you wish, then I hope you can let go of those regrets in your next life. As he spoke, he began to coat his sword in an aura, and he lunged directly at the young warrior. Just like that, after a few swings of the sword, the result of the battle was decided. My mother was a young widow, a war refugee. She left me behind in this chaotic world while I was still small, then drew her final breath. Everyone knows what happens to an orphan. Back then, Rick lived a life wandering the battlefields. A solitary life lived just to exist. He would do anything to survive. At 14, Rick was sent to his first ever battlefield, and there his talent awakened. The mana core in his heart enhanced his movements and senses to a level that was previously incomparable. At that time, a superior told Rick, Commander Rick, I intend to recommend you for the upcoming special knight appointment. With your talent, joining the Empire's 5 hexagon-rank knights is no longer an impossible dream. Hearing his superior say this, Rick couldn't help but smile. After surpassing 3 mana cores to become a quad core with 4, he had finally received the opportunity he had long awaited. After this war, I could have found peace in this weary life. I was finally about to have everything. Until that man appeared. With just one swing of his sword, Thurman easily shattered Rick's blade. And then his sword pierced through the boy's chest. What a shame, I wanted to reach even higher. I wanted a family, he thought to himself, before his body was blown back like a cannonball. And just like that, Rick's dream was miserably crushed. I thought that was the end, but after my vision went completely black, Rick suddenly heard a tender voice. Oh, is our little Dane awake? Haha, what a good boy, he isn't crying at all. How can these eyes be so clear and beautiful? This child is a gift that God has bestowed upon us. A beautiful woman with blonde hair spoke tenderly as she gently touched the tiny hand before her. Meanwhile, the man beside her wore a similar expression. Haha, the boy really is a great gift from God, he laughed. Only now did Rick realize his situation in shock. What? A baby? What are they talking about? As he thought, his face displayed a state of utter confusion while his hands flailed about wildly. As if sensing he was afraid, the man smiled and reached out, lifting him up to face him. Rick, you must become a magnificent spearman and follow in my footsteps. I'm your father. This man's name was Arkan Saugers. However, upon hearing this, Lady Lily Saugers immediately snatched little Dane from his hands and snapped, What are you talking about? Dane will become a magnificent assassin. Seeing his lady speak like that, Arkan's face turned awkward. Darling, come on. How could you let our youngest be an assassin? That's terrible. A man must use a spear. Using a spear is the most perfect and beautiful martial art, Arkan said with a bit of a dazed look. However, Lady Lily immediately brushed the idea aside. I told you being an assassin is better than being a spearman. The boy can hide in the shadows to eliminate targets without being noticed. That's way cooler, she yelled. To summarize, that's right, I thought it was the end, but I was reborn. Not only that, I was reborn in the Althian Empire, my enemy, as the youngest son of a count. And lately, my new parents have been arguing heatedly about my future. Surely because I was a late-born child, they want me to succeed them even more, Dane thought to himself. Back to the young couple, after arguing without result, Arkan finally said, then let's do this, we'll teach him both. Certainly, Dane will definitely be an assassin, Lady Lily laughed. Dane become a spearman, spearmen are the best, Arkan coaxed. The boy will be an assassin, Lady Lily reminded him once more. And while they were still bickering with each other, the driver in front turned back to remind them, Sir, we have arrived. Hearing this, Arkan was slightly startled, not realizing time had passed so quickly. What? We're here already? Now, Lily, take my hand. Oh my, what if the people in the castle see? The lady said bashfully. Come on, I just want to hold my wife's hand, what's wrong with that? Alright, be careful now. As he spoke, he proactively reached out to help his wife down, while Dane, in Lady Lily's arms, got a face full of dog food. What an eyesore, he thought. Then, after scanning the surrounding scenery, Dane's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Oh my, it seems Dane is very happy to be home. Look at how happy he is. Yes, if this was my home, then it would be even easier for my talent to spread its wings. He thought with a smile, looking toward a new beginning. Time passed quickly, and 2 months had gone by. At this time, little Dane began to babble a few words, making Lady Lily incredibly happy. Oh my, Mommy's Dane is already babbling, and as if responding to her words, the protagonist's mouth also fired off sounds continuously like jumping shrimp. In truth, for him, this experience was quite novel. Realizing that he was babbling was truly a new experience. Because during the time he wandered far from school, he rarely had contact with children. The few children he met were all injured, bandaged, and crying because they had nowhere to go. Many were crying for their parents before they slowly starved to death and disappeared. Compared to that, the Sagar's house was a place of wealth and luck. I won't starve to death here, the main character thought happily, as he had been reincarnated into easy mode rather than hell mode. Right at that moment, his father, Count Sagars, pushed the door open and burst in. Haha, Dane, look at this. This is that spear. How about it, Dane? It's both long and beautiful, right? The man boasted excitedly. It seemed he wanted to instill ideas of being a spearman into Dane's head while he was still tiny, and in response to this, Dane could only manage a forced smile. This man is my father, the strongest rank 6 spearman in the kingdom, Arkan Sagar. His appearance looked gentle, but he was a heroic warrior known as the Blue Cyclone. Back to Lady Lily, seeing her husband bring a weapon into the room to show off to their lovely new son, she angrily snatched the spear and interrogated him. Seriously? How could you bring such a sharp object into our son's room? In response, Arkan's attitude weakened. I just wanted to show Dane. I already told you can't do that. If you do it again, I'll teach him basic stealth techniques from this age. Lady Lily said coldly, making her husband break into a cold sweat. Lady Lily was formerly the best assassin in the kingdom. Back to Arkan, though a bit afraid of his wife, he still argued back. Come on, everyone does it these days. Famous magic families place magic staves right next to their children from birth. You're comparing a spear to a staff? That spear is sharp. Lady Lily shouted, making their son, witnessing this scene, only able to sigh like a little old man, truly a harmonious family. At this point, Dane became aware of his own situation. The reason they were both so concerned about his future was that his 2 older sisters had both chosen paths completely unrelated to either spear techniques or assassination. Time passed quickly, and now Dane was being visited by his 2 older sisters. Look at this, Dane. If you do this, then Tata, your cheeks will puff out. As she spoke, the little girl in the red dress did something that made Dane's cheeks puff out. After she was done, the older sister was incredibly happy. Look at Dane. So cute. Oh my god, my cheeks. Dane screamed in his heart, so angry he clenched both fists but could do nothing. Looking at his sister in the red dress, Dane quickly remembered her identity, Arabella Sagars. Because of her magic talent, Arabella had followed the path of magic from a young age. At 12 years old, she was already a rank 3 mage. Since the highest realm of a mage is rank 9, she was a genius for surpassing the introductory level at this age. Thinking of this, Arabella pinched her little brother's cheek and coaxed him. Dane, do you want to study magic with me later? I'm so bored studying alone every day. Hey, stop poking me, Dane shouted in his heart. Meanwhile, the other sister spoke up. Summoning arts are also good. Hearing this voice, Dane shifted his gaze to the sister in the blue dress and thought. Claire Sagars. Claire was a talented summoner. She had known how to summon since age 7 and could now control 2 summons at the same time. At first I thought she didn't like me, but it seems more like the feeling of being jealous of having a sibling. She's less hesitant with me than before. At that moment, in Dane's eyes, Claire somewhat timidly used her index finger to lightly touch the tip of his nose. Then she quickly pulled her hand back. After that, Claire turned to Arabella with a puzzled look. Why is he so soft? Right, hee, Arabella chimed in. Next, Claire turned back to play with her little brother and said, Dane, if you have a talent for summoning, it will be so much fun. I'll teach you later, the sister laughed. in response to these offers. Dane could only manage a half smile in his heart. Haha. Everyone wants to teach me their talents. My father is a rank 6 spearman. My mother is a former assassin who once tried to assassinate the king. My eldest sister is a genius mage, while my second sister is also a genius summoner. The family of Count Saugers is truly a perfect noble family, exactly the ideal family I once imagined. So what's the point of revenge in this life? Even though my death was miserable, that place was a battlefield. Saying I'll take revenge on those who defeated me 10 years ago is just ridiculous, Dane thought wearily. It seemed at this moment, he decided to toss any thoughts of revenge to the back of his mind. Back to the story very quickly, he was awakened by the arguments in front of him. Spear techniques. He must choose the spear. Arkan shouted. Stealth and assassination techniques are more useful, Lady Lily reminded him. At the same time, the two sisters, Arabella and Claire, also voiced their opinions. No, in this era, magic is the trend. Summoning techniques are also good. Seeing them discuss his future like that, Dane, sitting still, instinctively let out a slight smile. I always wished I had a home. I'm so lucky to have been born here. Thinking this, the argument began to get louder. It made his head ache. Truly a harmonious family, right? Dane asked himself. Speaking further about the Saugers family, they had a very special ritual called the ritual of selection. When children in the family turn 1 year old, many objects are laid out on a table in front of them. People will predict the child's future based on the object they choose. And today was the day Dane turned 1. Today is young Master Dane's first birthday, right? Someone said, and the person next to them exclaimed, the young master is already 1. Time flies so fast. The young ladies have become a summoner and a mage, right? I wonder what young Master Dane will choose, everyone said curiously. We'll know after the ritual. Now let's go inside, a man said with a laugh. Following that, in the main hall, everyone quickly gathered to wait and see what Dane would choose. At this time, the little rascal was being placed on the table, and before him were 4 objects representing 4 different directions. From left to right, they included a spear, a golden plate, a small pouch, and a short blade. Looking at these items, the distinguished guests around also remarked to each other, oh, the young ladies also brought their items this time. Oh my, so cute, when did they grow up so much? Turning back to Lily, she was currently whispering to Dane, Dane, just choose whatever you like. Hearing his mother say that, the protagonist's eyes showed a bit of thought. Sigh, what should I do? Everyone is probably expecting me to choose their item. On this side, Count Arkan looked at his son and wore a smile as if he held victory in his hand. Little Dane will be attracted to the dragon tail. The dragon tail, it was a spearhead custom made from rare Durkin ore. When mana is channeled into it, it becomes as heavy and sharp as the owner's mana, a mysterious magical spear. This is the spear I've used my whole life. Choose your father's spear, Dane. Meanwhile, Lady Lily had already clasped her hands in prayer. The boy is too handsome to be an assassin, but Dane will still choose the dagger. The dagger Lady Lily placed on the table was called Black Horn. It was made from Ethrin ore, which converges all elements in the world and can contain and combine with many types of poisons. Over here, Arabella was staring at her little brother with a confident smile. Dane will definitely become a great mage. Later, he'll follow me to the academy. The object she placed on the table was a spatial sub-pouch, an item that only mages or those with magic talent can use. Little brother, quickly choose sister's pouch, Arabella shouted in her heart. Meanwhile, Claire was a bit shy. If Dane knows summoning arts, I'll take him flying on the back of a dragon with me. That's my dream, little brother, Claire thought silently. The object this girl placed before him was a summoning seal. A summoner uses this seal to receive a contract beast based on their talent. They can use it to call forth their summoned creature. Back to Dane, with his spirit, he could naturally see and feel his family's expectant gazes, and the more he looked, the more he felt pressured to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. It's over. Why does it feel like I can hear all of their thoughts? Thinking this, the little old man let out a long sigh from the pressure. How troublesome, but it's unavoidable. Which item should I take? Right, I should check everyone's expressions and then choose. Thinking this, he slowly crawled forward, deciding to leave his future to the expressions of others. Seeing him start to move, the group became excited. Oh, the boy is choosing. That's right, Dane, choose what you want. If possible, choose something both long and solid. Arkan shouted, but was immediately interrupted by Lady Lily. No, something short and sharp is more beautiful, son. That pouch is my favorite. Remember I showed it to you. Right, Dane, go summoning with me. Various coaxing sounds began to rise, making our protagonist's head ache. He hadn't even chosen yet and already felt the pressure. Next, as Dane went toward the 4 items, for some reason, all 4 simultaneously emitted a brilliant aura, making his face go blank for a few seconds. Huh, what's going on? Wait a minute. Behind him, the young couple also didn't understand what was happening. What is it? Lady Lily asked. I don't know either, Arkan replied, shaking his head. Over here, the group of guests became even more excited upon seeing this scene. Do you see that? All 4 items are reacting. Oh my, how can that be? It seems the young master is an all-around genius, someone said. Meanwhile, Dane was clearly delighted. Haha, I was already very talented on the battlefield, but this life is truly on another level. Back to Arabella facing this situation, she could only turn to ask her father, "Father, what do we do? This has never happened before, right?" "I can't even believe it," Arkin replied. Next, the young couple looked at each other and reached an agreement. "Then all four of us will teach him together." Hearing this, the two sisters looked at their parents in shock. "Huh, all of us?" In front of them, Dane let out an incredibly happy laugh. Time passed quickly, and 6 years later, at a certain training ground, the sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously. And currently, Dane was sparring with his father Arkin, looking at his son resisting his attacks. Arkin said with satisfaction, "Well done, Dane. You've completely mastered the techniques I taught you." "Thank you, father," Dane replied quickly. Seeing this, the man patted his head and laughed heartily. "Good, good, that's my son." At the same time, from a distance, a man dressed as a butler arrived carrying a spear and said, "Sir, I have brought it." "Ah, right, just in time," Arkin shouted as if remembering something, while Dane didn't understand what was happening. "Father, what is this?" he asked. "That's right, this is your birthday present. I was going to give it to you at the party, but I wanted to give it to you before your mother does. Here, take it. I've been preparing this for 2 years. This spear was made by a famous craftsman in the capital." "Happy early birthday, Dane," he said, handing the spear to the protagonist. He wore an incredibly happy smile. Seeing his new weapon, the protagonist tossed the spear in his hand aside and hurried to check his birthday gift. "Thank you, father. I will use it well," he promised. And only when he looked closely at the spear in his hand did he feel how wonderful it truly was. "This is magnificent." The black shaft and silver spearhead combined beautifully. "And it's so light," Dane marveled in his heart, while Arkin asked how he felt. "Well, do you like it?" "Yes, I love it," Dane said with a laugh. "That's good. I told them to make it according to your physique, so use it until you're used to it." Hearing his father say that, Dane couldn't stop smiling and kept swinging the spear around, while he was still joyful. Arkin suddenly asked a question. "Dane, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword?" Hearing the question, the little old man temporarily stopped what he was doing to think for a bit and then answered, "Let's see. The length of a spear helps us prevent the opponent from approaching, and the small surface area enhances attack efficiency." Hearing the answer, Arkin nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. However, when it reaches a certain level, it is harder than using a sword. This is the basic issue with a spear. To attack the opponent, we must maintain a minimum distance. But don't worry, each weapon has its own strengths. Even the sword, considered the perfect weapon, is weak in some cases." "Yes, I remember now," the boy said with a nod. "So since you have a new spear, I'll show you something interesting." Saying this, Arkin began to spin the spear like a fan, creating a gust of air pressure that spread around. "So this is the mana of a rank 6 spearman. Just the mana he radiates is overwhelming," Dane thought to himself. Next in his eyes, Arkin's eyes suddenly closed. He spun around, putting one foot forward. Then, with both hands firmly gripping the spear, he thrust it forward powerfully. At the tip of the spear, the air twisted into a vortex. It left the protagonist with his mouth wide open. Incredible, he just thrust the spear forward. Turning to Arkin, at this time he pulled back the spear and explained, "The reason space is distorted here is that I released the mana in my body and thrust the spear at the same time. This is a technique that optimizes core characteristics by focusing mana at one point." Hearing him say this, Dane added, "Yes, I've heard my sisters say that I can surpass my physical limits. As the number of cores increases, the limit will also expand." Speaking of this, Dane also recalled that in his past life, he once possessed 4 cores. On the opposite side, unaware of Dane's inner thoughts, Arkin bragged, "That's right, you catch on quick. Your father here has 6 mana cores." 6 of them? Dane exclaimed in surprise, but inwardly affirmed to himself that if he hadn't died early in his previous life, he surely would have reached that level too. Turning back to Arkin, the man patted Dane on the shoulder and said, "Why don't you give it a try? Try out your new spear." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Yes, father." Relax your mind, forget what you're thinking about, and just thrust the spear forward. Following his father's advice, he immediately replied, "Yes, sir." In his past life, ever since he realized his innate talent for swordsmanship, he had lost all interest in spears, using them only as a backup weapon. Alright, time to give it my all. As he thought this, he tightly closed both eyes to focus his spirit intensely. Looking at his form, Arkin thought with satisfaction, his posture is quite perfect. It took me 7 years to pull off this technique, but with Dane's talent, I wonder if the boy. Just as that thought crossed Arkin's mind, his eyes suddenly went wide with shock. From his perspective, the moment Dane thrust the spear forward, cracks began to appear in the air like a sheet of glass about to shatter. "Dane, how did you do that?" "Haha, I've truly been astonished," the man laughed. Dane, on his part, hid nothing and spoke his mind. "When I thrust the spear, I concentrated my magic at a single point and transferred it into the spearhead. When the magic touched the tip, I cut off the flow abruptly." Hearing his son say this, the man was even more stunned. "Wait, you transferred magic into the spear and then cut the flow? Dane, have you already created a mana core?" "Yes, while reading the book on core creation, I tried practicing it and luckily I managed to do it," he lied smoothly. With his past life's knowledge, creating a mana core wasn't difficult at all. In fact, he had already done it while performing mana breathing. As for Arkin, he believed his son completely, creating a mana core just by reading a book. Truly, our family has given birth to a real genius. Ever since you were little, I felt it, but now I'm absolutely certain. Dane, one day you will become an extraordinary warrior. You'll be even more surprised later on, father, Dane thought with a smirk, while the man felt a slight twinge of worry, wondering if his son would actually end up as a summoner, an assassin, a spearman, or a mage. Time flew by quickly, and it was now the day of Dane Saugers' 7th birthday, the youngest son of the Saugers family. The party was filled with distinguished guests from various noble families. At that moment, the man who had sent Dane to his grave in his past life was also present. Haha, Arkin. Long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Arkin turned with a smile and said, Duke Boost, I hope you've been well. Oh, come on, no need for such formalities, just speak normally, the man said with a wave of his hand. Boost Thurman, from the greatest family of the Althian Empire, the head of the Thurman house. Turning back to Arkin, the man hurried over to Boost and whispered, many people are watching us, I'll be casual later. Haha, whatever you want, Boost laughed before asking, by the way, where is that little rascal? Hearing this, Arkin turned to call his prized son, Dane, come over here and greet Duke Boost's son. It's Duke Boost, I didn't expect to meet him again here, Dane mused to himself as he looked at the face of the man who had defeated him in his previous life. Next, as he was brought before Boost, the man nodded and said, so this is the boy, Dane, the son you're always bragging about. In response, Dane greeted him calmly, my name is Dane Saugers, sir. Although he was polite on the outside, the little rascal was inwardly irritated. He couldn't quite suppress his annoyance upon seeing him. It is an honor to meet you, Duke Thurman, Dane said as he bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Duke Boost burst into hearty laughter. Your son is very well behaved. It seems he doesn't give you any reason to worry. So he's studying spear techniques like you, right? That's right, Arkin confirmed just as a little girl walked up. She stood before the group and greeted them politely. Greetings, Count Saugers. My name is Layla Thurman. It is an honor to meet you. This red-haired girl was Layla Thurman, the youngest daughter of Duke Thurman. Moving on, after calling the two children over to greet each other, the two fathers shooed them away. Then, as if remembering something, Arkin turned and asked, I wonder how your lady is doing lately. In response to the question, Boost's face clouded with a touch of sadness as he said, I've tried everything, but there's still no progress. You've worked hard, but I'm sure she will get better, Arkin offered comforting words. However, Duke Boost knew the words were just meant to be soothing, so he gave a heads up, if you suddenly don't see me around, please understand, because at that point I'll have used magic to rush back to the capital. But where did Dane go? As he spoke, the Duke scanned the surroundings and didn't hold back on the praise, that boy is quite bright. I wanted to talk to him a bit more. Yes, I'm not sure either. I don't see Layla anywhere either, Arkin replied. Right at that moment, as Duke Boost looked out the window, he discovered something unexpected. The two children had dragged each other out to the garden, and he smiled. It looks like both of them are bored with this party. As for Layla, while walking in the garden with Dane, she suddenly broke into a smile and shared candidly, actually, I don't like following my father everywhere, but now I'm glad I came with him. She then stared at Dane and thought to herself, under the moonlight, he looks even more handsome. Opposite her, Dane smiled back at those words and said, that's good. Our territory is a very beautiful and peaceful place, he said with a laugh. But his answer seemed to trigger some unpleasant memories for Layla. It seems so indeed. There's always something happening at Thurman. Every day nobles come to see my father, and sometimes even the royal family shows up. Every time that happens, I have to go and greet them. I hate it so much. I'd rather wear simple clothes and practice swordsmanship, Layla said dejectedly. It seemed the constant noble-style greetings were exhausting the spirit of the child, but Dane didn't pay much attention to that. What caught his interest was Layla's preference. Oh ho, so she uses a sword too? The boy marveled to himself. Turning back to Layla as if feeling she was being a bit strange, she turned and asked, what about you? I like both places. It's not as bustling as the capital. But every day I look forward to the time I get to practice the spear, Dane said, sharing his thoughts and leaving Layla a bit surprised. The spear. She blurted out in surprise, but after remembering Dane's background, she quickly understood. Ah, right. I forgot Count Saugers' nickname is the Blue Cyclone. I've heard my father tell stories about how talented he is. At that point, Layla paused for a beat and asked Dane, so do you want to join the academy too? In response to the question, Dane just shook his head slightly. No, I don't practice the spear for that reason. Then why? Isn't it natural to train so you can join the academy? It's very hard to get accepted, Layla said hurriedly. At this, Dane somewhat shyly scratched his cheek and replied, well, I want to train so that when I eventually get in, I can do even better. Layla was genuinely stunned for a few seconds by that answer, But what if you fail, then I'll just try again. Dane shrugged and said, and if I still fail, I'll just consider that path wasn't meant for me, he answered while scratching his head, and his nonchalant attitude made Layla worry for him. I don't believe you. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family? Not really, Dane mumbled, and hearing that, Layla felt a bit of envy toward Dane. I'm so jealous. My family sees failure as a disgrace. "Oh well, forget what I just said," she said with a wave of her hand. Seeing the girl before him presenting herself like a little old lady, Dane felt a bit of that pressure too. Sigh, I didn't know people actually worried about things like that. Having thought that, Dane let out a sigh and asked, "Why are you like this? You seem like you'd be very good." Hearing this from Dane, for some reason Layla's eyes sparkled with joy and she hurriedly asked, "Really? Then could you take a look at my swordsmanship and see how it is?" "What, your swordsmanship?" Dane asked back in confusion. "Exactly," Layla said with a laugh, and seeing the girl's expectant look, Dane reluctantly agreed despite himself. "All right then, but only for a little bit." Layla couldn't contain her excitement when Dane agreed and immediately asked, "Great, so where is your training ground? Follow me. A little while shouldn't hurt, right?" the little rascal asked himself. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training ground where he usually sparred with his father. Once she had a sword in her hand, Layla began to demonstrate her swordsmanship for him. Every sword stroke and powerful thrust began to unfold before Dane's eyes. Even a natural genius like him couldn't help but nod in approval after witnessing it. Wow, her offense and defense are very fluid, and her strikes are perfectly timed. But after a while, her rhythm became a bit chaotic, and Dane stroked his chin, watching with a slightly confused expression. Meanwhile, Layla finished her practice and without even taking a breath to rest, hurried over to ask Dane, "Well, it was great. Truly a sight to behold." "Really?" Layla asked joyfully, and looking at her expectant expression, Dane spoke to himself with a bit of hesitation. Maybe I should tell her." Having made up his mind, Dane spoke up to remind her, "Yes, but starting from the third form, it seems you're taking an extra half step. From what I recall, the other stances are fine, but because you keep taking that extra half step compared to before, your subsequent sword paths are slightly off target." The more Dane spoke, the wider Layla's eyes grew. Eventually, the girl was completely petrified by Dane's words. "Was I too blunt?" Dane asked himself and said awkwardly, "Sorry if I upset you. It's been a long time since I've seen swordsmanship like that." On Layla's side, it seemed Dane's criticism had wounded her pride, so she became determined to show the brat, "All right, I see how it is. I still haven't shown you everything." Thinking this, Layla gripped her sword and began to practice once more, until her footsteps tripped for a moment. She lost her balance and lunged forward, hugging Dane. "Thank you so much, Dane." Dane was a bit flustered. "Hey, what are you doing?" before he could finish his sentence. Layla said, "You really have a sharp eye, noticing the mistake I've been making for so long. Thank you, I'll definitely keep it in mind." As she spoke, the girl took the opportunity to rub her cheek against Dane's. This made the little rascal extremely embarrassed. "You're suffocating me. And could you please put that sword away?" Dane said as he hurriedly pushed the girl back. "Oops, sorry," Layla exclaimed before looking at Dane again with a very interested gaze. "She just suddenly hugged me," the little rascal said while fixing his clothes. At the same time, as if their disappearance had worried the servants, voices calling for them began to ring out. "Young Master Dane, where are you? Lady Layla." Hearing the calls, Layla snapped out of it and looked back. "It looks like they're looking for us. We should go back," Dane replied. When they saw them coming out, the servants let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, there they are. Where have you two been? We've been looking for you for ages." Scene changed to the main banquet hall. At this time, the most important part of the party was about to begin as Lady Lily handed him a small wooden box and said, "Happy 7th birthday, son. Congratulations on obtaining your first mana core." "Happy birthday, Dane." "Thank you, father," he replied softly. After opening the gift from Lady Lily, he was a bit astonished. "This is the family crest pin, the one my sisters are always showing off to me." Beside him, Lady Lily also smiled and said, "Keep it safe, Dane. This pin will be the proof of your honor and status." As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding guests nodded and voiced their congratulations. "Happy birthday, young Master Dane. The youngest has finally been recognized as a member of the Saugers family. You will become a talented man just like the Count." Hearing these words, Dane instinctively broke into a smile. "This is the first time I've been praised by so many people," he thought happily. But just at that moment, the entire grand hall suddenly began to shake violently, as if an earthquake were happening. "That noise, what's going on? Damn it, is it an intruder?" the crowd said in panic. Meanwhile, seeing the situation turn sour, Dane hurriedly turned to look at his father, but as if he had already anticipated this, the man said helplessly, "Stay calm. There's no need to panic. Here we go again, and I thought we'd have some peace today. Can you guess who it is, Dane?" Lady Lily asked with amusement. As if thinking of something, the little rascal's eyes also began to widen. "No way," he shouted in his heart, and very quickly. At the ceiling of the grand hall, a source of blinding light energy slowly began to appear. It caused the group of nobles below to panic and hurriedly back away. "What is that?" someone shouted. And following everyone's gaze, from within that stream of light, a red silhouette suddenly leaped out. "Look at the clock, your big sister isn't late now, is she?" Arabella said with a laugh. Catching sight of her, the surrounding guests' eyes went wide. That was Lady Arabella, and it seemed. Did the young lady just use teleportation magic? Wow, I heard you need to be at least rank 5 to open a small-scale teleportation gate. Our young lady is a true genius. Voices of admiration began to rise, though Dane found the fuss quite bothersome, thinking to himself that she was as loud and flashy as ever. But it wasn't over yet. Very quickly, a terrifying scream rang out from outside, and upon looking out the window, the girls' faces turned pale. There was a monster in the sky. "Oh my god, it's a wyvern. This time it's Lady Claire," someone shouted in shock upon recognizing the familiar figure. And as they watched, Claire arrived riding atop a winged dragon. "It seems I've arrived a bit too late," Claire muttered to herself. She quickly landed and made her way into the grand hall. Looking at her, people began whispering to each other again. "I heard she's a genius summoner, but to tame a wyvern is just astonishing. Isn't she only 16 years old?" Ignoring the gossip, Arabella turned and greeted Claire as she entered. "So you've arrived?" "Yes," Claire replied. Then both of them turned toward Dane. "Dane, happy birthday to you." "I wish you a very happy birthday, Dane." "I do too," they said as both girls took out a gift to hand to the protagonist, leaving Dane feeling a bit flustered by their sudden appearance. "Thank you both for coming all this way to celebrate my birthday like this. Of course we had to come. Now open your gifts, I'm sure you'll love it," Arabella said with a smile. Meanwhile, Count Arkin was so moved by the sight of his two daughters that he actually teared up. "You two only gave me a letter for my birthday, yet you prepared gifts for your youngest brother," he grumbled playfully, making his wife chuckle. Back to Dane, after opening Arabella's gift, he discovered a ring inside, but upon looking at it, he noticed something strange. "Sister, isn't this a spatial pouch?" Dane asked Arabella with a puzzled look because its shape was quite unusual, and Arabella proudly replied, "Exactly. I designed it myself. It uses space magic at the highest level. Well, my professor actually made it." "Sincerely, thank you," I thought, knowing how incredibly difficult it is to carve space magic into an item. But the even harder part was designing a creation that could withstand that magical carving. The more he thought, the more Dane felt his monster of a sister was a bit too talented. Unaware of his thoughts, Arabella grabbed the ring and suggested, "Give me your hand. Let me put it on for you. Just so you know, I've integrated your genetic code into it, so no one but you can use it. It's a one-of-a-kind item," Arabella added. As for Lady Lily, hearing Arabella's words, she curiously leaned in to inspect it and marveled. "Wow, based on the faint mana waves, that's a top-tier magic stone in there, isn't it?" Arabella took the chance to explain the function further. "If you channel a little mana into the ring, it will create a subspace, so you won't have to go through the trouble of opening and closing a bag anymore." Hearing this, no matter how clueless he might have been, Dane understood exactly how terrifyingly valuable this item was. "Something this valuable. Thank you so much, sister," Dane stammered while looking at the ring on his hand. "It's an item that only the wealthy can use on the battlefield, like noble commanders or high mages. I never thought I'd get to use something like this," Dane mused. However, the surprises weren't over. The moment Dane tried channeling mana into the ring, the space around his hand immediately began to ripple as if a subspace were being born. "Don't tell me. Did you just open a subspace even faster than I did? You really are a genius, Dane." Arabella said in shock, "You're truly amazing. You might already have both a mana core and a mana ring by now." On her side, Claire also handed her gift to Dane and said, "Dane, open my gift too." "Oh yes, thank you," Dane said hurriedly as he opened the gift to see what his sister was so eager about. It turned out that inside was some kind of monster egg. "Huh? Why is this egg?" Dane began as he picked it up to inspect it, but Claire warned him in a panic. "It's not just an ordinary egg, so you have to be careful." Hearing this, Dane frowned and asked, "Then what is it?" The others gathered around curiously to look at the egg, and Claire whispered into Dane's ear, "It's a familiar. I once tried to summon a Decoron and this appeared instead. I don't know what kind of creature will be born, but I know everyone in the world knows how valuable it is." Hearing this, Dane's eyes widened with a hint of alarm as he stared at the egg. "That's right, I've heard of them too. A familiar is different from a regular summon. It's a distinct entity. Although they share some traits, once a familiar is summoned, it can exist permanently in this world, unlike other summons." Turning back to Claire, seeing that her brother realized the gift's value, she patted his shoulder and continued whispering, "No one knows about it yet, Dane. Only you. So keep it a secret until it hatches." "Yes, certainly," Dane replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Arabella got annoyed seeing them whispering and shouted, "Hey, what are you two talking about for so long?" Ignoring her, Claire continued her instructions. "Dane, I don't even know when it will hatch. So remember to channel mana into it once in the morning and once at night so it can recognize you as its master." "Yes, I'll definitely do that," Dane confirmed with a nod. "Haha, look at these wonderful gifts. It's so good to have your sisters back, isn't it, Dane?" Lady Lily said with a laugh. "Yes, mother, it really is great," Dane replied. And then Arkin finally cleared his throat to remind them of his presence. "All right, princesses. Well, I'm glad you came home despite saying you couldn't. Shouldn't you greet your parents as well?" Hearing the reminder, Arabella suddenly realized they were there. "Oh, father, how have you been? I was so focused on giving Dane his gift that I I'm sorry. Haha, it's fine, the man said with a bright smile. Then, after looking over both of his daughters, he nodded. It seems you're both healthy. To travel such a long distance just to see your brother, make sure you get some good rest. Yes, father, they shouted in unison. Meanwhile, little Layla stood in the background. Watching their family reunion, her eyes seemed filled with a touch of envy. The protagonist quickly noticed this gaze and thought, Layla, is she leaving now? But why does she look so lonely? Dane wondered to himself. Time passed quickly, and the next morning, while taking a walk, Duke Boost was pondering his own matters. She exceeded my expectations. As expected of the Academy's best mage, she's a precious talent. She'd be a perfect match for my son, the Academy's best swordsman. If our two houses combine, we'll create a power that even the royal family would find hard to touch. That way, no one will be able to mess with my family or my descendants anymore. Alright, I should bring up the engagement between the eldest children of our two houses during today's conversation. Thinking of this, Boost suddenly stopped in his track. He heard a noisy sound coming from the distance. That sound, are they busy training? Who would be training this early in the morning? And the person training was none other than our protagonist, Dane. He was already at the training ground at the crack of dawn to get acquainted with his new gear. Each swing of his spear began to create the sound of tearing wind. It echoed throughout the area, and following that sound, Duke Boost found his way there. He was a bit surprised by the scene before him. Oh, is that the youngest son of the Sagar's family? Haha, how unexpected. His movement and concentration aren't like a 7-year-old's at all. Even his simple thrusts are so refined that even soldiers who have survived countless battles could learn something from them. It's truly hard to believe. I heard rumors about him showing incredible talent since he was only a year old. I thought it was just talk, but I never expected it to be true. His astonishment grew even further when the Duke observed Dane's footwork. Wait, those stances and those movements are also very much like a swordsman's. Don't tell me he's already mastered swordsmanship at such a young age, the man thought in amazement. Back to Dane, after a round of practice, he retracted his spear and said coldly, I don't know who you are, but you'd better show yourself instead of hiding in there. Hearing this, the man hiding to the side felt a bit startled. Damn, I've been spotted. But more importantly, those movements are incredibly familiar. I'm sure I've seen them somewhere before, the man thought with a frown, but he quickly pushed it aside and stepped into the training area. Forgive me, Dane. I didn't intend to eavesdrop on you. Seeing the familiar face, Dane quickly hurried over to greet him. Oh, it's you, Duke. One look at his eyes and you can tell he's no ordinary child, Boost thought to himself. After finishing his thoughts, Duke Boost quickly continued. I was so absorbed in watching the beautiful training of the Sagar's family's rising star this early morning that I forgot about you. Please forgive me. I forgive you, sir, Dane replied with a nonchalant shrug, as if it were only natural. Truth be told, Boost had only said that out of courtesy. He never expected Dane to actually take him up on it. Ho ho, this kid's got guts, he laughed to himself. Only now did he have time to observe Dane more closely. Looking at him, he noticed something. How could this boy not be shaking at all after practicing for so long? At his age, Boost hadn't even possessed a mana core yet. Boost wondered briefly in his mind, then pointed at Dane's spearhead and asked, Your thrust is excellent. You've surely inherited Arkan's talent. But that spear you're holding, yes, I was told that my father put a lot of effort into preparing this spear for me. I'm grateful you recognized it, Dane replied with a smile, sounding as if he were showing off. This behavior made Duke Boost evaluate him even more highly. That's the best possible answer. My own son, though skilled and well-mannered in his time, wasn't quite at this level. Perhaps I should consider a marriage alliance with this house. Thinking of this, the man began to harbor the desire to set up his daughter with Dane, and to carry out his plan, he started probing. Actually, my Layla is also practicing the sword. You two are the same age, so you could be good friends when you join the academy. Yes, sir, I'm sure I'll get along with her, Dane replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, I like your straightforward personality, young man. Anyway, it seems I've bothered you enough during your training. Well then, as Boost spoke, he turned as if to leave, but at that exact moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, by the way, Dane, I'm curious about one thing. Since you started, have you ever practiced the sword? Turning toward Dane, the Duke's question made him startle inwardly. Crap, it looks like my habits showed without me even realizing it. Surprising that he could spot it in just one look, Dane said to himself. Very quickly, he changed his expression and replied, No, sir. I've only read a few textbooks on basic swordsmanship, but I've never actually practiced it, glossing over the matter. But given what he had just seen, Boost still felt something wasn't quite right. Strange, I swear I felt something like a pure battlefield spirit from him earlier. He stared at Dane's innocent face and then shook his head. Haha, what am I thinking? There's no way, he's just a kid. Having finished his thought, the Duke decided to toss his suspicion aside and adjusted his clothes. Oh my, I only meant to take a light stroll, but I've been out far too long. Well then, it's time to say goodbye. I'll see you again. Yes, sir. I wish you a safe journey back, Dane replied with a polite bow. Turning back to Boost, before leaving, he didn't forget to invite the protagonist. Alright, if you ever have the chance to visit the capital, make sure to find me. I must return the hospitality I've received here at the Count's castle. Because I especially like you, certainly, sir, the little rascal affirmed. Watching the big man's retreating back, Dane smiled to himself. Interesting. I wonder if he'll remember me. The man who defeated me in my past life. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. If I prepare step by step now, I can definitely do it. Boost Thurman, I will surely defeat you in this life, he said to himself. Time passed quickly. After Boost left, Dane continued to plunge into training, especially since his determination to defeat Boost had surged. It wasn't until the butler, Herman, came to find him that he finally stopped. Young master, it's time to head back. Hearing this, Dane turned and said, Herman, have you been waiting all this time? It is my duty to silently fulfill all your needs, sir. Herman spoke calmly while handing Dane the towel in his hand. Oh, thanks, Dane replied. Realizing the man could approach him without being noticed, Dane thought that Herman should probably study assassination or stealth, as he clearly had a talent for it. Thinking this, Dane took the towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and asked, How is it? Everyone is quite busy, right? Yes, it seems everyone is very occupied preparing for the next stage of the banquet. And it seems other nobles who were on their way have arrived. After all, it's very difficult for over 30 noble families to arrive exactly on the same day, Herman replied. Oh right, how are my sisters doing? Dane asked next. They have opened a teleportation gate together and headed back to the academy, sir. They said they had no choice because midterms are coming up soon. Well, that's a shame, but it can't be helped. Let's head back. Yes, young master, Herman nodded as Dane thought to himself, when I have time, I really should take a look at the gifts my sisters gave me earlier. Just like that, time flew by. After a period of partying and welcoming nobles from various families, Dane had to escape to the garden to catch his breath. Living a noble life is so exhausting. My schedule is even denser than usual because it's my birthday. At least I find some solace resting in the garden like this. As he spoke, he looked around and silently admired the gardeners. The gardeners here are truly skilled. I feel an unusual sense of peace just looking at these flowers. My eldest sister said that in nature, flowers contain the most mana within them. Since I have the time, I should probably analyze the mana of these flowers. No sooner said than done, Dane sat down before a cluster of flowers and slowly closed his eyes to sense them. I've practiced as much as I could. Even my magic and summoning arts haven't made any significant progress. I'm still not sure which one I should focus on. Having too much talent really is a hassle sometimes, the lucky youth silently complained about his own gifts. Before long, a light breeze erupted from his palm, blowing away the surrounding petals. The mana of the flowers, for such a small flower to contain such a large and violent flow of mana. If a person can sense the mana in nature and make it their own, then it will remain within their body and transform into a layer of magic. The mana suction of this body is truly terrifying. I can see things that others can only sense with their sixth sense, haha. At this moment, just by sensing a little, the surrounding mana actively poured into his body like a whale inhaling water. Feeling each flow of energy surging inside, Dane's eyes lit up with excitement. There it is. Before I could only sense mana very vaguely, but now I can sense it more and more clearly. Scene changed to another corner of the garden. Two boys were talking to each other. I'm so bored. As soon as we got here, father was busy talking to other nobles. He sidelined us. Let's just show our faces and then go back to the guest room like last time. The brown-haired boy spoke while using the stick in his hand to crush all the flowers around him, making his younger brother a bit worried. Are we allowed to do that, brother? In response, the older brother showed no concern at all and even snapped irritably. You're acting like it's our birthday. Who cares? Do you think the young master of the Sagar's family would care about things like this? Damn it, I think we're lost again. Why build such a big garden anyway? As he spoke, they spotted Dane up ahead. Hey brother, there's someone over there, the younger brother pointed out. Huh, is that kid lost like us? The older brother shouted before assuming an arrogant look. Hey you, in those clothes, are you a servant? Whatever anyone will do. Lead us to the exit, he said arrogantly. This caught Dane's attention and he turned around. The moment he saw both of them stepping all over the flower beds, Dane rushed over and yelled, You two, get out of there right now. Can't you see what you're stepping on? Seeing Dane's sudden irritation, the older brother asked in confusion, What? Why is this kid suddenly yelling at us just because we stepped on some grass? Instead of answering, Dane began to interrogate them in return. Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You're ruining them. Ha, you're small, but you've got a big mouth. Do you have any idea who I am? The foolish older brother started using his status to threaten Dane. He had no idea that he was actually arguing with the young master of this very house. Naturally, with his background, Dane wasn't intimidated by anyone. I do. You're the crude guy destroying the flower beds, Dane said with a frown. With his arrogant nature, there was no way the fool opposite him could hold back his rage. He immediately lunged forward, grabbing Dane by the collar and yelling, What, crude? Who do you think you're talking to, you servant? I am the son of Count Tyron, a guest of this castle. Opposite him, hearing this, Dane immediately recognized the identity of that Tyron. Count Tyron. He's the noble I captured after defeating him on the battlefield in my past life. He was a very unpleasant noble. Like father, like son, he thought. He now understood why this brown-haired brat could be so boastful. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the brown-haired brat continued to act tough. Even in the southern countryside, you must know the Tyrant family. We're very famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace, so watch your mouth. Hearing this, Dane knew that talking to this guy was pointless. He just looked at him with eyes full of contempt. This made the young tyrant even more furious. Are you insane? An ordinary servant like you dares to look at me like that? With that, he raised his fist to strike Dane. But before the boy could even make a move, the protagonist was one step faster. Using his head, he slammed it directly into the young tyrant's nose. This sent him staggering back until he fell. Beside him, the red-haired younger brother ran over in a panic. Brother, are you okay? Back to the young tyrant. At that moment, he suddenly felt his mouth was wet. He reached up to touch it and discovered his nose was bleeding nonstop. You lunatic, what the hell? My nose is bleeding. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. He howled like a rabid dog. Meanwhile, Dane just smirked at those words. You're going to kill me? Do it if you can. Hearing Dane's provocation, Tyrant's blood began to boil. Have you lost your mind? Fine, let's fight to the end. Beside him, the younger brother said worriedly, Brother, worry about your nose first, just stay out of this. The older brother barked and immediately lunged at Dane to teach him a lesson, but at the first punch, the young master lightly stepped back to dodge. You slippery brat, Tyrant hissed. Back to Dane, looking at this guy's sloppy fighting style, he immediately guessed he wasn't a warrior. Looking at his footwork, I'm certain he's not someone who specializes in weapons. In that case, he's either a mage or a summoner, Dane thought to himself. While the brown-haired boy was swinging wildly, he couldn't even touch the hem of Dane's clothes. This kid is too fast, I can't catch him, Tyrant panted heavily, exhausted. Back to Dane, while fighting, he was relaxed enough to let his thoughts wander. The magic flow I'm seeing right now. If I can control that magic with my will, can I convert it into physical form? This thought led him to test it immediately. And then, following his own logic, streams of mana began to converge in Dane's palm at a staggering speed. And immediately after, a loud explosion rang out as our protagonist released the energy forward, sending the young tyrant flying back like a sack of rice. He coughed in pain. The hit was strong enough to leave a large crater in the concrete floor. Looking at the scene, Dane felt a bit worried. Oh no, the garden is ruined. Back to Tyrant, after taking a painful hit from Dane, he still had enough strength to struggle up. He realized Dane was no ordinary person. Damn it, you can use magic. Who the hell are you? He yelled. Seeing his brother about to explode, the calmer younger brother still tried to advise him. Brother, stop, something bad will happen if this continues. Ignoring his brother's words, the older brother's rage reached a breaking point. Get out of the way, I'm going to finish this bastard. With that, his reason was blinded by anger and he muttered an incantation. Listen to my call, blah blah. Following this sound, the young tyrant's body began to erupt with dark magic that spread around, and with those words, Dane immediately recognized him as a summoner. And just as he suspected, a vortex of energy suddenly appeared behind Tyrant's back. And from within this vortex, a wolf's head poked out and jumped straight out. Seeing his summoned beast appear, Tyrant laughed arrogantly. Haha, how's that? This is Genpu, whom I summoned. I'll show you the consequences of touching Digron Tyrant. Genpu, tear that guy to shreds. Back to Dane, seeing Digron summon such a mediocre wolf, he lost all interest. A mediocre wolf. It can't even compare to Sister Arabella's since she can summon dragons. Back to Digron, at this time he gave the order to his beast. That's right, rip his throat out. Hearing the command, the wolf immediately lunged straight at Dane. But for some reason, when it looked at his face, it seemed the protagonist's aura began to take effect. Immediately after, the wolf suddenly slammed all 4 feet into the ground to break itself. Then its color changed from red to blue, under the bewildered gazes of the two brothers. The wolf even bowed before Dane, leaving Digron unable to believe his eyes. What's going on? How could Genpu? What are you doing? Rip his throat out already. Brother, is it wagging its tail? The younger brother asked. Hey, what did you do? Genpu, Digron yelled, but it had no effect. Back to Dane, he tried reaching out to pet the wolf, making it incredibly happy. Good boy. He muttered a sentence while he himself didn't quite understand why the wolf had changed its attitude so quickly. How did this even happen? Now that I think about it, Sister Arabella's summon was also quite friendly. However, at that time I just thought it was because we share the same blood. Furthermore, in a situation like this, it has nothing to do with that. Perhaps I have a high affinity, but it also means that Bastard's affinity must have hit rock bottom. Back to Digron, at this time he still wouldn't accept the fact that his summoned beast had submitted to Dane. This is impossible. How could a summoned beast betray its master? Hearing him say that, Dane glanced at him and asked, so you want to keep going? This brat, Digron snapped, making his younger brother start to cry in fear. Brother, let it go, we've lost. Shut up, I'll cancel the summoning, Digron yelled, unaware that once a summoner loses their summon, there isn't much else they can do. Naturally, the younger brother seemed to understand this and still tried to dissuade him. Brother, actually I. At this point, the kid began to hesitate, drawing his older brother's attention. Without anyone noticing when it happened, a yellow stain had spread across his pants. "Damn it, how embarrassing," Digron said, wide-eyed. Meanwhile, seeing this, Dane kindly reminded them both, "Listen, the bathroom is on the first floor of the main building." In response to Dane's kindness, Digron quickly grabbed his brother's hand and left, not forgetting to make a promise. "Stay right there, I'll be right back, let's go dinar." And just like that, the two of them ran off, leaving Dane not knowing what to say. Hey, at least unsummon your beast first," he shouted in his heart. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. By this time, Dane had finished experimenting with summoning techniques. Truthfully, it was quite simple. Just as Sister Claire taught me, the connection between that bastard and Genpu was faint. After carefully overwriting it with magic, Genpu has linked with me. Thinking about how I have no natural connection to summoning, yet could summon it just because of high affinity. At the same time, the voice of an adult male suddenly rang out behind Dane. "Is that the kid who bullied you?" "Yes, that's the bastard," Digron said while pointing at Dane. Seeing the boy run back to get his father, Dane could only shake his head. "Haha, that idiot is making a scene again. He didn't just bully me and Dinar, he even cancelled the connection between me and Genpu," Digron accused. And at that moment, a fat man stepped toward Dane and said arrogantly, "My name is Mogard Tyron. I am the head of the house of Count Tyron, one of the great nobles. Are you the brat who made my son's face look like this and forcibly took his summoned beast?" And Dane admitted it immediately. "Yes, that's right." As he spoke, he glanced at the fat man and thought to himself, he looks even fatter than when I took him prisoner. Peace must be treating him well." Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the rotten pig pointed at him and said, "As a guest, I intended to let this slide if possible, but this is not something that can be ignored. Why are you in a place like this alone? Reveal your identity immediately." Hearing this, Dane promptly disclosed it to satisfy him. Dane Sagars, youngest son of Arkan Sagars, Lord of the South and head of the house of Count Sagars, he introduced himself coldly. This caused the faces of the father and son duo to break into a cold sweat. What? This brat is Dane. However, very quickly an idea formed in Mogard's mind. The youngest of the Sagars family? It seems the tables have turned. I was once taken prisoner by that Arik fellow and gained nothing throughout the war. I will change the situation to make the Count take responsibility and use it as an excuse to demand mining rights. Those nobles who look down on me will have to kneel. Thinking this, he began to speak with a smile. So you are the host of this birthday party, Dane." "That's right," Dane said calmly without a hint of concern. At this attitude, a surge of anger suddenly rose within Mogard. "Arrogant brat, I didn't come to this remote southern land just to celebrate your birthday." He gritted his teeth inwardly. Then he turned and patted his son's shoulder, continuing, "So, what do you plan to do about this? You've injured my son, a guest you invited here, and you even took his summoned beast. This is a crime." "That's right, today is the end for you," Digron chimed in. "I will speak with Count Sagars and demand he takes responsibility." "Let's go," Mogard ordered. Turning back to Dane, naturally he didn't just accept it. "I understand, but before that, I demand an apology." Hearing Dane's demand, the faces of the father and son turned as purple as pig's liver. "What? An apology? That's absurd, this bastard." Not letting them finish, Dane raised his voice. "Correct. It's true I struck your son's nose and injured him, but since I was threatened, I was merely acting in self-defense, and I didn't steal the beast. Genpu followed me voluntarily." In front of him, the brat Digron screamed, "What? Genpu would never do that, father, he's lying." Unlike his son, the fat Mogard had heard information somewhere and had a different thought. "Wait, I heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. I see. Perhaps that girl taught the boy how to sever a link." He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and continued, "Even if what you say is true, it is tragic when a summoned beast is taken away, yet you demand an apology." "Yes, exactly," Dane replied calmly. Meanwhile, the brat Digron kept barking, "HMPH, who does this kid think he is to act like this? So arrogant, interrupting while adults are talking. Talking to this kid is a headache," the fat Mogard thought to himself and lowered his voice slightly. "Fine then, I won't scold you anymore. Let's see what Count Sagars has to say about this." Turning to Dane, looking at the man's face, a thought suddenly occurred to him. It seems he is really looking forward to this. Just as the story reached this point, as if hearing the commotion, Arkan and Boost approached together. "Were you looking for me?" Arkan spoke up, startling the group. "Count Sagars." Even Duke Thurman had arrived. Time passed quickly until the sun had completely set. Now, the brat Digron was presenting the story the way he wanted. "My brother and I got lost in the garden, so I wanted to ask your son for directions, blah blah blah." On this side, Dane watched his father calmly listen to the story and admired him inwardly. "That's my father. He cares deeply for his family, but he isn't the biased type. Even in conflicts with outsiders, he can distinguish right from wrong." Back to Digron, he had reached the climax. "Suddenly he hit me in the nose and kept using that weird technique to mock me. So I only called my summon to scare him and he stole my summon. He even tried to attack me. the brat said, putting on a miserable face as if he were the victim, while his fat pig of a father, Mogard, smirked at his son's clever lies. Only Dane saw through their act and sighed inwardly. He can lie with such a straight face. I'm really looking forward to his future. Turning to Mogard after waiting for his son to finish, he spoke up. Count Saugers. I only intended to warn the boy, but stealing someone else's summoned beast is wrong. I can't just let this go. In response, Arkin replied calmly, we can't just listen to one side. I want to hear Dane's story, then evaluate the whole situation before reaching a conclusion, right? If you're worried about my decision, I suggest Duke Thurman provide his perspective, Arkin said, pointing to Thurman beside him. Thurman nodded in agreement with the proposal. If you need me, then let's handle it that way. Seeing Thurman intervene, the faces of Mogard and his son turned pale. Damn it, Thurman's involvement only makes things more complicated. I have a bad feeling about this, he thought worriedly. Meanwhile, Arkin turned to Dane. Dane, explain yourself. Hearing the question, Dane thought for a moment. Well, just explaining how everything happened is enough. Thinking this, he honestly recounted everything. Although it's a bit different from what actually happened, some of what Mogard's son said is true. However, he stepped all over the flower beds we worked so hard to cultivate, and it was he who got angry and grabbed someone else's collar. Liar, since when did, the brat Digron yelled upon hearing Dane's words. Meanwhile, Arkin's face was bulging with veins, but he still had to try to stay calm and said, go on, Dane. Hearing his father, Dane continued, furthermore, I heard very clearly when he summoned Genpu. He ordered it to kill me. And I didn't steal the summon. His beast ran over and saw my kindness. I never stole his summoned beast, Dane stated firmly. At this, Mogard saw the story was completely different and couldn't help but intervene. Nonsense. How can someone who isn't a summoner take over a beast? The brat must have used some secret skill. In response, Dane explained, no, I have an innate empathy with summoned beasts. A beast that isn't close to its master will accept someone like me instead. How humorous, Mogard mocked, while Arkin, not knowing much about summoning, couldn't verify the truth. Is that actually possible? He asked. Yes, exactly, Dane affirmed again. Back to Mogard for his own benefit, even though he was scared to death, he kept arguing, haha, he just doesn't want us to believe it, right? Two completely different stories, if that's the case. Before he could finish, Thurman, in his role as referee, thought for a moment and offered a solution. We should prove it with a summoned beast. Hearing him say this, the faces of Mogard and his son hardened. The Duke is intervening. Turning to Arkin, hearing the suggestion, he patted his son's shoulder and asked, Dane, can you prove it? Yes, father, he replied confidently. At the same time, Mogard turned to look at his son as if to check the situation. However, Digron's face was already as wrinkled as a monkey's bottom. I'm going crazy. What do I do now? I can't summon Genpu anymore. The brat broke into a nervous sweat while Mogard, unaware of this, saw his son failing to act and reminded him again, Digron, what's wrong? Summon it already, father. The thing is, I can't, the boy stammered. Why can't you suddenly summon the thing you summon several times a day? Mogard screamed. Seeing their awkwardness, Dane smirked. I've already severed the connection, so of course he can't summon it. Thinking this, he turned to Arkin, father, I'll summon it. To do that, it seems I need the mark he possesses. In front of him, Digron questioned him. What did you say? My mark? I can't believe you want my mark. What nonsense. Even using a mark with another summoner's unique mana won't work. In response, Count Sagar said sternly, based on what you said, even if the boy uses your mark, it won't work. So there's no harm in trying, right? Won't it just prove your words? Damn it, I can't argue because he's not wrong, Digron thought in fear, while Mogard had no choice but to turn to his son. Show them your mark for a moment, Digron. But father, the boy said, his eyes beginning to tear up. Hurry up, Mogard barked. Left with no choice, Digron reluctantly brought out his personal code, thinking that because a summoning mark has a unique mana code, no one else can use it. But Genpu, whom Digron summoned, is covered in my mana. The mark is just a medium. Genpu has linked with me and will answer my call, Dane thought to himself. Then, before everyone's eyes, as Dane channeled mana into Digron's summoning card, a vortex of energy appeared, and from within it, a wolf appeared before Dane. It wagged its tail and licked his face with pure joy. Even though they had heard Dane say it before, seeing it with their own eyes left everyone unable to hide their shock. Father, how, my Genpu? It's impossible, the father and son stammered. Incredible, you said the boy never studied summoning, Boost asked, dazed. That's right. I don't understand how this happened, Arkin replied blankly. Meanwhile, Dane petted Genpu and whispered, sorry for summoning you just for this, but thank you for coming. Damn it, this has turned into a disaster, the fat Mogard shouted in his heart. Back to the story, after Dane unsummoned the beast, Arkin spoke up. What should we do now? We verify the boy's summon. Do you admit it? It seems Dane was right, wasn't he? Hearing this, Mogard could only give a forced laugh. It seems we misunderstood about the summon being stolen. My son had no intention of killing Dane, right, Digron? Yes, I only wanted to scare him a little. I never never had any intention of killing him. See, the boy had no such intention, Mogard said with a laugh, as if wanting to end the conversation there. Facing these words, Dane clenched his fist. Haha, this bastard is just making it up as he goes. Thinking this before Dane knew what to do next, a voice suddenly rang out, catching everyone's attention. That is not how it is. Hearing this sound, everyone turned at once, and they discovered that the person who had just arrived was little Layla. As for Duke Boost, seeing his youngest daughter suddenly appear, he looked a bit flustered. Layla, what are you doing here? I heard father's voice while passing by, the girl replied. Then Layla turned to Arkin and Mogard to greet them. Greetings, Count Saugers and Count Tyron. All right, the fat man nodded, though inwardly worried. Is this kid really the Duke's daughter? Ignoring his attitude, Arkin immediately focused on Layla's previous words and asked, anyway, what do you mean? Is he lying? The Count's face showed extreme anger as he spoke. At this, Layla spoke what she had witnessed. Actually, I happened to overhear their conversation while walking earlier. Hearing this, Digron's face turned pale. What? That girl heard everything, he screamed in his heart. Is that true, Layla? Would you mind telling us everything you heard? Arkin said hurriedly. Oh yes, what happened was, just like that, the girl began to tell what she had seen, sparing Dane from having to use his brain to explain. I didn't expect this, but with her here, everything has settled smoothly. Time passed quickly. With Layla acting as a witness, the father and son had no way to deny it. Left with no other choice, the fat pig Mogard turned to his son. Digron, what are you standing there for? Apologize immediately. Only then did the brat Digron accept reality and stammered, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I want you to save that apology for my son, not me, Arkin said coldly. At this, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said, I understand. I was just about to make him do that. Digron, hurry up. Looking at his expression, it seemed he had absolutely no intention of doing so 3 seconds ago. Back to Digron, he gritted his teeth and walked toward Dane. I'm sorry, Dane. Looking at his annoyed face, it was clear he wasn't sincere at all, and naturally, Dane saw right through it. Bowing his head only because he has no other choice with a third-party witness present, is that really an apology? I really don't want to accept this, but based on my experience, it's more beneficial to appear generous here rather than being stubborn. Thinking of this and weighing the pros and cons, Dane accepted. All right, I accept your apology. Thank you, Digron said happily. Meanwhile, the fat pig Mogard let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. To the side, Duke Boost saw Dane easily accept the apology and smiled to himself. I knew he was special. He could have stubbornly refused since the fault clearly lies with the other side. Setting that aside and returning to Arkin, although his son had accepted the apology, the man had no intention of letting the matter slide so easily. You two can stop the argument here. Dane has accepted the apology after all, but personally, I have no intention of overlooking this incident. Your son intended to kill my son using a summoned beast. Count Arkin, that wasn't the fat man scrambled to explain, but before he could finish, Arkin cut him off. I don't want to hear any more excuses from you. Count Tyron, take your family and leave this castle immediately, Arkin said coldly, causing the fat man's expression to distort. What you mean? I've come all this way without complaint. If I'm kicked out now, everything will be for naught. I must stay in this castle at all costs, he screamed in his heart. He hurriedly reached out to hold Arkin back. Count, please forgive us. I'll do anything you ask just this once. In response, Arkin once again brushed his hand away. He stated flatly, I don't need anything from you. I'll be sending soldiers to your room shortly. Let us go, Duke. Hearing this, Boost only shook his head slightly. He said, let's go, Layla. Turning to Dane, he watched Mogard scolding Digron in the background and thought, serves them right. They were the ones who started it, so they're simply reaping what they sowed. Regardless, I didn't expect my father to be so terrifying when he's angry. Moving on, while they were walking, Duke Boost suddenly asked, but is it really true? You took it down with a single mana bullet. He turned to look at Dane with a curious gaze. Yes, that's exactly what happened, sir, Dane replied with a nod. Even though he had witnessed Dane's talent, the Duke couldn't help but be astonished by his performance, spear mastery, summoning, and now even magic. This is truly incredible. Has there ever been anyone this talented in history? Boost asked, turning to Arkin with an envious look that made Arkin feel quite proud. It truly is so. I am immensely proud to have such an outstanding son. Talent is one thing, but the boy is remarkably calm, isn't he? Usually, when children fight, they get upset and insist on coming out on top, but Dane isn't like that. I have no doubt your son will grow into a dignified man, Thurman remarked calmly. Although Arkin was ecstatic inside, he replied modestly, it's still too early to tell. We'll have to wait until the boy grows up to know for sure. Having said that, the man turned to Layla with a grateful look. Today's matter was resolved smoothly thanks to Layla. If you hadn't been a witness, things might have taken a very different turn. Back to Boost, hearing this, he immediately picked up on the signal. Oh ho, is he seeing Layla's good points, if that's the case? The Duke had still not forgotten his intention to match Dane with his Layla, so he proposed with a smile, haha. The girl simply recounted what truly happened. If it's alright, why don't we discuss a marriage between the two of them? He said as casually as if talking about buying vegetables at the market, a proposal that made Arkin jump. Don't tell me he actually wants Dane to marry his daughter. So the man began to play the distraction card. Oh my, the sun has completely set and it's almost time for the banquet. I'll go ahead to prepare, Arkin said, immediately turning to run off before Boost could say another word about marriage. Count Arkin. He shouted after him before turning to instruct his daughter, Layla, take your time walking back with Dane. After instructing his daughter, Boost hurried to chase Arkin. Lord Arkin, stay and talk for a moment. Hearing their conversation, Layla's face turned as red as a ripe fruit, while the protagonist's face remained blank as if he hadn't heard a word. I couldn't stop, father. Anyway, why did the summoned beast ignore its summoner and listen to you instead? I've seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but I've never seen anything like this before, Layla said inquisitively. However, Dane himself couldn't explain it. I'm not sure either, it just happened that way. However, Layla felt Dane was lying to her and pouted. HMPH, you're hiding something, aren't you? That's so unfair. I helped you, you know. What's unfair? I helped you too. Didn't I help you with your swordsmanship? Dane reminded her. Oh right, now that you mention it, that's true, Layla murmured. Back to Dane, it was true that she had helped him a lot this time, he acknowledged to himself and continued, so let's just consider it even for now, and we can continue to help each other in the future. Hearing this from Dane, for some reason Layla's spirits suddenly lifted. Well, that's a great idea. I want to take you up on it right now. She's certainly in a hurry. I wonder what she wants to ask. Dane wondered and asked, so what do you want to ask? Teach me how to use mana bullets, Layla replied, a request that left the protagonist quite surprised. What? Why do you want to learn that? Because I want to get better, of course. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before I enter the academy. I want to become really good and make my mother happy. You see, my mother loves me very much. She'll definitely be happy if I get stronger faster, Layla said cheerfully. Hearing this, Dane felt a bit curious. She was still so young, so why was she in such a hurry? Right, I heard the adults talking about this. The Countess Thurman is seriously ill. Thinking of the situation of the girl before him, Dane contemplated for a moment and agreed, all right, if that's the case, I can't refuse you. Really, truly, then let's start tomorrow. I'll stay here until then, or do you want to start tonight? The girl asked excitedly. All right, whatever you like. Mana bullets aren't difficult once you understand the flow of magic, Dane explained. I'm so excited, Dane, it's your turn. What is your request? Hearing this, Dane's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, let's see. What I want is. The next sentence was hidden by the author. Scene changed to the main banquet hall. The chaotic incident between Mogard's son and Dane had reached the ears of the distinguished guests. I heard Count Tyron was kicked out of the castle. What did he do to deserve that? Someone wondered. A person with quick ears nearby immediately answered, I heard it's because Tyron's eldest son caused some trouble. That's right, I also heard he picked a fight with young Master Dane and was taught a lesson, another added, to which everyone could only click their tongues. TCH, to come all this way and cause such a scene, how disgraceful. Also, have you heard, there's a rumor that young Master Dane is an exceptional summoner too. Really? If that's the case, will the Saugers family become a prestigious summoner family? Someone asked in admiration. Not just that, it seems he also knows how to use magic. Oh my, is that true? Voices of wonder began to rise. At the same time, our protagonist was welcoming a man with a goatee. So you are young Master Dane, the one from the rumors? I am Baron Open. Do you know anything about my open territory? Before him, Dane bowed and replied, I know a little. I heard it's famous for grilled salmon and sapphire stones. Seeing that Dane was knowledgeable about his territory, Baron Open burst into hearty laughter. Haha, quite a bright boy, that's right. The salmon and sapphires of the Open family are the best on the continent. I heard you have many talents in various fields. It seems that wasn't a lie. Anyway, I brought my daughter along. I almost introduced her too late. Here, Sylvia, come and say hello. The man said as he gently pushed his daughter forward. What, so suddenly? Dane groaned inwardly. Unaware of his thoughts, little Sylvia stepped before him and said politely, hello. My name is Sylvia. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh yes, I am Dane, the little rascal replied blankly. Seeing Dane's gentle demeanor, Sylvia suddenly stepped close to him with a very cunning look. Hey, you're the future heir of the Saugers family, right? I'm not sure about that, Dane stammered. Don't play dumb. I heard you're very talented in many fields. Please look after me. After all, it's quite possible we'll become family in the future, the bold girl said, grabbing Dane's hand and making him back away in a bit of a panic. Yes, please look after me too. Why are kids so straightforward these days? Dane wondered. Just then, Layla's voice rang out beside them. Dane, so you're here. She then noticed Sylvia holding Dane's hand. She stared and turned to the protagonist to demand, who is this? Ah, well, she is, Dane stammered, unable to find the words. So Sylvia proactively introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself, my lady. I am Sylvia Open, the eldest daughter of Baron Open. Turning to Layla, it was as if someone had stolen her prized toy. She didn't give Sylvia a friendly look at all. Oh, is that so? It's a pleasure to meet you, the girl said, but her expression didn't match her words at all. Next, as both of them smiled with narrowed eyes while observing each other, Dane felt a cold chill run down his spine. Oh boy, that familiar killing intent. Girls are truly terrifying, he thought tremulously, remembering his two sisters fighting with each other. Setting that aside, after the formal greetings, Layla grabbed Dane's wrist and said, "Excuse me, I'm borrowing Dane for a moment." "We have an appointment, right, Dane?" she said while glaring at him, emphasizing the word appointment so that Dane didn't dare say no. "All right, you're right. Sorry, Sylvia, let's talk later." Sylvia realized Layla was claiming ownership, but in her current position, the girl could only give a strained smile. Ah yes, how unfortunate. The two of them left Sylvia behind. HMPH, you're basically calling him a bad guy, aren't you? How dare she try to steal him, Layla thought while glancing at Sylvia with a look of extreme wariness while the protagonist instinctively gulped. The Duke's beloved daughter who holds power over 10,000 people, second only to the Emperor. Compared to the Baron's daughter from the East, those two really don't get along, do they? Dane thought to himself. Next, after heading outside, Layla asked him softly, "How do you two know each other? Is she the one you're going to be engaged to?" The straightforward question made Dane wave his hands in surprise. "Engaged? No, nothing like that. We were just greeting each other." "Really?" Layla asked happily. "Of course it's true," Dane replied, wondering why her expression suddenly turned so cheerful. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to some old ruins. Looking at the vast courtyard before them, Dane introduced it. "Look, we're here. This is a secret place that only I know about." Seeing this, Layla's eyes widened. "Wow, who knew a place like this existed?" "That's right, we won't be bothered by anyone here," Dane affirmed confidently. As they walked further in, seeing the giant vines and the foliage covering the area, Layla became even more excited. "Wow, this is amazing. I had no idea such a place existed. No one will know what we're doing here." Returning to Dane once they arrived, he got straight to the point. "That's right. This is a very suitable place for training. By the way, have you ever felt mana before?" Hearing the question, Layla thought for a few seconds and replied, "A little maybe. Not enough to create a mana center, but I've tried to absorb mana by breathing it in." At this, the protagonist's face began to scrunch up. So you haven't reached the eruption stage yet?" He felt a bit puzzled. He had taught himself this on the battlefield and assumed the Duke's house would have taught her. Thinking this, since he had agreed to guide Layla, Dane began to direct her. "Let's start with something simple first. First, you must feel the mana you are absorbing into your body." "Feel it inside my body?" Layla asked in return. Dane nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. If you want to release mana from your body, you must first learn to control the mana inside. The important part is visualization. Close your eyes and imagine the mana swirling inside you. Visualize mana circulating in your body like blood through your veins," Dane explained calmly, but Layla began to break into a sweat. "All right, I'll do as you say," the girl said through gritted teeth, an expression that the protagonist immediately read. I can clearly see she doesn't get it." Thinking this, Dane offered some encouragement. "This is the prerequisite for being able to use mana. It's a very basic step, I know you can do it." Then, following Dane's explanation, Layla closed her eyes tightly to focus her spirit on sensing the mana within her body. After a while, however, the girl opened her eyes and said awkwardly, "Dane, it's not working." Our protagonist wasn't too surprised. "Even if it's basic, it's only your first try. Try to focus it again." Next, Layla tried again, while the two children were helping each other. They didn't know that Arkan had silently followed them to this place. The place he thought wouldn't be discovered actually couldn't escape Arkan's eyes. Looking at his son guiding Layla's training, Arkan's eyes showed amusement. "Oh ho, despite being so young, my son already knows how to teach others. He's really grown up," he muttered. Suddenly, Duke Boost's voice rang out from behind, making Arkan jump. "What are you doing here?" "Good heavens, it's you, Duke," the man whispered upon realizing it was Boost. As if they were of the same mind, Boost laughed and said, "Haha, no need to be so surprised. Is there a couple having a secret late-night date?" "What do you mean, couple? And how did you find this place?" Arkan asked. At this question, Boost wore a smug look. "Did I intrude? Regardless, your stealth is far too sloppy. Your wife was a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you've learned nothing at all." "I did my best," Arkan complained. He realized that his sneaking around had been spotted by Boost, who had then followed him. Boost offered his friend some advice. "If the master of the estate is seen peeking at others' business, people will talk, old friend." Hearing this, Arkan blurted out, "Peeking? I'm just following my son." "Oh, you too? I'm following my daughter," the man said with a laugh. This made Arkan sigh. "I have no right to say this, but you are truly a hopeless father." Setting that aside, since they were two of a kind, they both began to watch the pair ahead with interest. "Did you just find them? Let me see too." Then, as they watched, Dane held his hand out before him and channeled mana into his spatial ring, which immediately caused a ring of green light to appear. Seeing this, Layla's eyes lit up and she asked, "You have a spatial pouch like that?" "Ah, yes. My sister made it by hand and gave it to me as a birthday gift," Dane explained. Hearing this, the girl's face went blank. "Oh my god, I'm so jealous. My brothers haven't paid any attention to me since they left for the academy." She then noticed Dane pulling a mirror out from the spatial ring and asked in confusion, but why a mirror? I bought it because I needed it, Dane replied. What, really? Layla asked back. Seeing her confusion, Dane explained quickly, it's easier to visualize something in your head if you're looking at a mirror rather than just using your imagination. Is that so? Layla said, dazed, having heard this knowledge for the first time. Yes. Now stand in front of the mirror and look at your whole body, Dane said with a nod. Hearing this, Layla moved forward curiously. All right, let me try. With that, Layla looked at herself in the mirror and closed her eyes, sensing the energy within her body. Looking at her form, Dane nodded. She's quite serious about this. As for the two fathers hiding in the distance, even as fools, they realized one thing. It seems Layla has taken a liking to your son, Boost remarked. Is it that obvious? Arkin asked back. Of course, she isn't usually this open. Those words made Arkin a bit surprised. Did something happen? She seems like such a bright child. At this question, Boost's expression turned a bit somber. She only looks that way on the outside. I'm not sure about the inside. After her brothers left for the academy, her mother has been bedridden, so she couldn't be by the girl's side like before. That made it hard for her to open her heart to others, so that's how it is. Arkin looked at his close friend in confusion. But if you understand her situation so well, why do you act so coldly toward your own daughter? At this question, Duke Boost's face showed contemplation. Do you realize? I have my reasons. When I raised my sons, I gave them a lot of attention and they were spoiled as they grew up. Hearing this, Arkin hurriedly reminded him, hey, don't group Layla with them, she'll be hurt. No wonder the girl asked Dane for help, Arkin complained. You're as nagging as ever, Boost grumbled. What, since when am I like that? Arkin blurted out. Setting that aside, Boost looked at Arkin expectantly. Tell me, will you send your son to the capital? If so, do you think it would be all right for him to stay at the Duke's estate? Turning back to Arkin, he looked toward his son ahead. Guided by Dane, Layla had successfully sensed mana. I did it. I succeeded, right? The girl said happily. Yes, you did well, Dane praised with a nod. Seeing the two children like that, Arkin broke into a smile and said, I've let Dane decide for himself, just like Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I will certainly do as you say. Oh, it would be great if you stopped by too, Boost suggested cheerfully. What, you want to bicker with me all day? Arkin shouted. You've gotten sharper, haven't you? Boost clicked his tongue when his intention was seen through. While they were bickering, they didn't know that. Their conversation was being observed by Lady Lily from behind. She had followed both of them to this place without them knowing. I was wondering where those two had gone. But why are they acting so disgracefully? She said with a chuckle. Truly, love for one's children has a strange influence on them. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Time passed quickly, and after instructing little Layla on how to sense the mana within her body, the two of them promptly left the ancient ruins. As they walked, Layla did not forget to thank him. Thank you, Dane. You truly are a genius. I've heard many people call me a genius before, but compared to you, I'm not that talented at all. Layla marveled at having witnessed what a true genius looked like. Meanwhile, hearing her words, Dane turned to encourage her. This is only the beginning. You will surely become even stronger. As he spoke, the boy glanced left and right as if searching for someone, thinking to himself, those two have quietly slipped away. It seemed Dane had realized he was being watched by the two fathers. Returning to Layla, who was unaware of this, she looked at him and asked, Will you be coming to the academy too? That is where all the geniuses of the Empire gather, she said, her eyes gleaming with expectation. However, Dane didn't seem to notice her look, simply shrugging nonchalantly. Well, I don't know yet. Is it really necessary to go? I can train on my own to become stronger. Hearing this, as if unable to contain herself any longer, Layla turned to knock some sense into him. You dummy, education isn't everything. That is the place where you establish your noble circle. You have to go if you want to form connections while you're still young, Layla shouted. Turning back to Dane, seeing his friend presenting herself like a little old lady, he could only scratch his cheek sheepishly. Haha, for a 7-year-old, she knows quite a bit about how the world works. Thinking this, although he knew Layla had his best interests at heart, Dane's answer remained unchanged. I know, but currently I have no interest in attending the academy. There's a mountain of books I still haven't read in the library, and I still have much to learn from my parents. Layla, hearing this, did not give up her persuasion. That's true, but don't you want to play with other children? I heard your older sisters have all joined the academy. She's certainly persistent, Dane thought to himself and nodded in agreement. I'll consider it later if I feel like going. Then you must tell me if you decide to go, Layla reminded him hurriedly. All right, I will, Dane replied. Attempting to entice the protagonist, Layla began to make promises. When you come to the capital, you must visit my house and watch me practice too. Promise? Certainly, I'll send you a letter if I come to the capital, the little rascal affirmed with a firm tone. Layla, remembering something, turned and asked, By the way, Dane, when are you going to tell me what your request is? I'll tell you when I come to the capital, Dane said with a smile. What? Layla exclaimed in surprise. Time passed quickly and the days of celebration for Dane's birthday finally came to an end. At that moment, Duke Boost's carriage departed from the Saugers estate. "We're heading out now," they called out. Watching the carriage pull away, Dane looked at the small box with a beautiful pattern in his hand and recalled a memory from earlier. This was the gift Duke Boost had given him before leaving. "What is this, sir?" Dane had asked. "It's a birthday gift for you. I hope you like it," Boost had replied with a laugh. Just by looking at the pattern on the top, Dane could tell it was something incredibly expensive. Turning back to the memory of Boost, the man had explained more specifically. "The symbol of our Thurman family is vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. The history of the Thurman house began with our ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our family possesses the finest forge in the empire. No, it should be called the finest forge on the entire continent. All the weapons created by the Thurman family that have led the empire were made at that forge," Boost said proudly, without needing much of an introduction. With the knowledge from his past life, Dane understood this perfectly. "Yes, I know, that place has every type of ore and every kind of weapon and mystical artifact forged on the continent. This symbol is used to identify those with honor and skill," Dane thought to himself. And just as he predicted, Thurman then explained the function of the item. "If you go to the forge and show them that symbol, they will craft a weapon of your choice for you." Behind him, Arkin and Lily could not hide their shock upon hearing this. "Good heavens, such a precious gift. Isn't that something even the royal family desires?" Arkin exclaimed, his face breaking into a sweat as he realized the sheer value of the gift. However, to Boost, it didn't seem quite so precious. Before leaving, he gave Dane a pat on the head and instructed him. "Grow up well and help your father." "Thank you for the gift, Duke," Dane said hurriedly. Up ahead, little Layla smiled and waved goodbye to him. Returning to the present, seeing his son's contemplative look, Lady Lily sat down beside him and patted his shoulder in comfort. "Are you sad to say goodbye to her, Dane?" Hearing his mother, Dane shared with a touch of sadness. "Yes, I am. She was my first friend. When you go to the capital, you'll see her again. Become even more handsome and give her a shock," Lady Lily said excitedly. Turning to Dane, hearing this, he began to pull himself together. He couldn't stay here forever. He would see her again when he visited the capital. "Stay healthy, Layla," Dane thought to himself. Turning to Duke Boost's position. While sitting in the carriage, a thought suddenly occurred to him. "It's so strange. Every time I look at Dane, it reminds me of that boy. That warrior named Rick. With the talent of a rank 3 warrior at such a young age, if he were still alive, he might have become a rank 6 knight of the Drenix Empire by now." "Dane, I want to see you grow up very soon," the Duke said with a voice full of expectation. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, back at the Saugers estate, Dane finally had time to re-examine the 2 gifts given by his sisters, Arabella and Claire. Looking at the familiar egg before him, Dane muttered, "I feed it mana every morning and night, but it's still too early for it to hatch, huh?" A mysterious familiar egg. Even if someone is not a summoner, if they feed mana to a marked egg to establish themselves as the master before it hatches, they can gain permanent control over a summoned creature that usually could only be used temporarily. Thinking of this, Dane began to stroke his chin in contemplation. "My mana quality clearly needs to be compatible. Perhaps there are many complex conditions that still haven't been met. I've heard there are eggs that never hatch because the conditions are never fulfilled. I hope this egg isn't one of those." Thinking this, the little rascal gently picked up the egg with both hands and channeled his energy into it. In his boredom, he even tried varying the intensity of the power. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. "Even if I change the flow and strength of the mana, there's no reaction." At this point, Dane felt that he was being a bit too hasty. So he quickly calmed himself, put the egg away, and let out a breath. "Phew, expecting success on the first try, I was being too greedy." He blamed himself for a moment just as Herman's voice rang out from outside the door. "Young master, are you finished?" "Oh, is that you, Herman? I'm coming." Dane replied and hurriedly walked toward the door. But just then, the egg behind him suddenly emitted a soft light and moved slightly, causing the protagonist to stop in his tracks. He turned back quickly to check. "I just heard something," he said while staring at the egg. At the same time, the butler Herman, hearing the commotion, hurried inside. "Young master, what was that sound I just heard?" "Wait a moment while I check the egg." As he spoke, he opened his eyes wide to inspect it, but his face soon filled with disappointment. "I don't see anything different. Was I just imagining it? Haha, I got my hopes up for nothing." Seeing his disappointed expression, Herman guessed what was happening and asked, "Did the egg have a reaction?" "No, I must have just imagined it." "Let's go," Dane said with a wave of his hand. Time passed quickly, scene changed to the training ground. Today, instead of spear training, the protagonist was practicing with a sword. Once he finished, Herman, standing to the side, clapped in praise. "Excellent, young master. Since when did you practice the sword?" "I just wanted to swing it around for a bit," Dane explained calmly. "Truly a genius. You have a talent for the sword as well," Herman continued to praise him. Turning to Dane, looking at his own reflection on the sword's blade, a surge of joy rose in his heart. "Learning to use a new weapon is quite fun. I haven't been able to hold a sword for all this time because father was watching too closely. Luckily, my skills haven't rusted yet." As for Herman, he brought out a tray of cookies and said, "Please have a light snack before we continue." All right, thanks, Dane accepted happily. Training here is quite nice, he said as he enjoyed the cookies. In another development, his father, Count Arkin, was having his own reflections. Phew. Every year is exhausting, but we gained a lot from that final banquet. I can confirm that many nobles are focusing their attention on the South. Most of them want to build a good relationship with us. Since the war ended, the South, with its good climate, holds many things that the nobility craves. Their interests have become very clear. But those interests still can't compare to the amount of attention Dane received. The conflict with Count Tyron's eldest son was unexpected, but the boy calmly and clearly explained the situation before the adults. He even confidently revealed his talent. The boy is far too mature. Sometimes I wish he could act a bit more like a child, true to his age. I suppose that's just my own wish. Thinking this, Arkin looked at the clock beside him and muttered, "It's almost time. Dragon Tail, let's let the boy give it a swing today." No sooner said than done. Shortly after, Arkin brought the spear to the training ground to find Dane. And there, he discovered Dane practicing with a sword in his hand. Swordsmanship, but why is Dane using a sword instead of a spear? Arkin wondered to himself. But very quickly, he deduced a reason. Right, that old duke must have said something to the boy. Why else would he be here practicing sword techniques after spending all that time on the spear? But it seems the boy is quite experienced with the sword. The strength he's showing is something even those who have practiced swordsmanship their whole lives couldn't replicate. Where on earth did he learn this? Regardless, one thing is for sure. The boy has talent for the sword too, Arkin thought. After observing Dane practice for a while, he spoke up, interrupting him. Dane, I've been watching for a bit, but since when did you learn swordsmanship? Hearing this, Dane stopped his movements, feeling a bit worried. Crap, I've been caught. Maybe it's better to tell father the truth. Thinking this, Dane spoke up. I didn't actually learn it. Huh, is that so? So it really is just natural talent. Spear techniques, magic, assassination, summoning, and now even swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could have talent in all those fields. Having said that, as if making a decision for himself, Arkin proposed, Dane, are you curious about this world? Pardon, what do you mean, father? Dane asked curiously. Exactly that, the world outside these walls. I think this territory is too small for your talent. If you stay here, it would be a disservice to you. The man shared his thoughts honestly, leaving the protagonist in silence. It seemed he had realized that he couldn't keep him here forever. Dane then replied, I'm not sure, but I am a bit curious. Turning back to Arkin, hearing Dane's answer, he broke into a slight smile and continued. That's good, now we need to prepare for you to step out into the world. Really? Dane said inquisitively. Of course. Although it's a bit sad, I must follow my son's wishes. And today, I brought you something a bit special. As he spoke, he firmly planted his own spear into the ground. Do you recognize it? It's the dragon tail that reacted to you on your very first birthday. Arkin added, making Dane vaguely remember the weapon. Right, I remember, it reacted to me. Here, give it a try, Arkin said, handing the spear to Dane. And the moment his hand touched the dragon tail spear, our protagonist immediately felt an explosion of power surging within his body. Incredible, there's so much power here. Dane marveled to himself while Arkin smiled and stroked his chin. It reacts even more violently than when he was a baby. Now no one can say it's just my imagination. I need to, no, I will make his talent with this spear shine the brightest on the continent. Thinking this, a sense of excitement rose within Arkin and he patted his son's shoulder. I'm thinking of at least helping you master the spear before you leave. So, get ready. One day, this spear will be yours. Before that day comes, become strong enough to hold it with pride. Of course, father, instead of the dragon tail, I will work hard to follow your teachings with pride. Dane's affirmation made Arkin burst into laughter. Haha, just as expected of my son. All right then, shall we begin? Time passed quickly. After an exhausting training session with his father, Dane returned to his room in a daze, staring up at the ceiling and letting his mind wander. The outside world. I've always been curious about it. Even during the days I spent on the battlefield in my past life as a Rick, all I knew was war. Cleaning the camp, maintaining weapons, eating tasteless food, and heading back to the battlefield. The only escape was for the war to end or to die on the field. There were only those two ways. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. But as Dane, the situation is completely different. I don't know how my talents will be used. How will the world receive me? Or what can I do in this world? But I have the opportunity to go anywhere and do anything. For a moment, I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this place. But thanks to father's words, my mind has changed. All right, it's time to step outside, Dane blurted out, and his words were overheard by Lady Lily, who had just arrived. So you've made your decision, son. She spoke up, making Dane startle slightly. Mother. Since when were you here? Don't worry. So you were so deep in thought that you didn't even hear your mother knocking. She smiled gently at her son's focus. Ah, is that so? Dane said bashfully. Lady Lily, not minding Dane's distraction, asked, That's right, I heard from your father that you'd be lost in thought. So are you curious about the world outside our territory? At this question, the protagonist's expression changed and he lowered his head slightly. Yes. Father said it would be a waste of my talent to stay here, and after thinking for a while, I'm curious about the outside world too. I'm sorry, mother, he said, sounding as if he had done something wrong. At this, Lady Lily sat down and gently stroked him in comfort. There's no need to apologize, Dane, but your sisters aren't here anymore, and if you leave too, Dane stammered. I'm fine, your mother understands you, Dane. I know how great your talent is. Even if you didn't want to, the outside world would eventually call for you anyway. It would be wonderful if you could stay with me longer, but what kind of world would allow that? So go and do what you want to do, Dane. Over on this side, faced with his parents' advice, Dane finally became more resolute in his thoughts, but he didn't forget to affirm, yes, mother. Even if I leave this home, I will still return to visit often and tell you everything I've seen in the world. Thank you, my son. Well then, it seems I also need to prepare to send you out into the world just like your father, she said calmly. Pardon, prepare, meaning what? Dane asked back in confusion. I was planning to teach you reconnaissance and take it slowly from there, but it looks like you'll have to learn how to set and avoid traps now too, Lady Lily said with a laugh. It seemed she had been waiting for this day for a long time, while only Dane felt his idle days were coming to an end. Oh boy, I have to take special lessons from mother too. And skills for disposing of corpses as well. Ah, that's right, you also need to learn the structure of the human body, Lily added. Good heavens, I'll be exhausted before I even step out into the world. Dane groaned inwardly. Regardless, I will teach you a great many things, Lady Lily concluded. Yes, mother, I will do my best. Dane said confidently while thinking to himself that these special lessons from his parents were taught with love, and if he wanted to step out into the world, he had to be thoroughly prepared. The southern region of the Arabella Empire, the Sagar's territory, with its warm climate and abundant natural resources. This place had become a key territory of the Althian Empire to ensure they were not depleted during the Long War. And thanks to the rule of Count Sagars, this land always remained peaceful. After the war ended, the remaining remnants of the rebellion were also captured. Finally, the era of peace that felt as if it would last forever had returned. On a street within the territory, two girls in their 20s were walking together, chatting as they went. Have you heard the rumors? They say young Master Dane stopped by some shops. Really? The person beside her asked. Truly, he came and bought something. I heard the shopkeeper's daughter even fainted that day. Goodness, so the rumors are true. I heard he gets more handsome every day. I wish I could see his face just once. It seems he doesn't have a sweetheart yet, right? The girl in the purple dress said as she began to daydream, making her friend beside her jump. What? Are you crazy? Wake up, he's only 14 years old. The friend shouted when she saw her companion start to drool. It seemed a cradle robber hunter was being born. In response, the gossip hunter shared what she had overheard. From what I've heard, he doesn't look 14 at all. They say he's already as tall as the count. Wow, is it because the countess is also tall? Good genes really make a difference. I'm sure if you saw him, you'd think he was 20. Platinum hair and blue eyes. My heart would stop if I saw him, the girl in purple said, her eyes shining like car headlights, while the girl in the brown dress listened and felt a bit of expectation. Next time he comes, I definitely have to go see. I wonder when he'll come out again. It seems he visits that shop quite often. Ah, right, speaking of which, a forest ranger told me about this, the girl in brown added. Is that so? Then it would be easier to meet the ranger first and then go there. Wait, are you actually serious? The girl in brown exclaimed. Scene changed to the outskirts of the territory, inside a certain pine forest. This is a place overflowing with ancient magic known as the Apocalypse Forest. Here, Dane was carrying out an escape mission assigned by his mother. At this time, Dane was wearing a green cloak and holding a spear, moving cautiously through the forest. He pulled out a piece of cloth, dangling it before him to check the wind direction. The wind is coming from the south. I've seen cherry spiders here before, so I must head west. Having said that, he tucked the cloth away and thought, 3 hours left. I must get out before the sun sets. Thinking this, Dane began to move swiftly, jumping between tree branches. One of the most important things for an assassin is not to be caught by the enemy. Within a set amount of time, Dane had to avoid the nets and traps set by his mother, and escape from this dangerous forest. Back to the story, Dane had just landed in a clearing. He inhaled the air and mana around him, held it for a moment, and then exhaled. After concealing his presence and blending into the scenery, hidden traps placed in unexpected locations would appear just like now. Thin, almost transparent wires were everywhere. It seems that if I just touch one, the trap will activate immediately. This is the most basic yet most dangerous mechanism. Luckily, this type is quite easy to disable, Dane thought as he rolled up his sleeves to deal with the traps immediately. However, since these were traps set by Lady Lily, there was no way he could resolve them so easily. Right then, strange noises began to echo above Dane's head, catching his attention. When he looked up, Dane realized that, without him noticing, a group of monsters that looked like giant chipmunks were perched on the trees ahead, staring at him with gluttonous eyes. Then one of them shrieked and lunged straight at Dane. Its cry acted as an alarm signal for the rest of the pack to pounce simultaneously to draw his blood. Looking at the fierce pack of monsters, Dane instinctively backed up a few steps. Crap, a pack of Russells. I didn't expect them to appear here. They're charging him with terrifying speed. I have to deal with them quickly, Dane thought as he reached for the spear beside him to fight back. But then his movements suddenly stopped. Wait, in the process, if I touch the traps, it'll be even more dangerous. No choice then, I have to get out of here for now. Thinking this, Dane gave up on fighting the pack. He immediately grabbed his spear and bolted. While the chipmunks behind him gave chase relentlessly, the foolish monsters collided with numerous thin threads in the air as they moved. This caused the trap set by Lady Lily to trigger instantly. Right as the threads snapped, the walls on both sides of the forest erupted with the sound of tearing wind as sharpened stakes flew out. Before the chipmunks could react, their bodies were riddled with holes like honeycombs. Seeing them in such a pathetic state, Dane stopped for a moment, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Haha, they fell for the traps. I dealt with them without spending any energy, Dane muttered. Before he discovered, one chipmunk actually survived that rain of stakes, and it was desperately lunging to attack him. Although surprised that the creature was still alive, Dane quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the monster's strike. It's so fast, the protagonist thought to himself. Meanwhile, when the chipmunk saw its attack had failed, it immediately used its forepaws to scratch the ground hard to stop itself. It then opened its mouth to spit out a mist of reddish-brown blood. Although he didn't know what it was, the protagonist grew wary. Whatever it's spitting out must be very dangerous, Dane reminded himself. He then spun the spear in his palm like a fan, blowing the orange mist away. However, being held up by such a petty monster made him a bit irritated. Damn it, I can't keep wasting time here. Thinking this, Dane felt a surge of urgency. If he dallied here, he would fail the mission given by his mother. Left with no choice, Dane took the initiative to attack to send the monster to the afterlife, while the chipmunk also lunged to get a piece of him. Just like that, the two of them charged directly at each other. After a few sounds of tearing wind, the creature was sliced in two by the protagonist's spear. In his annoyance at being hindered, he even swung the spear back once more. He directly sliced its head in half. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. Finally, Dane escaped the forest and was lying on the ground, panting like a dying dog. Huff huff, I'm going to puke. But at least I've safely escaped the forest, Dane said wearily. However, as if the heavens wouldn't give him a moment's rest, strange sounds began to echo again, forcing the exhausted young master to sit up and prepare for any situation. Now what? Damn it, when did I let my guard down? Dane gritted his teeth and gripped his weapon. However, the person who arrived was actually Lady Lily. Well done, Dane, 3 hours and 30 minutes in total. You're even faster than I was. Seeing her appear, Dane was a bit surprised. You were watching the whole time, mother, of course. I couldn't let you go alone. Even though I know your talent better than anyone, as a mother, it's different. You did well, I couldn't find a single mistake. Are you hurt anywhere? She said as she gently patted Dane's head. I'm fine, he replied. My goodness, at this rate, you'll be recruited as an assassin, the lady remarked, making Dane offer only a wry smile. Next, Lily pulled the dagger from her sleeve, the one used in the selection ritual when Dane was 1 year old. Here, take this. It seems it suits you better than me now. Looking at the dagger, the protagonist's eyes flashed with surprise. This is Mother's dagger, Blackhorn. Can I really have it? Dane asked. Lady Lily nodded. Of course, I don't use it anymore anyway. Blackhorn was crafted from mystical ethereal ore, the kind that absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, you can even store every kind of poison in existence within it, Lily introduced. Without her saying more, Dane already knew the function of the dagger by heart. I even know it can absorb toxins and use them, he thought. He quickly took the dagger. Thank you, mother. I will keep it well, he said hurriedly, making Lady Lily happy. Thank you, Dane. Shall we head back? I guess that's everything mother had to teach me, Dane thought. However, just as they were about to return, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from within the forest, causing the surrounding birds to fly up in terror. Both Lily and Dane froze. Mother, did you hear that? Dane asked with a frown. Yes, it seems someone is in the forest. Let's go, Dane. Yes, he replied hurriedly, and both of them ran toward the sound. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the auxiliary tower of the Sagar's family. In a certain room, an old man with white hair and a beard suddenly woke up with a look of terror, as if he had just had a nightmare. A few seconds later, he calmed down enough to scan his surroundings. Where am I? I remember I was eating mushrooms in the forest. Hearing his voice, Dane entered the room carrying a cup of tea. So you're awake. The detoxification process is still ongoing. Don't move too quickly. Seeing Dane enter, the old man wondered about his identity. Detoxification, did you save me? That's right, you ate red-capped mushrooms. Luckily we found you in time, Dane said calmly. However, at the mention of red-capped mushrooms, the old man's face turned pale. So those were red-capped mushrooms. In response, Dane handed him a cup. They are poisonous. If we had been any later, you would have been a corpse. Here, drink some water. Thank you, the old man said, reaching out for the cup. He immediately drained it. Looking at his appearance, Dane began to speculate. There's a Nixian magic tower badge on his belt. He's no ordinary person. Without Blackhorn, even I wouldn't have been able to save this old man. Back to the old man after drinking, he asked, "Thank you. So where am I?" "You are in the auxiliary tower of the Saugers family," Dane said with a shrug. Because the Saugers family was famous, the old man guessed where he was, but it gave him a headache. "So not only am I lost in the south, but I ate poisonous mushrooms and ended up here." Unaware of his thoughts, Dane saw his complexion improving and said, "Just rest. I've informed my father. He will come to see you soon." "Your father, then you are?" the old man asked. Dane nodded. "That's right. I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, Dane Saugers." Hearing this, the old man remembered something and stroked his beard. "Haha, is that so? You are Arabella's brother, the genius all the magic towers have their eyes on." "But how did you find me?" he asked with interest. Dane saw no reason to hide it. "Actually, I was training with my mother in the forest." "What, in that crazy forest?" the old man shouted in shock, remembering his own painful memories there. "Even as a rank 8 mage, I got lost and my mana flow reversed while casting spells, causing me to collapse." Thinking of this, the old man looked in disbelief. "Seriously? That forest is full of ancient energy and traps." "That's right, that forest is our family estate. It's extremely dangerous for outsiders, and since the energy there is different from what modern mages use, it's best not to go there." "You were in critical condition from the mushrooms too," Dane explained, helping the man understand. "So that's how it was. I almost died there," he remarked, before realizing something very serious. "Wait, does that mean this boy is strong enough to train inside that forest?" Thinking of this, he instinctively asked, "Were you also the one who made the antidote?" "Yes, that's right," Dane admitted. This astonished the old man even more because Dane looked so young, just an adolescent. Yet he had crafted an antidote requiring vast knowledge and precise skills. "Haha, how can such a family exist in this world? Besides 2 genius daughters, even the youngest son is." If this were still wartime, the Saugers family might have become the most powerful noble house in the Althian Empire. After finishing his thought, the old man laughed and said, "Haha, I told you quite a lot, didn't I?" "That is indeed true, sir," Dane replied with a nod, and this unconventional answer made the old man fall silent, thinking to himself that this kid was quite bold before pausing for a few seconds and continuing, "Let's see, I should repay those debts. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sidrain Gauss. Not long ago, I was the master of the Nixian magic tower. If there is anything you want, just say the word, for I have everything in this world except for the things I don't have," Sidrain said arrogantly. He must be talking about subspaces. Many mages can live without a house by placing everything into a subspace, Dane thought to himself before asking to be sure. "Oh, is that really true?" Dane spoke calmly, looking as if he didn't care at all. This once again caused the old man Sidrain to stall, thinking, "What is this?" "I told him I was the master of a magic tower. Any normal person would be shocked or show me some respect, yet this brat remains as steady as a rock." Thinking of this, as if afraid Dane didn't understand the value of his words, the old man gesticulated wildly to explain, "You will never have another opportunity like this in your life. There's no need to be modest. If you want something, just tell me." Hearing this, Dane began to frown slightly, as if contemplating his reward. This expression brought a triumphant smile to the old man's face. However, Dane's next words immediately made that smile vanish. "I'll take some time to think about what I want and tell you later." Hearing this answer, even a man with 1 foot in the grave couldn't hold back his anger, thinking, he really doesn't care at all. What kind of creature is this kid? Since he was finished here, Dane promptly prepared to leave, saying, "Well then, you should rest up and get well," as he quickly made his way out of the room. He left behind a bewildered Sidrain who still hadn't fully grasped the situation. "Haha, he's the first person to ever treat me like that," the old man laughed foolishly to himself before making an important decision. "I intended to stay for a day or two and then leave, but I guess I won't. I need to stay here to investigate this interesting young fellow more closely." Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the training ground. Now, after finishing his practice and while resting, Dane told Herman about how he had found Sidrain in the forest, and upon learning the man's identity, Herman couldn't hide his shock, exclaiming, "The master of a magic tower. He must be extraordinary in the field of magic." "Certainly, from what I've heard, he's a rank 8 mage," Dane said with a nod. "Rank 8? That's even higher than Lady Arabella." Herman asked in return. "Well, that's true if it's indeed the case," Dane replied, and hearing this, Herman's voice grew excited. "Young master, that means a very powerful person owes you a debt. Magic towers function like independent territories on this continent, almost like their own nations," he remarked in awe, while Dane himself found his luck hard to believe, thinking, who would have imagined he was such a high-profile figure? Back to Herman, after congratulating his young master, the man began to wonder, "But I wonder what the master of a magic tower was doing wandering in the forest like that." In the distance, Dane spoke his thoughts while practicing his sword that isn't an ordinary forest. Mages consider it a forbidden woods, calling it the Apocalypse Forest. Hearing the name, the butler understood a part of how terrifying it was without further explanation and clicked his tongue. If that place is the Apocalypse Forest, then even mages would face a trial there. It's thanks to you that he survived, young master. Instead of answering, the protagonist looked at the sword in his hand for a moment and spoke up. Herman, bring me a new sword. All the ones I'm using are too short and light. Hearing Dane's complaint, Herman startled and looked back at the swords on the rack, saying, so that's how it is. All of those are damaged swords the Count brought back from the war, no wonder. I will prepare a longsword so you can practice tomorrow. Seeing that he wouldn't get a new sword immediately, Dane accepted it. Thank you. Then I'll finish today's practice with this one. Having said that, he remembered the gift Count Boost had given him years ago, thinking, now that I think about it, I have that too, the insignia Duke Thurman gave me. 7 years have already passed since that day. If I ever have the chance to go to the capital, I must definitely pay him a visit. Next, after completing the day's training, Dane met his father Arkin on the way back to his room. It seems you practiced very hard today. Yes, father. I thought you had business to attend to. You're back early. Dane said in surprise. Things finished faster than I expected, and I had a reason to return home in a hurry. Arkin said with a smile, and Dane immediately guessed why his father was in such a rush. Is it because of the Magic Tower Master? Dane asked with a smile, and the man admitted it, marveling, that's right. Who knows, maybe he can be of help to Arabella. He might even be a good mentor for her. Back to Dane, hearing his father say this, he began to visualize some unpleasant images, thinking, just as I thought, father thinks the Tower Master can help Sister Arabella, but I'm not sure if he can handle her temper, seeing how decisively she punched that senior earlier. Dane thought worriedly while Count Arkin patted his son's shoulder and praised him. Regardless, you've saved another life. You've done well, Dane. I only did what I had to do, father. He replied modestly, not everyone can do something like that. What you did is truly wonderful. Arkin reminded him. Then, as they walked together, Dane remembered something and asked, by the way, are my sisters not coming this time either, father? At this question, Count Arkin replied regretfully, regarding that, it's so hard to see my daughter's faces these days. Arabella just finished her extended semester and is choosing a magic tower to join, and I heard Claire was requested to attend a meeting as a teaching assistant for her professor. Seeing that both his sisters had their own achievements, Dane was happy for them. They both are quite impressive. Dane said with a nod, your sisters are indeed impressive, but I have high expectations for you too. I wonder how the world will treat a multi-talented child like you. The man wondered aloud. I don't know either, Dane replied with a shrug, making the man burst into laughter. Just thinking about how you surprised Boost makes me laugh, Arkin said cheerfully. Back to Dane, hearing Arkin mention Boost, he felt a bit of expectation, thinking, Duke Boost Thurman, I want to test my swordsmanship against him again one day. Anyway, I wonder how Layla is doing. The last time I received a letter from her was a year ago. Oh well, I guess I'll find out when I go to the capital. Time passed quickly. A few days later, Sidran was shouting at the top of his lungs, what? I haven't fully recovered yet. I'm going crazy staying in this room for so long. Seeing the old man complaining so much, a person dressed as a doctor grew exhausted and gave in. Then just don't go too far, and for the time being you're not permitted to use magic. What, not permitted? Sidran shouted. Because for a mage like him, not being able to use magic was like an addict without their fix. Opposite him, the doctor, fearing the old man didn't understand the gravity of the situation, reminded him, that's right. Your magic flow hasn't purified yet, and we haven't neutralized all the toxins in your body, so you must wait a bit longer. Hearing this, although he really wanted to use magic, the old man wasn't stubborn and accepted it. TCH, I guess it can't be helped. It's been a while since I couldn't use magic. I'll consider it a change of pace. But I can't stay here any longer. Let's go out. With that, the old man excitedly stood up like a child wanting to explore, while the doctor could only sigh at the sight. You don't even know your way around here. Ignoring him, Sidran slammed the door, leaving the doctor with a sense of worry that if the old man caused trouble, he would be the one punished. He spoke to himself. Scene changed to a corner of the territory. Some maids were gathered together gossiping. Mages only fall into two categories, a genius on the left and a madman on the right. Listen, he's walked up and down every floor in the house dozens of times, and now he's been staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours. But isn't he supposed to be the strongest among mages? If so, then what? He must be crazy. Lady Arabella needs to live a normal life, but as they gossiped, for some reason, the old man Sidran was indeed sitting and staring at the carefully tended roses before him, wondering to himself, I'm really curious who created this garden. I didn't expect these flowers to have such extraordinary magic. While the old man wondered, Dane approached and greeted him. I stopped by to see how you were, but couldn't find you. So you were here. Hearing the familiar voice, Sidran turned and replied, haha, did you think I had run off somewhere? He explained, that's right, that is actually what I was hopping for, Dane said with a smile. Back to Sidran. Looking at the peaceful scenery around him, the old man felt as if his soul was being healed. This region is truly a good place for someone to rest and recover. Now I can understand why nobles come to the south when vacation season arrives. You're right, this place is wonderful. I'm a bit sad I have to leave so soon. Dane agreed with a nod, but the information made Sidran curious. What? You're leaving? Where are you going? In response, Dane shared bluntly, not very far. I plan to go to the capital. Oh, the capital, then you must be planning to go to the academy. And your sisters are also at the academy, right? That's right, they'll have an easy life there, Dane said with a laugh while Sidran began to observe Dane with curiosity, thinking, his sisters are famous for being exceptionally talented, so I wonder how talented this boy is. Should I try testing him, he thought. The curiosity took hold of the old man's mind, and he couldn't help but use his sensory ability, enveloping Dane's body, and immediately discovered that the boy's body contained an incredible source of energy. This caused him to break into a cold sweat, thinking, good heavens, what is this dense mana? His mana is unbelievably concentrated. If mages consider the geniuses of his age group to be streams, then this boy is a violent waterfall. Such a large amount of mana would normally be unstable enough to erupt, but how? Back to Dane, how could the old man's probing escape his eyes? He reminded him, don't you think it's a bit rude to evaluate someone's magic without their permission? Dane said irritably, making the old man scratch his head sheepishly. Ah, you noticed? You have skills. I apologize, I was very thoughtless. Then the old man began to scream inside his mind. There's no way I can believe something so absurd. Can someone who possesses mana as concentrated as this boy actually exist? He spoke while looking at Dane as if he were an alien, leaving the protagonist confused about why he was so shocked. Back to Sidran, after focusing on Dane for a bit longer, the old man was shocked once again. Wait a minute, why don't I see any magic circles? With that density, I should be seeing them. This led the old man to a terrifying deduction. No way, does this kid have 2 mana cores? To verify his theory, he immediately asked Dane, how did you create your mana core? Looking at the man's expression, which looked like a rabid dog about to bite, Dane asked, is there a problem? Of course there is, you have such an insane amount of mana, yet you still want to hold a spear. And you possess a type of magic that only requires a core without needing circles. Do you really want to throw away the greatest talent ever known? The old man shouted. It seemed he couldn't ignore such a terrifying magic talent that refused to study magic properly. Dane shrugged and said, then why not just use both? Back to the old man, hearing Dane's answer, Sidran's teeth began to chatter, while his face crumpled and he pulled at his hair, thinking, this is maddening, so frustrating, where should I even begin explaining? Next, to knock some sense into the boy, Sidran took a deep breath and explained slowly, do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and magic circles simultaneously. However, they hinder each other, and when they collide, a problem arises. That is the law of nature. Mana compressed in the core is transferred to the magic circles, and those circles cannot withstand the collision and will explode. The old man spoke with total seriousness, making Dane, though he hadn't experienced it, begin to sweat, thinking, well, I've researched this quite a bit, but is it really impossible? He asked himself inwardly. Back to Sidran, at this point the old man was so angry he wouldn't even look at Dane. TCH, such wasted talent, what a total waste. Seeing the old man's irritation, Herman asked, is it not possible to use magic without circles? In response, the old man thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible, but without the refinement of magic circles, how can you use spells that require pure magic? Furthermore, it's not like no one has had the same thought as you before. However, most of the people I know met with failure. Hearing that he still had a chance, Dane thumped his chest and said, then let me try. I've never tried it before, but it seems feasible. What on earth is this crazy kid saying? Herman thought, gritting his teeth at Dane's words. If I rearrange the magic, Dane muttered, waving his hand in the air. With each movement, he left behind a trail of blue energy containing numerous strange ancient runes. Then he tightly clenched his hand, and immediately, a violent flame suddenly erupted in midair. And by some miracle, it didn't seem to affect the protagonist. Seeing the fire appear, a slight smile broke across his face. Oh, it worked, but it's only a basic rank 1 spell. Opposite him, Sidran's eyes nearly popped out at the unbelievable sight. What? How is this possible? This child has no magic circles, so how can he use magic? Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but shout, unbelievable. You should only be able to use magic through circle refinement, yet you still. The more he spoke, the more confused Sidran became. Dane simply waved his hand and created a protective barrier. He then voiced his theory. My sister Arabella said my affinity for magic is very high. Perhaps that's the reason. Hearing this, Sidran still found it hard to believe. Even so. Is this what commoners say when they describe inimitable talent, so-called natural-born talent? Sidran thought to himself, feeling for the first time what it was like to be an ordinary person looking at a true genius. Unaware of his thoughts, Dane himself was a bit surprised. It actually worked on the first try, so it is possible to use magic without circles, now I understand. The boy nodded to himself while Sidran's face opposite him was so dazed he could hardly stand. Innate mana affinity, and it's pure mana, thicker than anyone else in the world. Does this person actually exist? He thought. A sense of extreme urgency rose within the old man Sidran. Do you want to be my disciple? He proposed, but Dane didn't seem to have much interest in using magic yet. However, the old man refused to give up and kept rambling in his ear. I'm saying we should talk for a bit. It would be a real shame for you to throw away such incredible talent. Do you even know how to use rank 2 magic? I don't know that code, so I can't, Dane replied awkwardly. His answer made the old man break into a gleeful dance. Ho ho, that's wonderful. If you become my disciple, I'll show you rank 8 magic right now. Without waiting for the old man to finish, Dane rejected him with a cold face. No, thanks, I'm not interested. Seeing himself, a former master of a magic tower and a rank 8 mage, being rejected repeatedly by a mere brat, Sidran's anger finally reached its boiling point. His eyes turned completely white as he gnashed his teeth like a rabid dog in need of a shot. Fortunately, before he could lunge and take a bite out of Dane, Count Arkin's cheerful voice rang out. Haha, I didn't realize you had grown so close to my son. Father. Dane greeted him as his father approached. So son, what were you two discussing? Arkin asked, to which Dane replied irritably, oh, he keeps demanding that I become his disciple, but I refused. A disciple, huh? Arkin spoke while giving Sidran a meaningful look, making the old man turn to Arkin in embarrassment to plead his case since he couldn't convince Dane. Well, Count Arkin, your son possesses the talent of a truly great mage. Haha, is that so? The man replied calmly, for he knew his son was 10 times more talented than this old man could imagine. Back to Sidran, fearing Arkin didn't believe him, he patted Dane's shoulder vigorously and affirmed, he's likely even greater than you imagine. He can even use chain-tier magic without needing any magic circles. At this, Arkin's expression shifted slightly and he turned to his son to confirm, without magic circles. Is that true, Dane? Yes, father, the young man replied blankly. I'm quite certain you don't even have the most basic magical knowledge, Arkin laughed, making the boy's talent seem even more impressive. Sidran agreed, and with this praise, Arkin mentally labeled the man as having a good eye for people. As expected of a former magic tower master, you immediately recognized my son's talent. It's not just talent. Your son is a genius. He could even become a rare magic swordsman. The old tower master suggested with a smile, and immediately an image of Dane in a knight's uniform, raising a sword and declaring the sword is better than the spear, appeared in Count Arkin's mind. Thinking of this, Arkin's face suddenly darkened. A magic swordsman, you say? Arkin's voice was heavy with gravity. When Dane saw this, his internal alarm bells went off. Crap, you shouldn't have said those words in front of my father. Dane shouted in his heart. However, Sidran didn't notice Arkin's grim face and continued smiling. Exactly. A magic swordsman, you're finally interested, aren't you? If he becomes my disciple, I'll take full responsibility. I'll turn him into the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire. At this point, Sidran's voice cut off abruptly as he felt a chilling gaze directed at him. What is this? Why do I feel a shiver down my spine? Sidran wondered, and he quickly got his answer when he saw Arkin's eyes turn white with beastly rage as he roared. He is not allowed to be a magic swordsman. The old man recoiled in fear and asked weakly, but why not? A magic swordsman uses magic. Don't you see how perfectly suited he is? My son Dane will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic spearman. The Count bellowed, causing Sidran to jump back several steps. What? That's the issue. Having said that, he turned to look at Dane's resigned face. He could only laugh inwardly. Haha, why is everyone in this family like this? Time passed quickly. Dane was now reading in his room, and the matter of becoming Sidran's disciple remained undecided. Currently, the protagonist was researching magical knowledge. For a mage, becoming a disciple was a significant event. Mages usually nurtured successors through a process called inheritance. This tradition had existed since ancient times and continued even into the modern era where general magical education was established. Indeed, the master of a magic tower wasn't just looking for an ordinary student, but a successor. Considering that a rank 8 archmage was hovering around him like this, it meant his talent was something truly extraordinary. After hearing so much praise, I also feel something stirring within my body. At this, Dane's eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled a childhood memory. I know. The image of Arabella bringing a crystal ball to him appeared in his mind, telling him, if you ever want to see me, just pour magic into this crystal ball. Thinking of this, the young master immediately opened his wardrobe, took out the magic crystal ball, and said happily, all right, I'll just ask Sister Arabella. Elsewhere, in a place that looked like a library, Arabella suddenly heard her brother's voice. Sister Arabella, it's me, Dane. Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand stopped as she said joyfully, Dane, my little brother. Quickly, Dane recounted everything that had happened to ask for her advice, and naturally, Arabella was astonished. What? Dane, you can use rank 1 magic, but you don't even have magic circles yet. Well, it's true I don't, but I can still use it. He shrugged, leaving her to offer a wry smile. I knew you were a genius, but I didn't think you'd be this good. Back to Dane, he continued, magic circles only function to purify and circulate mana. Maybe it's because my mana is already pure. On the other end, Arabella nodded. That sounds reasonable. I have a way to test it. Dane, I'll send you a magic stone through the transport device in your room. Just pour a little mana into it, okay? Understood, Dane replied happily. He marveled at his luck in having such a sister. Eldest sister is so good to me. Mana has always made me curious. Advice from a rank 6 mage was incredibly useful. On the other end, Arabella reminded him, speaking of which, if you can already use magic, you're going to get a lot of attention at the academy. I don't want that, Dane said in fear. It's unavoidable. Talent is the most attractive thing there. Make sure to tell me if you get bullied at school. I'll deal with anyone who dares touch my brother. Arabella spoke confidently, making Dane remember something. I almost forgot. I heard you broke the nose of the guy who was hitting on you. He was the second son of Duke Well, right? At this, Arabella remembered the man's annoying face and hissed, "Don't mention that bastard again." She barked out the words, making those around her look at her with apprehension. Seeing this, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, "By the way, even without magic circles, can your mana become even purer over time?" "I'm not sure about that," the protagonist stammered. "Well, I'll look into it later," Arabella said with a nod. However, before she could talk with her brother much longer, a female student ran up to her. "Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you." Hearing this, Arabella reluctantly said, "Dane, I have to go. I'll call you back later." "All right, see you later then," Dane said. "Okay, I'll send the magic stone as soon as I can." Back to the protagonist, after his sister disconnected, he broke into a happy smile. "I'm about to step into a new horizon. I didn't even expect my mana to be this pure. Do I have the heart of a dragon or something?" Dane muttered as he placed a hand on his chest. Elsewhere at that moment, the old man Sidrain, unable to convince Dane to be his disciple, was sighing wearily like a dying man. "Oh, I'm going to die. I used mana to probe him and it made my condition even worse. I plan to leave early, but I can't yet. Not until he accepts my offer. But what do I have to do to make him agree? Should I give him some magic artifacts, or the accumulated knowledge of my many lives?" Sidrain asked himself, but quickly shook his head. "No, that's too much. If I give them to him and he still refuses, I'll be leaving empty-handed." The more he thought, the more his head felt like it was graying. Just then, Dane's voice rang out from outside. "Are you in? It's me, Dane Saugers." Hearing Dane looking for him, a spark of hope lit up in Sidrain's eyes. "Why is he here? Has he agreed to my offer?" With expectation on his face, Sidrain called out, "Come in." Dane opened the door and entered quickly. "Great, you're here. I have something to tell you." "Oh, what is it?" the old man said snootily, and after looking at Dane's form, he immediately imagined Dane was there to beg for discipleship and laughed. "Haha, I knew it. You want to be the disciple of a great rank 8 mage like me." The old man laughed triumphantly, but Dane bluntly corrected him, "No, that's not it." At this, the smile vanished from Sidrain's face as he clicked his tongue. "TCH, then what are you here for? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic?" "It's not that I'm not interested," Dane shook his head. "Then why won't you be my disciple? Do you already have a master?" Sidrain asked, but Dane shook his head again. "No, I don't have one." At this point, even a saint would be annoyed. "This is maddening. Is this kid playing with me?" "If that's not it, then what on earth are you here for?" Sidrain gritted his teeth. Naturally, Dane wasn't there for idle chat. "I don't know how to progress to the second tier. It's hard for my sister to teach me from so far away. Ultimately, the best way is to learn from Sidrain. He still owes me his life after all." Thinking this, Dane decided to use that debt. "I don't just want to be an ordinary mage." The old man deduced, "What, you want to be a magic spearman?" "No, I'm going to be a mage, a spearman, an assassin, and a summoner." The little rascal listed off a long string of professions, leaving Sidrain's mouth hanging open. What, does such a profession even exist? He scratched his head, but it wasn't over. And a swordsman too," Dane added, and Sidrain could only shake his head. "How absurd. This is hard to say. You're still refusing me even though you know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" "That's right," Dane replied calmly, and at this resolute tone, Sidrain fell into thought. "Damn, he's so stubborn." The old man grumbled to himself, but in difficult moments his mind began to work and an idea occurred to him. Maybe this will work." Thinking this, Sidrain slammed the table and shouted, "Do you want a letter of recommendation? I heard you want to enter that academy. If I write you a recommendation, you'll be admitted immediately." Sidrain said excitedly, and for Dane, this bait was incredibly tempting. "That is indeed a very attractive offer." "All right," he sighed. "Excellent, now let's discuss the details." Sidrain shouted, "Can I make a condition?" Dane asked, and the old man smiled to himself. He's bitten. I'll grab this chance and make sure he can't escape." "Of course, go ahead and speak." "Well then, can you teach me how rank 2 magic functions?" "Of course, I understand every type of magic in the world," Sidrain boasted. "Oh really? Then I'll count on you." The protagonist spoke with a voice full of expectation. "Haha, it's nothing." The old man waved it off, thinking to himself that a letter of recommendation and rank 2 magic were nothing to him. He wanted to show off his great knowledge immediately. "Shall we begin right now?" "Even though my condition isn't great, it doesn't matter." "All right, let's start," Dane agreed. He's fallen completely into my trap." Sidrain laughed inwardly, but Dane wasn't that foolish. "By the way, I'll consider this your repayment for me saving you in the forest." Hearing this, Sidrain's face went blank. "What? You said it yourself, you owe me your life so I can ask for whatever I want." And I've already stated what I want, Dane said with a cunning smile. This made the old man's eyes pop out. Wait a minute, what about you becoming my disciple? Absolutely not, Dane said with a shake of his head. No matter how slow he was, Sidrain realized he had been played. What, have I just been tricked by a 14-year-old kid? His mind started racing again and he realized a detail in Dane's request. Wait, you're asking for two things, but I only owe you one favor. At this challenge, Dane replied coldly, I don't think so. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body. Furthermore, I had to carry you all the way back here, but I didn't even count that. The protagonist confidently listed his life-saving merits, leaving the old man's face looking defeated. How can this child be so shrewd? Goodness, my back hurts a little. In the end, old experience cannot beat youthful enthusiasm. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the training ground. Having been cornered by Dane, they were now there to practice magic. But of course, Sidrain didn't intend to give up easily. It's fine. If I keep persisting, maybe he'll change his mind. It would be a waste to ignore such a natural talent. Thinking this, the old man began his instruction. The fact that you condensed a mana core before having magic circles is not worth mentioning. The important part is using magic without circles. The rank 2 magic transfer method I'm about to explain is very complex. Countless people have given up at this step. So listen very carefully, Sidrain said, glancing arrogantly at Dane behind him. Fine, Dane agreed calmly. Haha, look at those sparkling eyes. But I won't let you achieve your goal easily. I'll show you what respect means, the Tower Master shouted in his heart. Finally, the lesson officially began. Rank 2 magic is on a completely different level from rank 1 because you have to calculate the amount of mana, the mana density in the air, and even your physical condition at the time. The reason most people give up studying magic is because it's so complex, the old man explained. Meanwhile, Dane was busy taking notes in a small notebook, and seeing his focus, Sidrain felt a bit of doubt. Well, do you understand what I'm saying? You're surely going to have to ask me to explain it in simpler terms. Imagining Dane begging him, the old man smirked and asked, That's the basic idea. Do you understand? In response to those words, Dane nodded confidently. Yes, I understand now. I have much to learn, not only how magic functions, but also the things I don't yet know. Opposite him, Dane's words were completely unexpected for Sidrain, leaving the old man utterly bewildered. What, you actually understood all of that? Then tell me about the laws of how magic operates. Turning back to Dane, upon hearing the question, he continued taking notes while casually replying, the first law is coexistence. Magic power can coexist with the physical world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, a mage uses their own magic power along with the surrounding mana to cast spells. The second law is preservation. If magic power gathers enough physical elements, then through preservation, it can utilize magic through all different elemental attributes, and so on. As soon as Sidrain heard Dane speak, his entire body froze like a block of wood. Unbelievable. He completely understands the true nature of magic, and he's even adding his own interpretations. Most people find this subject tedious, but he doesn't seem to feel that way at all. How can someone like this even exist? The old man marveled inwardly. Then, because Dane had answered the question so excellently, he began to dive deeper into the lecture. With every rank, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining, I'll demonstrate it for you. Saying this, the old man paused and waved his hand to the side. This caused his arm to be enveloped in bands of blue energy, which quickly intertwined to form a grid-like symbol. Looking at this symbol, Sidrain turned to Dane and said, for example, this is rank 1 magic, which can be cast using simple laws. However, from rank 2 onward, it's different. Rank 1 simply cannot compare. Having said that, he continued to provide examples, creating larger energy bands with countless complex characters floating around. This is how rank 2 magic functions. The old man spoke calmly. Looking at the magical examples created by Sidrain, Dane felt the level of complexity had indeed risen to a different level. They are tightly bound together in a very intricate way. It feels even harder than the theory, Dane thought with a frown. As for the old man Sidrain, seeing the change in Dane's expression, he laughed. Well, this is the magic that forms rank 2 fire magic, fire arrow. Furthermore, if you want more of them, you need to cast the same spell multiple times. I bet you're quite surprised, aren't you? You've never seen the inner workings of rank 2 magic before. Sidrain thought this to himself and continued aloud. It looks complicated, doesn't it? Most people take at least a year after mastering rank 1 magic before they even start using rank 2. No matter how intelligent you are, you can only understand a part of the magic. The important thing here is the law. If you can't grasp that, nothing else matters. I'll observe you for about a week and then slowly explain the technique to you, Sidrain silently planned. However, he was still slightly underestimating a genius like Dane. Should I give it a try? Dane asked, causing the old man to snap out of his thoughts. Well, it'll be difficult, but go ahead and try. Sidrain said nonchalantly, thinking Dane certainly wouldn't be able to do it. All right then, Dane replied calmly. Next, he imitated Sidrain based on what he had observed, causing his body to be enveloped in countless streams of gentle energy, and very quickly, he successfully executed the grid-like magic. "This is rank 1 magic, right?" Dane asked. Yes, Sidrain nodded. He was also a bit shocked inwardly. Ho ho, he can create lines of a specific length and width. Impressive, so he's already mastered simple rank 1 use. Seeing the old man confirming it, Dane proceeded to use rank 2 magic. "And this is what you just showed me." As he spoke, the energy around Dane suddenly changed, becoming winding and identical to the rank 2 magic Sidrain had just used. At this point, Sidrain didn't know what to say to the sight before him. Is this for real? He copied the workings of rank 2 magic perfectly. He understood it instantly after seeing me do it just once. Thinking this, a sense of curiosity rose within the old man and he asked, "How did you do that?" "While I was watching, I memorized the laws and patterns. When defining the magic in my head, it wasn't that difficult." Dane explained simply. Even though it sounded easy coming from Dane, Sidrain knew exactly how incredibly hard it was, truly beyond imagination. Even a magic genius like me took a while to use rank 2 magic, yet this boy can manifest it without even needing magic circles. He thought in amazement, but the shock wasn't over yet. Immediately after, the protagonist decided to show off a bit more and proposed, "Well then, I'll try using fire arrow as well." "Wait, what?" Sidrain asked back, but Dane didn't have time to repeat himself. He immediately extended his hands to both sides and focused his spirit. Controlling each of his mana sources, he caused them to turn into streaks of light, flying wildly around him. Then from within those streaks of light, 4 fire arrows suddenly appeared in midair. Seeing that his magic was successful, Dane felt a bit of joy. Oh, it seems it worked. Back to Sidrain, looking at the young boy rejoicing because his magic had manifested, he simply found it hard to believe. This is utterly absurd. If I had possessed talent like this, I could have achieved my rank 9 dream by now. Unaware of his thoughts, Dane controlled the arrows to bring them closer to him and asked, "Am I doing this right?" "Ah, yes, very impressive. You learn everything I teach very quickly," the old man said while coughing slightly, while Dane himself felt surprised. "Yes, I'm also amazed I could do it on the first try." As for Sidrain, he was now truly a bit afraid of Dane's terrifying talent. A mage without magic circles, the world will fall into chaos when they see him. I must hide this talent because all sorts of people will try to approach and bother him, especially until he becomes my disciple. I should think about how to write the recommendation letter to the academy, Sidrain told himself and continued. All right, shall we move on to another spell? Yes, Dane replied. Just like that, time passed quickly until evening. While lying in bed, Dane began to remember the moments from that morning. Magic class is more fun than I thought. I need to study both theory and practice thoroughly, but because I can use magic. Thinking back to my past life, I was in a situation where I was forced to give up magic, in a circumstance where I didn't even know when I might lose my life. Taking time to learn magic was a luxury I couldn't afford. To survive, I had to swing a sword. Because magic, up to a certain point, prioritizes theoretical study over practice. It makes me look forward to it more in this life. Combining the theory I learned from my sister with my innate talent, I can show explosive growth with just simple instructions. In being taught by the former master of a magic tower, what magic will I learn tomorrow? Dane wondered to himself. Just like that, time passed, and half a month later, Dane and Sidrain were meeting Arkan to make a proposal. What, you want to make a magic reagent? Arkan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, father. Since there aren't enough ingredients, I'll need to go outside the territory, Dane replied. Trying to make potions already? The man said blankly. Beside him, Tower Master Sidrain affirmed, don't worry about the boy, he's already learned how rank 4 magic works. Turning back to Arkan, although he knew his son was incredibly talented, he was still impressed every time he heard of his achievements. Doesn't it usually take a month just to finish rank 1? Information on magic reagents isn't that easy to come by. Where did you learn that? In response to the question, Dane flashed a bright smile. I learned it while reading magic books in the library. They made me very interested. Hearing him say this, Sidrain also smiled. Haha, truly, a genius is different. I never thought you'd be curious about magic reagents. Most people find them very boring. But for you, even picking out materials is fun. I'm sure of it. Looking at the smiling faces of the two of them, Arkan contemplated for a moment and agreed. All right then. This will become a valuable experience for you. Since you're going out, make sure to check on the territory as well. Yes, Father, Dane replied. Next, the three of them, Dane, Herman, and Sidrain, left the manor and stepped onto the street. As soon as he appeared, it caused a commotion as his identity was recognized by everyone. It's young Master Dane. Young Master, he's carrying snacks. It's the new product. That silver hair looks so beautiful fluttering in the wind today. Voices of greeting to the young master echoed everywhere, and the protagonist didn't act aloof but nodded and smiled back at them. I hope everyone is doing well. I'll come back for more snacks later. Beside him, Sidrain observed how the people treated the young master and thought to himself, it seems Count Saugers is not a bad man. Well, based on how the boy treats me, that makes sense. Thinking this, he looked around at the bustling scene and remarked, there's a lot of delicious food here in the south. The weather is harmonious and the people are friendly. It's a scene rarely found in the capital. Yes, this place is very warm, Dane replied. So how much longer until we reach the magic tool shop? Sidrain asked. However, for a homebody who spent all his time in the castle, this question was a challenge for Dane. Well, I'm not sure because I've never been there before. What? Really? Sidrain exclaimed in shock while the protagonist took the opportunity to turn to his butler. Herman, I'll need you to lead us from here. Yes, young master. Herman nodded. Next, the man nudged his horse and took the lead, saying, this way, it's not much further. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the magic tool shop. Dane's group had just arrived. Upon seeing them enter, the shopkeeper said excitedly, oh my, is it really young Master Dane? Your silver hair and emerald eyes are as incredible as the rumors say. Thank you for welcoming us. How has business been lately? Dane greeted her. Facing the question, the shopkeeper shrugged. The same as ever. Not many people in the territory come to buy magic tools. I only sell to foreigners and those interested in magic. At this point, as if recognizing Sidrain's identity, she said respectfully, I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting the former master of the Nixian Magic Tower, Lord Sidrain, in this place. Hearing the greeting, the old man smiled back while Dane was slightly surprised. She recognized him with just a glance. I guess that makes sense, since not many people become a master of a magic tower in the Empire. Except for this old fellow. Turning back to the shopkeeper, knowing they were there for a reason, she didn't want to waste their time. Please feel free to look around the shop. If you need anything, just call me. With that, she left them to their choices. Since this is your first time at a magic tool shop, feel free to look around. I'll talk with the owner for a bit, Sidrain said. That works. Herman replied. Next, while the old man was chatting, Dane took the opportunity to observe all the different items and jars on the wooden shelves and marveled. Wow, there are so many interesting things here. And there's something strange too, a very familiar feeling, the protagonist wondered to himself. Furthermore, if I touch the magic tools, I can see their magical reactions. It must be because my magical sensitivity is quite high. Thinking this, Dane suddenly sensed a strange presence that caught his attention. What is that? There's a fairly strong reaction coming from over there. What is it? As he spoke, he looked toward where he sensed the presence. Beside him, the shopkeeper saw Dane's posture and reminded him, young master, those are just decorations. Oh, is that so? Dane muttered. Meanwhile, the old mage turned and said, why don't you come over here and look at some potion ingredients? Moon root is also very good. In response, the shopkeeper took the chance to advertise her products. That's a perfect choice. At least 50 types of potions contain moon root. These are hand-grown by me and are of excellent quality. Back to Dane, he was still bothered by the strange sensation he felt. So strange. He muttered to himself before sensing the exact location of the presence and immediately looked behind him. It turned out the entire sensation was coming from a certain stone. That's it. That stone is calling out. Thinking this, he hurriedly ran toward the stone. This made the butler Herman curious. Young master, what is it? Herman, I sense something from this stone. Dane explained. Seeing this, Herman observed the stone and shook his head. What? It just looks like an ordinary decoration. I'm not sure either, but this stone is really strange. As he spoke, he gripped the stone to inspect it, and very quickly he had his answer. I see. The more magic I channel into it, the stronger the reaction becomes. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? Unaware of the stone's strangeness, the shopkeeper was still introducing her wares. Your eye is quite good, Lord Sidrain. Using that as a sample is perfect. Let's see, then give me those moon roots and some conwell berries. May I ask, what is this? Dane said as he held up the stone in his hand. Hearing the question, the shopkeeper looked at the object and said in shock, where did you get that stone? Is something wrong with it? Sidrain asked. Oh no, those are just decorative items. She waved it off. This only made Dane more confused. Decoration? No way. What kind of decoration reacts to magic? As for the shopkeeper, seeing the stone in Dane's hand made her face scrunch up. Sighed, just looking at that stone makes me annoyed. Hearing this, the old mage asked with interest, why? Were you cheated by someone? The shopkeeper let out a sigh and said, a few years ago, some peddlers paid me with a large packet. When I opened it, that rock was inside. The man had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised, but in the end, it was just a rock and nothing more. I didn't know where to put it, so I just left it there. Strange, this stone is definitely not ordinary. Dane wondered to himself, but instead of telling Sidrain, he decided to keep it to himself for now. Seeing that Dane still hadn't chosen anything, the shopkeeper suggested, young master, if you want something better, look over here. I have some very special magical artifacts. I'll show you. With that, she pulled out a roll of paper and introduced it. This is a directory roll, blah blah. Ignoring the advertisement, Dane remained focused on the stone. Even though there are many cool things here. I only want this, unaware of his thoughts. The woman continued her enthusiastic pitch. If you place it inside, it will automatically save the information you want, and you just have to call out the person's name and their card will appear. Also, before she could finish, Dane interrupted, I'll take the directory roll and this stone. The fact that Dane wanted the useless stone shocked the shopkeeper. What? Why would you want that useless rock? On the other side, the tower master also asked curiously, what do you plan to do with it? In response, Dane just smiled without much explanation. After getting what they needed, they quickly left the shop. While walking, Sidran remarked, I didn't expect you to be interested in decorations or art, or is there something special about that stone? Seeing the old man seeing through him, Dane laughed. Haha, you noticed? Of course, why else would you want to buy such a useless stone? Only then did Dane provide a bit of information. Exactly. I'm certain this stone is more than just an ordinary decoration. It reacts to my magic. Hearing this, Sidran's interest was piqued. Is that so? I'm not sure what it is either, but that makes me curious. There are too many people here. Let's head back to the manor to examine it more closely. That works, Dane said with a nod, and the group urged their horses to return home faster. Time passed until the afternoon. Currently, the two of them were preparing to research the stone. Do you know what it is? Dane asked. Are you underestimating my priceless experimental tools? With these, we'll find out what it is, even if a mage appraised it and said it was nothing special. Dane asked back. Hearing him, the old man looked a bit contemptuous. HMPH, no matter what he said, how could he compare to my tools? I poured all my money into these advanced tools. They can analyze anything you place on them. Sidran said as he looked at the magic tool he had just pulled out from his subspace. Seeing his confidence, Dane felt a sense of expectation. Great, let's give it a try right now. Alright, I'm quite excited myself. Just place the stone on here. Then channel your magic into it. As he spoke, the tower master placed the piece of stone on the star-shaped symbol. Once he channeled mana into it, the magic circles hidden within the device activated and began analyzing the item. There's something special here. Finally, I can stand tall with pride, the old man chuckled to himself. Very quickly, numerous bands of energy were shot out from within the star symbol. Looking at the ancient runes within the energy flow, Dane gasped. It's magic code. Beside him, with his vast knowledge, Sidran also recognized the anomaly and pointed it out. That's right, but it's no ordinary magic. Staring at the incredibly complex flows of magic dancing in midair, Dane could only stand there wide-eyed in awe. It was truly astonishing. This was a magic containing laws, structures, and casting methods he had never seen, perhaps even as complex as rank 6 or rank 7 spell. Thinking of this, things began to become clear. So the magic hidden within the stone is what manifested that spell? Dane muttered, and the old man beside him laughed and said, correct. As you said, your magic was the key to unlocking it. I say that because it only reacted to your magic. Back to Dane, hearing the tower master's words, a sense of curiosity began to rise within him, wondering what it ultimately was. What was this magic hidden inside the stone, and why did it only react to his own magic? The more he thought, the more the protagonist felt his brain getting tangled, while the tower master wanted to try analyzing the magic. Let's see. The ceiling magic inside is a bit unfamiliar to me, but since I am the former master of the magic tower, I'll give it a try. Turning back to Dane, seeing the old man personally step up to handle it, he asked, if successful, perhaps I can find out why my magic is different from everyone else's. Perhaps. Let's hope it works, Sidran replied with a nod. Scene changed to another location, inside Arabella's private laboratory. Currently, she was reviewing a bunch of analysis reports carefully taped to the wall, muttering, it really is different. It's clearly distinct from ordinary magic. A unique trait, there is a specific characteristic in Dane's magic that even I don't possess. However, the results don't show which field of magic this fits into. Magic reagents, magic gates, magic engineering. If it's not magic belonging to these fields, then what on earth is it? It must fit something. The eldest sister was deep in thought until a flash of inspiration struck her mind like a reminder. Right, there is a field of magic that has been lost to time. Dane's magic might be compatible with it. Thinking this, she hurriedly checked her pile of magic books. Now, where did I put it? Here it is: alchemy, spiritual divination, necromancy, and even a code for primordial magic. As she spoke, Arabella searched frantically until her hand accidentally knocked a book off the shelf, sending it tumbling to the floor. Is this an ancient magic book? She brushed the dust off the cover, noting that it looked like it hadn't been touched in a very long time. Now that I think about it, there was a magic kingdom that existed long ago. Additionally, there is the magic inherited from Archana. Because it's ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, no one knows how to use it anymore. Thinking of this, Arabella let out a few laughs, mocking herself. Haha, what am I saying? Ancient magic disappeared 2,000 years ago. Dane's magic couldn't possibly be a match for it. After laughing, her face turned pensive again. Oh well, I have nothing to lose, might as well try. No sooner said than done, she began using her magic to operate the typewriter in front of her, and very quickly, the typewriter began spitting out a sheet of paper with the results. Something's starting to appear. Once the machine finished writing, Arabella quickly checked the results. What is it? Alchemy, divination, or please don't let it be necromancy. As she spoke, Arabella's eyes narrowed, and whatever was written on that paper hit her like a bolt of lightning. No way, what on earth is this? She screamed. Back to Dane's group, with his magic power, Sidrin quickly completed the process of breaking the seal. Suddenly, the stone began to shatter into pieces, bringing a look of joy to the old man's face. The seal is broken, there's something inside. Dane narrowed his eyes. You're right, then I'll take it out, Sidrin nodded. From within the stone fragments, the old man pulled out an incredibly ordinary-looking bracelet. A silver bracelet, Dane asked in surprise. The old man rolled his eyes, disappointed that after so much expectation they had only found this scrap metal. It looks like the kind of bracelet anyone could buy at a market. Goodness, I thought there'd be something special inside the material, but I see nothing. Here, it's yours. Since it only reacts to your magic, you should try wearing it, Sidrin said, tossing the bracelet to Dane. Dane caught the bracelet and slowly slid it onto his wrist. And just as they suspected, the moment Dane put it on, the bracelet suddenly emitted a soft blue light. The old man's expression changed instantly. Oh, it's starting to react. Turning to Dane, he noticed the change in the bracelet and said, I see some strange characters here. Sidrin widened his eyes to see the tiny ant-sized symbols. Do you know what these are? Dane asked curiously and very quickly. That's it. These characters are an ancient language that no one in the world can read anymore. The ancient language you're talking about is? Dane asked in confusion. They are characters used by the ancient magic kingdom of Archana, the old man said calmly. The protagonist had heard stories of this ancient kingdom. Archana, I've heard Arabella talk about it since I was a child. She said it was an era where even the smallest item was created from magic. But then one day, that era came to an end. The only things left are a few ruins, legends passed down, and this magic code. Back to Sidrin, knowing Dane was connected to a magic kingdom that had long since vanished, his face filled with excitement. Haha, I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to be linked to the ancient magic kingdom. So that must be why I could move so easily in the forest these past few days. Dane nodded in response. It seems so indeed, as the magic from that forest originates from Archana, the old man remarked, his desire to make Dane his disciple growing even stronger. Turning back to the protagonist, after looking at the bracelet and sensing it for a moment, he shook his head. But I don't see anything else in this bracelet. In response, the former tower master didn't know much either and could only offer some advice. You can figure it out slowly. However, don't tell anyone about this. Yes, I'll do as you say. Dane nodded, and then they both suddenly heard a strange sound like something cracking. What was that noise? They said in unison. Don't tell me that warning sound is a monster attacking, Sidrin said worriedly. This was understandable as he was currently in a weakened state, however. At that exact moment, after checking and sensing his condition, Sidrin discovered that he could use his mana normally again without causing harm to his body. With this, the old man regained his usual confidence. Haha, excellent, my body is almost fully recovered. Time to stretch my legs a bit. Finally, I can repay the favor. The old man grew restless, wanting to smash something to celebrate, and turned to Dane. What are you waiting for? Go get your spear or something. What is that? It makes a sound just like the noise coming from over there. Seeing the old man getting all worked up, Dane explained calmly, that sound has nothing to do with monsters. That sound means my eldest sister is trying to contact me. He spoke while looking at a pendant that was continuously emitting a notification chime, a sight that killed the old man's excitement. What? You should have said so from the start. Haha, there's no way a monster would appear in this area. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to talk to my sister for a bit. Dane said sheepishly before initiating contact with Arabella. Yes, is something wrong, sister? On the other end, Arabella was a bit annoyed that it took her brother so long to pick up. Dane, why did it take you so long to answer? Sorry, sister. Is there a reason you called? Dane asked. Arabella got straight to the point. While I was analyzing your magic code. She paused for a beat and asked, wait, is someone with you? Instead of answering, Dane guessed something and asked back, don't tell me you've also realized my magic is ancient magic. What? How on earth did you know that? Arabella shouted. After he explained everything, Arabella finally understood. Ah, so that's it. While you and Lord Sidrin were analyzing a stone, you guessed it was from an ancient magic kingdom, and you said the stone only reacts to your magic? Yes, exactly. Dane nodded. Meanwhile, Sidrin gritted his teeth when he heard Arabella also knew about the ancient magic. She realized it just by analyzing the brat's magic. I knew she was a genius, but she's even more talented than I imagined. The old man sighed inwardly. Back to Arabella, once everything was clear, she asked worriedly, does anyone else know about this? No, Dane replied. Good, Dane, listen to me carefully. Lord Sidrin, please listen too. It's best if you keep this a secret. If you reveal this now, you won't be able to handle the consequences, Dane. Hearing Arabella mention him, the old man cleared his throat. Ahem. Lady Arabella, I've heard quite a bit about you from Dane. Oh, Lord Sidrin, I realize I went straight to the point without introducing myself. Don't worry, I will keep this secret. Because if this gets out now, not only Dane but the entire Sagar's family will be in huge trouble, the old man affirmed. As expected of you, you grasped the issue immediately. Arabella said happily, is this conversation being recorded? He asked. No, the moment this call ends. It will automatically disappear. Good, no one wants to leave random evidence behind. Besides, I plan to return to the magic tower to investigate this matter further, Sidrin added. Thank you for your help, sir. No, Lady Arabella. I'm doing this out of a mage's sense of responsibility, so it's nothing. The old man waved it off. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, by the way, I heard you're looking for a magic tower to join. Have you decided which one yet? Arabella understood Sidrin's implication. Not yet, sir. However, I am not considering the Nixian magic tower. It doesn't specialize in the field I'm interested in, she said awkwardly. I was wondering who that brat took after with his decisiveness. It seems it's from his sister, Sidrin thought to himself. However, since his focus was on Dane, Arabella's rejection didn't disappoint him too much. Haha, I understand. Regardless, you don't necessarily have to come to our tower. Arabella offered some comfort. I'm sure there are many talented people out there who will join your tower. Anyway, Dane, we'll discuss the details later, okay? All right, take care, sister, Dane said with a nod and quickly disconnected the device. After the call ended, the tower master nodded. Your sister has become quite a capable person. Dane felt a bit of pride, of course. She created this device herself. She said this compact crystal ball is the trend among young mages these days. Sidrin shook his head at the communication item. Yes, impressive. But I don't need such a thing. When someone reaches rank 8, contacting others isn't what they desire. If there's something important, they just find me in person, right? Yes, I understand, Dane said to appease the old man, while secretly suspecting that Sidrin simply had no friends. Setting that aside, Dane quickly recounted the story of his ancient magic to his parents. You say it's ancient magic? That makes me a bit worried, Arkin said. Haha, don't worry, father. Dane smiled. If anyone targets you, I'll make them pay, the man said firmly, while Lady Lily promised, sounds good. I'll make sure anyone who comes for you stays silent in my own way. Seeing his parents so combat-ready, Dane began to break into a sweat for anyone intending to target him. Haha, they're overflowing with killing intent. But with those two protecting me, I have nothing to worry about. He thought to himself. Then Arkin stroked his chin and said, but wait, if that's the case, it means there's ancient magic hidden in our bloodline, doesn't it? Hearing his theory, Lady Lily nodded. That's a good question. We don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I'll check on my side of the family. Hearing them, Dane felt a bit of expectation. If both sides of the family look into this, what will they find? It's not really important, but I'm curious. Pushing the ancient magic matter aside, Lady Lily looked at her son thoughtfully. Regardless, it seems you've reached more than one limit. Dane, if you stay here any longer, it will hinder your growth. You should consider moving to the capital now. Dane looked a bit confused. The capital? That's right, Arkin nodded. You know that you have to be at least 14 to enter the academy. And now you're of age. Actually, I wanted to keep you here for another year or two before sending you off, but it seems there's nothing left for you to learn here. Lady Lily, sensing Dane's worry, gently took his hand and advised, Dane, if that is your choice, you can leave whenever you want. This surprised the protagonist. I didn't think they'd feel that way. Dane, you'll do great. Go and satisfy your talent as you wish, Arkin said with a laugh. Encouraged by his parents, the protagonist no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what you're saying, father, mother. I will prepare to attend the academy. That's a good choice, Arkin nodded. Good, time to move up to a new level, the protagonist told himself. Time passed quickly. Dane told Sidrin of his intention. Oh, so that is your choice? Yes, but a bit sooner than I expected, Dane remarked. You've made a very good choice. Staying here longer will only limit your talent. That would be a waste. Also, I have some advice for you. Don't reveal too much of your talent immediately. Although the academy welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way. The old mage spoke with total seriousness, and with the experience of 2 lives, Dane understood this. Right, Sister Arabella told me about this too. She faced situations where people insulted her. Back to Sidrin, well, ordinary kids won't be able to keep up anyway, but the Thurman family is a different story. The old man's nod made Dane think of little Layla. Right, now that I think about it, I told her I'd visit if I came to the capital. She'll be very disappointed if I don't. At the same time, I should think about what weapon to make with the insignia Duke Thurman gave me. He thought to himself. Unaware of the protagonist's thoughts, the old man opposite him stroked his beard and said, let's see, if there are 3 months left until you join the academy, then you should depart from here in 2 months. Hearing this, Dane nodded. That seems reasonable. What about you, sir? Hearing the question, the old man shared his plans. I intend to return to the magic tower. I think I have work that needs to be done. Thanks to you, I no longer feel bored. If there are any clues about ancient magic or anything related to it, I will let you know. Really? If that's possible, I'd be very grateful, Dane said hurriedly. Then the remaining issue is your lessons. Since time is short, we must pick up the pace. Reaching rank 3 is very difficult. Rank 2 is nothing compared to rank 3. Yes, I will study very hard. And I have also prepared a gift for you. A gift? Sidrin's voice held a hint of surprise. Dane took a small wooden box from his subspace, placed it before the man, and nodded. That's right. My sister sent this to me via teleportation magic yesterday. It's a brand new item. Following their gaze, inside the box was a small piece of stone. This is a new, compact crystal ball that isn't on the market yet. Arabella invented this new product. She's fond of me, so when I asked for one, she gave it to me immediately. Opposite him, Sidran looked like he had found a new toy. He quickly picked up the stone, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, quite compact and beautiful. Well, I don't really need this, but I'll be kind enough to accept the gift you prepared for me. I can record my mana into this. Yes, then please use it to contact me." Although he claimed he didn't need it, he looked quite excited. Dane thought to himself and began to guide the old man on how to use the modern device. "Yes, you do it like this. Haha, this thing is truly simple and easy to use," the man said happily, making Dane feel a bit worried. "I hope he doesn't contact me too often." Time passed until evening. The protagonist felt a bit contemplative about the time ahead. The academy. I need to prepare seriously during the remaining 2 months. My interest is being able to use summoning magic to a certain extent. I'll set a goal to officially join the summoning magic class, receive a summoning seal, and have a chance to participate in the proficiency evaluation exam. Since Sister Claire is a teaching assistant, I'll probably see her often once I enroll. Having said that, Dane looked at the egg placed in the glass case nearby and muttered, "Ah, I forgot to soak my best friend in magic." No sooner said than done. He habitually began to channel his mana into the egg. As he channeled, he thought, "For 7 years straight, I've painstakingly soaked it in magic day and night, yet it still hasn't shown the slightest reaction. However, if the magic I soak it in doesn't go anywhere else and it has absorbed all this energy, then it will surely hatch one day," Dane thought with expectant eyes. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to Arabella. She was currently explaining the academy exams to the protagonist. Yes, one general exam and one specialized exam. On the other end, the protagonist understood a bit but asked for more. "I see. Could you explain in more detail, sister?" "Let's see, the general exam is a type of preliminary screening to categorize candidates. It covers culture, history, and matters related to the empire. For you, you'll surely pass without any issues. Of course, the better you do, the more beneficial it is, as it's counted toward your admission score. The next is the specialized exam. As the name suggests, you choose a major and take a test on it. The content depends on the professor, but I believe you will definitely pass. Besides, you even have a letter of recommendation." Arabella spoke confidently, having no doubts about Dane's ability. "Ah, I understand. You and Sister Claire passed easily too, right?" Dane asked. "That's right. There was no difficulty at all." Arabella shrugged before adding a reminder for her brother. "However, once you choose a major, you must follow that specific major during the specialized exam, unless you want to change majors later on." "Exactly, so you must choose very carefully at the start. I still hope our youngest doesn't choose the magic major." On the other end, Dane, who was practicing his sword, could only give a wry smile. "Haha, you still haven't given up, have you? Alright, I'll think about it." "So if I want to change majors after enrolling, is changing majors the only way?" he asked further. "Normally, yes, unless you graduate and want to start over from the beginning. Of course, you can take classes from other majors. However, usually from the 3rd year onward, advanced specialized classes won't allow students from other majors to participate." Arabella explained slowly, leaving Dane in deep thought for a moment. "So I'll have to choose a single major to follow then." On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella immediately reminded him. "Ah, right, there's a program called Elective Major for talented people like you, Dane." "There's something like that too. Sounds interesting," Dane exclaimed, but it wasn't easy. Not at all, so Arabella had to warn her brother, but unless they intend to fail on purpose, no one wants to sign up for that. Arabella shook her head. "Why is that?" Dane asked curiously. "Because until now, no one has ever passed that exam." "Oh, I see," the protagonist nodded, but hearing his voice, Arabella stopped in her tracks and asked worriedly, "Don't tell me you're thinking of trying it." "No, no way, Sister, Lord Sidrain is here. I'll call you back later." Dane denied it and immediately disconnected. At this point, Arabella felt a bit regretful. Am I forcing him too much? No, but magic is still better. At the same time, a female voice rang out ahead. "Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you." "All right, I'm coming." Back to Sidrain that afternoon, he brought Dane the recommendation letter as promised. "Here, the recommendation letter I promised you." He handed over the letter, and on the opposite side, Dane took it quickly. "You really wrote it for me?" At this, the old man stroked his beard and puffed out his chest. "I put a lot of heart into both the form and the content. I've written several recommendation letters before, but this is the first time I've dedicated so much effort. Consider it an honor." Looking at the old man's face, though he was arrogant, it was undeniable how much effort he had put into the letter. Dane felt a genuine sense of gratitude. "Yes, I will try not to disappoint you." Turning to Sidrain, looking at Dane, he suddenly sighed. "I wish you wanted to be my student. But even if I took you as a student, I don't think you'd obediently call me master anyway." The words hit the bullseye, making Dane's breath hitch for a second. Haha, how did he know? The little rascal thought awkwardly. Setting that aside, Sidrain asked, "By the way, have you finished preparing for the trip?" "Yes, actually I don't have much to bring, and the academy dormitory facilities are already very good, so most necessities are already provided." Hearing this, the old man clicked his tongue and shared some experience. "The facilities are indeed good, but there are some who monopolize them. However, you're not the type to lose to people like that. Right? Haha, hearing him say this, it seemed the academy was a gathering place for wicked nobles. Dane thought with a wry smile, which Sidrain immediately caught. The old man guessed his thoughts and reminded him, don't forget this, it might be a harsh place. If you act dismissively, there are many who will immediately reveal their true nature and bare their fangs. On this side, hearing the reminder, he quickly adjusted his mindset. It's probably not much different from a battlefield. Thinking this, he nodded in confirmation. Yes, I understand. Seeing this, the old man added, contact me if you need anything. And that crystal ball thing is truly useful. I'll put it to good use. Hearing the old man speak as if they were about to part, Dane asked, but why do you sound like you're leaving soon, sir? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sidrain's eyes flashed with surprise. You noticed? I plan to leave tomorrow. Really? Dane said regretfully. Well, I can't stay here forever, can I? Your father offered me the position of magic advisor, but I'll think about that later when I have nothing left to do. You know, I still have many things to finish when I return. I thought I had done everything, but it turns out there are still many missions I need to perform, the old man said as he patted Dane's shoulder. This made Dane think of the ancient magic. Is he talking about ancient magic? Helping him is like helping myself. It's not bad at all. Dane thought to himself, regardless, thank you, little rascal. Yes, thank you for everything during this time, sir. Dane nodded. Indeed, I look forward to seeing how strong you've become when we meet again. Well then, I'm off. Don't come to see me off or I'll be embarrassed. With that, the old mage turned to leave. Yes, please take care, sir, Dane added, feeling a bit of sadness. Since they had been together for a long time, he felt a bit lonely at the man's departure. Time passed quickly, and one day later that month, Arkan and Lily were talking. Lord Sidrain has departed safely. Dane said he'd be leaving today too, right? The man asked. Yes, he said he's finished all his preparations. I heard he's leaving early, so I'm relieved, but I wonder if he'll run into any trouble on the way. Lady Lily was a bit worried about her son's first encounter with society. At this, Count Arkan patted her shoulder and reassured her. We're using the teleportation gate Arabella prepared, so what could go wrong? Hearing this, the lady's expression relaxed a bit. Yes, I suppose I was worried for nothing. Thinking of the love the family members had for each other, Arkan broke into a happy smile. Whatever anyone says, I think we've raised our children very well, while children in other families are busy fighting each other for the position of family head. We'll have to decide clearly one day, but I don't favor anyone. At the same time, the door opened and Dane entered. Currently, he had finished all necessary preparations and came to say goodbye to his parents. Father, mother. Seeing him enter, the two of them nodded. Oh, Dane, you're here. Are you ready to leave now? Did you bring the insignia I gave you in Blackhorn? Lady Lily asked. Of course, mother, Dane said with a smile. Seeing this, Lady Lily couldn't help but add more instructions. If you truly encounter a difficult situation, go to the place I told you and show that insignia, okay? Yes, I remember. Are those people your former colleagues, mother? Dane asked curiously. That's right, they are very close friends of mine. Even though it's been a long time, they will surely help you. The lady spoke confidently while Count Arkan broke into a bit of a cold sweat. Is our Dane really going to start the path of an assassin there? Thinking this to prevent Dane from going there, Arkan hurriedly reminded him, Dane, when you arrive in the capital, go find Duke Thurman before entering the academy. The Duke will help you. Yes, father, he replied. Before parting, Lady Lily suddenly couldn't hold back her tears. Dane has grown so much that he's already leaving us. Beside her, seeing his wife like this, the man could only give a wry smile. Haha, let's send him off with a smile, dear, you're right. We won't be far apart, she said as she gently wiped her tears while Dane felt a bit of a lump in his throat. Now that he was about to leave, his legs suddenly felt heavy. Then I'll be going now, Dane said, trying to force a smile. Next, watching his back from the window, Arkan's expression turned cold as he instructed a shadow behind him, Gilad, follow him carefully. Ensure Dane reaches the teleportation gate safely and return to report to me. Yes, master, Gilad said coldly like a machine. He turned to leave to ensure the young master's safety. Seeing her husband's arrangement, Lady Lily remarked, it's been a while since I've seen Shadow. You know what to do, right? Watch Dane's teleportation to see if there are any abnormalities. Back to Dane's position. For some reason, the teleportation gate wasn't set up inside the manor but in an empty clearing. When the butler Herman looked at the gate, his eyes went wide. Young master, seeing something like this in person is truly impressive. That's right. This is the teleportation gate my eldest sister prepared beforehand. Dane said with a smile. Looking at the sophistication and complexity of the gate, Dane had to take his hat off to his sister. Yes, now I understand why she spent a whole year investing in this. Beside him, the butler asked, if you enter here, will the teleportation be activated? Yes, I believe so, Dane replied with a smile. At the same time, he remembered the time before when the gate was first being built. I wonder how much effort she put into this. Teleportation can't be done just by rearranging code like other spells. It also requires combining that rearrangement with continuous channeling of magical energy to work. However, the gate sister installed is a perfect device, meeting all conditions for teleportation. Dane thought to himself. Next, before parting, Herman said sadly, then, young master, please take care. Yes, stay healthy, Herman, the boy said as he patted Herman's shoulder, seeing the man was on the verge of tears. Next, he slowly stepped onto the pedestal inside the gate and thought. She said that just by channeling magical energy into the gate, it will activate. No sooner said than done. Dane's entire body began to overflow with magical energy, and he channeled it down into his feet. Immediately after, the gate suddenly emitted a shimmering light, and finally, Dane's figure vanished within the energy layer. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the capital. It's unknown where exactly Dane was teleported, but currently he was on horseback at the city gate. Looking at the bustling crowd ahead, Dane's expression showed a hint of joy. I'm here. The entrance to the capital of Altheon. The young master said with a smile. Just then, as if recognizing Dane's identity, a knight raised his hand in greeting. I've been waiting for you, young master Dane Saugers. I am Luik Ismar, captain of the First Knight Order of the Thurman family. Oh, it's you. Dane replied as if it were natural. Although he didn't know who this fellow was, having the captain himself come to pick him up made him feel a bit uneasy. Unaware of these thoughts, Captain Luik continued, from now on, we will escort you. Having said that, he turned to instruct his two subordinates. Ensure the safety of the travel route. Yes, Captain, they replied in unison. Then let's head out immediately. I look forward to your assistance. Dane nodded in agreement, though he harbored a peculiar thought in his heart. Actually entering this place felt strange, and he never imagined the day would come when he would set foot in the heart of the Thurman Empire, the very one he once loathed, now as a figure of great promise. Next, as they traveled the road leading to the castle, Dane heard the sounds of countless merchants hawking their wares. Hurry up, it's cheap. Frozen parfaits made with magic, only 1 silver coin. Hearing these sounds, Dane couldn't help but be intrigued, scanning the crowds and praising the scene inwardly. Haha, so many strange things. I never expected the capital to be this bustling. Just as he thought this, Captain Luik turned back to remind him. Over there is the Thurman family estate. We have arrived. At those words, Dane looked ahead and was overwhelmed by its sheer scale. The estate is magnificent, he blurted out, for before his eyes stood a massive architectural complex. However, before he had time to observe it further, the protagonist suddenly felt as if someone were watching him from behind. Something is very strange. It's as if someone is following me, or is it just my imagination? Dane asked himself inwardly. Setting that aside, following the knights, Dane quickly arrived at the main entrance of the grand building. On both sides stood servants in a solemn formation to welcome him. Welcome, young master Dane Saugers. Hearing this, Dane nodded in greeting. Thank you for the reception. Afterward, he praised the group. Your ranks are truly orderly. The protocol and etiquette are standard, radiating a natural strength quite different from my home in the south. Having thought that, he stepped forward to face Duke Boost Thurman, the man he had last seen as a small child. Standing before him, Dane did not forget his manners, kneeling on one knee to greet him. Dane Saugers pays his respects to Duke Thurman. In response, the man gave a bright smile and a nod. Indeed, it's been a long time, Dane. Have you been well? The journey must have been exhausting. Go inside and rest immediately. With that, the Duke hurriedly led the protagonist into his home. As they walked, he took the time to carefully observe Dane's current appearance and couldn't help but marvel. Oh, just a glance shows you're completely different from 7 years ago. Among children of your own age, no, compared even to those a year or two older, there is perhaps no one who can rival you. Arkin must be very proud of you. With that, the Duke gave Dane a pat on the shoulder in praise, while the protagonist replied modestly, You flatter me, sir. Hearing this, Boost instructed further, though it cannot compare to the Beekjang, you should rest comfortably while preparing for the academy entrance exam. I will also arrange a private servant for you, so let me know if you need anything. Turning to Dane, in response to the Duke's thoughtful arrangements, he expressed his thanks and turned to ask about the girl, Layla. Yes, certainly. By the way, how is Layla doing lately? She's healthy, of course, but could it be that you're having a quarrel with her? The Duke asked with a laugh, leaving Dane completely confused. Pardon, what do you mean by that, sir? His voice was full of confusion. Thinking of his daughter's expression lately, Boost only sighed wearily and shared, Lately, whenever you are mentioned, she looks unhappy. Perhaps it is partly the pressure of the entrance exam, but for Layla, she will pass easily, he laughed, finding it increasingly incomprehensible. I wonder where the source of her irritation actually comes from. In response, Dane said he would meet Layla in person to ask her what was wrong. However, he had a private suspicion. Could it be because she has reached puberty? On the other side, Boost understood that these matters were better discussed among young people, so he nodded in agreement. All right, we'll talk about that later. Just a reminder not to be too harsh with her. You'll understand soon enough. Now go back to your room and rest immediately. A servant will show you the way. Just like that, a servant quickly arrived and led Dane to his room. Before leaving, the servant bowed and said, I hope you can rest comfortably. All right, thank you. Dane nodded, and once the door had completely closed, the protagonist scanned his room and muttered, so I'll be here for about a week preparing for the entrance exam. This guest room is a bit too luxurious, isn't it? First, I'll unpack my luggage and then I'll find the training area later. With that, he tossed his bag aside, but before he could even begin to sort his belongings, the closet door swung open. A silhouette with pink hair stepped out and spoke up. I will lead you to the training area. Dane, why are you just now arriving? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing the familiar voice, Dane turned back eagerly and replied happily. Layla, long time no see, how have you been? Contrary to Dane's cheerful attitude, Layla's mood was inexplicably irritated, just as Duke Boost had mentioned. I'm fine, perfectly fine. But don't you have anything you want to say to me? As she spoke, she marched aggressively toward the protagonist as if to settle a score, making Dane back away a few steps in fear of her angry aura. Huh, what do you mean? Dane stammered, why didn't you write back to me? Layla shouted, and only then was Dane finally enlightened, realizing why his close friend was so angry. His expression filled with guilt as he explained, I intended to reply, but I simply forgot. I'm sorry. Is sorry all I get? Layla continued loudly, causing the protagonist's face to crumple as he tried to explain further. I came here directly, didn't I? Because I had to prepare to leave my family. I wasn't in the right frame of mind for anything. Forgive me this once. On the other side, Layla puffed out her cheeks and turned her face away, refusing to look at him, which let Dane know she was truly furious. Having no other choice to help Layla cool down, Dane gritted his teeth and said, so what can I do for you to apologize? I'll do whatever you say. Hearing this, Layla finally looked at him and asked, really? Turning back to Dane, he reminded himself, first, I have to get out of this situation, but what does she want me to do? Dane thought and asked again, yes, what should I do for you? Hearing that, Layla immediately proposed excitedly. All right, how about a light sparring match? A match? Dane asked, confused. Yes, duel me, Layla reminded him happily once more. Although puzzled by the request, Dane agreed, all right then, let's try it. Returning to Layla's perspective, looking at the protagonist's confident form, she smirked and said, are you sure you won't regret this? Just so you know, I've become incomparably stronger than before. I'm not the same person you taught to release mana. She shared this happily, leaving Dane quite surprised. Looking at her confidence, it seemed she had indeed grown a lot in 7 years. Thinking of that, Dane remembered something and asked back. Now that I think about it, you mentioned in your letter that you won a certain competition? Layla's eyes sparkled with joy at his recollection. So you actually remembered. I won the Danter Cup organized by the Imperial family. Ah, right, that's the one, the competition for youth under 15 in the Empire, right? Dane asked, and Layla nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's a very high-standard competition. If you had come, you surely would have faced me in the finals. It was a real shame. Hearing this, Dane felt a spark of excitement and replied, well, that regret can be resolved now. Turning back to Layla, she suddenly looked a bit worried. Is it really okay? You still have to take your entrance exam. What if you get hurt? I'll be fine, Dane said with a confident wave of his hand, and seeing that he had agreed. Layla had no further reason to refuse. Fine, it's late today, tomorrow morning as soon as we wake up, let's have our duel. Time passed until the next morning. Scene changed to a spacious courtyard. As promised, Dane and Layla were there preparing to spar. However, when it came to the weapons, Dane hesitated and asked, use practice weapons? Hearing his question, Layla looked surprised. Are you telling me you're still using blunted weapons? In response, Dane shook his head. No, but this is just a light match. Then practice weapons are fine. No matter how skilled a warrior is, they can't handle every situation. What if someone gets hurt during the duel? Dane spoke with total seriousness, making Layla sigh at how deeply he thought about it. Don't worry, the finest healer in the Empire works for my family, Layla explained. What if something happens that a healer can't fix? Dane reminded her again. Faced with this, the swordswoman was left stammering, not knowing how to explain. Seeing this, Dane continued, if you want to hold a bladed weapon, you must have that mindset. Hearing that, Layla complained, it's just one duel, why are you so serious? Fine, we'll use practice weapons. She let out an annoyed sigh and turned to instruct the servants waiting nearby. Bring the practice weapons here for me. Yes, my lady. They replied and hurried off to fetch the weapons. From Dane's perspective, looking at Layla's current appearance, he smiled slightly. Indeed, she had become a proud young woman just as the rumors said. People mentioned she would soon catch up to her two brothers who were active as knights. Perhaps Duke Thurman had sired his first female head of house. Truly, that mana release back then had become a great motivator. Dane thought to himself. Meanwhile, Layla had similar thoughts. Dane, thanks to you, I was able to learn the basics of mana control faster than my peers, and now I have 2 mana cores. Thinking of this, Layla glanced at Dane and said, I've waited a long time for this day. Will you be sad if I win? Just then, a servant arrived with 2 practice weapons. My lady, the weapons have arrived. Yes, thank you. Layla nodded and tossed a wooden spear to Dane. The moment he caught it, the protagonist swung it a few times to test its quality. Right, since it's a practice weapon, it's quite light. Is something wrong? On the battlefield, I can use anything. Dane told himself and immediately took an offensive stance. Shall we begin? Seeing this, Layla gripped her sword and nodded, ready. Just like that, the two stared at each other and did not rush to attack. From Layla's perspective, she told herself, luckily I've faced spearmen before. I faced a spear-wielding opponent at the Danter Cup and it wasn't hard. A spear has long range, but its power drops sharply when the distance is closed. In that case, I'll close in at once. Thinking this, Layla gathered strength in her legs and lunged forward. She was as fast as an arrow, aiming to get close to Dane to limit his range. Once near him, Layla thrust her sword forward powerfully. However, before the tip could touch the protagonist, his figure suddenly vanished. This caused Layla's movement to stop abruptly. Where did he go? Layla wondered in shock just before the protagonist's spear tip was placed against her arm from the side. It left Layla in disbelief. Since when were you there? She asked, bewildered. Beside her, Dane looked at her with a reproving gaze. It's a good thing this is a practice weapon. If it were real, it could have been a serious incident. In response, the pink-haired girl was still reeling from her quick defeat. I clearly touched the sword. Turning back to Dane, seeing his friend's unwilling expression, he proposed again. Now then, shall we start again? The same method won't work, so move carefully. Hearing his words, Layla instinctively gripped her sword and reminded herself, I was just a bit tense because it's been a while. I absolutely won't hold back this time. Thinking this, she noticed Duke Thurman, observing them both from the balcony, and naturally, Dane noticed his presence as well. He even guessed why the Duke was watching. Duke Thurman is here to check the final result. I know his intention. Since Layla has put in so much effort after winning the Danter Cup, he's very anxious. Today I'll put those worries to rest, Dane thought. Turning back to Layla, having Thurman there watching only made her more determined. Dane, get ready. Since father is watching, I'm going to fight with everything I've got, she said with clear resolve. In response, Dane nodded and said, as much as you like. Seeing that, Layla said no more and immediately gripped her sword, swinging it powerfully toward Dane. Her attack created two blades of wind headed straight for the protagonist. However, Dane simply spun his spear like a fan to easily block them. But Layla took the opportunity to close the distance. How's that, Dane? Not so easy, is it? She said as she brought her sword straight down. However, Dane's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. You still have a long way to go. Give it your all. Back at Boost's position, he was focused on the match between the two. Up to now, it seemed like an even fight, and he wondered how it would unfold. But what is this uncomfortable feeling? The smile on Dane's face had completely vanished, and his current appearance was like that of a soldier about to head into battle. Returning to the battle, Layla was constantly on the move, attacking Dane from every direction. However, she still couldn't break through his defense. With his skills, Dane blocked every one of Layla's sword paths with incredible ease. With no other choice, the swordswoman was forced to attack continuously to find an opening, until she noticed Dane suddenly leaving a gap at his waist. Seeing this, Layla's teeth clenched as she reminded herself, here's the chance. No sooner said than done, she thrust her sword toward that spot without hesitation, unaware that all of this was within the protagonist's calculations. Just as her sword tip lunged forward, Dane slammed his spear hard against her wrist, causing the sword to immediately fly from her hand and drop to the ground. It seems I've won this time too, haven't I? Dane said calmly. At the same time, Duke Boost witnessed the result and asked the knight standing behind him, another loss, what do you think, Luik? Can this help make Layla a bit less complacent? Hearing this, the knight captain broke into a sweat and let out a sigh. So you already knew about that, sir. In response, Boost's gaze never left his daughter. Of course I know. She showed signs even before the Danter Cup, and after winning the championship, it was fully revealed. I intended to have a serious talk with her, but I thought it would be better if she realized it herself. Behind him, Luik agreed, calling it a very wise decision. Then the Duke turned his gaze toward the protagonist and asked softly, in your opinion, how many mana cores does that boy have? Hearing that, Luik watched Dane fighting below and offered his guess, at least 3 cores. This made Boost frown slightly. I think differently, he has at least 2 and at most 3. He murmured, leaving the knight captain curious enough to stroke his chin and ask, why do you think so? To this, Boost looked ahead and explained, look closely. Even though his spear speed is overwhelming Layla, it's not because of raw speed. What Layla lacks experience in is tactical movement. Back at the match, although Layla attacked at close range with the intensity of a storm, not a single strike could trouble Dane, to the point where Layla herself couldn't believe it. You can block everything, she asked, and Dane confidently affirmed to her, I can see all of your moves. Back at Boost's position, his eyes showed a hint of nostalgia, recalling that Layla's greatest period of growth was after the Southern Inspection Tour 7 years ago after meeting Dane, and perhaps this time would be the same. Behind them, the knight Luik, after observing Dane's power, did not spare any praise. It's quite interesting to watch. The young lady won the Danter Cup but can't use her full strength. Count Saugers must have trained him very harshly. Hearing this, Duke Boost almost burst out laughing. No, you don't understand Arkin. Strict as he isn't the type to train someone harshly. Unlike me, Dane himself doesn't need harsh training. What do you mean by that, sir? Luik asked in confusion. To this, Boost gave a very simple answer. Overwhelming talent that ordinary people dare not try to surpass. Dane is a genius. Perhaps he didn't participate because he felt no interest in that tournament. Is that so? Luik said in shock, finding it hard to believe. Impossible. He had no interest in the Danter Cup. That's the tournament every boy and girl in the Empire dreams of. Unaware of Luik's thoughts, Duke Boost affirmed that no one at that age could compete with Dane. With that, the man harbored a bit of hope. Layla, I hope you realize your shortcomings in this match. If you cast aside that complacency and focus more on your sword training, you could completely surpass your brothers. Back with Dane and Layla, the battle between them had ended, and once again, victory belonged to the protagonist. In fact, Dane won so easily he didn't even break a sweat, while opposite him, Layla's face was drenched. Facing consecutive losses, Layla had to admit defeat despite her reluctance. As expected of Dane, I completely can't beat him. He is a talent, but I didn't expect the gap between us to be this large. Layla thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist retracted his spear and suggested stopping the spar. You're tired, let's stop here. Fine you won, Layla admitted, making Dane's eyes narrow slightly as he thought. Duke Thurman's wish has been fulfilled. She must have realized by now that she isn't number one. Thinking this, after teaching the swordswoman a lesson about who the true genius was, Dane turned to leave. However, at that moment, the swordswoman stared and shouted, "You, how on earth did you train?" In response, Dane simply said two cold words, "Hard work." But this answer didn't satisfy Layla. She challenged him, who doesn't work hard. Ahead, Dane's footsteps paused for a beat as he murmured, "Then you just need to work even harder. I'll be going now." His words left Layla stunned for a moment. Then she shouted loudly, declaring, "You won't win next time." "Fine, I'll be waiting," Dane replied and calmly walked away. Back to the swordswoman's thoughts, watching her friends retreating back, she began to recall childhood memories. Dane is the only child I admire and at the same time, the person I want to surpass. Just being taught and waiting, I want to witness that I am no longer a little girl. But why does he keep getting further ahead of me? Thinking this, Layla instinctively clenched her palm and murmured in a voice only she could hear, "Just wait, I'll definitely win next time." Time passed quickly and the day of the exam soon arrived, because geniuses from all over the empire poured in to take the entrance exam. If you include their families and retinues, thousands of people gathered in the capital. The number of candidates admitted to the Royal Academy this time was about 6,000. Just paying the exam fee was not enough to qualify for individual application, but 2/3 of them failed the first exam. Currently, after finishing the first preliminary exam, over 2,000 people were preparing for the second specialized exam. Scene changed to an office inside the Royal Academy campus. The professors were currently holding a meeting and a sudden voice rang out, "So 2,000 people passed the first exam? That's a bit more than usual. It seems quite lively." A professor in a purple robe asked the group, "How many will pass this time?" In response, a blonde woman offered her guess, "At most 200 people, right?" On another side, a question was raised, "How are the children in this recruitment? There are some potential talents." Someone answered, "Is the summary of the first exam not finished yet?" Professor D. Nabo, head of the magic department, spoke up. Female Professor Ingrid, head of the spearmanship department, complained, "It's still being summarized. I wonder who will get the highest score." She spoke curiously, but other professors already had their suspicions. "The top student in swordsmanship is Duke Thurman's daughter, right?" "Yes, she's the one who won the Danter Cup. That final match was wonderful. Duke Thurman raised his children very well." "It looks like the top swordsmanship student is someone to look forward to," female Professor Del Pinso, head of the summoning department, said expectantly. The head of the swordsmanship department, Esther Rand, affirmed with absolute certainty, "Look forward to what? It's practically guaranteed." "Right, because there's no competition," another added, making the rest of the meeting feel envious of Esther Rand because the swordsmanship department had gained a talent. "When will we get a talent like that?" They spoke, and while the group was chatting happily, Professor D. Nabo's eyes were pensive. He pulled a letter out, placed it on the table, and said slowly, "My thoughts are a bit different." Looking at the letter, Professor Ingrid asked curiously, "What is that?" "This is a recommendation letter from Sidrain. It's stamped with the seal of the Narusian Magic Tower and contains mana." At this, Ingrid gasped, "Does that mean Sidrain actually recommended someone? No matter who it is, they can't beat the Danter Cup winner." The head of the swordsmanship department affirmed this in confusion, but his sweaty face proved he wasn't entirely confident in his own words. Around them, the others began to huddle together to discuss. Professor D. Nabo explained further, "Sidrain, who is famous for not taking disciples, sent a recommendation for a 14-year-old at rank 3. "Rank 3? Who on earth is that?" Professor Del Pinso asked hurriedly. D. Nabo didn't keep them waiting. "It's Dane Saugers." The name caused another wave of shock. "The Saugers family again?" That family already has 2 geniuses in the magic and summoning departments, and now even the youngest son is personally recommended by Lord Sidrain. Back with the professors, the news of an outstanding student piqued their curiosity. If it's the Saugers family, he's no ordinary person. 2 of the continent's supreme families applying at once, this will be a major topic. At this, swordsmanship head Esteran remembered something and stroked his chin. Wait, isn't that family famous for spearmanship? If the recommendation is from a mage, it seems the Sagar's family is about to become famous for magic now. Professor Ingrid felt deep regret. Oh, and here I thought he'd definitely join the spearmanship department. In response, Dinabo laughed. If he joins my department, he and Arabella will be very powerful. He smirked and thought to himself, after all, at the Royal Academy, magic is essential. At that moment, an assistant suddenly rushed in to announce the results. Sorry for interrupting, but we've finished summarizing the first exam. Hearing this, the group urged her on excitedly. Oh, then let's quickly see the data. A blue screen appeared before them displaying the results. 1,367 for swordsmanship, 227 for magic, and 152 for summoning. Looking at the overwhelming number of swordsmanship students, the people in the room instinctively gulped. 1,367 for swordsmanship, 227 for magic. As expected, the swordsmanship department has a huge difference. Turning to swordsmanship head Esterand, he checked the screen and said happily, oh, as expected, the top name is from the Thurman family. Turning to Professor Dinabo, his eyes narrowed as he checked. Wait, Dane Sagers, I don't see his name. Everyone turned to look at each other. Really? What about Sidran's recommendation? On another side, Ingrid checked her list and shook her head. He's not in my department either. One of the men in the meeting hurriedly asked the assistant, is there a candidate not on the lists? The assistant checked her list in confusion and said hesitantly, about that, there is one candidate for the free major. And out of 2,000 candidates, Dane Sagers achieved the highest score in the first exam. What? Dane Sagers is number one, Esterand shouted. Back with Dane, he was contemplating the recent past. It's already been a month, time really flies. Fighting Layla feels like it was just yesterday. The first exam is already over and I'm waiting for the results. Luckily, the exam wasn't too hard. He thought happily just as the swordswoman Layla ran up to ask about the results. Dane, did you get your results? What rank are you? Dane held out his bracelet and boasted, I'm number one. Of course it's you, how annoying, I missed first place. Layla snapped before asking, how on earth did you study? Mainly from the questions my sister sent me, Dane replied. The pink-haired girl felt a headache. I saw those too, but they were still hard. Especially military science. What does a 14-year-old know about military strategy and management? I thought that was the easiest part. Didn't you find it interesting? Dane asked in surprise, mainly because he had the advantage of learning it in his past life. Layla looked at him like he was an alien. What? Are you even human? Not just military science, but art, music, and even the history of the Drenic Empire. While Dane smirked arrogantly, that is my specialty. He remembered his past life. There were many things he had unconsciously gained while rolling around on the battlefield. Setting that aside, Layla asked, by the way, where are you taking the second round of exams? There are 3 locations, right? Dane replied, thinking to himself. As soon as she heard this, Layla guessed the major Dane intended to test for and was utterly astonished. 3 locations. Are you actually planning to apply for the polymath major? Be honest, besides the spearmanship and summoning departments, what else is there? She asked with a sideways glance. However, Dane just smiled to himself with interest and didn't reveal a thing. I'll let you know eventually. Why on earth would you choose the polymath major? No matter how much I think about it, I can't understand it, Layla continued to shout. However, Dane replied that it was simply because he wanted to study that major, which made Layla's scalp go numb as she reminded him that major has an extremely low acceptance rate. In response, Dane explained his goal for choosing that difficult field of study. I heard that if you study polymathy, you can attend any class you want. You don't even have to choose a major until graduation. All subjects can be studied under the same specialized professors. Without letting Dane finish his introduction, Layla was already well aware of this. Who doesn't know that? Isn't it just because you don't want to study with me that you're intentionally signing up for that major? She questioned loudly. How could that be the case? Dane replied, shaking his head. So you actually think you can pass in that field? What do you think you can do besides spearmanship and summoning? Tell me. Layla growled like an angry lioness, leaving Dane a bit flustered, unsure if he should truly display his full range of talents to her or not. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to a meeting of the 3 professors. Dinabo, Ingrid, and Dell, they were huddling together to discuss Dane's exam. We've finally gathered everyone. The polymath major exam requires passing 3 rounds. There's no other way. It seems he must take the test. Spearmanship and summoning core and magic circles are inherently contradictory. It's nearly impossible to master both. What is he thinking? Although some have passed 2 rounds in the past, most fail the final one, right? Dell said, looking at her colleagues. Professor Dinabo nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's best to choose between spearmanship or summoning. Why not just register for one? Hearing this, the 2 female professors sighed. The polymath major was established 200 years ago, but almost no one has passed it, because back then, it wasn't as difficult as it is now. Hundreds of years ago was different from the present. The academy desperately needed talent, That was the era of conquest, so every bit of talent had to be utilized. If someone had talent, they were trained immediately. It's not like that anymore, so standards have become increasingly higher. Candidates must be the absolute best. At this, Professor Ingrid sighed curiously. If that's the case, why even keep this major around? No one registers and no one passes. Why not just get rid of it already? Explaining this, Professor D. Nabo shook his head slightly. It's because of the symbolism. It's a symbol reserved only for the most outstanding talents of the empire. Professor Dell agreed with this explanation. That's true. Symbolism is important, even if the major has faded into just a name. Meanwhile, Professor Dinabo brought out some documents and noted, I've looked it up and found only 2 people have passed in the last 100 years. One dropped out and the other was the former emperor. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid broke into a sweat, worrying for Dane. That means unless you're a genius, there's absolutely no chance of passing. In response, Professor Dell nodded silently. If he is the youngest son of the war hero Arkan Sagars, I have high expectations. This is not an ordinary family. Then again, he might just be an arrogant child. Ingrid shrugged. If it's our decision, he could get in, but as professors with certain positions, we cannot be careless. Let's see how this unfolds. Does he have enough confidence to challenge this symbol? The group murmured. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to the second examination hall. All 3 professors were present, preparing to test Dane. Standing before them, the protagonist introduced himself calmly. I am Dane Sagars, applying for the polymath major at the Royal Academy. Hearing this, Professor Dinabo nodded and asked, do you know what it means to apply for this major? Of course, I heard that I must pass all 3 rounds to be accepted, Dane said with a bow. Then, as if to give him one last chance, Professor Ingrid spoke up. You say you are Dane, right? It's not too late yet. I have great respect for Count Sagars. He is the best in the empire. I don't want to see the son of such a man disqualified, so. Not letting her finish her sentence, Dane interrupted. Thank you for the advice, but I came here with the intention of giving it my absolute best. His voice was filled with resolve, extinguishing any further attempts to dissuade him. Right, if he were someone who gave up easily just from a few words, he wouldn't have signed up for this major in the first place. Thinking this, Professor D. Nabo began to outline the rules. Very well, if that's the case, there's no other way. The exam will consist of 3 different rounds depending on the specialties you've chosen. If you fail any round, you will be disqualified immediately. To these words, which even an ox could understand, let alone Dane, he replied, I understand, and nodded. Hearing that, Professor D. Nabo turned to Professor Dell and continued, Good. As decided previously, we will start with the first round, the summoning exam. Hearing this, the purple-haired professor rose calmly from her seat and walked toward Dane. From the protagonist's perspective, he had heard of her. Professor Delphinus of the summoning department is known as the highest-ranking summoner in the Althian Empire. I heard she once set a record for maintaining 3 rank 2 or higher summons simultaneously, he thought. Meanwhile, Professor Delphinus didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. The examination method for the summoning department is quite simple. Satisfy me through any method related to summoning. Hearing her requirement, the protagonist didn't look too surprised. As expected, this is a free-form challenge, no fixed standard or specific format. Thinking this, Dane proposed, then, could you call forth a summon for me? A summon. Delphinus asked back, looking as if she hadn't quite caught Dane's meaning. Yes, any type will do. Dane nodded again. At these words, the other 2 professors watching almost fell backward. What did he just say? An applicant is asking a professor to perform a summoning, Ingrid said, dazed. Meanwhile, Professor Dinabo was sweating as he tried to guess Dane's motive. What is his intent? Since there's no fixed format, I thought this could be explained theoretically. Does he actually want to encounter a summon directly? Turning to Professor Delphinus, after a few seconds of silent thought. Although she didn't know Dane's intent, she nodded and granted his request. Fine, it's bold but interesting. I know this isn't normal at all, so I'll have to keep my eyes wide open to see what's about to happen. With that, she began to mutter an incantation, and following her chant, bands of glowing energy began to swirl around. Finally, they gathered together and formed a spatial portal in the air. As soon as it appeared, a strong gust of wind blew through, causing several nearby observers to tumble to the ground. Ignoring this, a giant wolf's head then emerged from the spatial portal. This was a summon with a wolf's head but a human-like body. As soon as it appeared, it let out a massive roar, sending sound waves rippling through the surroundings. This was the frenzied summon Edorak. Turning to Dane, looking at the terrifying summon before him, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he looked quite intrigued. The sound is bone-chilling. It's the most ferocious among rank 4 summons. It's famous for attacking anything it sees. Since this is an entrance exam, I didn't expect much. But this is going to be truly interesting. Thinking this, Dane broke into a grin of pure excitement. Opposite him, Professor Delphinus looked at Dane with an interested and somewhat challenging gaze. Now, I've called out whichever summon I wanted. What do you plan to do now? Nearby, several teaching assistants watched with wide eyes, terrified for Dane. Edorak is the most vicious type in rank 4. Even multiple knights in a duel would find it hard to defeat. What on earth are they planning? Professor Ingrid said worriedly. Then, under everyone's gaze, the young man slowly began to walk toward the giant wolf. This left even Professor Delphinus alarmed as she tried to stop him. What are you doing? Stop right now if you provoke Edorak. Before she could finish, the giant wolf began to go into a frenzy, letting out a series of ghastly sounds to warn Dane not to come any closer. However, our protagonist continued to approach at a slow, steady pace. I just need to prove it in any way possible, right? He asked once more. Yes, but if the way you prove it puts you in danger, Delphinus warned. But before she could finish, Dane cut her off and affirmed with absolute certainty, that won't happen. No one need worry. As he spoke, he reached out his hand slightly. This action immediately put the giant wolf on guard. It growled and snarled threateningly, staring at Dane with eyes full of madness. However, for some reason, the longer it looked at Dane, its frenzy began to subside. Finally, it bowed its head in submission before Dane. There's a good boy, he praised. The unbelievable sight left Professors Dinabo and Ingrid truly unable to believe their eyes. What exactly is going on here? Dinabo asked in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Dane reached out to pet Edorak's massive head. You're much bigger than Genpu, aren't you? As for Professor Delphinus, as the one who had summoned the creature, she understood it better than anyone and found it hardest to believe. This is impossible. I can't believe the ferocious Edorak would submit so easily. At this, she suddenly noticed a band of blue energy connecting the summon to Dane. Is that a monolink cord with Edorak? The color is faint, so it's not total obedience, but it completely erases Edorak's hostility, she whispered to herself. Naturally, the other two professors could see the cord as well. Haha, even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. Is that innate empathy? Truly wonderful, they both marveled. Meanwhile, Delphinus began to analyze how the protagonist could have done it. Could it be that he approached Edorak and quickly analyzed the monolink, then created a similar one and connected it to himself? Since there's no set method, this might be the most suitable way to tame it. This ability far surpasses mine, and I was always praised by my master. With talent like this, the future is indeed something to look forward to. Thinking this, she stepped forward and acknowledged the test results. Dane Saugers, your ability has been fully verified. Powerful courage, calm judgment, and solid basic skills. Without a doubt, you have passed the test. Beside her, Professors Dinabo and Ingrid agreed. Time passed until evening. Dane was telling Layla about the results of his test, making her jump in surprise. It was over in just 30 minutes, then you really are the top student. Hearing this, Dane asked curiously, what's wrong? I heard you were also the top student in swordsmanship. No, you are the top student, Layla said, shaking her head. Cheer up, they've opened a banquet to celebrate us passing, haven't they? Dane said with a smile, but Layla couldn't stop her tears from welling up. I don't feel like eating. You eat a lot, okay? With that, she could only weep inwardly. Sigh, I can't believe it. I didn't expect there to be such a huge difference. It feels like an irresistible force, a natural disaster, that's what it feels like. Thinking this, she wandered off aimlessly. Seeing her slumped form, Dane wanted to offer some comfort. However, before he could call out, Duke Boost stopped him. She wants to be alone. Let her be. Don't worry too much. Layla will get through it. Having said that, the man paused and asked the protagonist, by the way, have you contacted your father yet? The Count must be very proud. Of course, Dane had already done so without needing a reminder. Yes, everyone is very happy, he said with a nod. Hearing this, the Duke looked at the guests around the banquet and continued, if it's the polymath major, it's well-deserved. Everyone here is surprised. Now that the exam is over, just rest well and prepare for enrollment. In response, Dane didn't forget to thank him. Yes, thanks to your care, I've had a very good time. Boost then remembered something and asked Dane, right, have you thought about what item to commission from the forge? At this, Dane shared his thoughts honestly. Actually, I'm thinking of a sword, but I don't have a concrete plan yet. My body is still growing, so I don't know what kind of sword to make. I'll think about it a bit more since this is a great opportunity. Hearing his explanation, Boost nodded as if he understood. True, there's no need to rush, leave it at that. At the same time, a servant nearby reminded the Duke, Duke, you should head to the Duchess's quarters now. At this, Boost's expression changed and became hurried. I know, well then, I'll be going ahead. With that, he quickly went to see his wife. Watching him leave, Dane guessed that the Duchess's illness was still ongoing. Beside him, Layla explained in more detail for Dane. Luckily, the symptoms aren't getting worse, but they aren't getting better either. It's been like this for several years now. Turning back to Dane in this situation, he could only sigh inwardly. It was truly a regrettable matter. As someone who had never seen a family member fall ill, it was a feeling he couldn't possibly understand. Should I go comfort Layla? He asked himself. Time passed quickly, and 2 days later, on a morning at the Royal Academy, the students who had passed the entrance exams were gathered for the opening ceremony. Currently, an old man stood before everyone to give a speech. I am very pleased to meet you, the new students of the Royal Academy. I am Achild Hamet, the principal of this academy. Seeing the new students who have overcome fierce competition to stand here today, I believe the future of the empire will be very bright. All of you are the gifted talents of this empire. But specifically among the freshmen this year, there are many exceptional geniuses. There is even a student who passed into the polymath major, a feat only 2 people have achieved in the last 100 years. This student has been accepted by 3 department heads, the departments of spearmanship, magic, and summoning. Hearing these words from the principal, the students below began to panic and look at each other in disbelief. What? Someone passed the polymath major? Unbelievable. Who on earth is that talented? Back to Hwold, not keeping the crowd in suspense for long, he immediately called the person up to represent the freshmen. Top student Dane Saugers, please step forward. Hearing his name called, Dane calmly walked to the front. Upon hearing his surname, the surrounding students were struck with awe once again. Is that guy the one who passed the polymath exam? What kind of blessing has the Saugers family received? At the same time, Dane's parents were present to witness their son participating in the opening ceremony. Do you see Dane over there? The boy has truly grown up. He looks quite dashing, doesn't he? And in first place, no less. You have raised your son wonderfully, Boost praised Arkin with a smile, making Arkin grin broadly as he replied modestly, it's nothing compared to you. Hearing this, Boost's face showed a hint of irritation as he complained about his 2 sons. I had to raise 2 sons and neither of them turned out right. The youngest enrolled without anyone knowing, the eldest was kicked out, and the middle one just ran away from home. Meanwhile, you have 2 daughters. I'm truly jealous, but at least you still have Layla, Arkin replied with a strained smile. At that, Boost looked at his daughter with a bit of regret, wishing his wife could have been there to see this. Scene changed to Professor Delphinus. She was currently talking to Dane's sister, Claire. You've been close to your summon since you were little, haven't you? Yes, Professor, Claire nodded, confirming the professor's suspicions. Indeed, it seems that harmony has existed since birth. Having said that, she looked at Dane as if staring at a monster, a child without any summoning seal who had surpassed every other summoner. Ignoring her, Claire voiced a doubt of her own. Professor, if Dane's level of harmony is so high, is it possible he might summon creatures that cross the horizon? Cross the horizon. That is another world where summoned creatures that disappeared 100 years ago once connected. To this question, Professor Delphinus could only give an uncertain answer. Who knows? Those creatures choose their own mages, so there is a possibility. Back to Principal Hwold, looking at Dane's face, he nodded with satisfaction. So you are the rumored Dane Saugers. You are free to display your talents within this academy. With that, he handed the protagonist a piece of paper. Dane reached out to take it and affirmed, I will keep that in mind, Principal. And now, the representative of those who passed the exam will take the oath, someone shouted. Just like that, the opening ceremony concluded. Looking at the paper in his hand, Dane reminded himself, I've finally entered the academy. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. From now on, this is a new beginning. Scene changed to the main lecture hall. The teaching assistants were reminding the new students, the academy orientation ends here. From now on, this is a new beginning. You may take a break for now. For the next part, please enjoy the refreshments in the back and rest comfortably. Hearing this, the students began to look at each other and chat animatedly. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Layla didn't forget to warn her close friend, listen, Dane, many people will be targeting you from now on. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you must be careful. If anyone makes an offer, consider it very carefully. She paused and whispered to Dane, I heard this place is full of strange people who weren't raised properly at home. Looking at her acting like a worried young mother on her child's first day of school, Dane said dejectedly, understood, I know already. Layla immediately realized Dane wasn't taking her seriously and warned him again, don't just ignore me, listen carefully. At the same time, upperclassmen began to run in with smiles, pitching their clubs to the freshmen like pyramid scheme recruiters. Haha, look at these new recruits. Catch that red-haired kid, that's the talent we're looking for. They spoke excitedly while approaching the freshmen, making Layla sigh in exasperation. The seniors have already started hunting new students during the break. For Dane, the scene was somewhat amusing. I heard about this from my sister. It seems there are many interesting clubs. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the upperclassmen soon noticed his presence and shouted to one another, find that top-ranked kid from the Saugers family. We have to get him into our club. They all turned to stare at the protagonist simultaneously, making Layla panic. Dane, everyone is aiming for you. What do we do? First, let's just get out of here. With that, the swordswoman grabbed the protagonist's wrist and pulled him away. However, the seniors weren't about to let them go so easily. Dane Saugers, join the bodybuilding club, the place that nurtures and trains the perfect physique. A muscular senior spoke enthusiastically. Elsewhere, a blonde senior shared her pitch. Hey rookie, what do you think of the map research club? If you join now, you'll have access to a completely new map. Our astrology research club gathers all the best talents. Over there, that's the heir of the Thurman family. We can't let our precious lady escape. They shouted while chasing the two like zombies after fresh meat. Layla, hearing this, was a bit spooked by their intensity. Not joining, I'm not joining. the red-haired girl screamed. Meanwhile, the chase felt somewhat familiar to the protagonist. I'm used to being chased by enemies, but this is a first. Being at the top of the list is truly exhausting, the young master grumbled to himself. Time passed quickly. Scene changed to a hallway where a professor was walking calmly. His identity seemed somewhat special, causing the assistants to gossip. Is that Kelthas Redfield? Someone asked. The friend beside them nodded. Yes, I heard he resigned as the leader of the Imperial Knights to become a professor. Wow, such an outstanding figure has come here. But now it might be a bit troublesome. A new student in the free major after decades. Lately, life was so comfortable just writing occasional essays and getting average grades. That peaceful life is over now. I guess you'll have to prepare a curriculum now, right? Even I find it troublesome. Sounds of complaining rose up while Professor Kelthas felt a massive headache. The orientation for new students is ending. It's an unbelievable situation. Why does it have to be the top student right now? Thinking this, he looked at Dane in front of him and asked, You are Dane Saugers, right? You're here early. Hearing someone call him, Dane turned and bowed. Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you. All right, come in. He replied and quickly invited Dane into his office. Afterward, Kelthas cursed his bad luck. I worked so hard to reach this position. I came here to rest, not to teach students. Even as a mentor, I'm already sick and tired of dealing with knights. Thinking this, he turned to Dane and asked with interest, Why did you apply for the free major? Because I want to do everything I desire, Dane replied. Have you ever thought about switching to the special major? Kelthas suggested. No, sir, Dane shook his head. At this answer, Kelthas's face scrunched up. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to mentor him. Is there really no other way? If he didn't take the swordsmanship exam, it means he lacks confidence. With that thought, as if a plan had formed, Kelthas continued. Do you know anything about swordsmanship? I don't mean to offend, but since you're in the free major and I'm your professor, you need a certain level of skill with the sword. From Dane's perspective, he immediately smelled something fishy. Suddenly he's talking about swordsmanship. I don't feel like he's welcoming me at all. Dane thought with a frown and replied, It's not that I'm uninterested in swordsmanship. Hearing this, Kelthas immediately stood up and proposed, Very well, shall we test you right now? Sure, Dane accepted casually, making Kelthas unable to hide his joy, thinking, Good, I've got him, as he said excitedly. Then let's move to my training ground. In saying this, Kelthas had a motive. Since he had the right to evaluate students, he planned to use Dane's supposedly clumsy swordsmanship as a valid excuse to fail him and kick him out. Next, scene changed to the training room. Kelthas reminded Dane, There are many swords here, so choose whichever one you like. Yes, Professor. He nodded and scanned the practice swords nearby. However, seeing the disorganized state of the swords and the trash scattered on the floor, Dane was disappointed. Is the training ground really in a place like this? Even if there are no polymath students, this is a bit severe. Oh well, I'll just pick one that fits. Thinking this, Dane picked up a sword. Is that one enough? Kelthas asked. Yes, this one is sufficient, Dane affirmed. Hearing this, Kelthas began to explain the rules. If you can land even a single strike on me with that sword, you pass. It won't be hard as I will only move within 2 paces, he said confidently. Unaware that he was standing before a master of the blade, Dane replied calmly, I understand. Goods, then let us begin, Kelthas said coldly. He thought for a moment. He accepted my condition so calmly. Is he that confident? He wondered. Next, Dane gripped the sword and lunged forward to attack. First, he aimed the sword at Kelthas's waist. However, the man dodged easily, though the strike made Kelthas surprised. Oh, that was fast. Is that how he got into the free major? He thought. Before he knew it, the sword in Dane's hand was thrusting toward him as fast as a machine. This made the professor startle, and forced him to use his own sword to parry Dane's blade back. Having done so, he gulped in worry. That was a close call. An unusual sword style. Is he some kind of sword idiot? Furthermore, that boy fights like a soldier on a battlefield, not like someone from a noble or knightly background. Kelthas thought with a frown. But before he could analyze further, Dane attacked again. The protagonist's body moved constantly, launching lightning-fast strikes from all directions. This forced the professor to work incredibly hard to block them all. The more they fought, the more difficult he found it. I can't believe it. I'm rank 6, yet I have to focus this much. Am I really fighting a 14-year-old? He doesn't even need a handicap, but this style looks so familiar, Kelthas told himself. At this moment, he began to recall a memory from the past, from his time on the battlefield, witnessing an enemy soldier with incredibly powerful swordsmanship. It was astonishing to think the Drenic Empire had someone that brave. But that person didn't have any medals or knightly banners. Who on earth was he? Returning to the present while Kelthas was distracted by his memories, Dane seized the opportunity and launched a strike at his flank. Of course, Dane stopped the blade the moment it touched the professor's body, marking the end of the test. Looking at Dane's sword against his body, Kelthas cursed at himself. Good heavens, why did I let my mind wander like that? Seeing that he had won, Dane broke into a satisfied smile. He retracted his sword. Professor, I believe I've met the requirements. Hearing this, Kelthas had to grit his teeth and admit, you passed. Having said that, he looked at Dane with a very wary gaze. This kid is a genius, a special kind of genius. Even with a handicap, he didn't fall behind me, a rank 6. Now I understand why he wasn't excited about the swordsmanship exam. Thinking of this and knowing Dane possessed such immense talent in swordsmanship, Kelthas couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "With strength like this, why didn't you apply to the swordsmanship department?" "Because I thought it would make my family sad," Dane replied, words that made Kelthas startle slightly. However, remembering Dane's background, he quickly understood the reason. Dane's father was a master of the spear, and his two sisters were masters of magic and summoning, so perhaps he chose all three just to meet his family's expectations. It's not that he lacked confidence in his sword skills, I completely misjudged him. Turning back to Dane, unaware of the professor's inner thoughts, the boy asked, "Professor, have you finished the verification?" His voice snapped Kelthas out of his reverie, and the man nodded hurriedly. "Ah, yes, all right, you may go. I'll send you the notification soon." "Thank you, Professor," Dane said with a bow, and quickly left the room. Watching his retreating back, Kelthas could only lament his bad luck for the second time. What a failure! The department heads who acted as judges probably felt the same way. All my plans to kick him out so I could live comfortably have vanished into thin air. Next, Dane reunited with his sister Claire outside on the campus, and she was somewhat surprised that Dane had finished the test so easily. "Did you really pass the exam already?" "That's strange. Professor Kelthas isn't someone who lets students pass easily. That professor only attends regular meetings once a year, but this time the principal called for him. He absolutely hates troublesome tasks." Hearing this, Dane felt it was a bit hard to accept and complained. He truly is someone who likes living according to his own whims. "Yes, that's why I was so surprised. But fortunately, nothing happened, Dane," Claire said with a smile, making Dane feel a bit amused. His second sister didn't praise him because he was her Dane, but she felt relieved that he was safe. "That's one of the reasons I like my second sister." Just then, Arabella ran up from a distance and shouted, "Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you were." "So you're with Claire, you passed the test, didn't you?" she asked with a bright smile. Seeing the three Sagar siblings gathered together, the surrounding people began to whisper excitedly, "Look, the Sagar siblings are together. I thought Arabella and Claire were amazing enough on their own, but now the youngest is even better than his sisters. Just what kind of family is that?" Next, Dane followed a guide to the dormitory area. As they walked, the guide introduced himself. "My name is Max Howe, in charge of all dormitory operations. The dorms are divided into 3 areas based on entrance scores. The highest rank is called Danher 1, named after the first emperor. Student Dane, as the top student of the polymath major, you'll be staying in this area. The dining hall, training grounds, and library are all standard, and there are even lounges and magic projection room. Additionally, there are secret facilities. It may not happen, but depending on your grades, there are cases where you might have to leave this area. Arabella and Claire stayed here until graduation too." With that, he pulled out a key and continued explaining, "Here, this is the entry key for Student Dane. We will provide you with 2 as backups, so please report to me if you lose them. Be careful from now on, there are many strange students here. They aren't bad people, but unexpected things happen sometimes. Alright, go check your room and report to the logistics office if you need anything." After speaking, Max left immediately while Dane let out a long breath. "Phew, should I go see the room now?" Thinking this, he quickly walked around to explore and admitted, "It's quite high-end, but why is it so quiet? Something is very strange. I don't sense a single human breath, as if everyone has evaporated. Just what is going on here?" Dane wondered with a frown. Intensely curious about the situation, Dane closed his eyes and focused on diffusing the energy within his body into the surroundings. "Let's try spreading out my sensory aura," he thought. Then Dane's energy flows began to slowly spread around, reaching every corner of the dormitory area, and images began to manifest slowly in the protagonist's mind. The smell of grease drifted past his nose, followed by the faint sound of gears clicking. "It's a trap." Seeing this, Dane guessed what was happening and offered a small smile. "So that's it. Is this a hazing ritual?" Dane murmured. Just as he predicted, in a certain spot in the dorm, a group of students was watching him through a simulated screen. Seeing Dane standing still, the red-haired student said curiously, "Why did he stop moving? Does he really have that good of an intuition?" Beside him, a blue-haired student complained, "Hey Arnold, do you think he's already spotted the trap?" In response, the young man named Arnold smiled, adjusted his glasses, and affirmed with absolute certainty, "That's absolutely impossible. My Juillard family has been the finest family of hunters for hundreds of years, so I am very confident in my traps." This handsome student was the eldest son of Baron Juillard, Arnold Juillard, a third-year student in the marksmanship department. One of the students in the group was a bit worried and asked if it was dangerous, and naturally, Arnold wasn't foolish enough to do anything like that. "Of course, I removed everything that could cause injury. It's only enough to make him a laughingstock." Seeing there was no danger to life, the group began to grow excited, waiting to see Dane embarrassed. "Hee, this first ritual is quite something to look forward to. That kid is going to look pathetic when he gets here," Arnold said mockingly. Then a worried voice asked, "Is this really okay? That's the Sagar's family." "So what? We all went through a memorable ritual, haha." "Just wait and see, he'll probably be scared to death." Arnold replied without a hint of fear. After all, for large families, the pranks of these children weren't serious enough to involve the adults. Unlike Arnold's confident posture, a girl in the group frowned and reminded him, "Have you forgotten he's the top student of the polymath major? This time might be different. His sisters are both geniuses, and if he passed the polymath exam, he might be even more of a genius than them." This girl was Priscilla Nellil of the Nellil family, a fourth-year student in the neurology department. Turning to Arnold, faced with Priscilla's doubt, he bristled and shouted, "What did you say? Are you suggesting he won't fall for my traps?" Before Priscilla could answer, a brown-haired student teased, "Don't you look a bit insecure yourself? Don't laugh, that's not it at all," Arnold bellowed. However, despite his loud talk, he was panicking inside. Adjusting his glasses, he tried to comfort himself with optimistic thoughts. "There's no way he realized they're my traps. I used invisibility spells and lubricated the mechanisms to be silent." Just as he thought that, Dane began to move again. This caused the group to scramble to watch. "Hey, he's moving. Really, move over," the group shouted and jostled for the best viewing angle. Back with Dane, the traps before him were mere child's play compared to those set by Lady Lily. With a single glance, he had spotted them all. Starting with a tripwire, it'll trigger with just a light touch. Then I'll use a mana bullet. Thinking this, Dane began to accumulate mana in his palm. He fired a mana bullet straight at a brown bag on the ceiling. Upon being hit, the brown bag exploded. This caused the water inside to pour down like a waterfall. However, after observing the volume, Dane was a bit surprised. "Less water than I thought," he told himself. There was one thing Dane didn't predict. Immediately after, a stone tile on the floor suddenly opened, and from within, a plume of brown smoke billowed out. The stench was so foul it almost made Dane faint on the spot. "Good heavens, what is this smell? Truly childish," Dane said irritably. Back at the position of Arnold's group, as much as they had looked forward to the protagonist being embarrassed, they were now growing equally irritated. All this frustration was directed at Arnold, the one who had confidently declared his traps would succeed. "Hey Arnold, what is this? You said he absolutely wouldn't detect them. It's barely started and it's already like this?" It's just a coincidence, Arnold stammered. "What do you mean, coincidence?" Priscilla's voice was full of suspicion, but Arnold kept nodding frantically. "Exactly, I went a bit too easy at the start, that's why he spotted it. Just wait, he'll definitely fall for the next one." The bespectacled boy gritted his teeth, and seeing him stake his heart and soul on that claim, his two friends nodded, choosing to trust him one more time. Maybe there was just a mistake. Let's try trusting Arnold." Hearing this, Priscilla only sighed inwardly as an invisible sense of unease began to surround her. "Why do I feel so uneasy?" she whispered. Meanwhile, after continuing down the hallway, Dane quickly discovered the second trap. He muttered in disappointment at this latest snare. "Sigh, the second one is just as clumsy. Should I just break it now?" Next, the traps Arnold had set were triggered. At that moment, countless boxing gloves began to fly out from all sides of the corridor, firing wildly everywhere. However, with Dane's incredibly agile movements, he dodged them easily without any difficulty. Even the stake traps, arranged with great sophistication, could do nothing against our protagonist. In the observation room, watching Dane's performance, the group of young people was stunned into silence before exclaiming in awe, just as expected of the Saugers family. Behind them, Arnold's face had turned pale upon seeing the traps he had spent so much effort on become useless against someone like the protagonist. Even his two friends in front lost all faith in him. "It's like Dane knows exactly where everything is. Arnold worked so hard to hide them, yet they're being spotted this easily," they both remarked. However, Arnold felt too humiliated to give up yet. "Damn it, it's too early to quit. There's no way he dodges the final trap." He gritted his teeth, making Priscilla stop and ask, "What is the final trap?" In response, the bespectacled boy didn't explain clearly but offered a meaningful smile. "Hee, you'll see." Just like that, they soon saw the final trap Arnold had prepared. Before the protagonist, a massive red dragon appeared, and not just that, but behind it stood another equally large goat-headed monster. From Dane's perspective, seeing these massive monsters suddenly appear, he deduced, "Are they summoned beasts? It seems they've prepared some quite strong ones." Dane praised them before realizing something was off. "Wait a minute, something isn't right." As he spoke, Dane narrowed his eyes to observe, and very quickly, he discovered that the images of these monsters were slightly distorted and blurry, not quite realistic. "These are just illusions, all bark and no bite. No wonder they look suspiciously strong. An ordinary student would have run away. But I don't need to avoid them at all. I just need to disrupt the mana flow and they'll vanish." Thinking this, Dane began to focus energy into the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the students were stunned when Dane didn't run. "What? This guy isn't running. In fact, he looks quite relaxed. Wait, what is he doing? Is he accumulating mana?" someone cried out. These words were like a thunderclap to Arnold. His face began to drip with sweat from anxiety. Did he realize their illusions in a heartbeat? Impossible, how could that be? The more he thought, the more the worry showed on Arnold's face. Looking at his expression, Priscilla sighed. "It's all over," she whispered. Back at Dane's position, once he had accumulated enough energy, he released it toward the illusions of the monsters. Immediately, those illusions were shattered in an instant, as if they had never existed. Afterward, Dane smirked and said, "What nonsense. Let's see where the designer of these things is hiding." Scene changed to Arnold's group. For some reason, they suddenly ran out of the room with looks of utter panic. That's an Edorak, run. Why is that thing here? Arnold, damn it, do something, the black-haired boy shouted. However, Arnold was scared out of his wits. How could he have the strength to fight the giant wolf chasing them? "I don't know, what on earth is that?" Arnold screamed. "Wasn't this what you prepared?" the red-haired boy asked hurriedly. Then the giant wolf suddenly opened its mouth and let out a massive howl, making the red-haired boy scream in terror. At the same time, Dane's voice rang out nearby. "So this is where you were hiding." Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group seemed to have found a savior. They immediately turned to ask for help. "Freshman, if this is your doing, can you handle it? We'll apologize, please just get rid of that thing." Back to Dane, having felt he had scared these seniors enough, he canceled the summoning of the wolf, causing it to vanish into a spatial portal. Only when it had completely disappeared could the group finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, the long-haired boy straightened his clothes and awkwardly spoke to Dane. It seems the induction ritual was a failure. Welcome, rookie. I am Droyan Valentine, a fifth-year student in the alchemy department and the sole heir of the Marquis Valentine family. Quite a good physique and handsome too, with sisters that beautiful, it's understandable, right? He said as he held out his hand. Dane reached out and shook the man's hand. "Ah yes, it's a pleasure to meet you," Dane said while thinking to himself. What on earth is this guy talking about? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Droyan continued to praise him. "You're quite good at avoiding traps, so you're in the free major. I guess that's why the ritual failed." Arnold is quite disappointed. He's the heir of the famous Juillard Hunter family and the one behind all these traps. Droyan's enthusiastic advertising made Arnold incredibly embarrassed. "Damn it, why bring me into this?" he shouted. "So he's the one who designed the traps," Dane thought with a smile. Next, Droyan requested, "Hey, everyone come over and say hello." All right, the group replied and stepped forward. Droyan pointed at Priscilla and introduced her. "This is Priscilla, a fourth-year student in the Holy Magic department. It's best not to mess with her. For someone who wants to be a priest, she's actually." Before Droyan could finish, Priscilla guessed what he was going to say and swiped the dried fish young man aside. "Kind and beautiful, right? Nice to meet you. I am Priscilla Nellil, the abandoned child of my family. Joining the Holy Magic department means I can't even dream of marriage anymore." Dane replied with a nod. Yes, I look forward to working with you." They shook hands, but immediately Priscilla's eyes went as wide as an ox's as she felt the terrifying energy within Dane. "What is this? Why is your mana so dense? Is this really the mana level of someone our age? Unbelievable. It's impossible." Behind her, Droyan didn't quite understand why she was overreacting. "Is it that important?" he asked. "I suppose so," the red-haired boy replied. Meanwhile, Arnold was a bit annoyed. They're overreacting over a bit of dense mana. Ignoring him, the red-haired student stepped forward. "Nice to meet you, Dane. I am Skal Hespro, a second-year student in the martial arts department. I'm not like those muscle-obsessed freaks, so don't misunderstand. Muscles are important, but martial arts aren't just about what everyone sees. If you're interested, just say the word and I'll teach you real martial arts," Skal promised. Next, Dane looked at the final person, Arnold, who was arrogantly looking away as if he didn't care about the introductions. This uncooperative attitude made the group complain. "Hey Arnold, what are you doing? It's your turn. Don't tell me you're upset because your traps were all broken." "Is it really over something that small? How petty," the group chided, making veins bulge on Arnold's face. Left with no choice, he reluctantly turned to greet Dane, though the only thing he said was his name. "Arnold Juillard," that was all he uttered. Luckily, Dane didn't mind and remained cheerful despite the other's irritation. "I am Dane Saugers, it's a pleasure to meet you." The boy was clearly annoyed about his traps. "Should I praise them?" Dane wondered and offered a few compliments. "Those were very good traps. You seem to understand mechanisms and triggers well, but the paint made them easy to spot. Why don't you try mixing silver F3 and black D6 in a 4:6 ratio instead of using black F6? At this brightness level, it would be harder to notice." Aside from that, it was a trap anyone would fall for. Beside them, the group was dazed by Dane's talent as he gave Arnold advice on improving traps. Is he teaching Arnold how to set traps? You really are an interesting person. After the greetings were finished, the group led Dane to his room. Following them, Dane thought to himself, these people are quite interesting. It feels good to have some decent friends. Things are starting to get interesting. Time passes quickly and the scene shifts to a corner of the school grounds. Dane is currently talking with his close friend Layla. It is unclear what he said, but the female swordsman screams in shock after hearing it. "What, you're taking 6 major classes this semester?" In response, Dane slowly explains that there are only 3 majors, and each one requires attending 2 lectures. Seeing this, Layla still shakes her head at his overly calm attitude. There are general education courses too. What are you going to do? You won't have any time to sleep. Usually, freshmen only have 4 sessions, which means, let's see, maybe you could skip the first class. Back with Dane, after listening to her, he gives Layla a slightly judgmental look. Can you even say something like that? That's exactly why military science was added as 2 general education sessions. You're so cold, I'm terrified of military science. In my first semester, my grades dropped so much because of that class. Layla complains, and Dane has to agree. Fair enough, it really is the hardest subject, Dane mutters to himself. Next, Layla checks the time and speaks up. You really have the aura of a top student. See you later in the swordsmanship major. I have to go to my general education lecture now. Seeing this, Dane asks out of curiosity, which general education class is it? Oh, it's understanding cosmetics and skin, Layla says with a face full of excitement. While Dane can only chuckle to himself upon hearing that. Haha, girls will be girls. Thinking this, he nods in response. Got it, see you later then. Time quickly passes and the scene shifts to the military science classroom. Our protagonist Dane is already there. With his appearance, it is naturally impossible to avoid the curious stares and observations from everyone in the class. That's Dane Saugers. Why is he here? Is he actually planning to attend the lecture? Could it be, since he's account's son, he seems a bit cold? I think I know what you mean. The whispers fall straight into Dane's ears, making his face look slightly annoyed. I can hear everything, he groans internally. Then opens his book, thinking about the military science general education course. Based on what he read yesterday, there was content he already knew, but there was also information that was completely contrary to reality. Makes sense. If theory and reality were always in sync, no country would ever lose a war. But the reason military science is taught is that basic theory is vital. Just as he thinks this, a middle-aged professor with a stern face enters the classroom from the door, causing the entire room to fall silent. Hello, everyone. I am Francisco Gabius, and I will be in charge of teaching military science theory. You can just call me Professor Gabius. We start the lesson right after roll call. From the protagonist's perspective, just looking at the professor's solemn face makes him respect the man a few notches more. Looking at that face, this seems like someone with extensive experience on the battlefield. This is something to look forward to, Dane whispers to himself. Once roll call is finished, Professor Gabius begins his lecture. His voice echoes through the quiet room. One must delve deep into military theory to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers can be reckless, but a commander must always weigh victory against the lives of their troops. Clearly, theory is crucial. You must rely on theory to understand the field, and by recognizing inconsistencies in reality, you will understand the true utility of military science. I'm truly curious to see how many talented students here will become elite. What do you all think is the most important thing in war? In response to this question, while everyone is still hesitating on what to say, Dane suddenly raises his hand. Seeing this, the professor's eyes narrow slightly as he asks, all right, let's hear from the student with his hand up. Answering the question, Dane says with a completely confident face, the most important principle is logistics. Hearing this, a look of admiration appears in Gabius's eyes. He nods and continues, correct answer. Triumph, victory, innovation, all of these can only be achieved when logistics are guaranteed. Interesting, someone got it right at the very beginning. He says with amusement before turning to ask Dane one more question. Then, do you know the 3 most important factors in logistics? Solving this question, Dane answers, first is strict military management. Logistics from the center to the front lines isn't just a physical distance, the entire system is extended. If even one person is ambitious in the wrong way, corruption easily occurs. This results in a lack of supplies. As he says these words, Dane is drawing entirely from his own battlefield experience. He isn't making things up, he truly understands the issue. Most supply problems are caused by improper people at the intermediate stages, even if the shipment was initially sent safely. Exactly. Next is Gabius prompts. And this time, Dane is able to answer very quickly. It's the standardization of supplies. If the quantity and weight of supplied goods are standardized, mass production becomes possible. This greatly aids in rapid supply, and frontline units will maintain their strategy without losses. Hearing these words from him, the group of students in the class look at each other with wide eyes and whisper, what is he talking about? This isn't in the book. Not just them, even Professor Gabius cannot hide the shock on his face. Then he presents the final point. This time is also the correct answer. Finally, Dane responds, it's local production. The longer war drags on, the more the above 2 points will be ignored, and the quality of supplies will drop. That requires soldiers on the battlefield to find ways to be self-sufficient at a minimum level. Although the quantity and quality might be quite low, it provides enough emergency food for critical moments. Dane says with a slight smile, these are all things I've witnessed and felt with my own eyes on the battlefield, he thinks to himself. Meanwhile, the room has become pin-drop silent. At the protagonist's words, they begin to gape in awe, unable to say a word. Finally, Professor Gabius cannot help but praise him loudly. That was an outstanding answer. What year are you in? I'm a freshman, sir, Dane replies. That answer causes a look of confusion to cross Gabius's face. Sweat begins to form on his forehead as he asks again, "What, you're only a freshman? How does a kid who just enrolled know all of this?" He asks more specifically about what Dane just said: strict military management, standardization of supplies, and finally local production for self-sufficiency. Those answers are practical experiences that soldiers and officers have had to go through on the battlefield. How could someone without battlefield experience like you know this? On the opposite side, Dane's face is a bit pensive. Of course, he can't say he experienced this directly, so after about 2 seconds he makes up a story. "My father often told me these things." "Your father? Then what is your name?" Gabius asks curiously. "It's Dane Saugers, sir," the protagonist answers with a proud face. After hearing his family name, Gabius is completely convinced. The Saugers family. "So you're the son of the Blue Whirlwind." "That explains it. If you're from the Saugers family, you must be the student who passed the liberal arts major. No wonder your level is different from the other freshmen." Thinking this, and with no more doubts in his heart, he raises his voice to the whole class. "Haha, so you all heard that clearly, right? Completing the military theory portion that we will study involves exactly what student Dane Saugers just answered. Applying theory to fit real situations based on textbook theory. This is the ultimate goal that military science aims for. Let's move on to the next part." Having said that, he looks at Dane with a face full of anticipation. It's been a long time since such an exceptional Saugers appeared. Time passes quickly. After the class ends, Dane is running away in a panic. As he walks, he mutters, "I almost ended up in the Great Academy." As soon as the class ended, Professor Gabius called him immediately, even trying to persuade him to register for the Imperial Great Academy. It seems the professor was a bit too eager. Thinking of this, Dane remembers the advice his sister Claire gave him. If anyone advises you to enter the Imperial Great Academy, just refuse, reject them, and leave immediately. His second sister's advice really helped him. But it seems the professor won't give up that easily. Well, his current task is that he hasn't adapted to the Academy's map yet because it's too huge. The meeting place with Lily is at the central fountain square. While thinking, Dane strains his eyes to look at the map in front of him. Very quickly, he finds his objective. Oh, there it is. "Crossing the Mist Garden is the fastest way," he mutters. The Mist Garden is a place where even if the sky is cloudy, visibility is as limited as if there were fog, making it very easy to get lost and wander around inside. It is also a vast garden covered in thick mist, causing everyone to avoid it. Furthermore, there are rumors about ghosts appearing at night. But this place doesn't seem like what my eldest sister said. The weather is good, so I've already arrived. Just as he finishes speaking, as if to contradict Dane, he suddenly hears a blood-curdling scream from behind him. "Help, is anyone there? Anyone, please help me." Hearing this pathetic sound, Dane turns his head toward the source with a curious look. Is someone there? The sound is coming from inside. His mother had told him that if someone is in danger, he must help them immediately. There is still enough time until the next literature class, so he can save them and get out. Dane reminds himself internally and begins to move quickly toward where he heard the sound. Then not long after, Dane successfully rescues an anonymous male student. After being saved, the guy chirps his thanks. "Thank you, I thought I was going to be trapped in there forever." In response, Dane just waves his hand and checks on him. "All right, are you hurt anywhere?" This guy with glasses says he's a bit tired, but fine. Then he introduces himself. "I'm Ernest Dyland, a freshman in the exploration department." Hearing this, Dane looks at the dazed young man as if looking at an alien. A student from the exploration department got lost?" His voice is full of shock, making Ernest's face look a bit embarrassed and flustered. It's because I was so excited that I walked around unconsciously." "How excited do you have to be to lose your way like that?" Dane sighs, skipping the mention of Ernest's scatterbrained nature. He notices the guy's last name and asks, "If you're a Baron Dyland, the family should be in the west. The crest is probably a ship and sailors." Of course, that's the most famous lineage for exploration, right? Dane asks, and this guy Ernest nods. "That's right, my family has been exploring the seas and unknown lands for generations. But for you, that seems a bit difficult," Dane silently notes to himself. Then this guy Ernest scratches his head shyly and asks Dane back, "It's surprising that you know about our family. What is your name?" "I'm Dane Saugers," the protagonist answers with a smile. And just hearing his surname, Ernest's expression immediately changes and he exclaims, "So you're the new student who passed the liberal arts major after 100 years. "Yeah, that's me." Dane scratches his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ernest starts looking at him as if seeing his idol. "Oh my god, how lucky, I've wanted to meet you at least once." From Dane's perspective, Ernest's overly enthusiastic attitude makes him even more flustered. Then, after calming down, Dane suddenly notices Ernest's appearance is a bit unusual and frowns in thought. He said he wasn't hurt anywhere. But what are those bruises? And there are scars too. They're very different from scars gotten from exploring. Could it be? Dane speculates internally and seems to have some sort of idea. Then, to verify his hunch, the protagonist speaks up. "Are you exploring this garden?" Hearing that, his friend Ernest shares, "Exploring? I feel excited. Actually, for me, not just the garden but everything new I approach is an exploration. not just this maze-like garden but people and objects too. Having said that, Ernest opens his backpack to show Dane the countless items he has collected. "Look at this." Beside him, Dane is somewhat surprised and says, "Is all of that exploration gear? That's a lot." "My goal is to explore every corner inside the academy," Ernest continues. Then, pausing for a moment, he whispers a warning to the protagonist. "This mist garden is obviously one of them. There's definitely something here. The sky is cloudy, yet the mist is this thick. Isn't that just too illogical?" Back with Dane, talking about the garden makes his expression change and he nods. "You're right, so have you found out anything yet?" To this question from Dane, Ernest can only shake his head regretfully and answer, "Not yet, but I'm sure there's some kind of power inside this garden. But hasn't it been that no one can clarify it?" Dane shrugs in response. However, Ernest has his own thoughts on this. "True, but what if there's a reason no one thinks of clarifying it, or they tried and still couldn't? A reason it can't be clarified," Dane exclaims in wonder. And at this point, the guy with glasses slowly reveals his speculations regarding the garden's strange phenomenon. "Exactly, it's impossible to know right now. But suppose it's a power created by unknown factors or objects, such as the legacy of a lost ancient kingdom, or things summoned from beyond the horizon." Back with Dane, the words coming from Ernest's mouth begin to pique his interest. "If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it?" Dane nods. As for Ernest, seeing someone agree with him makes him very excited. "You think so too, right? I really want to find the secret of this place." Speaking of Dane, he hasn't forgotten that he needs to go to the lecture hall, so he temporarily stops the conversation. "Oh right, I'm on my way to a lecture." Hearing this, Ernest is startled and hurriedly apologizes to Dane. "We should get out of here quickly." However, before they can even move, the weather suddenly changes and rain pours down in torrents. Causing Ernest's expression to change, he turns back to warn the protagonist. "This is bad. I heard that if it rains, the mist gets even thicker." "What? If that's the case, it'll be hard to get out, right?" Dane asks hurriedly. "Right, we'll lose our sense of direction," Ernest says, gritting his teeth. Sure enough, as they said, waves of mist begin to rise continuously around them, causing their visibility to decrease visibly. Even when Ernest takes out a compass from his bag to determine the direction, its needle just spins around like a wheel without fixing on any direction at all. "Just as I thought, the compass isn't working either. We can't move like this," the guy with glasses says bitterly. Meanwhile, Dane asks back, "Can't we solve this with exploration abilities?" Ahead, Ernest shakes his head slightly and puts the compass away. "There's another path here, but the mist is too thick to reach it. There's some unknown power affecting this place." Hearing this, Dane's face begins to break into a cold sweat as he mutters, "An unknown power, damn it. Have we fallen into a trap?" Unaware of the thoughts in Dane's heart, Ernest turns back and says, "My body feels heavier. What should we do now? I'm sorry, Dane, this is all because of me." Seeing the four-eyed guy so worried, Dane spoke up to reassure him. "Don't sweat it, we should just wait it out, see how things go, and then figure out our next move." Then for some reason, our protagonist suddenly felt something completely different from what Ernest was experiencing. "This mist, it feels kind of familiar. Am I just imagining things? What's going on? I don't feel weakened at all. On the contrary, I feel like I'm strangely gaining more power. Could this be?" Back to Ernest's perspective, he was now so worried he was on the verge of tears. Wiping them away, he blurted out, "This is bad. If this keeps up, Dane is going to be in serious danger." Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant flash of light suddenly appeared beside him, making the guy stop crying. He turned to look and discovered that, for some unknown reason, an intense wave of energy was radiating from Dane's body, so powerful that it pushed Ernest backward. "What the hell, this mana is insane," he shrieked. As the mana surged, the mist surrounding the protagonist was blown away. The mist, is it clearing out from Dane as the center? "Dane, what on earth is happening?" Ernest asked hurriedly. In response, Dane's face grew more confident. "Ernest, let's move. I think I know the way out." "For real? How do you know?" Ernest's jaw dropped in shock. However, Dane didn't explain much. In his head, he thought that maybe he could uncover the secrets of this place. Just like that, the two began to move quickly. Walking behind Dane, Ernest still couldn't suppress his natural curiosity. What is going on? This is the mysterious fog that so many mages couldn't even begin to explore, yet Dane is walking right through it like it's nothing. Plus, the mist vanishes wherever he goes, and the path becomes crystal clear. "This guy is seriously a miracle worker," Ernest exclaimed in admiration. Soon, the protagonist's pace quickened. He reminded Ernest, "We're almost there." "Really? You found the way?" the bespectacled guy said excitedly. However, the place Dane led him to was completely different. This was the center of the mist garden. Ernest let out a gasp of shock as he looked at the fountain in front of them. Back to Dane, seeing Ernest so stunned, he figured the guy knew something and asked, "What's up? Is there something special about this thing?" Ernest's response was a look of even greater shock. "Of course, most students come to the mist garden specifically for this," he said, and then suddenly Ernest's eyes lit up as if he realized something. "Wait, you don't know the legend of this place?" As for Dane, he really didn't know a damn thing about this school, so he could only shake his head. Legend, this place actually has a legend. Explaining further, Ernest said calmly, there's a legend that if you reach this spot before the mist clears, you'll be reunited with the one you desire most. Beside him, Dane lost interest as soon as he heard that. Just another typical romance story. The protagonist sighed inwardly and shrugged, following up with Ernest. But if the path here is this difficult, how could it even function? At this prompt, Ernest's eyes reflected his curiosity, and he nodded in agreement. You've got a point. Then Dane focused his gaze, staring intently at the fountain, and noted, unless someone is constantly supplying it with mana. Is it possible there's an energy source so powerful it doesn't need to be refilled? Hearing this, Ernest's eyes slowly widened, and he shouted, if that's the case, this whole garden could be a giant mechanism. Dane nodded in agreement and explained further. Given how unnecessarily complex and confusing the layout of this garden is, that might actually be true. No way, if this garden is a massive mechanism, then this magic fountain could be an ancient artifact, Ernest said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with more curiosity and thrill than ever before. Meanwhile, our protagonist had a few more speculations of his own, and the mist might be linked to it as well. This feeling, without a doubt, was as if something inside was reacting, like meeting an old friend. This is ancient magic, Dane quietly analyzed in his head as he reached out to touch the fountain, slowly feeling its magic. Then, suddenly, Ernest discovered some ancient characters engraved inside the fountain and cried out in shock, wait, this is the ancient secret language. Ancient secret language? Dane's voice was tinged with curiosity. The bespectacled guy nodded and explained, exactly, I wasn't sure at first because I couldn't see it clearly, but now that I'm touching it, I'm certain. This is the language of the forgotten secret ancient kingdom. Hearing this, Dane couldn't hide his surprise and praised him. You actually know this too? Of course, I'm a Dylan. Learning ancient languages like this is essential for explorers. It's so frustrating to reach a ruin and not be able to read what's written there. Obviously, I haven't mastered every language yet, but I learned this one from my father when I was a kid. Let me try to decode it, Ernest said, his eyes shining like stars, the excitement and thrill clear on his face. The guy even took out a pen and paper to start taking notes. Without waiting for Dane's approval, he dove straight into the exploration, leaving Dane with a blank smile. Haha, his explorer instincts are really on fire. As time passed, Ernest squeezed every bit of his intellect to decode the language on the fountain. As he worked, he muttered to himself, this word means, qualification, what's this one? Yes, that's it, if you put these words together. Dane, I've finished decoding it, he shared excitedly while Dane asked what it actually said. Answering the question, Ernest immediately showed his notebook to the protagonist and shouted, those who are qualified shall prove their strength. It was a rather cryptic sentence, leaving Dane completely confused. Qualification, proof. Could qualified here refer to ancient magic? Somehow, the closer he got to the center, the more familiar it felt, Dane thought to himself. Meanwhile, Ernest was thinking along the same lines. Kind of funny, right? If the qualification this place mentions is ancient power, then it's impossible for anyone to fit that. To this, Dane replied plainly, thanks, Ernest. Saying that, he began to focus the power within his body into the bracelet he and old man Droyan had obtained before. From Ernest's perspective, seeing Dane suddenly use his power as if he had an idea, the explorer hurriedly asked, hey Dane, what are you doing? Without answering Ernest's question, Dane remained lost in thought. They say runes have power just from their shape. If I use this bracelet, it might react. Then, exactly as Dane predicted, the ancient characters engraved on the bracelet began to appear. Strange symbols are appearing on the bracelet, Ernest shouted. Then our protagonist reached his hand forward, and the bracelet automatically detached from his wrist, flying toward the fountain and beginning to trigger some kind of resonance. Next, the entire ground around them shook violently. What's going on? It's shaking like crazy. Dane, what did you just do? The fountain is sinking into the ground, Ernest screamed in shock. While Dane himself couldn't contain his joy. Awesome, that really was the right answer, he told himself. By this point, even a fool would have realized what was happening. What is this? Even the mist is clearing away, activating an ancient artifact this easily. The qualified one the fountain mentioned turned out to be Dane. As he thought this, Ernest stared intently at Dane as if trying to figure out who his friend really was. However, before Ernest could think further, the giant blue crystal in front of them suddenly emitted a blinding light. Seeing this, Dane quickly warned his friend, Ernest, look, something is glowing in the center. Hearing this, Ernest temporarily cut off his thoughts and watched closely. Next, both of them stood there jaw-dropped at the sight before them. Wow, it's beautiful, it's like a jewel. That must be the power source that runs the fountain. Ernest spoke his mind and Dane agreed. Maybe, it's also the cause of all the weird phenomena in this garden. And now, let's face this ancient power together, Dane said calmly. Following that, a complex magic circle appeared beneath the protagonist's feet, radiating an intense aura. Dane himself reached out, sensing the energy it was emitting. This power, ancient magic, it's identical to the power I have. Then he noticed the ancient text written on the crystal and speculated. Arcana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. This is great. I can understand the ancient language I couldn't read before. This really is the legacy of the Arcana Magic Kingdom. So I've absorbed this power, the protagonist said happily. However, just a second later, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest, making Dane instinctively clutch his heart. My heart, it suddenly hurts so much. Something is happening to my heart, Dane screamed internally. Then, according to his senses, a magic circle was rapidly forming inside his heart. Is this a magic circle? Dane asked himself. A core and a circle. Their roles are completely opposite. Having both is extremely rare. This combination is inefficient and can even damage the body. That's why magic swordsmen always have heart problems. That's why I didn't want to create a circle just for magic, but I never expected it to be forcibly implanted into my heart. The protagonist groaned, and the anxiety on his face was so clear that Ernest could easily notice it. He turned to ask Dane, "Are you really okay? You've been looking pale for a while now." Ernest's voice was full of concern. Seeing this, Dane didn't want him to overthink it, so he forced an awkward smile and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm just deep in thought." Hearing this, Ernest stayed quiet for a few seconds, then, not wanting to pry further, he nodded. "Right, I was shocked too, but that power you absorbed, right? The mist, the ancient language, it seems like it's all connected to you." From Dane's perspective, Ernest being this curious didn't surprise him much. Ernest must have a million questions. He had witnessed everything. It's best to get a handle on the situation first, Dane thought to himself. With that in mind, he pinned all the responsibility on his sister. "I just did what my sister taught me. I don't know the details myself." "Oh, really? Well, let me know when you figure it out," Ernest said with a laugh. Dane nodded for sure. As they left the garden, Ernest thought back on everything that had happened today and shared excitedly. "My blood is pumping today. This is exactly how an explorer should feel. Dane, do you want to explore the Academy's mysteries with me? We can share any weird phenomena or mysterious places we find." "Sounds good to me," Dane replied with a smile. At the same time, he felt a bit of anticipation. Maybe there were other places containing magic like this. Then Ernest suddenly remembered something and reminded Dane. "Wait, Dane, didn't you say you had a class coming up?" Ernest's reminder startled Dane, who suddenly remembered his class. He gave Ernest a pat on the shoulder and bolted. "Right, Ernest, sorry, I'm heading out first." "See you later." "Yeah, see ya," the bespectacled guy called out with a smile. Watching Dane's figure grow smaller in the distance, he thought to himself, he really is an interesting friend. If I keep exploring with Dane, I'm sure some amazing things will happen. I can't wait. Back to Dane, his body was currently racing forward like the wind. As he ran, Dane began to feel some differences after his body absorbed the energy from that blue crystal. Weird, why is moving around so much easier now? Even though a circle and a core coexisted, there was no discomfort. Normally, a circle would obstruct the mana from the core, making it extremely inefficient. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, nothing feels off. No, actually, it's the opposite. The mana flows through the circle and then seems to gather back into the core. Plus, the mana in the core is even purer than before. This is amazing. I should get in touch with my eldest sister, Dane told himself. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a territory located in a desert region. This was the district of Hangston. At this moment, our protagonist, along with countless students from the Royal Academy, was present here for an unclear reason. Beside Dane, his close friend Layla shared excitedly. "So this is the famous Hangston district I've heard so much about? Oh, I see the entrance." Right now, a massive gate stood before them. Looking at it, Layla let out a gasp of admiration. "This must be the famous magic shield." "A magic shield?" Dane's voice was full of curiosity. Hearing that, Layla immediately realized Dane didn't know a damn thing, so she gave a cheerful explanation. "It was created by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage of the Academy. This is a shield that activates once a year specifically for freshmen with magical talent. As you pass through it, the shield displays a color depending on that person's quality and level of magic. Originally, it was a device used to detect and eliminate dark mages infiltrating the Academy. But after dark mages became extinct, it was repurposed into this." At this, Dane's face lit up with a wave of intense interest as he asked, "Which level does each color represent?" Explaining the question, Layla spoke up. "Oh, it's like this. If there is no talent, no color will appear at all. If the talent is decent, it's yellow. If the talent is significant, it's blue. And if the talent is overwhelming, it will be red." Layla explained everything very fluently, making Dane couldn't help but be impressed as he turned to praise the young girl. "You've really studied a lot." Hearing that, Layla gave a small wink and said proudly, "I want to know everything about the Academy." Then she also reminded Dane of one thing. "By the way, all of your sisters got red. So Dane, I'm going in first, okay?" After saying that, the female swordsman slowly stepped through the gate, and it was not very surprising when the gate's color turned red, proving she was an overwhelming genius. "It's red," Layla said happily. "That's truly impressive," Dane nodded in recognition. "Hee, at least I'm this good." Layla raised her hand to show off her achievement. Next, Dane couldn't help but want to check where his talent level stood. Then I'll give it a try too. With that, he also slowly approached the gate. Even before stepping inside, Dane had a bit of a hunch. I'll probably get red too. Since I've absorbed ancient magic, I might even be stronger than usual. That was what he thought. However, the result provided by the gate was completely different. The color displayed on the gate wasn't red, blue, or yellow, but green. Looking at this beam of light, both of their faces became confused. Green, what's going on? There is no level that is green. Layla turned to Dane with wide eyes. Yeah, really, the male protagonist replied awkwardly. He himself didn't understand why this was happening either. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to a lecture hall. At this moment, the freshmen were buzzing about the appearance of a stranger. Did you see his badge? He's a student from the finance department. What is someone who only works with money doing in the magic department? Someone asked. However, the person next to them shook their head and said, how should I know? The magic department's classes are always very popular. He's probably just here for the orientation and then he'll leave. At this time, standing before the group of students was a tall, blonde guy with a face full of arrogance. Seeing this, an orange-haired student stepped up to ask, Senior Arthur, why are you here? In response, Arthur shared straightforwardly, I stopped by because I have something to pass on after class. But hasn't he arrived yet? I'm talking about the interdepartmental student Dane Saugers. The person speaking was Arthur Diamet, the fifth-year representative of the magic department. In front of him, the freshmen were puzzled. He said he would join this class, but I haven't seen him anywhere. Hearing that, Arthur scanned the surroundings and nodded. Is that so? He's probably just taking his time getting here. When he comes in, lead him to see me. After all, he is Senior Arabella's younger brother, so I have to give him some special attention. Yes, sir, the freshman replied hurriedly. Just as Arthur was about to turn and leave, he was attracted by the noisy sounds rising from all sides. Wow, he's really handsome. Look at those eyes, they look just like emeralds. Being the top student is so nice, he's the center of attention wherever he goes. Is that Layla Thermine standing next to him? Sounds of admiration began to echo. However, for someone who disliked noise like Dane, being noticed and discussed by so many people gave him a massive headache. Meanwhile, his close friend Layla teased him playfully. This is great. The top student is always the talk of the town, no matter where you go. On the other side, Arthur smirked upon seeing Dane's figure. Oh, he's finally here. Saying that, he stepped forward and spoke up to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dane Saugers. I saw you clearly during the entrance ceremony. As expected, you really stand out. His sudden words left both Dane and Layla stunned. They wondered to themselves, who is this? He looks like a senior, but why is he acting so familiar? Thinking this, Dane couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. But who are you? Doesn't the magic department teach even basic manners? If you have business with me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Dane's voice carried a hint of complaint. Hearing those words, the arrogant Arthur's face immediately turned veiny with rage. His eyes bulged and he grit his teeth. This arrogant brat, he cursed inwardly. Not just him, but even the freshmen standing around felt the atmosphere become tense. Arthur was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. They couldn't help but worry for Dane. Did he really just talk to Senior Arthur like that? Isn't this going to become a big problem? If you offend a senior, your life at the academy is basically over. Back to Arthur, after taking a few deep breaths to try and stay calm, he spoke to Dane reproachfully. I specifically came here because you are the younger brother of a senior I respect. Yet you show an arrogant attitude, not knowing your place. Have you ever considered that your behavior could affect your family's reputation? Hearing that, Dane simply replied sarcastically, I've never thought about that. From what I see, aren't you the one being rude? On the opposite side, Arthur grit his teeth once again. He said in a cold voice, can you really not see the situation in front of you? With that, he also reminded himself, if I let this pass, my honor will be damaged. Senior Arabella will surely understand. Thinking so, he decided to teach Dane a lesson. It seems you need to be taught a thing or two, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Arthur began to gather mana in the palm of his hand. But unfortunately, before the two of them could start fighting, a shouting sound rang out. Thud! The professor slammed his book down on the table and shouted, what is going on over there? Is there a problem? Hearing that authoritative voice, Arthur immediately backed down. He hurriedly explained, Professor, I just stopped by to welcome the freshmen. For the head of the magic department, Drivo, he understood perfectly that things weren't as simple as Arthur claimed. However, since no serious incident had occurred yet, he didn't intend to dig deeper and only gave a cold reminder. Is that so? Then keep the socializing for after class. Hearing these words, Arthur had no more reason to stay. However, before leaving, he dropped a few suggestive words to Dane. I'll let it slide this time. Watching his back as he left, Layla whispered a reminder to Dane. You should be careful. That guy doesn't look pleasant at all. And exactly as Layla thought, Arthur had no intention of letting this go easily. He coldly ordered a subordinate next to him, take him to that place. This command made the subordinate jump. But that's Senior Arabella's younger brother. Is it really okay to do that? Arthur just narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. I'll explain to the senior later, just take him there. Returning to the classroom after the noisy crowd had left, Professor Drivo began his lecture. Today is orientation, so we'll keep things simple and then end the class. But since this is a practical combat course, let's start by measuring everyone's mana. As he spoke, he placed a device on the table that looked like a disc with a hemisphere on top. On the opposite side, the group of students stared at the mana measuring device, chatting excitedly. Wow, is that a mana measuring device? I've seen it before. Back to Professor Drivo, he didn't keep the students waiting long and quickly instructed. If you place your hand on the device and channel your mana like this, you can see the number of your mana circles. As he spoke, he demonstrated directly, placing his hand on the device and beginning to channel his mana into it. Immediately after, several magic circles appeared behind him. Looking at the number of circles, the students couldn't suppress their shock and shouted, "Wow, 8 circles, as expected of a professor's level." Ignoring the students' cheering, Drivo continued to explain. Of course, even at the same level, the color will become darker if the skill level is higher. But there are also cases where mana circles do not appear. That doesn't mean there's no talent, so don't worry. That's right, it's normal for some people to have not formed mana circles yet, the students called out in response. Drivo nodded and continued, "That's why we can't rely solely on circle checks for evaluation. Since you are taking this class, you must at least know basic magic. We will use this magic orb to measure mana more accurately. Use the basic magic telekinesis to control the orb to demonstrate your mana control ability. Just like this." As he spoke, he controlled numerous orbs to fly all over the place. Seeing that scene, the whole class stared in amazement. That's incredible. The magic characters are perfectly formed. He can move the orbs using only telekinesis. No need to make a fuss, Layla complained under her breath. Over here, Professor Drivo continued the introduction. Even basic magic has differences in power and accuracy depending on the user. To move the orb, you must channel mana into it. With your current level, controlling up to 3 orbs is already quite good. Hearing that, the female swordsman Layla glanced at Dane and asked curiously, "I wonder if Dane can control more?" In response, Dane just gave a slight nod. At this time, Professor Drivo glanced at Arthur and suggested, "Arthur, you're only auditing, but could you demonstrate for your juniors?" Hearing these words, the arrogant Arthur, who was looking for a chance to show off in front of Dane, thought to himself, "I'll make this kid understand the gap between us." Thinking so, Arthur replied immediately, "Yes, Professor, I understand." Not just him, but even Dane felt a bit of interest. Now I'll see where that arrogance comes from, Dane thought to himself. Immediately after, Arthur quickly stepped up to the podium and channeled mana into the measuring device. Instantly, 4 magic circles appeared behind his back. Seeing this, the freshmen couldn't help but scream like they were going crazy. As expected of senior Arthur, he has achieved 4 circles, and the color is extremely dark too. Not to mention the freshmen, whose level was just like novices. Even Professor Drivo nodded with satisfaction. "It seems you've improved even further." Hearing that, Arthur replied with a smug face, "It's all thanks to your guidance, Professor." Next, Drivo turned to the class. Normally, reaching 4 mana circles is something that happens only after graduation, but your senior has achieved it while still in school. This is truly overwhelming talent. You should all learn from him. Who knows, maybe his advice will help you develop further. These words from the professor caused a stir in the class. Meanwhile, Arthur took the opportunity to glance at Dane with a mocking look. "It's too early to be surprised, Dane Saugers. I'll show you the difference between us." With that, he began to control the blue orbs, making them fly around the classroom at extreme speed. Seeing that scene, the freshman stared jaw-dropped. He's controlling the orbs perfectly. No way, exactly how many orbs is that? But in reality, to do this, Arthur was so exhausted that the back of his shirt was soaked with sweat. Despite that, he still tried to act calm, turned to stare at Dane and laughed provocatively. "I've pushed my power to the limits. How's that, kid?" On the opposite side, seeing that Arthur had gone full throttle just to show off, the freshman didn't hold back on the praise. "Incredible. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause." As expected of senior Arthur, which magic tower will he join later? Curious voices began to rise. Over here, Professor Drivo, seeing that Arthur had done a good job demonstrating, let him leave. "Well done, you may go now," Arthur replied with a smiling face. "Yes, Professor." Having said that, he turned to look at the protagonist again and gave a smug smirk. "Hee, I really want to see your mana level." Unaware of these thoughts, Professor Drivo turned to the rest of the students. "Anyway, if you have no mana, nothing will happen. If you are worried, you may leave the lecture hall now." To this statement, the entire group of students remained pin-drop silent. No one answered or left because, after all, how could someone not possess mana and still get into this royal academy? Seeing this, the head of the magic department also nodded and continued. "No one? Very well, then let's begin. Step up in order, starting from the first row." Just like that, the group of students began to buzz, waiting for their turn to be checked. As for Layla, having witnessed this many times, she could only sigh and explain. "This is called orientation, but in reality, it's just a way to expose everyone's abilities in front of the whole class." Beside her, Dane heard that and fell pensive for a second or two, then nodded in agreement. "You're right. That's exactly what the academy is aiming for. Next, the students took turns going to the mana measuring device to check. Some students possessed one magic circle, while others felt nothing at all. As for the magic orb control test, they did even worse. Most couldn't control it for long before the orb fell. Back to the arrogant Arthur, he stood on the side, observing until now, then spoke up in contempt. What a complete mess. At the same time, the blonde girl next to him hurriedly reminded, "Hey, it's that guy's turn now." Hearing that, Arthur turned his attention as it was now Dane's turn to check. "Dane, I'll be watching to see how far your arrogance can take you," he muttered to himself, but no one heard. Even without him, Dane himself wondered about his current ability. To be honest, I'm quite curious too. Since I've absorbed ancient magic, something must have changed. With that thought, without further delay, Dane began to channel his energy into the measuring device. Over here, Professor Drevo was also looking forward to Dane Sagers' performance. During the entrance exam, he solved my test perfectly. I'm looking forward to seeing how many magic circles he possesses. With that thought, he widened his eyes and focused his observation, not wanting to miss a single second. But then, something completely unexpected happened. The measuring device suddenly displayed a bright red screen with the words, "Unable to measure." At that moment, the entire classroom suddenly fell into chaos. What does that mean? Is it broken? If he doesn't have mana circles, then he just doesn't, but why is it unable to measure? The group of students chattered as they moved toward Dane, trying to get a closer look. Meanwhile, our protagonist had a slight hunch in his heart. Could it be because of the ancient magic I absorbed? As for Professor Drevo, he was the most shocked person there, even more so than the students. He knew exactly what this measuring device was capable of. Furthermore, he had never witnessed such a case before. This machine had 100% accuracy. It could filter out anyone intentionally faking their rank. But now, it said it was unable to measure. I've never seen anything like this before. At this point, unable to find a logical explanation, he could only offer a defensive excuse. It must be overloaded. At least, let's finish Dane's orb test first. Hearing this, Dane nodded and agreed. "Yes, Professor." In front of him, the arrogant Arthur smirked upon hearing that Dane's case was due to an overloaded machine. "Ha, I knew it. No surprises there, rookie." Ignoring those mocking words, Dane slowly walked toward the magic orbs. He felt a bit of regret in his heart. So it really couldn't be measured? That's a shame. But let's try this. I wonder if this will work properly. With that thought, he began to focus his mind, channeling energy into the magic orbs and making them float in the air. However, what shocked everyone even more was that he wasn't controlling just one or two orbs, but every single magic orb placed on the table. This sight caused the entire group of students in the class to stare wide-eyed in horror. Someone screamed in shock. He lifted all the orbs. No way, the highest record ever achieved was only 5 orbs. Not just the freshmen, even the upperclassmen found it hard to believe their eyes. Every single orb. Is that guy out of his mind? The black-haired guy standing next to Arthur blurted out in amazement. Meanwhile, the arrogant Arthur's face completely froze. How is this even possible? He muttered to himself, unable to believe it. Beside him, Layla looked at Dane with a blank expression. He's doing it again. I'm not even surprised anymore. But I never thought he could lift all of them. He's even more incredible than I imagined. It seems after absorbing ancient magic, he's grown even stronger. She silently speculated to herself. From Dane's perspective, controlling these magic orbs felt quite fun. So, he decided to unleash a bit more of his power. Alright, let's make this even more impressive. With that, he began to manipulate the orbs, arranging them into a specific pattern. Seeing this, Professor Drevo broke into a cold sweat. What am I witnessing right now? He's arranging the orbs with such precision. To form a picture, even Arabella couldn't pull this off. Following everyone's gaze in the air, the image of a lion and a snake gradually appeared. Someone screamed in shock upon recognizing it. That's a lion and a snake. That's the Sagers family crest. Witnessing the commotion Dane caused, Layla could only sigh and offer a piece of advice. It's my turn now. Calm down, Dane. Dane slowly withdrew his magic at his close friend's request. Meanwhile, Professor Drevo didn't hold back his praise. Truly excellent, Dane Sagers. Even Sidrain, who has never taken a disciple, would be proud to call you his own. Responding to the praise, Dane simply gave a slight nod. Thank you, Professor. All around, people's jaws dropped upon hearing this earth-shattering information. Wait, what? He's the disciple of the former Magic Tower Master? Now I understand why he entered the advanced magic major. Back with Arthur's group, the black-haired subordinate was now breaking into a cold sweat and hurriedly asked, "Arthur, what do we do now? That guy, he's not normal. He might even be stronger than you." In response, Arthur, who was also scared out of his wits, barked back, "Shut up, I'm thinking." With that, he tensely clenched his fist, silently cursing Dane in his heart. Damn it, the Sagers family is terrifying. Why are they all monsters? With that level, we need to change the plan. How frustrating, but if I pick a fight and end up being inferior in skill, I'll lose face. If I can't defeat him with skill, then I'll have to win him over another way. the arrogant Arthur silently schemed. Then, as if he had made a decision, Arthur said to his two companions, "We need to pull him into the student council." "What? The student council?" the other two screamed, but Arthur only nodded in confirmation and explained his reasoning. "Yeah, since I already have a foot in that council, it'll be easier to control him if he's under my wing." Hearing this, his two companions still couldn't accept the decision and tried to advise him, "But he's just a freshman," the brown-haired guy spoke up. The orange-haired girl also hurriedly chimed in, "Exactly, even we wouldn't dare dream of joining it." However, Arthur was determined to pull Dane in at all costs and completely ignored his subordinates' words. "It's unprecedented for a freshman to join the student council. But who cares? Rules were made to be broken, right? Trust me, if we have him, the reputation of our magic department will be known by many." With that, he smirked and thought, "And of course, my own reputation and career will also soar." Ignoring him, Professor Drevo spoke with a face full of painful regret. "Perfect, Dane Saugers. If I had known this beforehand, I would have competed with the other professors to ensure you join the magic department." Hearing this, Dane remained calm and replied, "I will do my best, regardless of which department I am in." Professor Drevo then turned and shouted to the other students, "Did you all hear that? The students in the magic department better be more on guard." With that, he patted the protagonist on the shoulder and instructed, "If you have some free time, come see me." For Dane, being able to meet freely with the head of magic was a good thing, so he agreed, "Yes, Professor." Thus, when the class ended, Dane and Layla quickly left the lecture hall. As they walked, the female swordsman Layla complained, "How did you do that? And why do you keep doing such unbelievable things?" Dane shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "Well, to be honest, I don't know either." His slightly smug tone made Layla a bit annoyed. "Do you think you're so special or something?" Seeing his best friend looking upset, Dane quickly diverted the conversation by praising her. "But you also made 5 orbs fly up." Hearing that, Layla only muttered petulantly, "You're not making me feel any better." Then she turned her head away, refusing to look at Dane anymore. Seeing her attitude, Dane could only manage an awkward smile and thought, "Why does it sound like she's sulking at me?" Before Dane could think much further, Arthur approached him with his 2 close associates and greeted him. "I've witnessed your skills. I acted improperly the last time we met. Can we talk privately for a moment?" Arthur's current attitude and tone left Dane unable to hide his shock. "Is he completely changing his attitude after seeing my skills?" Dane frowned in speculation. Immediately after, Arthur didn't beat around the bush and went straight to his request. He wanted to invite Dane to the student council. The student council was the place that decided policy and managed the academy's treasury. The members of the council were all legendary figures who possessed many unique privileges. For example, the student council could issue disciplinary punishments to students or approve departmental events. As for Dane, he had heard a bit about the student council through his genius sister Arabella. "I've heard about it from my sister. It's an incredibly powerful council, and only a few students ever get the chance to join." Dane thought as Arthur continued to try his hardest to persuade him. "What do you think? I'm planning to nominate you for that council. You've already far exceeded the entry requirements, no test needed. If you become a member of the student council, you'll automatically become part of the Dantera Society." Hearing this, Dane frowned and reminded him, "I'm already in it." Arthur obviously knew this, but he continued, "Well, that's true, but who knows if you can stay in it forever. Not only that, student council members have the right to be exempted from many other things." Hearing this, Dane found it hard to believe. Exactly how much authority do they have? Do they really have that many privileges? While Dane was wondering to himself, Arthur continued to widen his eyes, speaking like a multi-level marketer trying to lure someone in. "Are you interested in joining the council?" To this question, Dane flatly refused without hesitation. "No, I don't want to. Even if I were to join, I'd only be interested if I got in through my own merit. Besides, benefits granted for no reason usually come with a very high price." Opposite him, Arthur's 2 subordinates looked at each other with eyes full of shock. As for Arthur, Dane's refusal made his blood boil a little. "Do you realize what you just missed? Getting a foot into the student council is the dream of countless other students. Once you spend some time at the academy, you'll understand how amazing this offer is. Come on, think it over. An offer like this doesn't come easily." Layla, standing nearby, was fuming after seeing Arthur pester Dane over and over. "What the hell? Why is this guy so stubborn?" She complained inwardly, then quickly pulled Dane to the side. "Dane, if we die, the tarts will be gone. Hurry up." Seeing this, Dane understood that Layla was trying to bail him out and immediately agreed. "Ah, right, I almost forgot." Behind them, Arthur saw them leaving and called out in panic, "Hey, where are you going? I'm still talking." Dane only replied with a smile, "I have something more important to do, so please excuse me." Having said that, he didn't forget to silently thank his best friend. "Thanks, Layla, your timing was perfect." Watching their backs as they left, Arthur still didn't give up. He called out loudly, "Dane, I haven't given up yet. I will convince you, Dane Saugers." Time passed quickly. At this moment, Layla was still complaining about that guy Arthur. He really is a nuisance. It seems he really wants to pull you into the student council. If you accept that offer, it'll be a perfect stepping stone for him to turn you into his pawn." Hearing this, Dane smiled and said, "Thanks for helping me get away from him." Layla replied with an extremely annoyed face, her eyes wide. "The point is he didn't even acknowledge me. He didn't even bother to ask me a single question." "So that's why you're feeling angry," Dane said with an awkward laugh. Then Layla let out a sigh and continued, "It's probably because of your ridiculously high talent. Today's test confirmed it." "So you're finally admitting it?" Dane asked with a laugh. "Well, there's no way around it." Layla shrugged in response. Then Dane asked her, "By the way, do they actually sell tarts?" Layla replied, "Of course, this is the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists in the Empire, it'll be here." Just like that, the two of them went off to buy tarts. In another development, Professor Drevo and Arthur were having a conversation. The professor asked, "Did you see Dane's talent?" "Yes, he's truly magnificent." Arthur nodded in admission. The professor burst out laughing. "Haha, compared to Arabella, he might even have the upper hand." The professor's comment left Arthur shocked, and he asked back, "Is he really at that level?" Answering this, a slight smile appeared on Drevo's face. He tilted his head slightly and said, "Magic is indeed a vague field, hard to determine. But when talking about innate magical talent, it's not impossible." Beside him, Arthur was stunned by those words. "My God, do you mean his talent has surpassed even the senior I admire?" he asked himself. Back with Professor Drevo, he seemed to notice that Arthur had some friction with Dane and advised, "About that, Arthur, just turn a blind eye to Dane. Take good care of him so he can enter the magic class." At the professor's words, Arthur's hand instinctively clenched his thigh. He thought irritably, "Everyone is like that. They're all overwhelmed by his talent." Next, despite his jealousy, Arthur shared his thoughts. "Actually, I met him after class to suggest he join the student council, but he refused." Hearing this information, the head of magic was also taken aback. What? Could he have heard something from Arabella? His talent is too great for us to lose. Thus, both of them fell into a dejected silence. However, as if thinking of something, Arthur inquired about the recommendation letter from before. Before he could finish his sentence, the professor replied with a smile, it seems things didn't go very smoothly. But don't be too hasty. You still have 2 years left, don't you? Someone like you will surely be recommended by the Magic Tower before graduation." Back to Arthur's perspective, he had a bright smile on the outside, but inside he was silently cursing the professor. "Damn it, he said the same thing last year. Do you think I don't know your true intention? If I take a spot in the Magic Tower now, it means losing a student you can play around with, doesn't it? You're blocking me, aren't you? I heard you were the one who cut the 2 spots in the Magic Tower I wanted to apply for in my 3rd year." With that thought, since he couldn't do anything about the professor anyway, Arthur had to continue. "Fine, then I'll try to convince Dane." Hearing this, Drevo nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, Arthur, I'm counting on you then." This made Arthur's face freeze for a beat. Damn, my future is being held over my head by him. Whether I like it or not, I have no choice but to follow along. This damn old man, he silently cursed. Meanwhile, back with Dane, he was carrying a large bag on his shoulder and turned to ask his best friend, "By the way, Layla, is the path to the cafeteria always this crowded? Why are there so many club events?" To this question, the female swordsman explained, "If a club has too few members or cannot prove its activity, it'll be disbanded." "This is the first time I've participated in so many events like this," Dane added. Beside him, Layla glanced at the bag Dane was carrying and smiled. "Well, we've won so many prizes. 20 mana-infused stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal vouchers, 8 convenience store discount coupons, and a treasure map." Then Layla reached out to take the map and asked, "What's this?" Dane replied, "The senior hosting said it was bought from an auction in Arkinder." Hearing this, the female swordsman's eyes lit up like car headlights. Bought from an auction in Arkinder, then this must be quite valuable. Seeing her money-hungry face, Dane just gave a slight smile and thought, "Yeah, my father once said." The Arkinder auction house specializes in collecting rare and beautiful items from all over the empire. The best appraisers in the country appraise everything and ensure only masterpieces are put up for sale. In front of him, Layla pointed at the seal of the scroll and shouted, "This is still intact." "Is it a treasure map of the academy?" Dane speculated, and Layla nodded in agreement. "I've heard that this academy has many mysterious and secret places." With that, she threw the map back to Dane. Looking at it, he instinctively had a thought. Ernest will be thrilled to see this. The scene shifts to the main hall, a place primarily used for hosting general education lectures. And at this moment, our protagonist is standing outside the building. Gazing at the massive architecture before him, Dane couldn't help but marvel. So this is where the history of the empire is taught. "Before coming here, I was tutored by the head butler, so I already know most of the material. That's a relief," Dane thought to himself. At the same time, his exploration-loving friend Ernest called out to him from behind, "Hey Dane, we meet again." Hearing the familiar voice, the protagonist turned to reply, "Is that you, Ernest? You're in this class too." To Dane's question, Ernest happily introduced, "This is a mandatory subject for freshmen. I figured I'd run into you here." I guess we did run into each other. How are you feeling? Is your body doing okay? Dane smiled, but the answer was a bit vague. Not much has changed. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain the details later. Oh, that's right, Ernest, I have something to tell you. Dane smiled, likely wanting to mention the treasure map he had just acquired. However, before Dane could speak, a red-haired guy leading a group of people approached Ernest to cause trouble. Hey, you're Ernest, right? Hearing this voice, Ernest's face turned to panic, which did not escape Dane's sharp eyes. He wondered to himself, what's this? Ernest's eyes just changed. He's trembling. He looks absolutely terrified. Opposite them, the reddish-brown-haired guy leading the group smiled as if the two were the best of friends. Wow, Ernest, didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, hasn't it? For some reason, sweat began to pour down Ernest's face more and more from the tension. This made Dane think he looks no different from a soldier suffering from psychological trauma. Then Ernest hesitantly replied, Braun, hello. Seeing this, Braun spoke reproachfully. If you've started classes, why didn't you let me know? I got here first. Beside them, Dane thought, are they friends? But this relationship doesn't look normal at all. He continued to watch closely as Ernest bowed his head and said, sorry, I didn't know. Braun stepped closer, rubbed Ernest's head and continued, damn, how did you even get in here? I thought you wouldn't make it. You're always shaking like a leaf when we talk, aren't you? Perfect timing, I'm too lazy to go out and buy stuff and we just happened to meet here. Go buy me a sandwich. He laughed loudly, making Ernest's face turn pale as he exclaimed, what right now? For Braun, seeing Ernest refuse him caused his expression to shift slightly as he growled, what's that? You don't want to go, Ernest? Ernest awkwardly explained, I'm hanging out with a friend, so it's a bit inconvenient. Turning his gaze toward Braun, the guy eyed Dane for a moment and teased, your friend, well, he looks pretty tough. Which department are you in? If you're hanging out with Ernest, I can already guess your skill level. His tone was filled with contempt. This sparked a flame of anger inside Dane. I don't know what family he's from, but that carefree attitude reminds me of the thugs on the battlefield. The more he thought, the darker Dane's expression became. Braun continued to mock him. This guy isn't going to answer. However, just then a teacher noticed their group and shouted, hey, you kids, what are you doing? Class is about to start. Get inside now. Hearing this, Braun turned to reply, right, we're heading in now. After speaking, he glanced back and warned Ernest, we'll talk after class. I have a lot more to say to you. This academy is about to get interesting. With that, the red-haired guy led his pack of hounds into the classroom, leaving Ernest behind, still shaking uncontrollably with fear. Seeing his trembling arms, Dane went over and asked, Ernest, are you okay? Who are those guys? It looks like you know them. Hearing this, Ernest tried to steady his breathing and explained, they're from another family. Back home, they used to bully me. I knew they were studying at this academy, but this place is huge and has so many departments. I thought I wouldn't see them again. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Ernest's tone was full of guilt, giving Dane pause, but then he followed up, I'm fine, let's just go to class. He looks so pale, just how much have they been tormenting you? Thinking this, to reassure Ernest a bit, Dane comforted him, don't worry too much, I'll stay with you. These words left Ernest unable to hide his surprise, but immediately after he shook his head in refusal. Stay with me, there's no need, I can handle it myself. Back to Dane, looking at Ernest's scrawny frame, he knew that handling it likely meant becoming a punching bag for Braun's group. Dane asked, are you planning to just go alone and do whatever they say? If you do that, they'll just keep bullying you like before. Come on, you saw my magic at the fountain. What are you still worried about? The protagonist's reminder brought Ernest back to the moment Dane unleashed that terrifying source of energy at the fountain. He suddenly realized just how powerful Dane was. Inside him, a flicker of hope seemed to rise. Seeing this, Dane settled the matter, so let's go together. Time passed quickly. Soon the history class ended and the two groups met once again. On the opposite side, Braun said nonchalantly, it's so quiet here. Quite pleasant. Hey Ernest, bringing back any memories? Without letting Ernest answer, our protagonist spoke up first. Are you really his friend? Why are you dragging him out here just to pick a fight? Braun's response was a warning stare directed at Dane. He turned to glare at him and growled, and who the hell are you to interfere? You looking to die? Dane replied coldly, I could ask you the same thing. For an arrogant bully like Braun, how could he stand someone standing up to him? His face began to bulge with veins as he screamed, what? You arrogant brat, just because you got into the academy, you think you're something special. You've heard of the Sauer family, haven't you? I am the heir to the most powerful family in the West. Dane just picked his ear provocatively and shrugged. The Sauer family. Never heard of them. On the other side, Braun's face was as dark as a ticking time bomb. At this point, the lackeys standing behind him joined in. What did that kid just say? Braun, are you just going to stand there and take that insult? Seeing how eager his subordinates were to fight, Braun didn't disappoint them. He ordered, hey, go on, give him a beating. For the lapdogs, seeing their master give the order made them visibly delighted. Unfortunately, they didn't know Dane's true strength, so they were still very confident. Ernest, you really picked the wrong friend. Now you're going to get hit twice as hard. The threat from the thugs frightened Ernest, who took a step back and turned to advise the protagonist. Stop it, I think we should leave while we still can. No matter how strong you are, they are truly dangerous. Especially Braun, he's been called a swordsmanship genius since he was a kid. Hearing this, Dane's eyes became a bit more focused. He said with amusement, now I'm starting to get interested. Ernest, I'll leave one of them to you, knock him down with your own fists. Me, Ernest screamed in disbelief. Dane continued, trust me, you can't go on living like this forever, can you? Turning back to Ernest, he really couldn't understand what Dane was saying anymore. However, they weren't given any more time to talk. As one of the thugs in the group lunged forward and barked, what are you acting so calm for? You're dead meat, you bastard. As soon as these words rang out, he swung his fist directly at Dane's face, causing his head to tilt to the side. Seeing this, Ernest cried out in worry. While the thug was utterly smug, how's that feel, you bastard? Have you snapped out of it yet? I'm not done with you yet. With that, he swung his fist again, intending to teach Dane a direct lesson. But there was no way the protagonist would let him achieve his goal so easily. Dane just calmly raised his hand, easily blocking the fist. Then he spoke in a cheerful voice, clearly, you made the first move. So from now on, this is self-defense. On the opposite side, the thug heard Dane's vague words and cursed, what the hell are you talking about, you bastard? As he spoke, he swung his fist forward. However, with Dane's close combat prowess, the thug's fist looked as slow as a crawling turtle in his eyes. Instantly, Dane ducked to dodge the attack. Then, he curled his fist and launched a punch straight into the thug's waist, causing the man's eyes to bulge out in pain. His large frame stumbled from the agony, losing his momentum and falling forward. Seeing this, Dane seized the opportunity, quickly moving to the side before using his leg to kick the thug straight in the heel, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. However, right at that moment, a brown-haired man from the group of thugs lunged forward, throwing a punch. But once again, Dane dodged the strike with utter simplicity. He even took advantage of the moment before the brown-haired man could regain his guard, immediately landing a punch straight to his chin followed by a powerful shoulder barge. As a result, the man's body flew backward like a torn sack, nearly colliding with another member of the group. Nevertheless, Dane's onslaught was far from over. He had no intention of giving these thugs a chance to fight back. Immediately, Dane used his magic, creating orbs of energy and firing them straight at the remaining two men, sending them flying backward and knocking them unconscious on the spot. It might sound like a long explanation, but in reality, the entire battle took place in just a matter of seconds. After taking down the thugs, even Dane was a bit surprised. Hugh, why did I suddenly get so much stronger? Is it because of the ancient magic? Nearby, Ernest and Braun were frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock as they watched Dane win so effortlessly. What the hell? What on earth is happening? They muttered in a daze. Meanwhile, a hint of hesitation flickered in Arthur's eyes. However, he didn't forget to curse his subordinates. Damn it, you useless idiots. In front, the lackeys began to wake up, coughing as they said, Braun, this guy isn't normal. But before they could finish their sentence, Braun barked like a rabid dog. Shut up, you look pathetic, getting taken down that easily. Hearing this, Dane turned to provoke him. What's the matter? Planning to keep going? Or are you only good at talking? Dane's provocative words made Braun's eyes bulge with rage. He questioned, What did you just say? In the back, one of the remaining subordinates, having witnessed Dane's power, hurriedly advised Braun, Stop, that guy is too strong. Look at the way he fired those magic bullets. But for Braun, how could he endure the humiliation and let things end here? Coward, you'd suffer humiliation in front of these brats. Get out of the way, I'll handle this myself. As he spoke, he began to use his mana, creating a spatial portal beside him. From within, he pulled out a long sword and spoke in an icy voice. In a secluded place like this, there's no one around, so it should be fine. You've just made a huge mistake forcing me to draw my sword. Seeing this, Dane only gave a faint smile and praised, That sword looks like the real deal. Unlike Dane's calm demeanor, Ernest was worried sick. This is bad. Braun has drawn his sword. This could end very poorly. When he saw Braun draw his weapon, Dane actually felt like applauding him. Is he stupid or just impossibly confident? This guy is truly reckless. Doesn't he care about the academy rules? Dane thought to himself. But Braun continued to threaten him. You know what? When the sky is overcast, mist rolls into this area. A mist so thick that no one can ever find a missing person. Beside him, one of his subordinates seemed to understand the academy rules well and said worriedly, Braun, is this okay? What if we get expelled? That well-intentioned advice was met only with a crazed glare from Braun. He snapped back and ordered, Shut your mouth, go beat up that idiot Ernest and bring him to me. Looking at Braun's predatory gaze, the subordinate didn't dare advise him any further. He could only accept it bitterly. Fine. With that, both thugs lunged forward at once. Meanwhile, Ernest was so terrified witnessing this that he nearly wet himself. Damn it, what do I do? Dane, if you're fighting Braun, then what about me? Hearing this, our protagonist remained perfectly composed, speaking calmly, Don't worry, those guys are nothing to fear. If it's one-on-one, you can win. You've done a lot of exploring, your lower body strength must be excellent. So just close the distance and land one powerful strike. Ernest stared at Dane with wide eyes, unsure whether to believe him or not. However, by this time, Braun and his gang had closed in on them both. You're all dead meat, Braun sneered. Yet right at that moment, Dane suddenly spun around and ran to the side, infuriating Braun. HMPH won't let me get close, so you've actually picked up some real combat experience lately. Dane didn't respond to the provocation. Before leaving, he just said confidently to Ernest, just do as I said. With that, the two of them quickly moved away from the area. Meanwhile, Ernest seemed to feel more confident thanks to Dane's words. He clenched his fists and reassured himself, right? Dane is right. I can't keep living like this forever. On the opposite side, the brown-haired thug stepped up in front of Ernest. He scratched his head, speaking in a tone full of contempt. Clenching your fists now, you've got a bit of fire in your eyes. I guess friends really are important, huh? Seems like just standing next to him makes you feel braver. He sneered and continued, come on, just take a few hits and get lost, okay? I'll be gentle. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles to warm up. Meanwhile, sweat was pouring down Ernest's face. He told himself, don't panic, think, what would Dane do in this situation? Right then, an image of Dane dodging the black-haired thug's strike flashed through Ernest's mind. But before he could come up with a plan, the brown-haired thug laughed loudly, let's just start with a few punches. With that, he swung a fast fist toward Ernest. However, right before the punch hit his face, Ernest immediately lowered his body, using the top of his head to take the blow. Then he suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch with all his might. The person you knew, the old me, is dead. Ernest's powerful punch landed squarely on the thug's face, making the man spit out saliva in pain. Looking at the thug writhing in pain on the ground, Ernest could hardly believe he had actually taken him down. Sweat covered his face as he shouted, I did it. Not far away, Dane heard Ernest's victory cry and teased, hey Braun, looks like your buddy is down for the count. Hearing this, Braun cried out in panic, what? No way. My friend lost to a pathetic loser like that? As he spoke, he turned around to check. All he saw was his companion lying on the ground like a dead dog. While he was busy observing his comrade, Dane glanced at two brooms leaning nearby and whispered, oh, looks like I've found something interesting. Next, Dane calmly picked up a broom. He broke off the brush head, leaving only the handle, wielding it like a spear. This made Braun feel insulted, and he roared, you think you can fight me with just that thing? In response, Dane said with a smile, this is more than enough. This nonchalant remark from the protagonist made Braun's face turn dark with rage. He screamed, you arrogant brat, I'm going to crush you today. I won't kill you, so don't worry too much. I'll just leave a small scar on your face, so every time you look in the mirror, you'll remember to fear me. With those words, he lunged toward Dane, swinging his sword repeatedly. Each of his strikes created a whistling sound as they cut through the air. However, to Dane, these attacks were far too simple. With just a few basic movements, he dodged them easily. Seeing this, Braun didn't hold back his praise, you're better than I thought. In response, Dane smirked and criticized, it's because your sword path is way too predictable. Braun roared in anger, what do you know about my swordsmanship? You think you're the son of Duke Thermion or something? As he spoke, Braun silently analyzed the situation. He's trying to hold out by channeling mana into that stick, but he won't be able to keep that up for long. With that thought to make Dane more tense, he began to throw threats. You're just a rat trapped in a cage. What can you possibly do with that broken stick? Opposite him, Dane only smiled silently. Next, he concentrated more mana into his stick and thrust it forward with great force. The lightning-fast thrust hit Braun square in the chest, making his eyes roll back in pain. Before he doubled over like a shrimp and rolled on the ground. How can a wooden stick have this much power? The thug thought in panic. As the explorer Ernest witnessed this scene, his eyes went wide as he said in a daze, incredible. He took Braun down in a single blow. I knew Dane was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Unaware of Ernest's thoughts, Dane walked toward the groaning Braun and said, get up. Once you draw your sword, you have to fight to the end. My father once said, once you draw a weapon outside of a fair duel, it means you're ready to accept all consequences. As for Braun, no matter how foolish he was, he now realized that Dane was not as simple as he had thought. He whispered internally, damn it. This guy is on a completely different level. Then he turned and shouted, who the hell are you anyway? Hearing this, Dane introduced himself in a cold voice, Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers, freshman in the liberal arts department. Hearing this, Braun's eyes bulged because the name Dane Saugers was far too familiar. Count Saugers, then are you the first person admitted to the liberal arts department in 50 years? The genius, the youngest son of that family. I guess I'm a bit late with the introduction, Dane whispered. While Braun was regretting his life choices, he thought to himself, damn it, no wonder he's so confident. But why would someone like him be hanging out with an idiot like Ernest? Turning back to Dane, he began to weigh his options. So what should I do with you, Braun? What should I do? You drew your sword and you lost. Should I take your life? From my perspective, this wasn't exactly a fair fight to begin with, but since you actually drew your sword. As he spoke, Dane's gaze grew colder. A murderous aura began to radiate from him, making the foolish Braun's face turn pale. This bastard, he actually intends to kill me. With that thought to save his own life, Braun didn't hesitate for a second. He scrambled up and knelt before Dane to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry. I'm truly, deeply sorry. I had no idea you were from the Sagar's family. I swear I'll never do anything this stupid again." Before he could finish, Dane shook his head and cut him off. "It seems you still don't understand. You're apologizing to the wrong person." As he spoke, Dane pointed toward Ernest, who was watching. And it seemed that only when faced with mortal danger did Braun's tiny brain start working. He immediately turned, grabbed Ernest's arm and begged, "I'm so sorry, Ernest. I truly regret it. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done to you, so please, please forgive me." He spoke while crying pathetically. Looking at this wretched sight, memories began to flood Ernest's heart. Braun, the person I used to be so terrified of, is now kneeling on the ground like a pitiable wreck. Beside him, Dane stepped up and advised, "Hey, Ernest, let's wrap this up. Whether you want to hit him until you're satisfied or just accept his apology and move on, do whatever you want." Hearing this, Ernest's lips pressed together firmly. He began to fall into hesitation. Meanwhile, Braun knew that Ernest's next words would decide his fate. His hand instinctively gripped Ernest's arm as he admitted, "That's right, you can hit me as much as you want. I deserve it." Back to Ernest's perspective, seeing Braun so pathetic, the fire of anger in his heart suddenly seemed to die out. "To be honest, I really do want to punch him just to vent," he whispered to himself before issuing his challenge. "Braun, next time, fight me in a fair match. After that, I'll forgive you." This sudden offer made Braun so shocked he actually stopped crying. However, Ernest didn't pay it much mind. He turned around and added, "So for this time, I'll let you go." Beside him, Dane saw this and gave a slight nod. "You did great, Ernest." Just like that, the two of them quickly left the area, leaving the thug Braun standing there in a daze. At the same time, the female swordsman Layla caught up to them. "Dane, I've been waiting forever. You never showed up, so I had to come looking for you." Having said that, she noticed the thugs sprawled across the ground and turned to ask, "What's this? Were you in a fight?" Hearing that, Dane explained the story. "Someone else picked a fight with me first." As he spoke, Dane cast a brief glance at Braun in the background. This piqued the female swordsman's curiosity. "I wonder what kind of idiot would dare challenge Dane. Of all people, they chose to mess with you." In the back, Braun witnessed Layla's arrival and his face turned as pale as a sheet. He recognized her identity instantly. "Is that Layla? Is the daughter of Duke Thermion really here?" Ignoring the spectator, Dane asked nonchalantly. "He claimed to be in the same swordsmanship department as you. Do you know him?" In response, the female swordsman put her hands on her hips and shook her head. "No, I don't know him, and I'm not really interested either." Then she curiously turned to Ernest and asked, "And who is this?" Dane replied, "This is Ernest Dillon, a freshman in the exploration department." Beside him, the explorer scratched his head awkwardly and greeted her, "Lady Layla, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Oh my goodness, there's no need to be so formal. Just treat me like a friend." The female swordsman waved it off before asking curiously, "So what do you study in the exploration department?" Ernest replied, "Things like ruins, secret locations, basically exploration." Walking between the two, Dane chimed in, "His family is famous for their expeditions." Hearing this, Layla's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Then we should show him that map we have, shouldn't we? Who knows, maybe he has a clue." Dane replied with a wink. After all, this had been his original plan when he went looking for Ernest. Meanwhile, Ernest was still clueless, not understanding what they were referring to. "What map is this all of a sudden?" Dane turned back and said with a smile, "We participated in that club event earlier and won a treasure map." Hearing this, everything clicked for Ernest and he let out a gasp of admiration. "I heard someone had obtained a treasure map, but it turns out it was you guys." As he spoke, Ernest's face seemed to light up, making even Layla marvel. She remarked, "It's like he's turned into a completely different person." Dane replied, "It's probably an obsession with artifacts." Next, the female swordsman suggested, "Let's find a quiet place and examine it." After observing the map in his hands for a moment, Ernest's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "This map seems quite complex, doesn't it? Since it's a treasure map, it's not something you can understand at a glance. It doesn't show the entire academy, it points to a specific area." Saying that, she pointed to a spot on the map and asked, "What's this?" "There's a lot of strange writing on the map." Beside her, Dane watched intently but shook his head. "I can read it, but the meanings don't connect. Is there some kind of pattern?" At this point, they hadn't made any new discoveries. Layla asked, "So what do we do now?" Ernest replied, "First, we have to find out who created this map. Things like this don't have a standard orientation, but once we know the creator, we can guess what to expect." Hearing him say that, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So decoding it immediately might be a bit difficult, right?" Before our protagonist could finish, the explorer pointed out a detail. "But one thing is for sure, this map isn't within the academy grounds. These architectural patterns were only used during the time the academy was being built." Hearing this, Layla and Dane both nodded in realization and exclaimed, "So it's somewhere nearby." From Ernest's perspective, seeing the joyful expressions of the two as if they had already found the treasure, he dejectedly reminded them, "The problem is this architectural style uses a secret magic unique to Saul Hankston." This was a very famous name. Layla had heard it countless times, so she turned and asked, "Saul Hankston, Isn't he the founder of the academy and a legendary archmage? Unlike her, Dane immediately guessed what Ernest meant to mention. That kind of magic can't be used anymore, right? Because Saul Hankston didn't leave any disciples behind. Ernest nodded in agreement. You know a lot, Dane. Back to Layla, she finally understood why Ernest looked so discouraged. I guess this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this hard. Hearing that, Ernest simply shrugged nonchalantly. Ultimately, the key is still finding out who created this map. That way, we can find the clues to decode the symbols and read the map. Beside him, Dane suggested with a smile, once we've decoded it, let's go treasure hunting together. His proposal was immediately met with enthusiasm from the other two. I'm in. That sounds like fun. Before entering the academy, I only worked with my family. This is my first time having an experience like this. Their childlike excitement for a camping trip made Dane laugh to himself. You two seem really eager, don't you? This could take quite some time, so let's investigate it slowly. Hearing this, Ernest nodded. I'll look into it more. Here, take your map back. As he spoke, Ernest rolled up the map to return it to the protagonist. However, Dane refused. You keep it. Isn't it better for you to have it while decoding? Oh, there's no need. I've already memorized it all. Ernest spoke confidently, making even a super genius like Dane jump and shout, no way, just how good is your memory? Not just them, but Ernest himself didn't quite understand why he had such a superb memory. He explained, I don't know why, but I remember things like codes and texts very clearly. Dane and Layla gasped. So that means you have an incredible talent in certain areas. That'll definitely come in handy for exams, huh? But anyway, I get it. If you need help with anything, just let me know. Saying that, Dane reached out to take the map back, and Ernest said with a squint, thanks. This is the first time I've searched for something without a guy accompanying me, so I'm really happy. To celebrate, Layla suggested, let's go eat. We can call it a celebration for becoming a team. Sounds good to me, the other two agreed. And so the group headed off to eat. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the dormitory. Specifically, Dane's private room. Only now did he have time to organize his things. Phew, a lot happened today. I should take a moment to tidy up. Where should I put the important gifts from my family so they're visible? But this summoning beast egg, where should it go? They say you shouldn't put living creatures in subspace. As he spoke, Dane looked around for a suitable place to put the large egg. However, right at that moment, the egg suddenly began to shake violently, making Dane panic slightly. Why is this happening all of a sudden? In 7 years, nothing like this has ever happened. Is it because I moved to the academy? No matter how mysterious this academy is, the mana distribution here isn't that different from my room. Then, it can only be because of that ancient mana I absorbed in the garden. I didn't expect it to trigger a reaction from the egg immediately. Alright, I'm going to put all my effort into this. Maybe it'll hatch today, which means no hesitating for even a second. Dane immediately placed the egg on the table and transferred his mana into it. Next, without Dane even needing to be proactive, the egg itself emitted a powerful suction force to absorb the protagonist's mana, which took him by surprise. My mana is being drained nonstop. I've been feeding it mana for 7 years. Exactly how much more does it need? I can't stay here. This room is about to collapse. What should I do? This seems like the perfect opportunity to hatch it. The more he thought, the more flustered Dane became. Finally, he took a risk and brought the egg to his sister Claire's laboratory. Meanwhile, when Claire saw her brother arrive with an egg radiating constant energy, her eyes went wide. It's reacting so violently, what on earth is going on? In response, Dane explained, it's still shaking like crazy. I'm not even transferring mana anymore. Back to Claire, she suddenly remembered something and reminded him, Dane, isn't it time for dormitory roll call? Missing it won't be good for you. As for Dane, he had naturally prepared for this, so he chuckled. I've got a way to handle it, don't you worry. The scene shifted to the student dormitory. Just as Claire had mentioned, a tall guy accompanied by 2 friends walked quickly down the dormitory hallway, shouting loudly. I am Albert, the dormitory council president. I will now conduct roll call at the Dantera Hall. Inside the rooms, the students saw someone coming to check and rushed outside for roll call. Dormitory roll calls throughout the Imperial Academy are performed according to a set standard. Over here, Arnold looked around and said worriedly, but why haven't Priscilla and Dane come out yet? Do they even know there's a roll call? If you're late for the monthly roll call, you lose 1 disciplinary point. If you're absent, you lose 2. If you're late more than 3 times in a semester, you'll face disciplinary action and mandatory service. If you're absent more than twice, you'll be downgraded from the dormitory. Back to Albert, seeing everyone whispering, he shouted, no moving and no talking. 9th floor, Dantera Hall, today won't be easy to slide by. His harsh attitude made Arnold a bit anxious. For some reason, the atmosphere is so serious today. Then, to satisfy his curiosity, Arnold asked, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Albert waved his hand in the air, summoning a blue screen, and said, in the newly installed mana surveillance footage, it's quite interesting. There's a scene where someone inside the dormitory, named Arnold, snuck out. We tracked and confirmed she left the dormitory premises just 5 minutes ago. but now the system shows that student Priscilla is still inside the classroom. Having said that, he immediately opened the door and stepped into Priscilla's room, and as expected, she was nowhere to be found. Seeing this, Albert was so furious he almost laughed, his voice emphasizing every single word. Normally, we don't check for physical presence, but from now on, perhaps the rules will have to change. His dangerous tone made Arnold's group turn pale. They silently thought to themselves, damn it, a penalty point storm is coming. Next, after a period of checking, Albert's anger seemed to subside temporarily. The rest of you are generally fine, the rooms are clean. Arnold will lose 2 points for being absent without permission. Make sure it's announced clearly. Yes, understood, the group replied weakly. Albert continued, now for the last one, Dane Saugers, he's a freshman, right? But he's not present, don't tell me he missed his very first roll call. Explaining for the question, the friend Droyan stood up to cover for Dane. No way, he's definitely in his room. He was busy unpacking just a moment ago. Without letting him explain further, Albert waved him off. Enough, I'll just go check and then we'll know. With that, he quickly stepped into Dane's room and sure enough, saw him fumbling with something. This surprised Albert a bit. Dane Saugers, you were in your room. Didn't you know there's a roll call happening? Hearing this, Dane scratched his head awkwardly and replied, oh, I'm sorry. I was so busy unpacking I didn't notice. His smiling face prevented Albert from getting any angrier, so he simply nodded. Ah, all right, it's the first day, so it's understandable. The scene shifted back to Claire's laboratory. Naturally, he was actually inside the lab. The Dane Albert had met was a fake. Claire shouted, isn't that an MK1 illusion projector? Over here, the protagonist smiled and explained his trick. You once said most people wouldn't be able to detect that my image is being projected from the machine connected to this device. As he spoke, Dane opened his hand to reveal a circular device within his palm, leaving his sister speechless. After a few seconds, she complained, I heard that thing is very hard to use. Because it's remote controlled, the signal is easily interfered with. Even a slight malfunction and you'd be caught instantly. In response, Dane shared, I anticipated that and checked it multiple times. As long as they don't get too close, it'll be fine. His confident look made his sister admire him a bit. Internally, she thought, you've got a lot of nerve. But anyway, how is the egg? It's clearly reacting to your mana, Dane. That means there's a high chance it's about to hatch. But there have been too many eggs that react this way and still don't hatch. Still, just having a reaction like this is a step forward. Hearing her say that, Dane frowned and asked, so what do we do now? Should I keep feeding it mana? The blonde summoner stroked her chin thoughtfully for a moment before saying, there are still too many unknowns regarding the summoning process, so putting it in a mana stabilizer now is quite risky. But I don't think we should stop here either. Besides, I think this lab is the best place for it to hatch. Doesn't our eldest sister always maintain a mana barrier to keep things secret? Her words immediately gained Dane's agreement. He nodded, you're right. If we leave it like this, it might hatch anytime, anywhere. After thinking for a while with puffed cheeks, Claire made her decision and said, all right, let's begin. Dane, your mana is really pure, but I'll attach a mana filter just to be safe. Next, once again, Dane began to transfer his mana into the egg. And this time, the suction force from the egg was even stronger than when it was in his room, to the point that Dane's face was covered in sweat. Geez, is it still hungry? It's absorbing so much mana, what on earth is in here? Not to mention him, Claire, watching from the side, was also incredibly anxious. She thought to herself, this is a contract beast egg. Anyone with money can buy one, but hatching it is another story. The hatching conditions are still a mystery. All we know is that the mana of the razor must match the mana frequency of the beast inside, regardless of what it is. Just how high is this kid's talent? I knew he was good, but seeing it with my own eyes still leaves me speechless. Just as she finished that thought, cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the egg. Seeing this, Dane cried out in joy, sis, did you see that? In response, Claire's voice was a bit hurried. All right, it looks like it's about to hatch, just a little bit more. Good, let's see what kind of creature this is. Then, under their expectant gazes, the egg began to emit an intense light, finally resulting in a small explosion, blowing the eggshell fragments far away. Due to the shockwave, Dane was blown backward, while Claire had to cover her face and take several steps back. Seeing that, Claire hurriedly ran over to check on her younger brother. Hey, are you okay? In response, Dane let out a huff and shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, that's all. But sis, look over there. As he spoke, Dane pointed forward to where the egg had once been, where a small, light purple dragon was now standing, observing them with an innocent expression. Is that a dragon? Claire shrieked, before she saw the dragon start continuously puffing out fire in all directions. Oh my god, it already knows how to breathe fire. Dane shouted immediately, but without letting him say another word, Claire quickly pushed him forward and explained, don't just stand there dazed, get closer. There have been cases where a summoned beast recognizes the first person it sees as its master. Dane, that's your contract, beast, so hurry up. Following his sister's advice, Dane slowly approached the little dragon and muttered, up close, it's actually pretty cute. Hello there, little guy. My name is Dane, he said as he reached his hand out toward it. Next, Claire's joyful voice echoed throughout the room, you've connected with it, Dane. Hearing that, the protagonist replied happily, you're right, this thing is so cute. As he spoke, Dane gently reached out to cradle the small dragon. Meanwhile, Claire ran over excitedly to ask, "How did you do that so easily? Let me see." Then, after observing the purple dragon closely for a moment, Claire's eyes suddenly went wide as she cried out, It looks like a creature summoned from the other side." Hearing that, Dane hurriedly asked back, "Are you serious?" Claire nodded with a firm tone. "Yes, only a few chosen summoning geniuses can do that. Even I can only summon a fragment of a soul. I never thought our youngest brother could summon something like this. This is a big deal, Dane." Seeing his sister's serious expression, our protagonist suddenly felt a bit worried and asked, "So you mean it's not a familiar summoned creature?" Over here, Claire began to explain, "I know all the creatures that can normally be summoned, even larvae, but I don't know any summoned creature with characteristics like this little guy. The closest thing would be a dragon, but it's clearly different in the details." Regarding her observation, Dane could only smile. It doesn't seem all that special, so no one knows what this thing actually is. In response, the blonde girl could only say, "We'll have to figure it out from now on. The problem is there are no records mentioning such a creature." Dane suddenly speculated, "Is this a new species? Why did this thing come to me? Does it have something to do with ancient magic?" Unaware of the thoughts in his head, the summoner Claire began to observe the mess in her room and reminded him, "That's right. Remember to keep the eggshells carefully. Some species that hatch from eggs eat the shells for nutrients." "I get it, so what should I do from now on?" Dane asked, and Claire quickly gave him a series of instructions. First, approach with caution. Try to record everything, what it likes and dislikes, how long it sleeps, whether it shows aggression, how much it grows each day, things like that, blah blah. The more Dane heard, the more his brain felt scrambled. He whispered to himself, "That's a lot, but it's definitely worth it. I don't know exactly what it's thinking, but I'm starting to feel like I have to protect this little one." Over here, Claire saw Dane's pensive face and seemed to sense his thoughts, so she said, "Are you planning to keep it with you now? People might freak out if they find out. Why not leave it here in the lab?" Hearing that, Dane shook his head. "Maybe, but we can't hide it forever." The protagonist's words made things difficult for Claire, as she didn't know what would be most appropriate. But without letting her think too much, Dane waved it off. "It's fine. Even if I get caught, I still have my sisters. It'll feel imprisoned if it's stuck inside the lab." Claire could only sigh in agreement. "That makes sense. Then let's use this opportunity to officially register you with a title, a summoner title." Dane asked back, and the blonde girl explained with a smile, "Exactly, you're still a rookie, but your talent is obvious. It'll be hard to manage everything at once, but now you have a summoned creature. This is your chance." Returning to Dane's perspective, after a few seconds of deep thought, he stroked his chin and nodded. "Sounds right, then let's do it." In response, Claire asked, "All right, you've already registered for the summoning course, haven't you? The orientation is tomorrow. Isn't the professor to Splavo? If you show your talent there, someone will surely mention special admission. Normally, meeting the requirements is hard, but you're different, Dane. Of course, it'll need approval, but I'm sure you'll meet the criteria." As she spoke, she patted Dane on the shoulder with complete certainty, and the protagonist himself seemed a bit interested in this. Special admission? Sounds interesting. What should I call it? Time passed quickly, and Dane had now returned to his dormitory. As soon as he spotted him, his friend Droyan asked worriedly, "Dane, where were you? You weren't in your room after roll call." In response, Dane replied, "I had something urgent to take care of." Dane's words made Droyan even more curious. "How did you get out during roll call?" Priscilla was caught immediately. "Well, there's always a way." Dane shrugged, making Droyan sigh. The Sagar's family always surprises people. His casual remark made Dane a bit curious, and he glanced over to ask, "Were my sisters like that too?" Droyan nodded and replied, "Your sisters are legends in this dormitory. Just ask any dormitory student and you'll know right away. But don't worry, I'm the only one who knows you were out, so there's no need to worry." After saying that, Droyan waved goodbye to Dane. As soon as he returned to his room, the protagonist lay tiredly on the bed and sighed. "Phew, good thing we made it back safely. What was Priscilla thinking, just going out like that?" Having said that, Dane noticed the little dragon constantly flying in the air, occasionally puffing out small clouds of fire. Dane whispered, "It's so excited, but it really is amazing." Memories began to surface in Dane's mind about how he could return to the dormitory without being detected. "Here it is. This is the secret passage my sister told me about. The entrance was closed. This was the first way to get back. They've surrounded the entire dormitory with a mana barrier. How can I break through it? First, I'll try to sense the mana flow. There must be a weak point." As he spoke, Dane gently touched the barrier, slowly feeling it out. However, before Dane could neutralize the barrier, the dragon beside him began to breathe fire, immediately causing a large hole to appear in the magical barrier. In short, that was how Dane returned to the dormitory, without being detected by the management team. Just thinking about the little dragon's ability made Dane's whole body surge with excitement. Is that a fire that temporarily neutralizes mana? Unbelievable. This dragon really is an extraordinary summon creature. Time passed quickly until the next day. The protagonist had now told Ernest about his new pet. but the name Dane gave the dragon left Ernest feeling quite confused. Happy? You seriously named it Happy? Who names something like that? Dane turned and said, I think it's friendly and easy to call. Why don't you think of a different name then? These words surprised Ernest a bit, and he eyed the dragon for a moment. Let's see, it's cute, but maybe the name should have a bit more weight to it. Seeing Ernest's serious expression, Dane burst out laughing. You don't have to be that serious. Next, after a few seconds, Ernest thought of a name and said, Karnas. How about Karnas? Hearing that, Dane stopped in his tracks. He turned back and nodded. That's good. What does it mean? Mystery. It fits quite well, doesn't it? Ernest replied. And Dane was extremely satisfied with the name. Perfect. So from now on, your name will be Karnas, he said as he looked at the little dragon Karnas. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to Bermuder's Hall, named after the scholar Bermuders, which was where the summoning department's class took place. At this moment, the students had quickly gathered there. In another corner, Digron, who had fought with Dane when they were younger, was also present. He recognized the protagonist immediately, though he was a bit shocked. Is that Dane Saugers? He stole my summoned beast. And after we were humiliated at the banquet, my family's public image completely collapsed. Now the family can only barely maintain its status as city nobility. Of all the places not to meet, I run into him here. Is he here for the summoning class? Why do I have to take this class now instead of some other time? I have to do my best to avoid him. Digron silently reminded himself, his face dripping with sweat from the tension. However, just then, a large guy called out to him from behind. Hey Digron, is this your first time retaking the class? Hearing that, Digron turned back in confusion and replied, Oh yes, senior, right after he spoke. The large senior put his arm around Digron's shoulder and reassured him brightly. Come on, it's no big deal. Everyone retakes a class once. This is my second time retaking this one specifically, and that's just the subject. Just look at it as an easy way to get an A and outshine the rookies. The large senior happily bragged about his track record, while Digron, having heard it, could only respond awkwardly so as not to offend his senior. Then, not long after, the professor entered the classroom, causing the noisy sounds to suddenly vanish. In front of everyone, the handsome Professor Turmeric spoke up. This lesson will begin with the basic theories of summoning. This is vital knowledge for those who have just entered the path of a summoner like yourselves. This theory will appear later in the summoner certification exam, so study it well. Right after his words, the listening students broke into a buzz of conversation. Wow, this professor seems really strict. I heard the official summoner exam is actually incredibly difficult. Over on the other side, the professor heard the chatter and nodded, giving his students a little warning. Of course, if you qualify, you can pass through the special admission process, though saying that it's not easy at all. To this, a student shouted out a question. Professor, what are the requirements for that special admission? In response to the question, seemingly enjoying himself, Turmeric spoke up cheerfully. Right, I knew you asked that. Look here. With that, he waved his hand, creating a blue screen in the air and explaining. First of all, you must summon a rank 5 or higher summoned beast using a blank mark. Secondly, you must maintain the summon for more than 30 minutes. In the back, the students who heard these sky-high requirements stood jaw-dropped, looking at each other with skeptical faces. A rank 5 summoned beast? Even with a summoning mark, that's impossible. A basic rank 7 beast is already hard enough, and maintaining it for 30 minutes, how? Without letting his students talk further, Professor Turmeric turned back and stated the final condition. Finally, you must demonstrate your unique character to be eligible for special admission. Even if you succeed in the first 2 conditions, you'll fail if you don't satisfy the third. Regardless of what it is, you have to make an impression to be called special. At this point, the students in the class really couldn't accept it. That's just ridiculous. The first conditions were already hard, but now there's a subjective condition too. Has anyone ever actually passed this exam? Not even mentioning them, even Dane had to pout at the professor's condition. In short, basically, if the professors like you, you pass. If they don't, you fail. Returning to Turmeric's perspective, the reaction of this group of students didn't surprise him much, as if he had witnessed it countless times. Now you understand why this is called the special admission exam. Oh, and you also need recommendation letters from at least 2 experts in this field to even apply. On the opposite side, the students went silent, not saying another word, looking at their dazed faces. Turmeric laughed silently to himself. Right, I knew you'd all be speechless like this. Now no one will dare try. Next, the professor glanced over at Dane and thought, Dane Saugers, right? If it's that interdepartmental student, then what? I heard about his entrance exam from Professor Delfinso, about how he could create a secondary link with the rank 4 Etherach she summoned. But unless I see it with my own eyes, I won't be able to believe it. It's possible she has a connection with the Count Saugers' house and made it up to help him. I want to verify this for myself. Turmeric then continued with his lecture. Your first goal is to pass the regular periodic tests, so keep working hard. If you can already summon, it'll be an easy pass, though I don't think any freshman can. On the other side, the students continued to look confused, glancing at each other without saying a word. Even Digron gulped nervously, while the protagonist's face was full of skepticism. He thought silently to himself, The new students must be very confused since they've only gone through theory and compatibility tests. Up front, Professor Turmeric continued to smile, provoking his students. Is there really no freshman student who knows how to summon? This year is quite a disappointment. As he spoke, he nonchalantly glanced at Dane. This made the protagonist's scalp feel a bit itchy. He thought to himself, he's looking right at me. Does he want to test my abilities himself? If that's the case, then it means Dane decided to prove his strength a bit, so he stood up and said, I can give it a try, Professor. His declaration was immediately met with a response from the handsome professor. Oh ho, is that so? What is your major and your name? Hearing that, Dane replied, I'm a freshman and interdepartmental student, Dane Saugers. Ah, I've heard about you from the head of department. I heard you have outstanding talent. Turmeric praised, and Dane replied with a wave of his hand. Well, if that's what the head has evaluated me as. From Turmeric's perspective, his expression stiffened slightly as he silently evaluated Dane based on their brief exchange. Well, let's see. Look at this kid. Usually, people are either overly humble or full of themselves, but he handles himself with such fluid confidence. With that thought, Turmeric spoke plainly. There are many rumors about you, but that level of talent, generally speaking, is frankly absurd. That said, would you be willing to demonstrate your abilities for everyone right here, right now? Now he's just putting it all out there, Dane thought to himself and nodded in agreement. If that's what you want, I can do it. No problem at all. But if I prove myself, may I ask you to write a recommendation letter for my application to the special admission exam? Dane's sudden request caused the professor inside the lecture hall, and every single student to freeze and stun silent. It took a few seconds for Turmeric to find his voice. You're asking for a recommendation for special admission? You understand what that implies, don't you? As for Dane, he had just heard Turmeric explain the requirements, so how could he forget? He affirmed, it means I have to show talent that is sufficiently superior right here. Turmeric narrowed his eyes and asked, and if you can't? Dane shook his head. I haven't even considered that possibility. Immediately after those words, veins began to bulge on Turmeric's face, but he struggled to remain composed, thinking to himself, this is beyond mere confidence. Even Claire Saugers, his sister, was never this bold. Thinking that he might as well teach the kid in front of him a lesson, Turmeric readily agreed. Fine, come up here then. If you truly meet the criteria, I'd be more than happy to write that recommendation. But talking is the easy part. Not just the professor, but the rest of the students in the class began to buzz like a house on fire. What is he thinking? He's not even a summoning major. Then again, he is Claire's brother. What exactly is wrong with the Saugers family? Ignoring the students' chatter, Turmeric issued his final warning. But if you fail, you'll have to accept the consequences. Whatever those may be, do you still want to try? After a few seconds of thought, Dane agreed. Yes, I'll do it. At this point, Turmeric didn't bother with further advice. He challenged him with interest. Very well, come down here. As luck would have it, I have a summoning mark ready right here. Just like that, Dane began to step quickly toward the podium, thinking to himself, I didn't originally intend to do this in the very first class, but whatever. Might as well take everything I can get. With that thought, Dane reached out and took the blank white card in front of him, slowly channeling his energy into the card and whispering, respond to my call. As soon as the words left his lips, a magic circle began to form in the air, and from within it, a massive wolf leapt out. A dangerous aura radiated from it, and with just a single glance, it made the students tremble like lambs facing a predator. My god, it's real. Isn't that a rank 5 summoned beast? How can he do that with a blank mark? In another corner, Digron immediately recognized the wolf as the very summoned Dane had taken from him earlier. That's my Genfu. Unaware of those thoughts, Dane turned confidently to the professor. Professor, I have successfully summoned Genfu. Over here, Turmeric was still frozen by the scene before him, sweat pouring down his face as he screamed internally. How did this kid do it with just a blank mark? Is he forming a formal contract? Or is it something else? But even so, he only managed the summon. There's no way he can maintain it for 30 minutes. Thinking of that, Turmeric calmed down slightly and said, truly impressive, just as the stories go, but the second condition isn't so easily cleared. In response, not wanting to waste time, Dane proposed an alternative. That is true. I wouldn't want to take up too much of the class's time either. How about I show you something else instead? His words piqued the professor's curiosity and he asked, what something else? Not just him, the students were equally curious, glancing at each other and whispering frantically. What is he planning now? The Saugers family really is terrifying. Returning to Digron's train of thought, for some reason he felt a bit anxious. Lord, the third condition is to show something special. Ultimately, it all depends on the professor's judgment. Since the professor is being so adamant, is he really going to do it? With that, all the students in the class watched the protagonist intently, determined not to miss a single moment. The professor also nodded in agreement. Fine, let's see what you can do. At that, Dane began to part his lips, reciting a cryptic incantation. And before the astonished eyes of everyone present, Genfu's body slowly began to swell. its claws becoming sharper than before. Seeing this, even Dane himself, the one using the magic, was amazed. This really is the power of ancient magic, he thought to himself. While the students practically went wild as the wolf roared as if they were seeing a dinosaur come back to life, enhancing a summoned beast. Isn't that something only fifth-year students can do? And he's not even a summoning department student. At this moment, the giant wolf Genfu let out a thunderous howl, instantly silencing the students. Dane himself gave a small smile, looked at Tamaric, and asked, "Is this enough to prove my special quality, sir?" Returning to Tamaric, the teacher was now completely stunned. Lord, he can even perform link enhancement, so everything they said was true. How can this kid have such unbelievable talent? I can hardly believe my own eyes right now. The more he thought, the wider his mouth hung open. Seeing that, Dane almost burst out laughing. Looks like even the professor is in shock. Can't blame him, even I feel that way, he thought while reaching out to stroke Genfu. After a few seconds, Tamaric finally regained his composure, cleared his throat, and said, "Ah yes, this truly is special. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later." "Yes, I understand," Dane said with a smile. While Digron watched from behind, silently gulping in anxiety. He's grown so much more than before. What a terrifying kid. In summary, after the commotion, the class resumed. I could always feel the professor's gaze fixed on me, but I didn't bother to react. Dane could constantly feel the professor's eyes, sometimes with a look of confusion. I heard he was very serious. My second sister will probably find this quite amusing when she hears about it. That's one part of the recommendation letter down. Should I ask Professor Delphine so for the rest? Dane wondered to himself. Not long after, the class finally came to an end. All right, our class for today ends here. Just like that, groups of students began to leave their classroom one by one. But as they were walking, a voice suddenly rang out, Dane Saugers. Hearing someone call his name, the protagonist turned back, saw the somewhat familiar red hair, and asked with a frown, "Ah, you're Digron Turin, right? You were Genfu's former master, so you're studying at this academy too?" Hearing that, Digron said sheepishly, "You still remember me?" "Yes, I have to retake the course after failing." Seeing his embarrassed demeanor, Dane was a bit curious. Didn't he come here for revenge or something? Why is he talking so strangely politely? Unaware of the protagonist's thoughts, Digron scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, "Actually, I saw you earlier and intended to just ignore you. It's been a long time, but I still think that back then, I really did you wrong." Looking at this, Dane gave a slight smile and nodded. "That was years ago, don't worry about it, I'm fine." Hearing that, Digron asked happily, "Really? So I can continue studying here? I won't cause any trouble or get in your way." At this point, Dane seemed to guess something. "Oh, you thought I was going to report you so you'd be expelled or something?" Dane thought to himself, then stepped forward to pat Digron on the shoulder and reassured him, "No, don't worry, everything is fine." These words made Digron overjoyed, and he said excitedly, "Thank you, Dane. If there's anything you need help with, just say the word." At the same time, a bulge suddenly appeared on the back of Dane's shirt, then slowly moved inside his shirt. This led Dane to realize, it seems Karnas has woken up and is starting to act up. Could he be hungry? Thinking of that, Dane turned and asked, "That's right, you're in the summoning department, aren't you? Perfect timing. I need to get some items from the shop. Can you show me the way?" In response, Digron shared enthusiastically, "Sure. That place is called Use and Bowden. I'll probably be heading there often. It was founded by 2 former students after they graduated over 30 years ago. Regarding the common items, blah blah, recent trends are blah blah." Seeing that this friend was quite talkative and sharing so cheerfully, Dane thought, he seems truly remorseful, doesn't he? Guess there's no need to hold an attitude. At the same time, the little dragon Karnas suddenly poked its head out, looking around curiously, which forced Dane to quickly warn it, "Settle down, Karnas." Immediately after, the two of them walked to the shop together. The pale yellow sunlight filtered through the trees, adding a touch of warmth to the afternoon air. On the way, Digron turned and asked curiously, "What do you need? I can help you find it." "Actually, just tell me the level of your remaining summons and I'll handle it," Dane replied. "I just need some food for it." Digron nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "Oh, that's right up my alley. I used to be in charge of compatibility training, so this is a piece of cake. By the way, what species is your summon?" Dane hesitated for a moment and then replied, Yeah, it's a wyvern." In his mind, he thought, well, Karnas does look a bit like a wyvern. Their diets are probably similar. Hearing the answer, Digron suddenly shouted, his voice full of excitement, "A wyvern, a rank 3 summon, that big." Seeing Digron looking agitated, Dane quickly gestured for him to be quiet, lowering his voice. "Yeah, but it's still small, so remember to keep it a secret." At the same time, Karnas inside his black jacket began to squirm, making small noises. Dane told himself, if this gets out, I'll definitely know who the culprit is, none other than Digron. Digron was still enthusiastic, continuing, "A wyvern, huh? Then soft food is best. Even though they're small, wyverns have huge appetites. They'll start eating meat in about a week." Dane nodded slightly, thinking to himself, he really is an expert, but then how did this guy fail his exams? When they reached the shop, the atmosphere was bustling, the shelves packed with magical items shimmering with a mysterious light. Digron scanned the aisles and quickly picked up 2 small bags of food, then turned to Dane with a smug smile. Here it is, this one is made from 17 different ingredients. And this is a soft mix to be blended with milk. You should take both. Dane took them and smiled brightly, his voice full of gratitude. Thanks a lot. Thanks to you, I got everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Seeing Dane being so polite, Digron narrowed his eyes, nodded, and replied, Is that all you need? Do you need anything else? Dane shook his head. That's enough for now. Digron suggested excitedly, Since you're here, have a look around. There's a ton of useful stuff here. Hearing that, Dane nodded. Fine, let's take one more lap around. The two strolled leisurely around the shop, which displayed countless magical items, from glowing garments to vibrant support potions, and even shimmering magic staves. Suddenly, Dane stopped, his eyes lighting up as he saw a magnificent magic staff in front of him. He spoke up, his voice full of interest. Oh, this looks pretty cool, doesn't it? But right then, a warning voice rang out from beside him. Wait, this isn't something a beginner can use. You haven't even mastered summoning yet and you're already looking for a weapon. Watch out or you'll get hit by a curse. Step back. Near the staff was a neatly posted warning sign. Do not touch randomly, especially beginners. We are not responsible for any consequences. Digron nodded as a reminder. He's right, Dane. This staff is usually only for 4th-year students. Just by touching it, your mana will be drained dry. But Dane didn't seem to care. He thought to himself, come on, what's the big deal? The more it's forbidden, the more I want to try. Ignoring all the warnings, Dane reached out to grab the scepter. The shopkeeper screamed in panic, Hey, rookie student, don't touch that, it's dangerous. But before the words were even out, Dane had already gripped the staff tightly. The orb at the head of the staff suddenly emitted a mysterious light, as brilliant as a precious gem. Dane smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, it's craving mana. Immediately, he channeled mana into the staff, feeling the power surge within. The shopkeeper's eyes widened as he stammered, what the hell just happened? Did the staff absorb enough mana and stabilize? He thought to himself, even with enough mana, almost no one can control it. Dane simply smiled calmly, this isn't too bad, is it? Digron, standing beside him, couldn't hide his shock. Dane, I knew you were good, but you really are the top of the line. The shopkeeper approached, hands on his hips, exasperated. Are you really a first-year student? I've never seen anyone like this. Dane replied with a slight smile. I'm Dane Saugers, the younger brother of Senior Claire. Hearing that name, the shopkeeper was momentarily startled, his tone changing completely. Oh, the top student of the interdepartmental major? Even Claire couldn't hold this staff in her first year. I underestimated you. If you had said so sooner, I would have given better advice. Dane gave a forced laugh, thinking to himself, his attitude changed faster than a flipping pancake. The shopkeeper continued, Are you planning to buy this staff? Dane shook his head and placed the staff back in its spot. Aw no. Why not? You know how to use it. Why don't you buy it? It looks complicated, and it can't handle that much mana. The shopkeeper was surprised. This is more than enough for 5th or 6th-year students. Dane looked at the staff and thought, it feels like pouring an entire well into a teapot. It's not worth it. Finally, he said, I'll just take these bags of food. The shopkeeper muttered, Are all the Count's children like this? Even your sister? To which Dane asked how his second sister was. In the 4th year, everyone was excited to hold a staff, but she was the only one who refused, saying it didn't look cool. Dane narrowed his eyes and nodded, thinking to himself, that sounds like my sister. After thinking, Dane said, well, if I need anything, I'll come back later. Having said that, he quickly left the shop. Digron, let's go, let's take these. After that, Dane and Digron paid and left. The shopkeeper watched them go, muttering, why is every genius so weird? After leaving the shop, Dane found a quiet, deserted corner. He carefully took the 2 bags of food he had just bought and placed them in front of Karnas, who was wriggling excitedly inside his jacket. Looking at the tiny wyvern with eyes shimmering like 2 gems, Dane laughed and spoke gently, Here is it good. Take it slow, don't choke. Karnas didn't pay any attention to the warning, diving into the food bag and making delighted little sounds. Each piece of soft food melting in her mouth made her snuggle closer, her small tail wagging rapidly. Watching this, Dane shook his head, thinking, the next class is a basic one. Layla said there's only 5 minutes left. I have to get back to the dorm quickly. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out from a nearby alley, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. The sound of clattering, accompanied by debris flying everywhere, made Dane stop in his tracks. He frowned and muttered, what was that? The noise was coming from that alleyway. Profane shouts echoed out from the narrow alley, sharp as a knife's edge. Kid, drop that attitude of yours. Beat him to a pulp for me. Another voice was equally spiteful. Stupid clown, can't even open your mouth after just a few punches. Dane narrowed his eyes as a sense of unease rose. Someone else trying to act tough. No one was here yesterday. Today you're just unlucky. A weak voice replied, trembling but unyielding, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Hearing this, Dane froze, his heart pounding. Wait, that voice is. He immediately turned his head, his sharp gaze directed toward the alley. There, Ernest was being cornered by 3 thugs. His appearance was beyond pathetic, hair disheveled, glasses askew, limbs trembling, yet his eyes still flashed with a spark of resilience. The red-haired guy, clearly the leader, sneered with utter contempt. "Did you hear what he said? Says he's not afraid." The guy beside him guffawed and added, "Big mouth for someone shaking like a leaf." Ernest grit his teeth, his hands clenched tight, thinking to himself, "These bastards, waiting for me to be alone to gang up on me." One of them spoke up, his voice arrogant, "Who goes first? There's no one around here." Another laughed nastily, "Let me, my jaw still hurts from him last time." The 3 of them advanced aggressively. Even though he was scared, Ernest took a defensive stance and growled, "Don't come any closer." The 3 burst out laughing, mocking him, "Haha, this failure dares to raise his fists. Got lucky once and now thinks he's a tough guy." Inside Ernest, despair welled up. "It's over. Is there anything I can even do this time?" But right then, the sound of decisive footsteps echoed from the distance. A calm voice tinged with sarcasm spoke up, drawing the attention of the whole group. "Is it you guys again?" The blonde-haired guy turned around. His eyes went wide when he recognized the person who had just appeared. He shouted, his voice a bit panicked, "Dane Saugers." Dane didn't pay any mind to their shock. He walked over casually with a faint smile and waved at Ernest, "Hey there." Seeing Dane was like finding a lifebuoy for Ernest. His eyes lit up, his voice trembling with emotion. "Dane." As Dane appeared, the bullies began to buzz with chatter. "What's this? You said no one would come," one complained grumpily. Another replied, "Why do you still care about that? Get your weapons out." Dane glanced at them, muttering to himself, "This is going to be a nuisance." He looked around thinking, "There's no one else here, right? Fine then, I'll give you a taste of pain." Immediately, a surge of mana flowed from Dane's body, making the bullies flinch in fear. In the blink of an eye, countless spearheads appeared in the air, pointing directly at them. Seeing this, one of them screamed, "What the hell is that? He knows magic too." The guy with the buzz cut spoke up tremulously, "Isn't the Saugers family famous for spear techniques?" The red-haired guy roared in anger, "You idiot. Did you forget? That sister of his is Arabella Saugers." Beside them, Ernest also let out a cry of surprise. Dane, with the spearheads hovering in the air, directed them at the bullies and said coldly, "All right, choose, either back off quietly, or get beaten to a pulp." Hearing this, the faces of the 3 bullies turned pale as a wave of fear washed over them. Immediately afterward, the nearby wall was covered in countless cracks as if pierced by something. The ground suffered the same fate. The bullies were now sprawled face down on the ground, let out agonizing cries. Ernest, still shaking, approached and spoke up, "Thank you, Dane. My limbs are still shivering over here." Dane smiled and replied, "As long as you're safe, that's what matters." Then he continued, "Ernest, let's start practicing together from now on." Hearing this, Ernest rubbed his still aching arm and asked in surprise, "What?" Dane replied, "You said you wanted to defeat Braun, didn't you?" Ernest nodded with a forced smile, "Ah, that's true." Dane continued, "So I'm going to help you get stronger." Ernest could only smile, "Haha, I'm always relying on you." Afterward, the 2 walked together across the school grounds. Dane turned and asked, "Oh hey, have you joined any clubs yet?" Ernest replied, "Not yet. I've been looking but I can't find any exploration or archaeology clubs." Dane wondered, "I thought there would definitely be one." Ernest explained, "There's a map research society in our year. But that's a mandatory course, not a club. I also checked out some map analysis clubs, but they all just use it as an excuse to be lazy. It's really disappointing." Hearing this, Dane stroked his chin, pensive. "It seems most people just want an easy life." Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, "But why are you asking about clubs? Are you planning to join one?" Dane replied, "It's just that everyone is so active in recruiting freshmen. It made me wonder if it's actually important." Ernest explained, "They say you have to choose carefully. Once you join, you can't change for 2 years." Dane gave a wry smile. "The rules are stricter than I thought. If you choose wrong, you waste 2 whole years." At this point, the school grounds were filled with recruitment signs from various clubs, a gourmet dessert society, a book discussion club. Suddenly, Dane stopped walking, turned around and said, "How about we start our own club?" Ernest was surprised. What kind of club?" Dane replied, "A club where we can do anything." Ernest was still puzzled. "What do you mean?" Dane explained, "What I mean is, we can practice together, explore ruins, and in our free time just hang out and eat. Do whatever we want, no rules. What do you think of this idea?" Ernest's eyes sparkled. He hurriedly agreed, "I'm in. Going with you will definitely be fun." But before he could enjoy the thought, he suddenly asked, "Wait, would a club like this even be approved?" Dane replied confidently, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Ernest nodded, "If you say so, I believe it really will work. But why did you suddenly think of this?" Dane laughed, "Because those club invitations are so annoying. I have to refuse every time. There aren't any clubs that interest me, so I'll just start my own." Ernest asked further, "If I join, will I get to learn more spear or sword techniques?" Dane smiled, "Of course, that's a given. Who knows, you might even discover a hidden talent." Ernest was overjoyed. "That's great. We'll definitely learn a lot from each other." Then he suddenly remembered, "But I heard you need at least 3 people to form a club, right?" Dane nodded. "We have Layla too. I'm sure she'll join." Ernest gave an embarrassed smile at this. He continued, "Now that you mention it, let's go ask her." The scene shifts to the club registration office. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. Ernest spoke up, submitting this form here is all it takes, right? Layla was excited. Sounds simple enough, hurry up and fill it out. Dane glanced at her, thinking to himself, classic Layla. She ditched the dessert exploration club just to come with us. Layla turned and said happily, the dessert club specializes in gathering to try sweets every week. It was a perfect match. Dane nodded, we can do that too if you like. Ernest chimed in, I love tarts too. We can do whatever we want anyway. Dane added, if you want to get to know the seniors, feel free, but just following Ernest is fine. Hearing this, Layla looked satisfied and beamed. The form is done, let's go register. At this moment, the three of them were standing in front of the office door to register their society. The three of them filled out the club formation form together and took it to an office for confirmation. Suddenly, Layla shouted, what? The rules have changed. A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and explained, yeah, there are currently over 3,000 clubs at the academy, most of which are inactive and hard to manage. So starting this year, forming a club requires approval, not just a report. Dane's expression tightened slightly as he asked, what do we have to do for approval? Layla sighed, good lord, talk about bad luck. The blonde girl continued, you must have a recommendation letter from an official professor. Do you need me to give you a template? Dane nodded, give me the template for now. Internally, he thought, things have been a hassle from the very start. Afterward, the three left the room. Layla complained, where are freshmen like us supposed to get a recommendation letter? Ernest nodded in agreement, seriously. We haven't even met any professors yet. Layla continued, we can't just pick a random teacher and ask for a signature. Dane smiled, actually I have someone in mind. Layla and Ernest shouted in unison, what, who? We're just freshmen, they'll probably look down on us. Dane gave a confident smile, just trust me. Ernest and Layla could only stare wide-eyed speechless. The scene shifts to the office of Professor Lott of the Liberal Arts Department, Keltas. Dane sat presenting his plan to establish the club. After a while he thought to himself, damn, he said he'd listen, but why is this so difficult now? Keltas spoke up, why have you all come here? Dane replied, Professor, we actually want to establish a club. Keltas was quite surprised, oh that sounds interesting. What kind of club is it? Dane smiled, a club for sword practice, exploring the academy, and having fun adventures. But now we need approval, so we need a recommendation letter from a professor. Keltas wondered, a recommendation letter? Dane nodded, yes, we're looking for a great professor to ask. Hearing this, Keltas stiffened slightly, thinking to himself, looking for a professor? You came all the way here to find me and you're still saying that? You brat, do you really think you can find a better professor than me? As soon as the thought finished, Keltas broke into a smile and spoke up, haha, isn't there a professor right here? No need to look far, I will recommend you myself. Dane replied, you're always busy, sir. I was afraid of bothering you. Before he could finish, Keltas cut him off, how busy? At the very least, I can do this. Now, what do I need to do? Dane smiled, really? Then please sign here, Professor. He quickly pulled the registration form from his jacket. Keltas happily took the pen to sign the form and said, my only student wants to start a club. Of course I have to support you enthusiastically. Dane smiled and bowed, thank you very much, Professor. Once he had the signature, he thought to himself, that went smoothly. After finishing the task, he immediately reunited with Ernest and Layla. Layla cheered, unbelievable, we got the recommendation letter that fast. Are you close with the professor? Ernest chimed in, we couldn't even get a word in. Holding the recommendation letter in his hand, Dane laughed. I pretended to ask about swordsmanship and luckily won his favor. Ernest nodded, anyway, I'm glad we succeeded. Layla thumped her chest excitedly, so now we can actually establish the club. Dane nodded, now we just need to submit the application. Thinking about the prospect of the club being formed, Ernest was overjoyed. I'm so excited, this is going to be great. Layla marveled, I thought this would be really hard, but Dane made it look like a piece of cake. Dane pulled out a blank piece of paper and said, now we need a name to register. What name should we choose? Naming turned out to be a long story. Ernest said, the name has to represent our image. This is an important issue. Layla nodded, I don't want a name that's too childish or meaningless. The two scratched their heads and muttered, what should the name be? Looking at the two of them, Dane gave a slight smile and thought, they're really serious about this. Suddenly, he felt something moving on his person. Glancing down, Dane muttered, Karna's waking up now. The little dragon moving all over him made Dane restless. He whispered, not now, Karna's. Ernest spoke up, Dane, have you thought of a name yet? Dane replied, anything is fine with me. Layla wondered, what? You're the one who proposed this and you don't have any ideas. She pointed toward Dane's jacket. Hey, your jacket has a lump. About to be exposed, Dane muttered to himself, I haven't even introduced it yet. He stammered, well this is. Ernest and Layla's eyes were fixed on him. Layla pressed, what are you hiding? Suddenly Dane's button popped off and a dark shadow darted out. It turned out to be Karna's, the mischievous little dragon, escaping. Seeing the adorable little dragon, Ernest and Layla stared wide-eyed, their mouths forming an O. Dane gave a forced smile, thinking to himself, the cat's out of the bag now. Layla pointed accusingly, what is that? A summoned beast? Why did it come out of your jacket? Don't tell me that egg you took from Claire's place hatched. The little dragon circled around Dane's shoulder, letting out a cute growl. He nodded, yes, it was born not long ago. Its name is Karna's. Ernest said happily, hi Karna's, long time no see. Layla was furious. Ernest, you knew about this too. Dane quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important, Karnas. Let's think while we walk to the registration area. At the registration office, the blonde girl held the paper and frowned. The magic exploration, summoning, spear technique, and swordsmanship club. The three could only laugh awkwardly at the name, which couldn't be more mundane. The girl asked again, are you sure you want to use this name? Dane nodded, yes, please approve it for us. After being approved, the three left the registration room. Layla turned and chided Dane, don't ever name anything again. Dane frowned, doesn't it sound okay? Layla barked, no, it's not okay at all. Ernest hurried to mediate, haha, don't worry too much. We can always change the name later. The scene shifts to the office of Turmeric, the professor of the summoning department. Someone walked in and spoke up, I hope my stopping by isn't too much of a bother. Turmeric replied, haha, not at all, head of department. The person who came is Delphinso. She sat down and asked gently, how have things been lately? Turmeric replied, there are many talented students, but I worry the professors will be overloaded. She emphasized particularly, I've heard rumors of one student who stands out significantly. Turmeric stammered, ah yes, that is true. He thought to himself, did word of what happened in class spread that fast? Delphinso held her teacup and continued, I heard your class had something interesting happen. I won't interfere with your class, I'm just curious. Turmeric replied immediately, no, of course there's no problem. You are the head of department, after all, this is only natural. He put down the teacup and continued, there is a very notable student, even more excellent than expected. It was quite a surprise. Delphinso smiled, it must be Dane Saugers. I personally accepted his enrollment. She continued, I heard you promised to write a recommendation letter for him, right? Turmeric nodded, yes, that's correct. Delphinso added, since the special admission requires 2 letters, I think I'll write the other one. Turmeric was surprised, you're writing it personally. She laughed, he clearly has talent, how could I just sit still? Turmeric fell silent, thinking to himself, such a cunning snake, she's trying to snatch everything. He clenched his fist and muttered, right, she's always been like this. I underestimated her. Delphinso spoke up, Professor, is something on your mind? Turmeric was startled and quickly replied, no, not at all. Delphinso looked him straight in the eye, is that so? When you've finished writing the letter, show it to me. After all, we should be straightforward with each other in this matter. Turmeric frowned slightly, feeling nervous, that goes without saying. Having achieved her goal, Delphinso stood up, then I'll be taking my leave. Watching her back as she left, Turmeric grit his teeth, pensive. His hand was clenched so tightly it shook as he muttered, do you think I'll just sit by and let everything go your way? She's trying to pull Dane to her side, but this time I won't let that happen. I have to win over that genius first. The scene shifts to the school grounds. Dane walked along, muttering, only the Empire's Foundation history class is left today, right? Dane sighed, there's still time. Maybe I'll go get a tart or something. Suddenly, a figure approached and called out, Dane Saugers. Dane turned his head and saw a blonde girl he had never met. He asked, who are you? She replied, greetings, I am a messenger from the academy. Professor Delphinso, the head of the summoning department, has summoned you. She smiled, making Dane wonder as he muttered, wasn't it supposed to be Professor Turmeric? He asked further, for what reason does the head of department want to see me? The blonde girl replied she only mentioned the recommendation letter. She requested that you come immediately. Shall we go now? Dane nodded, ah, the recommendation letter. But in his heart he muttered, summon this suddenly. Something isn't right. The Imperial Academy, the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, where the flame of academic passion always burns bright, is renowned for its cutthroat competition that exceeds all expectations. Especially the power struggles among the professors. A department's influence determines the budget, equipment, and facilities they receive. Here, the 3 largest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, are always allocated the highest budgets. A professor's reputation and evaluation fluctuate accordingly, directly impacting their core responsibilities. At the office of the head of the summoning department, Delphinso gazed out the window and muttered, I can't stay stuck in 3rd place forever. I can't keep losing to those guys. She pondered, if that boy joins our department, we could easily overtake the magic department. The problem is Professor Keltis from the interdepartmental major. However, his sister Claire is studying here, so it'll be hard for him to refuse. As long as I pique his interest in summoning, the opportunity will come. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Professor, I have brought Dane. Delphinso replied immediately, come in. She smiled and spoke up. The academy must be quite busy, isn't it, Dane? With your abilities, I'm sure many places are inviting you. Dane replied humbly. I still have much to learn, so I am approaching everything with the mindset of a freshman. Delphinso nodded, humble indeed. A desire to learn is a very valuable attitude. Is there any subject that particularly interests you? Dane laughed softly, haha, I haven't chosen a specific subject yet. I want to do well in all of them. Delphinso nodded in approval, wanting to be well-rounded. That is truly the spirit of a new student. You know why I called you here, right? Dane shook his head, looking unclear. She continued, I heard about the miraculous event in Professor Turmeric's class. You summoned Dentfu and performed an enhanced link. With skills like that, how could a department head like me sit still? She smiled. With your capacity, you should participate in the special admission exam. Delphine continued, Professor Tamaric and I have agreed to write recommendation letters for you. Dane gradually understood the reason and replied, Thank you for evaluating me so highly. Writing a recommendation for a student outside the summoning department is a first for me, but your talent is rare. Writing a recommendation for a student outside the summoning department is a first for me, but your talent is rare. Dane wondered, summoning? She nodded and said truthfully, Someone qualified for the special exam doesn't need more lessons, but for that very reason, I want to personally tutor you. Dane mused to himself, if the department head is personally making this offer, the summoning department must be quite short on talent. She continued, Oh, that's right, have you joined any clubs yet? If you're interested, there are many great clubs within the summoning department. He replied, I thank you, Professor, but regarding clubs, I have already established one with a few friends. Delphine was startled. What, already established? The new regulations are quite strict. Dane smiled, Yes, it wasn't easy, but fortunately Professor Keltas wrote a recommendation for us. Hearing this, Delphine's eyes widened. She muttered, That annoying Keltas. He never attends faculty meetings, always lazy. Yet he beat me to the punch. She clenched her fist, irritated. He dares to ruin my plan to lead the boy into my summoning club. She calmed down and continued, Well, congratulations on your club. When you're free, stop by my labs. There are many interesting things there. She muttered internally, I'll cast the bait for now. Then she added, I have some rare items like unhatched spiritual beast eggs. Hearing this, Dane was a bit shocked. He asked, Spiritual beast eggs? She continued, Yes, a single unhatched egg is valued at the price of an entire castle. They are that rare, so definitely stop by and see. Dane was startled, touching his jacket, thinking to himself, Oh no, I'm already raising one. Delphine smiled, Don't worry about the recommendations. Professor Tamaric and I will provide them for you. If you have any questions about the exam, feel free to ask me anytime. Dane replied happily, Thank you for your concern, Professor. She took a cookie and said, Have some dessert while we talk. What you brought looks delicious. As she enjoyed it, she muttered, Tamaric is probably planning to beat me to it again. I must write that letter quickly to see the look on their faces when they see it. The next day, Claire met Dane and said, Dane, Professor Delphine just contacted me. Dane wondered, Contacted you? Claire nodded, Yes. After sending the recommendation, the Summoning Association contacted her today. They are sending an examiner to the academy immediately. Dane was startled. They're coming that fast, he muttered. Too fast. They clearly want to recruit me. Claire's eyes went wide. Professor Delphine really likes you. What did you do to make someone so difficult notice you like that? Dane laughed it off. I don't know, maybe just because I'm a top student. Claire continued, Anyway, you're about to be called for the exam. Back in my day, we had to summon 3 spiritual beasts at once, maintain them, and perform an enhanced link. Dane shouted, 3 at once, this is getting serious. He muttered, Claire passed the special exam when she was only 16. Claire went on, Yeah, but no one knows what this exam will be like. They don't announce it beforehand. With Professor Delphine's recommendation, you're qualified, but there's internal infighting within the Summoning Association. Dane asked, Internal infighting? Claire explained, You probably don't know. Professor Delphine has refused the association's requests many times, so they don't like her. They won't let her gain an advantage easily. Dane pondered, meaning the exam might be harder because of that, right? Claire nodded, It's possible. But I'm not too worried about you. If you get hurt because of adult squabbles, I'd feel terrible. Dane smiled. Don't worry, sis, that won't happen. He thought to himself, I have no intention of getting caught in those traps. 2 days later, the Summoning Association's inspection team arrived at the academy, led by Chairman Elgard Poten. He spoke up. Long time no see, Professor Delphine. She replied, I hope you've been well. Elgard nodded, Yes, so just how good is this student you've recommended? Delphine remained calm. My apologies, Chairman, but his talent is so outstanding I couldn't ignore it. Elgard continued, Then you should have taken a seat on the board when we offered it. Everything would have been handled quickly. Delphine gave a forced smile. You know I still value my responsibilities at the academy. If I joined the board, I couldn't be fully devoted here. She grit her teeth, thinking, Do you think I don't know you're trying to pull influence to your side? Because of the association's greed, I almost died several times during those reckless missions. She turned, Then follow me, we can talk as we walk. Elgard nodded, Fair enough. He thought to himself, the recommendation was sent, so I will cooperate, but I don't like this kid one bit. On the way, Elgard asked, The boy is Dane Saugers, Claire's brother, right? Delphine replied, Yes, his talent truly reflects the Saugers bloodline. Elgard continued, I heard he summoned a rank 5 Dentfu, performed an enhanced link, and even managed multiple simultaneous links during the interdepartmental exam. Delphine nodded, That is correct. He turned to her, Such ability is truly extraordinary. It's caused a stir in the association. Even for a Saugers, I didn't expect the younger brother to surpass those who came before him. Could he already be on par with Galderin? Delphine smiled dismissively. I'm not sure if he's reached Galderin's level yet, but once you see him with your own eyes, you'll understand. Elgard frowned, We will evaluate him very strictly. The special admission exam has always been that way. Delfinso nodded, yes, I understand. The appearance of the Summoning Association caused a buzz among the students. One exclaimed, what, the Summoning Association is here, what for? Another replied, I heard Dane Saugers received a special recommendation. Another student chimed in, the freshman who caused a shock in Professor Tamarik's class, he even did the beast enhancement. One roared irritably, incredible, is there anything summoning related he's not good at? After a while, Delfinso and Elgard arrived at the summoning department. She said cheerfully, all right, this is where the exam will take place. Elgard glanced at the summoning department emblem and muttered, very well, let's go inside. At the testing area, light filtered through the door slats, illuminating the entire room. Dane stood in the center of the yard and spoke up. I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, Lord of the Southern Region and head of the Saugers family. My name is Dane Saugers. It is a pleasure to meet you. As he finished, a confident smile played on his lips. Seeing this, Elgard thought to himself, impressive indeed. It's hard to believe he's only 14 with such presence. Now I see why they were in such a hurry to send the recommendation. Elgard stroked his chin and spoke, I am Elgard Poten, chairman of the Summoner Association. I have heard much about you. You have been praised quite a bit. However, this test will not be easy. Seeing this, Dane showed no fear and replied immediately, yes, I am prepared. He thought to himself, he's pretending to be friendly, but there's nothing pleasant about this. Elgard turned to his assistants behind him and spoke, no need for more talk, start immediately. Everyone prepare. The two behind him replied, yes, sir. Delfinso narrowed her eyes in the back and said, I wonder what kind of challenge the chairman has prepared for us. Looking at Delfinso, Elgard spoke, whether you pass or fail will be entirely up to me, Elgard Pote. If you object, you can withdraw from the exam now. Dane replied instantly, I agree. He continued, during the exam, any form of cheating is strictly forbidden. If the exam is judged unfair, the results will be cancelled and your summoner status may be revoked. Bear that in mind. Dane replied calmly, yes, I understand. Elgard continued, good, then I shall wait to see what your special quality is. Immediately after, he raised his hand high and shouted, the test begins. The officials surrounded him. A summoning magic circle appeared in front of each person. It drew in all surrounding energy to reinforce the magic circles. Seeing this, Dane muttered, this is. Suddenly, sounds began to emit from the magic circles. Immediately after, a massive source of energy enveloped the testing grounds. Both Dane and Delfinso narrowed their eyes. Delfinso thought, they've activated the magic circles, this means. Immediately after, the surrounding mana gathered toward Elgard. He opened his eyes wide and spoke, respond to me. With those words, a massive torrent of mana surged from his magic circle. Then, a huge, ferocious creature appeared, with a head that looked like a lion. Seeing the massive amount of mana pouring out, Dane thought, just as I expected, the chairman's mana is terrifying. I didn't think the test would be on this scale. His eyes went wide. Looking at the creature before him, he wondered, thinking, this thing is much more dangerous than normal. Lightning bolts containing a massive amount of mana appeared around it, giving anyone facing it a sense of extreme danger. Seeing the monster appear, Delfinso shrieked in shock, impossible. A rank 3 summon, that's Antares. Antares clenched its fists, looked up to the sky and let out a massive roar, causing all its surrounding mana to burst forth, creating a thick shroud of dust at the exam site. Bracing himself against the immense pressure, Dane muttered to himself, now I understand why my sister was so worried about me. Gazing at the summoned beast before him, Elgard crossed his arms slightly and spoke, since you are a genius, this level should be appropriate for your rank, shouldn't it? He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, you may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your mission is to subdue Antares by any means. Looking at the ferocious summoned beast standing before Dane, Elgard added, this is the requirement for the special admission selection test. Witnessing this scene, Delfinso grit her teeth, fuming inwardly. That old man clearly wants to see me disappointed. He's trying to make me lose face. Elgard spoke in an irritated tone, but with your superior talent, there's surely nothing to worry about, right? Of course, if you're afraid, you can still withdraw right now. Dane replied immediately without flinching, no, I will perform the test as planned. Seeing this, Elgard gave a slight smile. Very well, I will give you a little time to prepare. Immediately after, Dane reached into the subspace before him, fumbling for something. He muttered to himself, good, I have the perfect thing for a situation like this. Right after that, he pulled something out and muttered, the spear sister Claire gave me for my 7th birthday. Now I finally have an occasion to use it. Looking toward the beast in front of him, Dane whispered, it's big, so there are bound to be plenty of openings. I'll attack quickly and then retreat. Seeing this, Elgard narrowed his eyes. He's using a spear, truly the Saugers bloodline. Immediately after, his gaze shifted toward a corner of the testing area, where Tamarik's group and a few students were arriving to watch Dane's test. Witnessing the scene, Tamarik's jaw dropped as he stammered out, what the hell is this? Making him fight a rank 3 creature, isn't that going way too far? Hearing the familiar voice, Delfinso glanced back and spoke, it seems Professor Tamarik has arrived as well. He'll likely object to this. Elgard, unconcerned, replied, it's fine, he's already prepared, let's begin. Immediately after, his expression darkened slightly and he thrust his hand forward, shouting, "Antares, destroy the enemy before you." As soon as he finished speaking, Antares began to gnash its teeth with a rasping sound, its eyes glowing a fierce red. It immediately used its strength to lunge powerfully toward Dane. Dane remained calm, waiting for the monster to draw near. He muttered, "All right, come at me." As it closed in, the monster accelerated instantly, bolting toward Dane. But immediately, using his expert spear techniques, he parried the monster's attacks. Right after that, he darted behind the creature. By now, Dane's expression was no longer calm as it had been before. He began to take this matter seriously. His elusive movements left the surrounding onlookers stunned. Countless voices rang out in surprise. Good lord, what kind of movement was that just now? Ignoring these comments, Dane quickly regained his defensive stance. He couldn't help but flash a confident smile, thinking to himself, "It seems the special training is starting to pay off." On the opposite side, the monster didn't seem particularly affected by its wounds. Consequently, it continued its maddened charge to attack Dane. As soon as it closed in, it swung its massive hand, slamming it directly toward the protagonist, causing the ground to shatter into a crater-like shape. It was terrifying. Fortunately, Dane dodged to the side just in time. Had he not, he would have been smashed into mincemeat. Seeing its prey escape, Antares' eyes flashed with a red light filled with fury. Next, it lunged forward to close the gap and unleashed a non-stop barrage of punches, forcing Dane to leap backward repeatedly. With every punch from the massive monster, it left a large, bowl-shaped crater in the ground. Dane himself had to praise Antares' power in his mind. Wow, no wonder it's rank 3, that size and moving at this speed. On the opposite side, it seemed Antares was gradually getting smarter. It realized that closing in on Dane wouldn't be easy. So at that moment, a brilliant golden flame suddenly erupted from its body. Then it thrust its hands forward, releasing a scorching pillar of fire. Seeing this, Professor Delphinso couldn't contain her worry and screamed, "He's taken a direct hit." Beside her, the old man Elgard stroked his beard and nodded, feeling smug and satisfied. Even with enhanced strength, facing Antares head-on is complete madness. It seems the end of this test was predictable after all. That was what he thought. However, Dane began to prove him wrong. Inside the flames, Dane's spear spun incessantly, creating a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the surrounding fire. Nevertheless, Dane was a bit startled by the previous attack. That was a close call. Almost had me there. All right, it's time to end this. Immediately after, he unleashed his mana to enhance his physical strength and lunged forward to attack. However, Antares also reacted with incredible agility. Before Dane could even land his attack, it clenched its fist and struck forward, tearing up the ground until it was unrecognizable. Unfortunately for the beast, an attack that doesn't hit Dane is useless. At that moment, he circled to the side, aiming for the massive creature's waist. Thinking to himself, for the finishing blow, I'll use what my father once showed me. Concentrate mana into the tip of the spear to create an explosion, a single-point blast. Just like that, taking advantage of the moment before Antares could regain its guard, Dane's explosive spear thrust struck the creature's waist directly, easily piercing deep into the massive body. The agony of the wound made the monster roar ferociously. Meanwhile, Dane gripped the spear tightly, thrusting with all his might. Ribbons of blue energy were constantly being released. Finally, the explosive power of the strike took effect, causing the monster's waist to be blasted open into a large hole. However, it was as if this lion man was on some kind of performance-enhancing drugs. After taking such a hit, it could still concentrate strength into its arms, as if preparing to counterattack. Regarding the crowd of extras observing, witnessing the protagonist's power, they were all left with their mouths agape. Incredible, the summons attack barely landed, and what on earth was that amount of mana? Back on the battlefield, this massive monster was clearly a cheat. At that moment, the site of its wound was enveloped in a brilliant golden flame. In just a few seconds, its wound had recovered as if nothing had ever happened. In fact, being wounded only served to make the monster even more enraged. Frenzied sounds began to emanate from its mouth. In fact, being wounded only served to make the monster even more enraged. Frenzied sounds began to emanate from its mouth. Seeing this, Dane's scalp felt numb. Oh boy, it looks like it's really ticked off now. As soon as he spoke, the lion man opened its mouth and spat out a scorching flame, causing Dane to jump to the side in alarm. However, his spear remained stuck in Antares' waist, leaving his expression momentarily dazed. Damn it, my spear. Keltas came rushing in from outside, sweat beading on his forehead, his mouth non-stop swearing. Damn it, I'm not late, am I? Why on earth would they hold the exam in such a remote place? His heart pounded, a mix of worry and irritation. The moment he pushed the door open and stepped inside, the scene before him made Keltas freeze, his eyes widening in shock. He grit his teeth, his gaze fixed on the brilliant mana barrier before him. His voice trembled with disbelief, a barrier in the testing area. What on earth are they summoning? From within, Antares tilted its head back toward the sky and let out a savage roar, the sound seemingly tearing through the air. Its eyes seethed with the fire of rage, flashing brilliant red streaks that struck Kelta's eyes directly. His face darkened and his heart raced from the shock. He clenched his hands and shouted, his voice full of indignation, "What? A rank 3 Antares?" The mix of horror and excitement made his body tremble slightly. In the arena, Antares had just swatted away Dane's spear, sending it tumbling across the ground, leaving long scrape marks. The wound caused by the spear was still oozing blood, unable to recover immediately. The monster growled, its eyes bloodshot, staring straight at Dane as if it wanted to devour him. Dane stood opposite it, muttering to himself in his mind with a hint of admiration. It took a hit like that and didn't even flinch. It's certainly stubborn. He nodded, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. In his head he thought, the spear won't be enough to wound it anymore. Then he flicked his hand, his eyes flashing with resolve. "Sorry, father, but in the end, I'll have to use my sword." Immediately, Dane drew the sword from his hip, the blade shimmering under the mana light. He narrowed his eyes, looking straight at Antares, a confident smile on his lips. "Let's start round 2. His movements left the entire gallery stunned. Elgard stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he spoke up, "Ha ha, using a sword." Delphinso beside him nodded, her voice full of contemplation. "It makes sense. This is an independent exam, so a bit of eccentricity isn't strange." Elgard nodded in agreement, but his eyes betrayed his shock. "True, isn't it? But the terrifying thing is that he remains so calm. That stance, it's like a warrior who has fought through countless battlefields." On the gallery, the crowd of students whispered, their hearts racing with excitement. Keltis stood behind them, narrowing his eyes to observe, a surge of pride mixed with curiosity in his heart. He spoke with a tone of certainty. "Now we will truly see what he is capable of." In the arena, Antares charged straight at Dane, its eyes ferocious, its fists clenched to form a massive ring of fire that radiated a scorching heat. But Dane didn't flinch. He stood his ground, calmly receiving each of the monster's consecutive strikes. The skills of a true swordsman were clearly revealed in his superior agility and speed. After a few exchanges of techniques, Dane backed away, a thought flashing through his mind. He muttered, his voice full of admiration, "Not bad. After a few weeks of fighting, it has switched from power to speed, reacting precisely to each of my moves." Antares was relentless, continuing its frantic attack, but he was not one to be easily subdued. He maintained a state of calm, swinging his sword to parry every strike. The moment he found an opening, Dane swung his sword, striking a powerful blow against Antares' arm. However, the attack caused no damage. He muttered with a hint of surprise, "Both arms are covered in fire. It's hard to pierce through with sword aura." Antares accelerated even further. Punches rained down like a storm. Dane was flooded with thoughts, telling himself, "I want to crush it with ancient magic, but there are too many eyes watching here, so I'll have to use this method instead." From the gallery, Delphinso was terrified, her face turning pale. She turned to Elgard and said with a trembling voice, "Chairman, this is too dangerous. If the student is injured, none of us will escape punishment." She placed her hand on her chest, preparing to activate a forced unsummoning. But Keltis appeared from behind and spoke up to stop her, his voice low but full of confidence. "Wait, just keep watching." Delphinso turned back with a start, surprised. "Professor Keltis, when did you get here?" Keltis smiled, his eyes sparkling with faith. "I understand your worry, but it seems Dane has found a strategy." Inside the arena, Dane continued to swing his sword to parry Antares' relentless attacks. Suddenly, he spotted an opening. His eyes widened, flashing with a decisive spark. A magic circle manifested beneath his feet. Mana erupted brilliantly as Dane accelerated, lunging directly toward Antares, and unleashing a rapid succession of sharp slashes. Deep gashes appeared on Antares' thighs, causing it to throw its head back and roar in agony. The wretched sound echoed through the area. The monster lost its balance and its strikes became imprecise. It slammed its hands onto the ground, its face contorted with fury as flames erupted around its body. Elgard flinched from the gallery, his voice full of shock. Did he just combine swordsmanship and magic in that single moment? Keltis nodded, a confident smile on his lips. "It seems we should have summoned something even stronger." Hearing this, Elgard's expression darkened and he clenched his fist, thinking to himself, "Damn it, a rank 3 summon should have been enough to make him fail. Yet he has far exceeded all my expectations." His heart pounded with a mix of irritation and genuine admiration. In the arena, Antares opened its mouth wide, rings of fire manifesting around its jaws, signaling a catastrophic attack. Dane gave a small smile, thinking to himself, a final struggle, truly a king of stubbornness until the very end. He clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with resolve. "I didn't want to resort to this, but it's time to wrap this up." Above Dane's head, 3 spears enveloped in mana suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. He stared straight at Antares, a smirk appearing on his face, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The atmosphere in the arena was suffocatingly tense, as if the whole world was holding its breath before the collision of rank 3 Antares' terrifying power and Dane's explosive magic. Sensing the danger, Antares tilted its head back and let out a savage roar, a sound like rolling thunder that shook the ground. It opened its maw, spewing a brilliant pillar of fire that lunged toward Dane with a heat that incinerated everything in its path. But just as it prepared its strike, Dane's 3 spears, wrapped in shimmering mana, bolted forward at a terrifying speed. Antares was stunned, its eyes widening in shock, unable to dodge in time. The energy from the spears erupted, creating a massive mana explosion that made the entire arena tremble. The 3 spears pierced straight through Antares' body, leaving 3 large holes in its torso. The monster was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, its mouth screaming in agony as the wretched sound echoed throughout the space. Dane stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sharp and cold, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. His heart beat steadily, but he was filled with the thrill of victory. He maintained an incredible composure like a seasoned warrior. In the gallery, Delphine turned to Elgard, her face pale and her voice full of worry. "Chairman, this exam was a bit excessive." Keltas, standing behind them, narrowed his eyes and spoke with a challenging tone. "Excessive? Why do you say that?" Delphine, her eyes flashing with anger, explained. "No matter how talented he is, forcing a freshman to subdue a rank 3 summon, do you really think that's reasonable?" Sensing the tension, Elgard gave a strained laugh, trying to soothe her. "Ha ha, but the result turned out fine, didn't it?" His words only made Delphine explode further. She shouted in a voice full of indignation, "Fine. It was so good it'll be recorded in the history of the Empire. A freshman using spears, swords, magic, and even a forced link to subdue a rank 3 summon. This is absolutely insane." The crowd in the gallery fell silent, their hearts racing at her emotional words. After the battle, Dane calmly stored his weapons in subspace, his demeanor as composed as if he had never faced such a terrifying monster. Elgard and Keltas looked at each other, frowning, their hearts filled with shock. They thought to themselves, that finishing blow was truly earth-shaking. Suddenly, Dane stepped closer to Antares, reaching out his hand to everyone's astonishment. The action caused the gallery to erupt in whispers. It was a reaction to pure power. Dane established a force link with Antares, suppressing its hostility. In terms of both tactics and results, it was a flawless conclusion. Delphine, still angry, spoke up. "If word of today gets out, people will call this an unfair test designed to make him fail." Cornered, Elgard turned to explain. "Professor Delphine, I had established clear safety measures." But the answer did not appease her. She stood up abruptly, her voice full of reproach. "And yet you sat still while he confronted it head-on." Elgard stammered, trying to find an excuse that was. But before he could finish, Delphine glared at him, her voice firm. "As a professor, I cannot turn a blind eye to this, Chairman." Elgard grit his teeth, thinking to himself with utter frustration, "Damn it, how did it end up like this? The whole plan has gone down the drain." Keltas stood in the back, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation. He muttered with a hint of admiration, "I knew he was a genius, but to this extent." From the very start, he seemed more like a veteran knight than a freshman. The gazes of Keltas and Delphine turned toward Dane, flashing with determination. "I absolutely must take him as my disciple." After the test concluded, Elgard stepped forward, his voice echoing, "The test is over. For Dane, who has passed this special admission exam, we officially grant the title of Summoner along with this badge. May you continue to develop your talent as a Summoner of the Empire. Please accept this." Dane accepted the badge and bowed in thanks, his eyes shimmering with pride. He looked at the gold badge before him, engraved with strange runes, and muttered, "A gold badge is only given to those who pass the special exam. That really is cool." Holding the badge, Dane paused for a moment, then held it high. Channeling a massive amount of mana into it, he whispered, "Respond to my call." Instantly, mana poured from the badge, shooting straight into the air and creating a massive magic circle. From within, a tide of mana surged out, and something bolted forth, leaving everyone stunned. Elgard opened his eyes wide and shouted, "What is that?" In the arena, a creature with long ears and stubby legs appeared. It was a summoned beast that looked like a rabbit. The information displayed, Alterma, rank 4 summoned beast, enhancement type, with the ability to significantly boost the physical stats of its summoner. Looking at the little rabbit, Dane smiled, his voice full of interest. "It's got great quality, doesn't it? And it's cute too." He stepped closer and said gently, "It's good to see you again, Alterma." The atmosphere suddenly stilled as everyone stood frozen, speechless at the unexpectedly adorable sight. Delphine turned to Keltas, who was also frozen in place, and thought, "It seems everyone is stunned." She glanced at Dane, her heart full of contemplation. With this many witnesses, the entire academy is definitely going to be in an uproar. Just as predicted, the school grounds were buzzing with students' chatter. One person shouted, "Is he really the one who passed that special exam?" Another replied in shock, "What exactly is with the Sagar's family? With this performance, he's even surpassed his sisters." At that moment, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the grounds. Countless eyes were fixed on them. Ernest turned to Layla, his voice full of bewilderment. "Layla, I can't wrap my head around this. Can this really happen?" Layla crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, her eyes sparkling with confidence, "Don't try to understand, just accept it and you'll get used to it. He comes from another world." Ernest changed the subject, his voice excited. "Oh, that's right, I finished decoding the map." Layla was overjoyed, her eyes lighting up. "Really? You're amazing." Dane added in a calm but expectant tone, "Well then, once it's decoded, let's have our first club meeting." Hearing this, the whole group was thrilled. Layla was beaming, "Wonderful, I was getting bored to death." Ernest clenched his fist, his voice cheerful. I'll try to decode it even faster then. Dane remained composed and smiled, thinking to himself, actually, I'm quite curious about it myself. Then he turned to the others. Professor Keltis is calling me. I have to go. See you all later. In the training room, Keltis was waiting. He looked at Dane, his voice deep and full of authority. Alterma is a terrifying summon. A summoner from the Renick Empire once called out 2 of them, and it was a nightmare. Just 2 of them took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane was startled, thinking to himself, I remember now. I heard Professor Keltis was actually present at that battle. Keltis stepped closer, his gaze sharp, and yet you defeated that creature without a single scratch. Dane scratched his head sheepishly. It was just luck, sir. Keltis shook his head, his voice serious. Sometimes excessive humility is a double-edged sword. In my opinion, your decision to switch to the sword was the right one. Dane was startled, thinking to himself, he's no ordinary man. Keltis turned and walked slowly. Only 14 years old, yet your skill and composure with the sword far exceed your actual age. He stopped, his voice dropping low. Because of that, I want to ask you, would you like to officially learn swordsmanship from me? The proposal made the air feel as if it had frozen. Dane's eyes became resolute, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and pressure. He took a deep breath, preparing to answer, carrying the determination to change his fate. On the paper, lines of text were written by Dane reporting his safety to his family. Dear parents, I hope you are both well. The hot summer is approaching, and outside the brilliant sunlight shines down on the vast school I am attending. Today is the same. Your youngest son is still busy with academy life. Currently, Dane was studying swordsmanship with a professor at the school, and he happily shared this information with his family. Oh, I have completed the swordsmanship class with Professor Keltis, whom I mentioned before. He was very dedicated and joyful while teaching, and Dane could feel it too. I have learned so much theory, which makes me think that coming to the academy was a wonderful choice. The brush flew quickly to record Dane's thoughts. Now I can perform sword techniques much more proficiently. Thinking of something happy, he smiled with interest. Perhaps it is time for me to forge a sword at the smithy. A moment later, Dane stopped and dipped his pen into the ink pot. The content of the letter was not just about Dane himself, but also his friends. Oh, Ernest finally decoded the map. He even discovered the designer was Saul Hangston. There was also an adventure into an ancient ruined place within the academy. Far to the east of the academy, beneath the now abandoned St. Amer Hall, it is said that something extraordinary is hidden in the crypt of the saints. Dane reread the letter and felt somewhat dissatisfied, wondering if writing it this specifically was too much. Then he took the pen and crossed out a few words. I shouldn't record too many details. He remembered the wooden door blocking the passage and changed the news he had just written. After all, that place was a forbidden area, strictly off-limits. Dane thought silently. More importantly, there was the major issue of the undead appearing there. He had told Ernest and Layla about the presence of the undead, and both were terrified. Undead. The two looked at Dane with piteous expressions and wailed, "That's so scary, Dane." In the letter, Dane continued to record his story. I thought about giving up, but luckily I received help. The help he mentioned was a beautiful blonde girl. When she heard his request, she was shocked and terrified. What? You want me to go into the forbidden area with you? Are you crazy? He clearly wrote her identity for his family to know. The person who helped was Priscilla, a student of the Holy Studies department. Then there was a small lesson that Priscilla taught Dane's group of 3. Listen carefully, the undead will vanish if you destroy its core. She gave careful instructions. Oh, but before that, you must definitely receive a baptism from me. Ernest and Layla could only listen in a dazed stupor and follow her lead. Later, all 4 of them explored the crypt together, fighting the undead. Dane, break its core, concentrate all the dense mana into one strike. Purple light flew through the air, helping everyone stop the dry bones. As expected, Priscilla's holy power was terrifying. Thanks to her baptism, they could handle the undead easily. Layla skillfully held her sword and slashed through all obstacles. Not to mention, Layla's swordsmanship had also improved by leaps and bounds. Ernest and Priscilla stood back to back to keep each other safe. On the other side, Dane bravely faced the undead horde alone. The battle raged fiercely. An arm of one of the undead was sent flying high into the air. Finally, Dane's group reached their destination, an ancient architectural site now covered in green moss. After surviving the night, they reached the underground crypt, and finally, they found the treasure. Layla followed behind and asked skeptically, "Is it really from 300 years ago?" Dane pointed ahead and answered firmly, "Yes, the treasure is right here. The treasure the Emperor once desperately craved but could neither open nor take." When they found the treasure, both he and Priscilla smiled happily. Ernest and Layla couldn't help but beam with joy. What they found was a large red gem, a treasure glowing with a brilliant, magnificent red light. Dane had to use both hands just to hold the gem. Everyone was overjoyed seeing it in his hands. Our club's first achievement brought immense happiness. The 4 of them couldn't hide their satisfaction and bliss after this trip. They stood in the middle of the crypt laughing heartily. Everyone was so excited they couldn't even sleep. Dane wrote everything down candidly on paper, and thanks to that, the whole academy was in an uproar. He also reluctantly recorded his decision. I think I should stay quiet for a while, as clear light shone into the neat and tidy room. At this point, Dane stopped to reflect for a moment. Then he still chose to tell his family the origin and history of the treasure, while regarding the true nature of the gem. Everyone will be shocked to know it was originally an ancient mana core, right? And perhaps I don't need to mention that the gem gave me an additional mana circle. Finally, he stopped writing and whispered to himself, yes, I will tell them directly when I have the chance. Dane leaned back in his chair and told himself, until then, I'll just rely on my sister. Right then, the voices of his friends echoed from outside. Dane, what are you doing? We have to go now, there's not enough time to clean the club room. He quickly grabbed his bag and shouted back, all right, I'm coming. Before that, he added one more sentence at the end of the letter. Oh, and after that day, Priscilla also joined the club. Dane opened the door and walked out. Waiting for him were the familiar figures of Ernest and the others. He happily declared in the letter that now the club has 4 members. Ernest glanced at Dane and urged, Dane, hurry up. Priscilla teased with a fake frown, how dare you keep your senior waiting? Layla joined in the joking, that's right, we're busy too. Seeing this, Dane scratched his head and smiled as he explained, sorry, I had some tidying up to do, let's go. He wrote in the letter helplessly, but they keep complaining that the club name sounds silly. The sound of their chatter echoed through the hallway. I'll handle all the heavy lifting today then. Of course, who else among us can do the heavy work but you? Dane stepped closer to the 3 of them, then they looked at each other and laughed happily. From then on, a group of 4 was formed, so we decided to call it Naman for short. The sky was clear and beautiful. The whole school became bright under the brilliant sunlight. In the room, a long piece of paper was covered with lines of text. In the magic department, there is a famously difficult exam, an exam that lasts for 24 hours, requiring one to endure a full day without food or sleep. The surrounding desks were empty, the space so quiet one could hear a pin drop. As long as you don't bring another person, all types of open book materials are allowed. This is an exam notorious for its severity. Dinabo stood with his hands behind his back in front of the window, marveling that Dane had passed so easily. He calmly analyzed, he completely grasped my intention. Not only is he good at problem solving, but his ability to analyze the environment surrounding the problem is extraordinary. Dinabo folded his arms with a complex expression. I feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I have craved a student from another department this much. Suddenly he turned to inquire, so, how is the task I assigned going? Arthur heard this and looked at him in silence. Then he reported hesitantly, he keeps refusing the invitation to join the student council. If he joined, he wouldn't just have a title, he could even reach a pivotal position, deciding the academy's policies in the future. Hearing that, Dinabo turned back to look at the scenery, saying in a calm tone, so that's how it is. Even when I sent a 5th-year student like you, it was still unsuccessful. Dane's figure appeared in his mind. He thought with frustrated unwillingness, damn it, truly an unpredictable child. He lacks the vanity or arrogance common at this age. Every prediction was completely wrong. Dinabo looked stern and upright on the outside, but internally he had stubbornly made up his mind. But he cannot escape my grasp. Thinking of the future prospect, he smiled with pleasure. His mind was resolute not to give up. I will definitely hold on to him tightly. As in the distant mountains, the tall cliffs acted like walls blocking the way. In the room filled with books, Arabella's laboratory, a voice asked with concern, is Arthur from the student council still following you? Dane replied helplessly, yeah, it's a bit annoying. Arabella put her hands on her hips and complained irritably, that professor still hasn't changed, it was the same in my time. Seeing this, he scratched his head and asked curiously, he did that to you too? She admitted immediately, yeah. Arabella grumbled unhappily, he even said he'd make me the president of some student society. Dane commented in surprise, student society president, that sounds impressive. She immediately retorted, that professor loves to lure talented children to turn them into his henchmen. She also revealed other secret information to him. Those with ability but humble backgrounds and unclear career paths are easily trapped. Hearing that, he immediately remembered Arthur's close relationship with Dinabo, so that's why Arthur keeps following Professor Dinabo. Dane smirked and inquired, then my refusal was correct, wasn't it? Arabella looked at him and affirmed firmly, of course, that professor is very dangerous. Not only is he capable, but he's a master at pulling people to his side. If you get caught, you'll become a puppet obediently following his orders, so you must be careful. Not feeling at ease, she also warned carefully, no matter what he offers, refuse it immediately. Dane listened with patience and replied, I understand, sis, I'll be careful. Suddenly the door burst open. Arabella cried out in defensive surprise, what's that? Someone holding a glowing blue orb held it high calling for help. Dane, so you're here. Look, I found something incredible. The newcomers were Dane's 3 friends. Layla led the way, hurriedly requesting, Ernest brought this back from the forbidden area. Can you take a look at it for me? But hearing her words, Arabella asked in shocked disbelief, what? The forbidden area? Did you kids actually go into the forbidden area? The 3 of them didn't feel like anything was wrong. On the contrary, they smiled brightly with pride. Seeing this, Dane helplessly covered his face, not daring to look. I clearly told them to stay quiet for a while. Sorry, sis. Dane approached Ernest and asked anxiously, Ernest, how? Surely after the visit to the St. Amer temple, the guards have tightened up. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Dane. As an explorer, I must overcome such challenges. Hearing that, he looked at Ernest and inquired hesitantly, well, that is your specialty, but isn't it still too dangerous? He folded his arms and replied with a determined tone, I understand your concern, Dane, but my explorer's blood is boiling. I can't sit still. Seeing this, Dane felt relieved and thought, since going to the St. Amer temple, Ernest has become much more proactive. He thought of the presence of the man in the black cloak at Amer and felt Ernest's reaction was only natural. It made sense. Saul Hangston, the only person said to have reached the 9-chain realm after the fall of the magic kingdom of Arachna, a place created by such a genius would make any explorer's eyes light up. On the other side, Layla was desperately pleading with Arabella, Senior, please look over this. She grumbled helplessly, you kids truly do nothing but cause trouble. Dane glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously, so what is Layla holding? He looked at the orb faintly glowing in Layla's hand and speculated, did you shove something into the mana wave detector? Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his nose and recounted hesitantly. It was like this. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll into the forbidden area. When he got there, he discovered something suspicious. You know Saul Hangston's laboratory is in the forbidden area, right? I kept hearing strange sounds coming from inside the building. Ernest had glanced around in fear, searching. It sounded like machinery operating or something being manufactured. It gave me goosebumps. Furthermore, the noises coming from inside kept ringing in his ears, and they included human voices too. Dane listened but still felt puzzled. So, even if it's a forbidden area, guards still have to go in and out, so hearing human voices isn't strange. Ernest rubbed his head and retorted firmly, it wasn't just the guards, I'm sure. His gaze became sharp and full of suspicion, and the most suspicious part is, he recounted that the blue orb suddenly lit up then. The mana wave detector I left running as a backup detected mana. Dane blurted out in shocked disbelief, what? Impossible. After Saul Hangston's death, all the items in the lab were moved to the memorial hall, so there couldn't be anything in the lab emitting mana waves. At that moment, the blue orb helped Ernest realize the hidden secret of that place. He followed up cautiously, exactly, which means. After that, Ernest had escaped the forbidden area in a panic. He recalled the gloomy setting of the building and affirmed solemnly, inside Saul Hangston's laboratory, there is definitely something unknown. Dane was also made serious and suspicious by his attitude. Mana waves, huh? A moment later, in Arabella's room, she announced solemnly, Ernest, you guessed right, there really is something in there. Ernest asked back in shock, really, Senior Arabella? She put a paper on the desk and said, yes, and it's not ordinary. Here, look at the data I've analyzed. Priscilla and Layla leaned down to examine the information inside. Following them, Dane also picked up the paper and read it carefully. The paper was covered in text and continuous oscillation curves. These oscillations are very similar to the samples you collected. Ernest, of course, not all of them match if you exclude the vague samples. Hearing that, Dane looked at Arabella and asked calmly, what is the conclusion? She smiled smugly and declared that there is definitely something massive in that building. Ernest's group stared wide-eyed in horror and repeated in unison, something massive. Arabella looked down at the blue orb on the table and inquired, yes, this type of oscillation usually comes from an object containing a terrifying amount of mana. You said you struggled to capture the oscillation, right? She looked at the 3 of them and explained confidently, I think it means something has blocked the waves from leaking out. Ernest heard this and stood there blankly, speechless. Arabella ignored his reaction and continued to explain, as for whether the one who hid that mana wave was Saul Hangston or someone else, we don't know yet. Beside her, Dane again looked at the data on the paper and pointed out seriously, the only thing for certain is that whatever it is, it's valuable enough to hide the mana waves. Arabella nodded in agreement with Dane's thought. She folded her arms and recounted, in short, that's it, and as far as I know, guards don't even step into Saul Hangston's laboratory. In the past, I even used to sneak into the forbidden area when I was too bored. Priscilla opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked, really? Dane looked at the pride on Arabella's face and thought helplessly, even you, sis? Yes, I guess no one can resist the allure of Saul Hangston, truly a mage in his prime. Finally, she summarized, anyway, I don't know what they're hiding, but if it's related to Saul Hangston, it will definitely be an earth-shattering discovery. It could be something containing Saul Hangston's mana, or even more powerful. As on the table, the mana detector continued to emit a faint blue light. Hearing that, Ernest clenched his fists and spoke with joy, if that's true, it would be wonderful. Layla asked with some confusion. But why would such a thing be in an empty laboratory? Arabella praised approvingly. Ernest is truly extraordinary. He found this entirely through instinct. Seeing this, Ernest immediately thanked her solemnly. Thank you, Senior. You've helped me a lot. Arabella looked at him and asked helplessly, this kid, what are you planning to do with something like this? Beside her, Dane harbored a suspicious guess, but there's a high chance it's not a real monocore. The previous exploration of the crypt by the four of them showed there was nothing suspicious inside. He had paid close attention throughout the journey to sense his surroundings, so he could confirm that, if it were a real core, I would have recognized it the moment I entered the forbidden area. Dane frowned and thought silently. In that case, he looked at the light coming from the orb and let himself be immersed in thought. What on earth is in there? Opposite him, Ernest's inquiry woke him from his train of thought. Dane, what should we do now? I told you to be careful for a while, but isn't this wave worth investigating? Layla also joined in to persuade him. Yeah, even if you don't go, Ernest will definitely go at any cost. He replied firmly. Exactly. Dane looked at the three of them and pointed out the disadvantage. We might be able to avoid surveillance somehow, but no one knows what could appear in the lab. Are you all truly confident? Layla held up 2 fingers and replied smugly, of course, our club is very strong. Ernest affirmed confidently. That's right, and besides, Karnaz is with us. Priscilla folded her arms and replied firmly, I won't back down. Seeing this, Dane complained helplessly, Ernest and Layla aside, but now even Priscilla. Arabella was also at a loss for words. At this rate, we really can't stop them. Immediately after, she pulled out a scroll and instructed, fine, if you won't listen, at least take this with you. Dane asked suspiciously, what is this? Arabella introduced it with a serious expression. This is a magic rune scroll. You know how to use it, right? Then, she pointed at the scroll and explained how to use it to the 4 of them. If you face any danger, don't hesitate, tear it immediately. It will instantly teleport you back here. Forced teleportation will cause a slight shock to your body and mana, but it's better than dying, right? Layla wasn't intimidated at all, but instead asked with joyful excitement to confirm, are you really giving us 3 of these precious scrolls? While Priscilla expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Senior Arabella. She also carefully reminded them, bear this in mind. You tend to forget that entering forbidden areas leads to suspension, and being suspended twice will certainly lead to expulsion. Do you understand? The 3 of them responded with a timid and cautious, yes. Dane smiled and reassured her, don't worry, sis, nothing will happen, but Arabella wasn't quite convinced. Don't just give me empty words. Finally, she could only watch the 4 of them helplessly as she let them explore the area. Her instructions echoed in the room. All right, then return safely and tell me what you discover, okay? Then the space returned to a silence as if no one had ever been inside. A while later, the 4 of them gathered in one place and opened the map to examine it. Ernest explained the plan in detail to the other 3. Here is the infiltration route. The entrance is from here. There will be a blind spot in the line of sight when moving toward this building. We will take advantage of that gap to enter. Dane praised him with satisfaction. Ernest, not bad at all. After finishing the discussion, everyone reorganized their backpacks and necessary supplies. We will begin the operation in 2 days. We have distributed the exploration equipment according to the number of people and checked the infiltration route details. Ernest thoughtfully instructed everyone on things to keep in mind. From here on, we must scatter anti-tracking powder as we move. Once we arrive, Karnaz's role will be very important. To dissolve the dense mana barrier without leaving a trace, we need Karnaz's flame. Dane nodded in agreement. All right, I'll be prepared. Priscilla folded her arms and also offered her opinion. We must also prepare a plan B for emergency situations. Instead of blindly tearing the scroll, we should assume a course of action for each case. Layla agreed in surprise. That sounds reasonable, Senior Priscilla. Finally, Dane formulated the combat plan, calmly assigning roles to each person. Let's do it that way. We will arrange the combat formation like this. I will be in charge of detecting mana in the front, while Layla and Ernest will be in the back. He indicated to Priscilla, and Senior Priscilla will stand in the middle. Senior Priscilla is quite vulnerable to ambushes. She agreed without a moment's hesitation. All right, understood. Then he turned to assign a task to Ernest. Ernest, this time use a short bow instead of a staff. You've practiced a lot, so just shoot with a supportive mindset. He accepted happily. All right, just leave it to me. Dane looked at everyone and gave a serious and cautious warning. Everyone, please remember. He reminded them again of the danger of the forbidden area. The top priority is not to be detected. We don't know what is hidden in there. Ernest massaged his arm and spoke up curiously. All right, I wonder what will be in there. I'm so excited. Layla, on the other hand, prayed fearfully. I just hope it's not ghosts. Seeing that the 3 of them were in good spirits, Dane spoke up to confirm. Is everyone ready? Facing him were 3 faces without a hint of fear, only excitement. In that case, Dane signaled in a loud, positive voice, Romantic Club, let's go cause some trouble. On the high walls of the building, the soldiers stood guard with a stern exterior, but the sound of their gossip echoed around. This is so annoying. If it's like this every day, I'll die. Just a bit longer. There are 20 minutes left until the shift change. What kind of fool would dare sneak into the forbidden area like this? Just wait until they get caught. After the words ended, the space sank back into silence, the flickering firelight illuminating the figures of the guards. In a corner of the forest, Layla blurted out in surprise, "Why are there so many guards?" While Ernest guessed in a low voice, "I heard they doubled the sentries recently. Turns out it's true. It's probably because of us." Hearing that, she inquired anxiously, "Now what should we do, Ernest?" In the darkness, the four figures groped about quietly. Then they quickly ran in one direction according to Ernest's guidance. "Everyone is tired at this hour. There will be a gap. I know where the sentries are weakest. Let's go that way." On the high wall, another squad of soldiers arrived to announce, "It's time for the shift change." A soldier who was standing guard looked at them and grumbled, "I'm bored to death. I almost fell asleep." Another guard asked suspiciously, "Why are you so late?" Behind the shift-changing squad, Dane's group of four darted past. The soldier, unaware of anything, was still complaining. Everyone had already dispersed. As the last person jumped to clear the wall, the whole group safely avoided the guards. But because of the momentum of that jump, a guard turned around to investigate. Seeing this, the soldier standing nearby asked in wonder, "What's the matter?" That guard rubbed his head and inquired, "Did you hear anything?" The soldier replied with little concern, "Ah, it was probably just the wind." The guard confirmed suspiciously, "Really?" Luckily, that guard didn't pay it any more attention, and finally that group of sentries left. "All right then, thank you for your hard work." From the wall, the guard's confident voice echoed, ensuring that not even a mouse could slip through. Below, Dane's group of four all knelt on one knee to keep their balance. He reported calmly, "Good, so we have successfully infiltrated." Under the moonlight, the large building was silent without a single sound. But now, at the stairs inside the house, a person's voice rang out as a reminder, "Everyone, watch your step, we're about to see the door to the basement." A while later, Dane's group stopped in front of a tall, large door. Priscilla marveled, "Is it here?" Thanks to Ernest, we got in quite easily. Having him lead the way was truly a wise choice. Suddenly, Dane discovered something and spoke up to stop them. "Wait, is there a mana barrier here?" He looked closely at the blue light surrounding the door and muttered a speculation, "The closer we get to the center, the stronger it gets." Saul Hangston was truly cautious about preventing intruders. Analyzing to this point, he countered his own words, "No, it's not like that." Dane went closer, touched the magic circle, and evaluated this barrier. It doesn't carry the feel of Saul Hangston's mana. He seriously observed the barrier layer and concluded, "It's completely different." Layla heard this and asked in confusion, "Really? How can you tell?" Dane explained nonchalantly, "Saul Hangston lived a long time ago. This barrier looks new." Ernest stroked his chin and exposed it in disbelief, "Which means someone entered here before us and set up a new barrier to hide whatever is inside." Dane affirmed solemnly, "Correct." He looked toward the door and speculated cautiously, "There might be something very dangerous hidden in there." Priscilla inquired in confusion, "So now what do we do? Go back?" Layla looked at her and firmly objected, "We've come all this way, how can we go back? Perhaps an academy official came in, set up the defense, and then left." Ernest looked at the three and solemnly stated his thought, "I think otherwise. No, this looks more like the work of an outside intruder. If the Academy discovered a new relic of Saul Hangston, they would have no reason to keep it the secret." Hearing that, Layla spoke up irritably, "So besides us, there's someone else aiming for this treasure, my treasure?" Priscilla folded her arms and helplessly corrected her, "We're here to explore, not to steal treasure." Suddenly, Dane solemnly affirmed, "That's right." He looked around the architecture of the forbidden area and analyzed calmly, "They are different from us. They deliberately set up a barrier to hide something. Whatever it is, if we encounter them, it will be very troublesome." Layla also sighed sadly and pointed out, "If they have malicious intent, it will be hard for us to stop them." But Dane smiled and expressed a positive outlook. "True, this place may have become much more dangerous, but I believe in the power of the romantic club. We are strongest when we are together, right?" But in his heart, Dane thought differently. "That sounds reasonable, but honestly, I'm dying of curiosity." Ernest, unaware of his thoughts, was moved to tears and called his name, "Dane," while Layla folded her arms and agreed with a bold confidence, "Well, few can beat Dane, that's for sure." Seeing this, Priscilla helplessly followed the majority opinion, "If I let you go, something will surely happen, so I'm coming along. I have no choice." Ernest and Layla looked at her with sparkling eyes. Having determined everyone's wishes, Dane smiled and declared, "No one objects, right? Good, then we'll go all the way." Then the group turned to seriously handle the barrier on the door. Despite some hesitation and fear, we decided to continue moving forward. They summoned the little dragon to breathe fire onto the barrier. Karnaz did a great job breaking the mana barrier. That barrier couldn't withstand Karnaz's flame. A while later, the door finally opened as we opened the door and stepped inside. The four of them had to undergo intense and dangerous dodging. Before them was a hallway full of traps stretching endlessly. Dane warned as they went, "Ernest, get down. Everyone, be careful, the floor is collapsing, just follow me." They quickly jumped high to avoid the traps. The stone path echoed with the movements the four made. Then they went to a large, gloomy room. After overcoming countless traps, we finally arrived. What is this place? I didn't expect such a large room beneath the ground. There's a giant room here. Wooden chests and sacks of rice were piled there. Another corner even had a dining table and a bed. Ernest was the first to discover this. He called to them to take note. Everyone look, there are piles of food here. Someone has definitely been living in this place. Dane also pondered in confusion. Strange, the space has signs of daily living, as if they've been here for quite some time. Layla turned her head and asked him doubtfully, could it be that the academy came here to conduct research? He disagreed with this idea. That possibility is very low. Dane glanced around and indicated, look closely. He pointed at the piles of wooden chests around and analyzed carefully. If the academy were truly investigating, they would have provided the equipment. The items here are all different, coming from various places, and some are even illegal. If it were truly the academy, they wouldn't have made it this secret. Dane looked at everyone and drew a conclusion. Senior Priscilla is right. Clearly this is due to someone else, not the academy. Ernest became silent and apprehensive upon hearing that. Then Dane assigned everyone to find out about the things in the room. Let's quickly check the surroundings. We don't know when the owner of this place will return. This place was lightless and gloomy, making one feel afraid. Following his words, Layla searched the wooden chest. Priscilla examined the walls. Meanwhile, Dane knelt to observe the ground. Suddenly, his hand felt something suspicious on the ground. What's this? Beneath this room, I sense a massive flow of mana. Suddenly, Ernest called out, drawing his attention. Dane, come here and look. Dane stood up and inquired, did you find something? He reported, there's a staircase going down behind this wall. He didn't expect the answer to appear so quickly. We can personally verify the mana source sensed from the ground. The gloomy staircase led down to another basement level beneath the ground. Even though torches were hung on both sides of the walls, they couldn't illuminate the space here. Suddenly, a strange purple light radiated from the end of the staircase. The four of them followed the path to a room containing a massive blue crystal. The group was shocked and filled with disbelief upon seeing this sight. Unbelievable, I've never seen such a large mana stone. This thing was hidden deep underground. Dane looked up at the mana stone, thoughts racing through his mind. No doubt about it, this is Saul Hangston's aura. It's radiating an overwhelming mana. Then he looked down at the complex formation beneath his feet and confirmed, there are also formations engraved around it. Dane examined the mana stone emitting mana in the center of the room and speculated with a heavy heart, what exactly do they plan to do with this thing? Who, and for what purpose? Suddenly, Ernest, standing behind, cried out in panic. Oh no, everyone, someone is coming this way. He looked at everyone in a panic. Priscilla and Layla turned to look back at the sound, only to hear Ernest's terrified warning. The sentry devices we placed around are signaling an alarm. Dane immediately tightened his expression and heightened his vigilance. Outside the building, a group of people in black cloaks approached stealthily. One who seemed to be the leader ordered, hurry up, and the other three replied respectfully, understood, Captain. That group quickly broke into the house, their clear target being to run in one direction, focusing only on taking the mana from the essence of Saul Hangston inside. The captain declared fanatically as he ran, glory shall belong to us. The subordinates replied with respect, yes, their voices echoing in the quiet space of the stairs. A while later, they reached the final level of the building and opened the door to enter. The captain led the group into the room. When he arrived before the mana stone, he reported, we have entered safely. Then he turned to order his subordinates, you, go clean the room. If anything unusual happens, you must report it immediately. The subordinates listened respectfully, yes. One of them observed the stairs and sighed, finally, we can rest for a bit. The guy beside him inquired, we have to stay here for the next 2 months? And the bald man nodded in confirmation, maybe even longer, at least the food is sufficient so that won't be a problem. That man finished speaking and then stepped onto the stairs. Unexpectedly, a mechanism suddenly expanded on the wall of the staircase. From there, dozens of swords quickly shot straight toward both of them. The bald man widened his eyes in horror at the dangerous weapons getting closer by the second. In the next instant, both men were blown back, letting out wretched cries. They rolled down the stairs and fell back into the room. The captain heard the commotion and hurriedly went out to inquire, what's going on? No one replied to him, only the sound of the door closing echoed. Then an unusual purple gas flowed in and filled the room. One subordinate who inhaled it trembled and asked in discomfort, what gas is this? While the one beside him stammered in horror, gas. Immediately he turned his head around and shouted in fear, Captain, this is. The captain arched his back and issued a stern command, back off. He struggled to cover his mouth and nose, his voice strained as he warned, this is a trap. A while later, Dane's group of 4 tied the cloaked men tightly together and searched their belongings. Ernest marveled in surprise, there are more things than I thought. He picked up a paper, read through it, and concluded, a notebook, while Layla added from the side, a few gold coins and all sorts of junk. She pointed out curiously, there's also something in the back pocket, as Dane stood behind, silently observing the intruders. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, who exactly are these people? Clearly, they were targeting Saul Hangston's mana stone. He looked at the 4 unfamiliar faces before him and guessed doubtfully, Could it be they are people from the academy, or... Suddenly, Priscilla approached Dane holding a notebook and reported, "Dane, look at these notes. They seem important, don't they?" He accepted without a moment's hesitation. "Yeah." Dane took the notebook and seriously read the information inside. It contained notes on a strange experiment. In the essence extraction phase, always maintain 2 extraction machines. When the progress reaches 60%, add another one. If the formation is damaged, stop immediately and reinforce it. Check the attached formation diagram. Dane repeated pensively, "Essence extraction, huh?" Priscilla evaluated straightforwardly. "That sounds really dangerous," and he agreed, "Yeah, extremely dangerous." Ernest also brought a long piece of paper closer for him to see. "Not only that, these guys also have a map of the continent." He asked back in shocked disbelief, "A map of the continent?" Layla opened her eyes wide in surprise and commented, "The Empire controls that extremely strictly. It's absolutely forbidden to take it out." Ernest speculated solemnly, could they be some kind of rebel group? Dane heard all this but didn't respond. He pondered silently. There are too many suspicious points. Suddenly seeing something, he widened his eyes in horror. Across from him, a strange liquid was flowing from the captain's mouth, and inside his mouth, a light was flickering. That was. Dane reached out to touch his mouth. He narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he thought, just as I suspected. In his hand was a tiny purple tube. This is suicide poison. This reminded Dane of the knowledge his mother had taught him when he was a child. I remember learning this from Mother. He glanced at the cloaked figures, thoughts racing through his mind. This thing is used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members. To prevent secrets from being leaked in an emergency, they are brainwashed to commit suicide and provided with poison. What kind of organization would do something like this? Suddenly, Priscilla discovered something else in the book. She looked at everyone and noted, "Everyone, look at this. There's a set of regulations written here." The 3 of them turned to look in surprise. Immediately after, Priscilla seriously read the content inside. For a new world. The rules echoed in the quiet room. Rule 1, security must always be put first, more important than life itself. Rule 2, we always act to change the world. The notebook was filled with dense lines of text recording cryptic rules. Rule 3, do not investigate the identities of other members. We are one, but we are also separate individuals. Rule 4. Reading to the end, Priscilla frowned and reported, "This part is the most suspicious." Dane asked doubtfully, "Suspicious?" And she clarified, "There are coordinates written here. I'm not sure of the exact location, but it's near the academy," as the mana stone in the center of the room acted as a light source helping the foresee everything clearly. At the very bottom of the page, a specific number was written. Priscilla looked at it skeptically and inquired, 34.58. Where is that? Ernest stroked his chin and replied pensively, "Wait, if it's that location." Seeing this, Dane looked at him and asked, "Ernest, do you know that place?" He replied firmly, "Yes, that's the supply transport route near the back gate." Layla blurted out in shock, "So they entered from there." Dane agreed with her thought. He looked at the group of cloaked men and analyzed calmly, "That's highly likely. There must be someone inside the academy aiding them." After he spoke, Priscilla and Layla were both rendered speechless. Dane and Ernest fell silent as well. Then he looked at the massive mana stone and spoke slowly, breaking the heavy atmosphere. "A secret organization trying to extract Saul Hangston's essence. What do they plan to do with it?" Finally, the 4 agreed to return. "We decided to leave quickly." The path of the staircase remained silent, flickering with purple light as if no one had ever been there. In the room, a pitch-black circle was sucking up all the intruders' belongings. Everything was gathered into the subspace for investigation. Once finished, the 4 looked at the assassins and reached a decision, agreeing to report to the academy leadership and the guards. However, before leaving, Dane looked at the mana stone and suggested, "And yet, it would be such a waste to return empty-handed like this." The 3 of them cried out in sudden confusion, "What?" He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the stone block. Then Dane made a bold request, "Let's take this mana stone with us." He looked at the mana stone emitting a faint light and thought to himself, "If we leave it, it will just fall back into their hands. Rather than letting unknown people use it for some plot, it's better if we take it ourselves." On the wall, the purple glow still stilly shone. Suddenly, frantic calls rang out in the room. "Captain, wake up. This is bad, Captain." The captain woke up at the sound and questioned dazedly, "My head, what is all this noise?" A subordinate looked at the crystal block and reported in horror, The mana stone is empty." The captain looked at him in disbelief and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about?" 2 other subordinates also looked at the now ordinary blue stone and, realizing the man spoke the truth, cursed angrily, "Damn it, the ones who set the trap must have done this." The captain widened his eyes, unwilling to believe it. Impossible. Suddenly, a squad of guards entered from outside. The lead guard barked at them defensively, "Stay right there." The guard threatened crossly, "Who dares to trespass upon this sacred academy? We won't let any of you leave." One assassin blurted out in panic, "How did the guards get here? while the guard immediately commanded, "Apprehend them, don't let a single one escape." The captain grit his teeth and cursed silently, damn it all." Immediately after, the group of guards charged with weapons to attack the assassins. Seeing the situation, he speculated resentfully, "Has the organization abandoned us?" His gaze drifted up to the sturdy gray fortress walls standing out against the brilliant emerald sky and dazzling sunlight. He couldn't help but cry out, "This is madness." A person slowly stepped out from the city gate, a sharp gaze scanning the area. That person sighed, "After decades of peace, is this forbidden zone causing trouble again?" The young blonde captain shouted with a furious face, "Have the intruders confessed anything?" The bald subordinate under him put his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "Report, not a word. Perhaps we need stronger measures." In his mind was the image of the three just captured and tied. Three faces with three different expressions: anger, helplessness, and dejection, all maintaining a stubborn silence. The captain pointed toward the captives and ordered decisively, "Then beat them until they snap out of it. Once the preliminary investigation is complete, move them to the interrogation room." The bald man replied immediately, "Understood, sir." He narrowed his eyes in deep thought. This incident was grave. Despite doubling security, 5 intruders still slipped through. He watched the soldiers passing back and forth before him with suspicion, a sense of unease rising in his heart. "I'll definitely be punished, and I might even lose my position." Suddenly, a soldier came running in a hurry. "Captain," he reported, "an investigator from the magic department has arrived." The captain was utterly surprised already. He rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand, looking annoyed and incredibly worried. "Damn it, I didn't expect that lazy professor to come all the way here personally." From inside the base, an astonished, questioning voice rang out, "Meaning you heard noises in this building, found the mana barrier gone, and then saw the intruders inside?" The captain affirmed immediately, "Yes, sir." Dinabo found it puzzling. Strange, Saul Hangston's mana barrier isn't that easily broken. He glanced toward the tied-up men, wondering how they were capable of doing that yet were captured so easily. The captain closed his eyes slightly, a look of dejection clearly visible. "I don't understand it either." He brought over a book and said in a confused tone, "By the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to take a look, sir?" Dinabo was surprised. A book. He reached out to take the thick blue book, sensing the cold magic energy emanating from it. Dinabo opened it carefully, turning each page slowly. After a thorough examination, he announced with a serious expression, "It's sealed with magic. Only authorized personnel can open it, but someone forcibly broke the seal." The captain was shocked. "What? How is that possible?" Dinabo tucked the book inside his jacket with a determined look. "I'll take this back for further investigation. There might be other hidden spells on it." The captain gave an embarrassed laugh, trying to remain composed. "Of course. I only glanced at it, but they seem to belong to some secret organization." Dinabo frowned, his gaze turning sharp. "A secret organization, huh?" The captain added. "We also found a massive mana stone in the basement. It's taller than a grown man." Dinabo wondered, a mana stone, but the basement was supposed to be empty. The captain was also suspicious. "We find it strange too, why a massive mana stone would be located in a forbidden zone." Dinabo parted his lips slightly, reflecting for a moment, his mind quickly connecting all the unusual details. Finally, he decided to order, "Lead me there, I want to see for myself." At the academy fountain, many students were actively discussing the latest topic. "Did you hear? More trouble in the forbidden zone. The guards are running all over the place. Why have there been so many incidents lately? It feels so unsettling." Priscilla, standing on the porch, was troubled by what she heard. "Good lord, that place has been in an uproar since the chaos yesterday." Knowing her current mood was quite unpleasant, Dane smiled and changed the subject. "Priscilla, did you find anything?" Sure enough, she turned her attention elsewhere. "Yes, I heard the magic department squad captured them. Even Professor Dinabo came personally." Ernest said solemnly, "If the professor came himself, then this case must be serious." Layla also scratched her neck awkwardly. "We really did cause a huge mess." "This news has already hit the Daily Academy newspaper. Wanna see?" At that, Ernest lost his composure. "What, that fast? Talk about walls having ears." The information in the newspaper stated clearly, "Forbidden zone infiltrated. 5 strangers being interrogated by magic department. Guard captain, I take full responsibility." While everyone was focused on the paper, Dane stood behind them thinking, if Professor Dinabo appeared personally, then he definitely recognized the severity of the matter. He thought for a moment, then spoke up, "But if the magic department is handling it, it should be fine." Priscilla replied with a dejected sigh, "Yeah, they're notoriously ruthless. They'll use every kind of spell to interrogate them." Layla asked tremulously in fear, "But will they find us?" In contrast to her, Ernest comforted her optimistically. "Come on, calm down, we wiped all our tracks." He also comforted the young lady. "Actually, the academy should thank us. If not for us, those intruders wouldn't have been caught." Dane replied with defeat. "What kind of logic is that?" Seeing them chatting happily like that, Dane smiled, nodded, and said softly, "Don't worry, they fell into the trap without even knowing we were there. For now, let's just stay under the radar for a while." Then he turned to ask his friend, Ernest, "Did you bring their belongings?" The other man was momentarily startled before answering, "Ah, yes, here are the analysis results. Take a look." The whole group shared a single thought: who knows, by following their trail, they were all expectant of something. We might find another treasure like Saul Hangston's essence. A few days later, the academy fell into chaos once again. A troop of cavalry stood on the grounds looking quite majestic. This time it was due to the appearance of the Royal Investigation Team. They marched in with a thunderous sound. Flags bearing the royal emblem fluttered in the air. Everyone else stood by watching. The royalty rarely set foot in the academy, yet now they arrived with dozens of people and fluttering banners, truly unprecedented. Under the sweltering sky, no one uttered a word. In a certain place, in the basement, a man dressed as a knight looking rather sturdy blurted out, "Strange." He frowned and continued, "The St. Amer Temple had an intruder who left no trace, and now strangers are found hiding in Saul Hangston's lab." This man was the commander of the 4th Royal Knights, Delphian. Someone nodded in agreement. "This is indeed strange. We've followed the leads, but there are still no clear results." He glanced at the person and asked in a low voice, "What about the barrier?" Facing pressure from someone of high status, the girl holding the paper stepped forward hesitantly and replied, "Yes, we are still investigating, but so far there have been no clear signs." Hearing this, Delphian walked away in frustration. How troublesome, especially since this is one of Saul Hangston's designs. Then he raised his head. He asked cautiously, "What do you think of this, Your Highness, 3rd Prince Edward Dantora?" He didn't expect to be questioned, so he looked away in confusion and stammered, "I haven't thought of anything yet." Seeing this, Delphian grew even more irritated and sighed, "I understand, Your Highness." Dinabo only now noticed the presence of this person and was utterly terrified. "Wait, the 3rd Prince himself is here. Why would he come here personally?" Edward closed his eyes to sense the surrounding. In a moment of silence, he gradually realized something mysterious. Is this a trace of the barrier being melted? It's hard to tell, but there's something unusual about the surface. Now the 3rd Prince no longer looked flustered and instead folded his arms seriously. It's as if it was dissolved and then put back together. He pursed his lips and praised silently, "The person who broke it is truly impressive." Saul Hangston's barrier was created to last for centuries. Until now, no one had ever broken it. Hearing that, Delphian leading the way nodded, "Yes, a perfect steel fortress, never before pierced, and now it has been broken." Edward uttered terrifying news but remained perfectly calm. That means even the royal barrier can be infiltrated. Suddenly his eyes went wide. His body felt a pain that pierced his very core. The prince's pale face was drenched in sweat. Unable to take it anymore, Edward clutched his stomach. Seeing the strange state of his companion, Delphian spoke up worriedly, "Your Highness." He ran over and asked with a frown, "Are you in pain somewhere?" Edward lowered his head and replied calmly, "It's fine, just a normal ache." The man with the savage face advised gently, "Please, if you feel any discomfort, say so and we will return immediately. The investigation is important, but your health is more so." It was as if this prince's personality had changed. "No, I came here of my own volition." He raised his arm and waved it. "Don't worry, my arm is fine." Meanwhile, Dinabo observed from the side and thought, the prince and the knight commander appearing together, Those two were also noticing him. Perhaps we must be very cautious this time. Delphian advised, "Perhaps you should go outside and rest for a bit. If your condition worsens, please tell us immediately." He replied softly, "Yeah, I'll do that." Before leaving, he couldn't help but look back. What a piteous person, burdened with the reputation of the useless prince, and now even his hand won't obey. Delphian frowned slightly. If only his highness had been born with a healthy body. At this moment, the figure of the prince just stood there alone in silence. However, as soon as he left, he showed a look of annoyance. "Damn it, there's always something obstructing me." Looking at his surroundings, he thought, but now isn't the time for hesitation. I need more clues, I have to find them myself. Edward began to walk. They told me to stay put, but... He closed his eyes and thought, sorry about that, Delphian. Over here, he asked his subordinate, is there really no trace at all? You said it was around 5 a.m. Dinabo replied, yes, just before sunrise, that's when it happened. Delphian asked further, what about the mana detection spell? Nothing was detected, sir. Hearing that, he grew tense. Everything was a mess. Just then, someone ran up from the distance to announce, Captain, bad news, His Highness has disappeared. Delphian was panicked. What? Impossible, he was just here. The man recounted in confusion. It happened when the guards let their guard down for a moment. He heard this and widened his eyes in fear. You fools. Immediately, Delphian told those around him to cease all other activities. Stop the investigation and find His Highness immediately. The others also shouted solemnly, understood. He was constantly worrying. His body was already weak, and yet, why? Meanwhile, Edward was running through the forest nonstop. His pace was quick. I must make progress on this investigation at any cost. Edward looked ahead with determination, so that this time, Father will have to notice me. Even if I have no talent, I will prove myself through effort. He told himself, I can't be the useless prince forever. The scene shifts to another location, Bonia Forest. Layla stands with her arms crossed, reminding him, Ernest, that posture isn't stable, try again. Hearing this, he asks in confusion, like this? She immediately praises him, that's better. Dane, standing nearby, gives a slight smile upon seeing this. It seems he's starting to get used to the training here, and Layla has been helping him a lot too. At this moment, his hand reaches out to activate his mana. Circles begin to form around Dane. Thanks to this, I can focus more on controlling my mana. He looks at his hand and smiles with joy. Now I've completed 2 mana circles and even succeeded in overlapping a 4-tier code structure. Suddenly, Dane's eyes turn blue as he looks straight toward them. Ancient magic is truly incredible, but every time I focus on a 4-tier spell, I can see it more clearly. First, he looks toward Ernest, seeing the flow of mana moving within the human body. Next, Dane looks toward Layla. It's extraordinary. I wonder what I'll be able to see next time. Just then, a small cyclone begins to swirl in the air. Both of them look up in surprise at the same time. Ernest is shocked. Wind. And Layla asks in confusion, Dane, what spell is that? Dane replies with a smile, wind bomb, a compressed air projectile. He stares in amazement. That's incredible. I've never seen such a large mana explosion. And Layla marvels. It must be because it's a 4-tier code spell. The power is terrifying. He looks at the winds currently blowing past. Dane reaches out his hand to control it. Then I'll just throw it lightly. At this moment, the wind begins to rise gently, no longer as fast as before. It glides between the tree trunks, weaving through them softly. Suddenly, from afar, someone collides with it and lets out a wretched cry. The 3 friends are startled and wonder, is someone over there? The tree branches there are instantly broken and sent flying into the air. A moment later, the dust gradually settles and the tree trunks roll across the ground. All 3 of them stare in stunned silence toward that direction and then quickly run over. Layla asks Dane worriedly, Dane, you heard that too, right? Someone is there. He quickly replies, yes, I heard it clearly. While Dane thinks worriedly to himself, damn it, I thought we were the only ones here. The 3 of them tell each other, go check it out, be careful, what if they're injured? The time shifts back to a few minutes ago. Edward had arrived at the forest where they were practicing, so there really is a forest this large within the academy grounds. He looks around and can't help but marvel. The students here must be so happy, studying and laughing with friends. I'm truly jealous. Edward's mood is a bit sad. If I hadn't been born a prince, would I have been able to attend the academy like them? He smiles with a slight hope for the future. Just thinking about it makes my heart beat faster. Immediately after, Edward wakes up and reminds himself, no, I'm daydreaming again. Focus on finding the intruder's tracks. From somewhere far off, he hears a strange sound and approaches curiously. What's that sound? Then Edward stops at an empty patch of land to observe for a moment. Is there someone in the forest? In the air, something seems to be lunging forward at the same time. That place is exactly where Dane's group of 3 is practicing. Edward observes the scene curiously. Are students practicing? They seem to be about my age and quite skilled. Layla over here is turning to ask Dane, Dane, can you look at my sword draw again? This movement feels a bit stiff. He walks over and offers a suggestion, measure your footsteps. After spinning, retreat your back foot half a step, and hearing that, she adjusts herself, saying, understood, I'll try again. Just like that, Edward observes them practicing from a distance. Here we go. He stares intently at where they are standing and is startled. She just said, Dane. Wait, Dane Saugers. Edward immediately remembers Dane's identity. The freshman who has the whole academy buzzing. It really is him. This is famous news everyone knows. Dane Saugers, a name even the royal family knows, admitted to the research department, excelling in 4 different fields. At this point, his mood sinks, and I can't even handle a small task, yet I'm still observing his movements over there. Edward's emotions are somewhat envious, and he, the one called a genius among geniuses, is still practicing this diligently. In his heart, he begins to wish, if I could also enter the academy, maybe I would have met friends, learned things, and laughed like them. Right at that moment, something like a gust of wind suddenly lunges forward. Edward is terrified and can't dodge in time. Something is flying this way. Just like that, it uses Edward and lunges straight toward where he is hiding. A loud noise rings out, and the tree trunks there are shattered into many pieces by the shock. It also simultaneously affects Edward, who is hiding behind those tree trunks. He is sent flying into the air with a dazed expression. Then comes the wretched cry that Dane's group heard. In the forest behind the academy, Ernest asked worriedly, are you okay? And Dane was also flustered, saying, sorry, I thought no one was here. Suddenly he cried out, wait, that uniform. It looks like the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team. Layla screamed in surprise, wait, are you a member of the Royal Investigation Team? But he quickly stopped her. No, Layla, that person is probably. Dane keenly realized, yes, that is a Royal Investigation Team uniform, and that red hair, it's a royal hairstyle. Ernest speculated, could it be that you are truly royalty? As soon as those words were out, he fell silent, while Layla beside him burst into tears. Only then did the person respond, starting to stand up. Then he barked, you fools. Dane quickly knelt. I am Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers. Greetings, your highness the prince. He immediately confessed, I am deeply sorry, your highness. I have committed a grave offense. Ernest was equally panicked. I am Ernest Dillon, eldest son of Baron Dillon, a freshman in the exploration department. while Layla trembled. Layla Thermion, eldest daughter of Duke Thermion, a freshman in the swordsmanship department. Please forgive our insolence, your highness. The prince burst out laughing. It's all right, I'm not hurt at all, just a bit startled. He acknowledged, more importantly, it's a pleasure to meet you like this, Dane Saugers. I have heard much of your reputation. Besides that, the prince mentioned, the Dillon house is famous for exploration. You will surely become a great explorer yourself. And as for the daughter of House Thermion, you are the winner of the Dainter Cup, aren't you? I watched the final that year. Layla replied awkwardly, yes, it is truly an honor, your highness. He dismissed the formalities. All right, enough with the introductions, you may all rise. They replied respectfully, yes, your highness. Ernest expressed, I am truly relieved to know you aren't injured, but why would your highness come to such a secluded place? This spot is so remote that even academy students rarely visit, which is exactly why it's perfect for training. Now it was the prince's turn to be embarrassed. Actually, I came with the royal investigation team to inspect the academy, but I went for a walk alone and got lost. He proactively brought it up. You know about the strange incidents happening in Saul Hangston's building, right? We are investigating that, but we haven't found any clues yet. It's quite frustrating. They asked curiously, did you come specifically to investigate? They revealed, we also discovered a few strange things, but it's hard to say for certain. Dane thought to himself, they found something. A normal person likely wouldn't have noticed, but they don't seem very confident either. Ernest speculated, so that strange phenomenon was discovered by your highness yourself. He hesitated. You could put it that way. Ernest and Layla whispered, damn, everything is related to us. If we're caught, we're toast. Meanwhile, he just stood there silently observing. Dane evaluated silently. Unlike the first two princes, the third prince is around our age. I heard he is just an ordinary person with no special talents. Internally, he was suspicious. That's strange. We scattered anti-tracking powder around here very carefully, yet he still found us. Furthermore, he noticed a strange phenomenon that others couldn't. There's no way he's an ordinary person. Dane speculated, could it be that he is hiding some kind of special ability? The prince repeated, honestly, I just got lost and ended up here. This academy is quite complex. They tried to see him off. Then your highness should return soon. The investigation team must be looking for you everywhere. They are likely lost too, as this is their first time at this academy. He was flustered. The campus is so vast. However, he found an excuse. While I'm still here, I want to hear from you. What is life at the academy like? Ernest and Layla were surprised by his friendliness. Our story, your highness. He thought to himself, even if he is a prince, he is still just a teenager. He has lived for so long confined in a palace, so it's understandable he's curious about normal life. He asked, so what were you doing just now, practicing? They replied, yes, since this place is quiet, we often use it for training. Despite that, Dane was still suspicious. But there's something very strange. This prince makes me feel suffocated, as if a flow of mana is tightening around me. He wondered, can mana flow in this way? Perhaps I should observe a bit more closely. At the same time, in another part of the academy, it was noisy. What about that spot? Not here, damn it, move to the next building. The students gossiped, that's the royal investigation team. Is something happening? It looks like they're searching for something. They whispered to each other, did they catch the culprit? No way, if they had, the Magic Legion would be here, not the investigation team. The atmosphere is so tense. They called out anxiously, your highness. The captain was terrified, damn it, not here either. Where on earth has he gone? He thought to himself, we don't even know who is involved in this or what power the mastermind has. If the prince, with his hand still unhealed, runs into trouble while alone, being dismissed would be the least of my worries compared to something happening to him. Right then, a subordinate ran up to report, Captain, there's a witness. A person wearing a gold-trimmed cloak was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy. The captain found hope, really. Bring the witness here immediately. He immediately issued orders, all units advance to the forest outside the academy. The top priority is ensuring His Highness's safety. The subordinates replied in unison, yes, sir. He wondered, the forest, why would he think to go to a place like that? A suspicion rose in his heart, don't tell me, he discovered something. During that time, the prince confided in them, it's truly enviable. If only I hadn't been born into the royal family, maybe I could have lived like a normal person, not bound by a prince's responsibilities. Perhaps the gods truly despise me. Dane hesitated, your highness, if I may, I would like to ask one thing. He asked curiously, what is it, Dane Saugers, speak. Given permission, he spoke, is your hand currently in a lot of pain? Just a normal question, but it made the prince panic. He thought in shock, no, how could you know? Layla looked at Dane with total confusion. His Highness's hand, why would it? The prince quickly tried to hide it. You must be mistaken. Dane was suspicious, really, but from what I see. Layla grumbled, Dane, what are you talking about? Across from him, the prince stared at Dane, worried he would press the issue. That attitude left Dane in a dilemma. After a moment of consideration, he let it go. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I intend to forget everything I've seen and heard today anyway. The prince thought to himself, this guy, did he really notice the condition of my hand? Layla grumbled, Dane, what are you saying to His Highness? This guy Dane says some strange things sometimes. Please overlook it, your highness. but the prince spoke up to confirm, no, he's right. He and Layla froze, both thinking, what, really? A silence fell over them. A moment later, he confessed honestly, my right hand is no different from a crippled hand. Dane Saugers, how did you realize that? Dane was also silent, not knowing how to answer yet. Then he revealed, to be precise, I didn't see the condition of the hand itself, but I saw the flow of mana toward your hand being blocked. The prince was dazed. What? You can see the flow of mana with your eyes. He explained, it's an ability I gained after an artifact luckily merged with my body. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, actually, it's due to ancient mana, but I can't tell the truth. The prince was surprised, an incredible ability, so you can discover the true cause. Dane replied immediately, no, I can't see the underlying cause, but at least right now I can tell the reason you're feeling pain. The primary cause is that the mana flow that should be going down into the hand is blocked at the wrist and overflowing backward. He sensed a hand that mana couldn't reach, and as a result, it is gradually dying. Dane stepped closer, Your Highness. Simultaneously, he probed, may I ask what happened? Upon hearing Dane's question, Edward's mood darkened slightly. A moment later, he spoke in a low voice. It began when I was about a year old. As he recounted, he reminisced about the past. From when Edward was in his cradle, there was no problem at birth, but at some point it became like this. I only managed to hold eating utensils when I was 7. At first, when he finally held a spoon, his hand shook incessantly. And I only held a pen and wrote after I was 10. To write, Edward had to put in much more effort than others. But there are the most important things that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't master. I couldn't learn swordsmanship, writing, or anything a prince should learn. Magic was even more impossible. Just by touching them, his hand would shake uncontrollably. This has been the greatest sorrow and struggle of my life. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a sense of loss and disappointment. Edward turned his face away slightly, not daring to look directly at Dane's group, his voice cold and self-mocking. I have lived like this until now, a shameful prince who doesn't dare let others know. Hearing his entire story, Dane felt some sympathy and thought silently, so he's had this problem since he was very young. That's why he isn't as famous as the other princes. In contrast to him, Layla and Ernest were in a mess after hearing this, clutching their heads in fear. Layla stammered to Edward, but Your Highness, is it okay for us to hear that story? And Ernest added tremulously, you're telling such a huge secret. Edward's expression was calm as he shook his head, saying nonchalantly but firmly, it's fine, I think you will keep the secret. Then he added, furthermore, my mood is very good today. Although every royal physician and mage has tried, they found no cause, but finally I have found it. As soon as Edward finished, Dane suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Do you trust me? Edward gave a slight nod, saying half-jokingly, I do. Why would someone from the Saugers' house lie to me? If so, they'd have to be a great swindler to dare trick a prince. Hearing him say that, Dane grimaced slightly and thought helplessly, what kind of joke is that? At this moment, Edward held out his hand again, his voice dejected and tinged with self-mockery as he said, as you see, the strength is gradually leaving my hand. I know that sooner or later this hand will be worse than useless. But then he quickly regained his resolve and asked Dane expectantly and hurriedly, so then, can you cure it? Dane's face was expressionless, and he didn't immediately reply. Ernest and Layla were tense, silent, and not daring to breathe loudly, glancing from Edward to Dane. Dane pursed his thin lips. A second later, he spoke plainly, I'm sorry, Your Highness, I am not a physician. Hearing him say that, Edward's eyes widened and he was stunned for a moment. Then he closed his eyes tightly and let out a discouraged sigh. Surely this isn't an easy matter. Suddenly, Dane spoke up again, making a serious proposal. But if Your Highness wishes, I can try, making Edward immediately open his eyes wide and freeze. Dane still looked at him with a bright smile. Deep in the mountains and forests, a loud shout rang out, saying excitedly, really? Then do it immediately. Edward scratched his head, grinning broadly, promising, if you can cure my hand, I will do anything. Dane asked in bewilderment, truly. Then he lowered his eyes slightly and spoke seriously of his plan. If that is your wish, I will attempt to change the mana flow. However, if it fails, you could die. Hearing this, Edward flinched in terror, involuntarily shouting in disbelief, what? Dane continued, if this attempt goes wrong and harms Your Highness, I will surely be executed for attempting to assassinate a member of the royal family. According to his words, Edward vaguely imagined the scene of Dane, Layla, and Ernest being tied up and taken away by royal soldiers. Despite knowing the dire consequences, Dane continued firmly, but I have many years left to live and many things I want to do. So then, if I succeed in curing your hand. At this point, he suddenly stopped, frowning slightly with a difficult expression. He looked straight at the dazed Edward and asked directly, how will you repay me? Ernest couldn't believe he would ask Edward such a question so bluntly. His face paled slightly. Layla was equally shocked, reflexively covering her agape mouth. Edward finally spoke, asking Dane, you want to strike a deal with me now? Dane answered honestly, I don't accept vague risks. However, if an attractively large reward is presented, that's a different story. he said, making no effort to hide his ambition and admitting it frankly. Edward was frozen for 5 seconds by his bluntness. In the quiet depths of the forest, his voice echoed. A few seconds later, he spoke half-jokingly. "A deal with me? You're the first person to ever propose that." Dane replied blandly, "I only see princes granting favors to seek patronage." Edward lowered his voice and gave a firm assessment of him. "You're different from them, Dane Saugers." He curled his lips into a slight smile and offered a word of praise. "Very good." Then, looking directly into Dane's cold face, he bargained generously. "Dane Saugers, if you can cure my hand, I will grant any request you make," he said, breaking into a calm laugh. Dane didn't expect him to agree so easily and asked skeptically, "Is that so, Your Highness?" Edward held out his hand and remarked nonchalantly, "Yeah, my hand will lose its function soon anyway. At worst, failure just brings that day a bit sooner." Then he approached Dane, patted his arm, and made a commitment. "So just try. Even if you fail, I will at least leave a will stating you are innocent." Dane stiffened, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, while Layla gave a helpless, hollow laugh and Ernest closed his eyes, let out a heavy sigh. Edward's other hand remained placed on Dane's arm. Finally, Dane uttered a brief agreement, "I'll try." Edward expressed his sincere gratitude. "Good, thank you." Having said that, he placed his hand over his left chest as a gesture. Despite his bold proposal, Dane couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking to himself, "This could be the biggest event of my life. If it succeeds, it's a massive victory. If it fails, it's a disaster." Then he quickly regained his composure and told himself with determination, "In that case, I must succeed at any cost." After thinking, Dane told Edward, "First of all, Your Highness, sit down and make yourself comfortable." He complied, responding briefly, "All right." Edward sat down on a stone ledge, thinking to himself, "I've practiced controlling mana flow since I was a child, so I'm very confident." Dane, Ernest, and Layla all stared at him tensely. Edward tilted his head and closed his eyes, relaxing as he thought, "Furthermore, I have ancient mana within me." Dane stepped forward, knelt, and took his hand. He felt the joints of the hand. Closing his eyes slightly, he announced in a low voice, "I'm starting now." Edward quickly drifted into a dazed, semi-conscious state. Dane began transferring mana to him, a faint blue light enveloping Edward's hand. Dane closed his eyes, trying to focus with all his might. The light grew increasingly bright. At the same time, in another part of the deep forest, people called out to one another, "How is it on your end? There's a vertical cliff and we can't move." A soldier came running in a hurry, urgently reporting to Delphian, "Captain, there are many forks in the path ahead." He let out a grave sigh. "Damn it, I don't have enough forces to split up here." Suddenly, Delphian sensed something and turned around alertly. Looking into the bushes and the forks in the road, he thought in bewilderment, "Impossible, what is this sensation?" He suddenly raised his hand high. Then he ordered the soldiers, "Everyone hide yourselves." All the soldiers drew their swords simultaneously. They gripped their swords tightly as Delphian commanded, "Move as quietly as possible." A soldier glided forward softly and quickly. Following him were rows of other soldiers. They acted as quietly as they could, not daring to make a loud noise. Reaching their destination, they stopped. Delphian gripped his sword firmly and marched forward aggressively. Meanwhile, Dane was still holding Edward's hand and casting magic. Layla and Ernest beside them only dared to watch, not daring to make a sound or a stir that might interfere. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupted, and Dane and Edward squinted their eyes open. Layla and Ernest followed suit, turning to look tensely. Delphian led the troop, his face grim as he coldly questioned Dane, Layla, and Ernest. "You bastards, how dare you do this to His Highness?" Suddenly, a man lunged toward Dane's group. "You bastards, what do you think you're doing?" He glared fiercely at them, holding his sword high. Layla shrieked in fear, "The knights are surrounding us." Dane also panicked, thinking to himself, "Damn, they're closing in, I need to explain." With that thought, he reached out his hand to cast magic. Meanwhile, the man had lunged forward with his sharp sword. "How dare you touch His Highness?" Dane also lunged forward quickly. "He's too fast." Watching the descending blade, he couldn't help but think, "At this rate, I'm going to be defeated." Just then, the red-haired prince suddenly appeared and stood between the two. "Stop, Delphian." Delphian's eyes widened and he blurted out, "Your Highness." Edward fixed his gaze steadily on him. A moment later, Delphian stood facing him and asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you know how worried we were?" Edward replied calmly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He nodded a few times and then asked, "How did Your Highness get so deep into this area and who are they?" He replied that he had just wandered while investigating and got lost, and as for them, I'll explain on the way back. After he spoke, Edward looked down at his right arm. "The feeling in my hand has changed. There must be progress." Then he looked toward Dane with a grateful gaze. "I'm leaving now. Thank you, Dane Saugers." Dane smiled back. "I only did what I could, Your Highness. It was my honor." Not long after, on the way back through the mountains and forests, "So he is the son of Count Saugers." "Yes, he is my benefactor." Hearing this, Delphian couldn't help but ask, "Your benefactor?" Edward looked at him and said suggestively, "He has been something incredibly precious to me." Then he asked, "So tell me, what gift should I give them in return?" Delphian was puzzled. "A gift? What do you mean, Your Highness?" thinking to himself, they may be children of noble houses, but you only met them today. Edward suddenly stroked his chin in thought, ordinary gifts probably won't suffice, I want to give them something truly valuable. As soon as he finished speaking, he parted his lips and blurted something out instinctively, as if he had remembered something. Edward smiled at Delphian. Well, what about that item? He leaned close to his ear and whispered in a low voice. After hearing it, Delphian's eyes bulged and he exclaimed, Your Highness, even so. Edward gave a mischievous smile. Would it fit? While the other man asked worriedly, Isn't it a bit much? Realizing that the prince was simply so happy just to make friends. He smiled and continued, Compared to what Dane did for me, this item isn't excessive. Send a messenger to the palace to bring everything immediately. Delphian helplessly accepted the order. Understood. Once everything was settled, Edward hummed happily as he walked ahead. Delphian stood behind watching and suddenly thought to himself, Come to think of it, this isn't bad. The figures of Dane's group of 3 immediately appeared. Those are the children of Count Saugers and Duke Thermion. Thanks to this, the relationship between the royal family and the great noble houses can grow stronger. He also added silently, It will also be a great support for His Highness. Under the blazing sun shining on the tiled roofs of the royal palace, a week later, we were invited to the royal palace, specifically the reception room of the annex. Edward sat in the center of the room and spoke up, My hand is better, there are no side effects. Thank you, Dane. Dane bowed slightly and replied, That is a relief, Your Highness. After speaking, he gestured to the side and said, Please sit. Once everyone was seated, Edward spoke again, I have prepared a little something to show my gratitude. Please accept it. This is everything I believe you deserve. The 3 in Dane's group saw the item and cried out in unison, Your Highness, this is. Inside the small box placed on the table lay an exquisite badge. Yes, a royal token. Edward explained with a smile, It's very simple to use. If you run into trouble, present this token and the matter will be resolved. Ernest, still in shock, looked up and asked again, We can really accept this? Of course. Dane spoke to him comfortably, Thank you very much, Your Highness. Edward added, Enough with the formalities, enjoy yourselves today. The 3 sitting to his left spoke in unison, Yes. A moment later, a table of beautiful food was spread out before them. Layla happily nibbled on a piece of cake. Meeting the prince that day was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. Beside her, Ernest was also enjoying a sandwich. However, the identity of the intruders remains a mystery. Dane chewed his food slowly. None of us suspected anyone, and the strange incident gradually sank into silence. Edward sat in the head seat, happily enjoying the delicious food. The sky outside the window was still as blue as when they first arrived. Then, after some time, midterms arrived. At the academy, a joyful voice rang out, Finally, the exams are over. Dane looked at Layla and asked, Layla, how did it go? She waved her hand and replied, The major exam wasn't too hard and the general subjects should be fine too. Priscilla gripped her paper and screamed in frustration. As for me, I wish the world would just burn. How could the exam be so hard even though I memorized the whole Bible? Seeing her like that, Dane could only smile awkwardly and think, Turns out the Holy Studies department isn't easy either. Ernest then spoke up, Anyway, it's done, and Dane beside him quickly followed up, We're free, hang in there, everyone, we have a few days off. What does everyone plan to do? Ernest grinned and replied, I'm thinking of joining that bodybuilding club, the one that focuses on physical training. What, you, Ernest? Priscilla stroked her chin and eyed him up and down. It seems you've realized your weakness after those combat simulations. You know what you have to do. Ernest replied confidently, Exactly, just wait and see the results. The blonde girl added a warning, Don't get hurt. Following that, Layla suddenly gave a slight smile and spoke up, I think I'll go home for a bit. My mother has wanted to see me for a long time. Having said that, she looked at Dane. What about you, Dane? He hesitated for a moment then replied, I'll probably spend time in the library studying more. Studying after exams. Dane lowered his eyes and continued, Actually, there's nothing else to do. Oh, wait. An image of him as a child facing the Duke suddenly appeared. Layla's words reminded me. At that time, little Dane was staring intently at the gift in his hand. When I was 7, the Duke gave me a gift, the crest of the Thermion smithy. He thought to himself, I'm planning to make a new sword, so maybe I'll stop by that smithy. Meanwhile, Layla and Priscilla both marveled. It's been a long time since we heard you mention that. You really are a hardworking person. Under the blue sky, Dane suddenly spoke up. Actually, Layla, I'll go with you. To my house, sure, but why so sudden? He rubbed the back of his neck and said, I just thought I'd like to see what your family's smithy looks like. Layla turned her head and muttered, You're the only person in the world who could call that just seeing. Then Ernest suddenly asked, Can I come to the Thermion smithy? That would definitely be an amazing experience. Among the crowded rooftops, a cheerful voice rang out, You want to go too? Sure, the more the merrier. A while later, on the path leading to Layla's home, the Duke Thermion family estate, Ernest said, I'm so nervous, to which Layla replied, Just don't touch anything and it'll be fine, understand? And Ernest assured her, Of course, I'll only look. Layla suddenly turned her head and spoke with a tone of regret. It would be more fun if Senior Priscilla could have come along. but Ernest noted, "The top students of the holy department don't get breaks, you know," and Dane looked at her and replied, "Yeah, it's a shame. I heard she was summoned to the temple." Then Ernest suddenly became curious. "Layla, how long does it take from here to the Termian territory?" And Layla quickly answered, "Less than an hour by carriage," at which Ernest marveled, "That close? I live all the way in the west. It takes nearly a month on horseback to get here." The three stopped simultaneously in the middle of the road to chat. "Then it must have been quite a struggle for you when you enrolled," and Ernest suddenly turned to Dane. "What about you, Dane?" To which he replied, "It only took me 1 day to get here. My house has a teleportation gate," making Layla scream in surprise. "A teleportation gate?" She turned around with her hands on her hips in disbelief. "You really used that to get here in 1 day?" And Dane admitted without hesitation, "Yeah, didn't I mention it? This is the first I've heard of it." Layla suddenly remembered a certain pair of prominent blonde heads. "Well, that makes sense. I guess your sisters used that gate too, right? They help you a lot with your studies at the academy. I'm truly jealous." She walked a few steps forward and sighed, "I wonder how my brothers are doing these days." Dane and Ernest stood behind, watching pensively. Come to think of it, she had never said anything about her siblings before. One of the two suddenly asked, "Layla, what are your siblings like?" The weather today was truly beautiful for returning home, Layla chatted as she walked. "My eldest brother was really kind before he left for the East. He used to play with me every day." She mentioned each person with a different expression, "And my second brother just loves to tease me. Sometimes he really makes me mad." While Dane listened with a smile and marveled, "It seems she's very much loved by her brothers." Ernest, listening from the side, asked curiously, "Does your second brother also live in the mansion?" And Layla shook her head with a grimace. "No, he's the type who's a bit too free-spirited." Even she, as his sister, didn't understand the reason. "One day, he just up and left home and no one knows where he is now. He said he was going out to train or something, but I don't really believe it." That answer was truly hard to believe for a normal person. "Left home, huh?" Layla's brow furrowed, her voice dropping a bit. "Since becoming a knight, he still lives away from home. I really don't understand why he does that." Ernest chimed in with an admiring gasp. "So he's a young knight? Your family is full of extraordinary people." And she didn't really deny it. "My eldest brother is just hardworking, but my second brother is hard to predict." Dane looked at the pink-haired girl with a pensive expression. Disputes between siblings are common in aristocratic families. He realized clearly that this didn't seem to be the case in their family, but obviously the Termian family didn't seem like the rigid type. Perhaps there's a deeper story behind it. Soon enough, they arrived at their destination while chatting. Three knights suddenly walked up to them, and the one in the middle spoke up, "Miss, so you're here," and Layla recognized him, Sir Asmar. He gave a friendly smile and bowed respectfully. "It's been a long time. I hope you've been well. I came immediately when I heard you were returning." The large gate of the Termian family stood wide open in welcome. "Come in, everyone," and the young daughter of the house immediately ran up. "Father," and her father welcomed her happily, "You've grown taller since the last time I saw you. How is life at the academy?" She excitedly bragged to her parent, "It's great. I've been studying hard. When you see my grades, you'll be surprised." And the Duke gave a sincere laugh. "Ha ha, I look forward to it." Then he turned his gaze toward the other guests, "And look who's here, Dane." Dane stepped forward with a smile and bowed to him. "Duke, it's been a while. It's a pleasure to see you again." And the Duke evaluated him. "You look much tougher than before." Ernest spoke up shyly to introduce himself. "It is truly an honor to meet you, Duke. I am Ernest Dillon." It seemed he remembered well what his daughter had written in her letters. "So you're the friend Layla often mentions in her letters. Our family also has several artifacts discovered by the Dillon house. Layla, your friend is quite talented." To praise her friend was also to praise her. "Of course, he's my friend." The Duke turned to urge everyone inside, "Don't just stand outside, come on in. We've prepared a small party to welcome you all." And hearing that, the three replied in unison, "Really? Thank you so much, sir." With Layla's eyes sparkling with excitement, he turned to lead the way. "Follow me." Dane smiled and curiously brought up a subject with the girl. "I really liked your family's tarts last time. Can I have them again?" And Layla, having anticipated this, gave a knowing smile. "I knew it, so I told them to prepare strawberry tarts. You're going to love them." The party being held inside wasn't exactly small. After a full and satisfying meal, Dane was extremely content. "It's been a long time since I've had food this good." And Ernest rubbed his head in realization. Now I understand why Layla was so excited. Layla was still munching on a piece of tart. "It's a shame the senior couldn't come," and they promised each other, "Next time let's all get together." Suddenly, noise erupted as a group of people walked in. He couldn't hide his curiosity and whispered, "Layla, who are those people?" And she replied, "They are my family's knights. Father invited them to the party. I heard many others are coming too since they heard you would be dropping by." Dane's tone became vaguely indescribable. "Really? Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" As if reading his mind, they approached to meet him. Qantas Daggerweld. "Greetings, young Master Dane Saugers." Dane also politely greeted them in return. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Layla has already told me about you. You're the knights of the Duke's house, right?" The man in front, being the sociable type, smiled and said, "Yes, that's right, we've heard a lot about you. Young master, it is truly an honor to meet you in person. If you don't mind, we'd like to chat for a moment," and he had no reason to refuse. Ah, of course. Layla set her plate down on the table and told him a rumor. "I heard the Termian family knights are among the strongest in the empire. However, except for the royal guard, now countless apprentice knights are scrambling to join." The other party also stepped forward with an amicable mood. "I've also heard the Sagar's family knights are very famous," and Dane recounted without hiding anything. "True, my unit focuses mainly on spear techniques, largely thanks to my father." In his eyes was a flicker of genuine admiration. For the history of the Sagar's house's development was truly admirable. From when he taught spear techniques on the battlefield, it gradually evolved into a true knight order. Now it is the only spear knight legion in the empire. The Termian knights expressed their admiration. "We've always been curious about your training methods. Young master must be quite skilled with a spear too," and he laughed modestly. "Ha ha, I'm all right." Suddenly Layla chimed in, bragging loudly, "Dane is good at everything. Even if all of you ganged up on him, you wouldn't be able to beat him." And the leader looked shocked upon hearing that. "Is that true, miss?" The others also found it truly hard to believe, "Even if we all attacked together." "No way," and Dane felt something was wrong. "Layla, don't say things like that." Then they stood in a straight line and said solemnly, "Well then, young Master Dane." They bowed simultaneously and issued a challenge. "We officially challenge you to a friendly match. Please give us some pointers." Dane's face showed hesitation as he didn't answer immediately. "Wait, a match right here? Why does my bad intuition turn out to be right every time?" Layla's face was calm and unconcerned as she reassured him. "It's fine, it'll be okay. Show them what you can do, Dane." He turned to look at the expectant faces of the knights. Currently, he was forced into a reluctant agreement. "If that's what you want, I accept." They immediately set off for the training grounds. The Termian knights were almost the best team, just like the rumors said. Dane had to fight 5 people at once by himself. Even so, his ability to control the spear in his hand remained fluid. Furthermore, his movement speed was very flexible, darting back and forth. His posture remained steady without any sign of fatigue. His face was intensely focused, radiating a presence beyond his years. The audience consisted of only 3 people, the Duke and the 2 friends. Nevertheless, the Duke watched the match with a face full of amazement. Dane's footsteps were steady on the ground. From the beginning, he hadn't taken a single hit. The spear in his hand knocked the swords out of the knights' hands. One by one, those who lost their weapons became the losers. The final sword was sent flying high into the air. Victory was completely decided, leaving them all in a state of shock. Dane calmly planted his spear into the ground. His face was completely triumphant as the result was fully settled. It was as if a brilliant aura was radiating from his face. After a moment of being dazed, the Duke finally announced, "Victory goes to young Master Dane. That was a truly impressive match." Layla exclaimed regarding the victory prize the Duke gave him. "Oh, father gave you a gift." And he nodded. "Yeah, some books written in an ancient language," and she nodded with certainty. "I once told him you were interested in ancient languages. Perhaps he remembered." Hearing that, he shyly thanked the girl for her kind intentions. "Really? Thanks. The Academy library is quite restricted. These books will be useful." And she simply smiled back. "It's better for people who truly appreciate them to read them than to let them gather dust." Dane frowned and looked around for his remaining companion. "By the way, where's Ernest?" Layla knew where he had been invited. He went with the butler to the artifact warehouse. He looked very excited, and hearing that, he was also curious. "Really? I'm quite curious myself." Suddenly, she hurriedly urged him, "Aren't you tired? Get some rest. It's vacation time," and he stuttered in refusal. "I'll rest after I stop by the blacksmith tomorrow." Hearing that, she felt relieved. Sensing the atmosphere of the place again, it felt truly great. After exams, returning home, meeting family, her father even looked visibly happy seeing his spear skills. "People would think you were his own son." Dane looked a bit uneasy as he mentioned her second brother, but his expression completely changed when your second brother was mentioned. What was that about? Mentioning this made Layla suddenly fall silent. After a long while, she began to recount the reason. "That's exactly what's making me upset. My eldest brother still sends letters occasionally, but my second brother has gone completely silent. Father won't even say why." This caused her previously bright face to slump again. No contact, no explanation at all. Before he could speak, there was a noise from the forest. Layla's sharp eyes noticed it and she spoke up. "Wait, what's that? Something is moving over there." Dane also looked over to observe as she suggested. Suddenly he agreed with her keen observation. "Yeah, I feel it too." At this moment, a stream of magic was constantly swirling in the air. Dane alertly looked ahead and said, "Come out before I have to step in there myself." His hand gradually moved his magic toward the bushes. At this moment, a voice replied from inside, "All right, I'm coming out. Don't be so aggressive." Hearing this voice made them pause, and Layla hesitantly said, "That voice." Loud rustling and footsteps echoed from inside the bushes. A person slowly stepped out and said, "This situation is intense." Leaves flew into the air as the voice rang out. I was just watching my little sister with a strange guy. Then a man stepped out from the bushes to face them. He smiled and greeted her. It's been a while, my little sister. This person being Delward Termian, the second son of Duke Termian. Dane saw him and frowned, saying, "Don't tell me this is." He was startled, looking at the person carrying a sack over his shoulder. He's her brother. A moment later, Layla immediately began hitting Delward incessantly in anger. "Oh my god, I've been so worried about you. How could you be like this? Not once, not even once did you contact me." And he just held his head and said, "I'm sorry, Layla, that hurts." She didn't stop but shouted angrily, "You've gone too far. I've waited years for news of you. Even my eldest brother wrote home, but what about you?" Delward looked up with an awkward smile. "Ow, you've got a strong hand. Seems like you've been practicing hard." Layla didn't let him change the subject and kept hitting him. "Yeah, I've gotten stronger. Let's see if you can take it today." While Dane beside them was also worried. "That's enough, Layla." At this moment, his hand reached out toward her. Delward suddenly pulled Layla into a hug to stop her actions. He gave a gentle smile and said softly, "I'm sorry, Layla. I never forgot my family." Delward's words were full of sincerity. "I have my own reasons." He added, "I'm sorry for leaving you alone all this time." Delward comforted her gently. "I'll tell you everything, so please calm down." At this, she finally asked with tears in her eyes, "Really? So it wasn't because you didn't want to see the family?" He immediately affirmed, "Of course not, Layla. I never forgot my family, not even for a second," words that deeply moved Dane. Afterward, Delward gently let go of Layla. Then she stood tall and asked, "Then tell me, where have you been and what have you been doing all this time?" He folded his arms and spoke up as a reminder, "First of all, could you give us some private space?" Unexpectedly, Delward quickly ran over and put his arm around Dane's shoulder. "No, Dane will listen with you. He knows how to keep a secret, don't worry." She looked straight at Delward and affirmed, "Just say it." While he beside her also added in confusion, "Layla, it's fine." Delward looked toward Dane and couldn't help but evaluate him before speaking. He knew who he was. "You're Dane Saugers, right? I've heard a lot about you. They say an outstanding student just entered the academy." Delward assessed his appearance. "I see that prominent silver hair. Turns out you're my sister's friend." At this point, he reconsidered. "Besides, our families are quite close." So Delward rubbed his head and said, "All right, I understand. You look trustworthy, Dane. This is a family matter, so don't tell anyone outside." He immediately spoke up in affirmation. "Yes, I swear on my family's honor." Delward looked at Dane and frowned. "Good, let's move somewhere else." They went to a more deserted spot and Delward sat on a chair and said, "Actually, all this time I've been in the Drenic Empire." Hearing this, he was startled and cried out, "The Drenic Empire?" And Layla also worriedly asked, "What? Why did you go to such a dangerous place?" He frowned and replied, "I went to find a cure for Mother." Delward continued, "She has been bedridden for too long. Since I was young, I've searched everywhere following clues about that illness." He had traveled all over until finally, those clues led to the Drenic Empire. Despite hearing that, Layla was still angry. "Even so, you sneaked into enemy territory?" Dane felt worried in his heart too. "Yeah, that really is serious." She continued angrily, "You could have told everyone and gone searching together. Why did you have to go alone?" Delward smiled and replied, "At that time I had no choice. I had a chance to infiltrate the Empire, but I didn't want to put my family in danger. At least I returned safely. See, I'm fine." Hearing this, Layla lost her cool and wanted to lunge forward to punch him. "What are you talking about?" But Dane hurriedly stopped her. "Layla, let's listen to him a bit more." At this, she finally calmed down and said, "Fine, then why are you only returning now?" Delward's face looked sad as he looked down, seemingly having something on his mind. He continued, "Actually, I found the necessary ingredients for the cure, but those materials aren't in the Empire, so I came back here." She heard this and was puzzled. "If they aren't there, does that mean they're in the Altian Empire?" And he replied, "Yes, for now I only have a few clues, but I'll still take it step by step." Delward lowered his voice slightly. "I also discovered something in the Drenic Empire." His expression turned grave. "What Mother is suffering from isn't an illness, it's a curse." The two were stunned in shock. "A curse?" He continued to explain, "Right, strength fading away, limbs trembling, dizziness, and coughing up blood. And then purple marks appearing on the back. Everything matches the symptoms of a curse perfectly." These words were like a bolt from the blue to Layla. She whispered, "Good heavens." Layla muttered, repeating those words, "Mother's illness is a curse." He nodded silently as if in affirmation. Then Delward said, "At first I didn't believe it. A curse can't just appear naturally, which means someone deliberately cursed Mother." She found it hard to understand who would do such a thing, and Delward replied, "I'm not sure who bears a grudge against us. Honestly, our family has quite a few enemies." At this point, he held her shoulders. "Layla, we can find the mastermind later. The important thing now is to break the curse." By now she had tears in her eyes and asked, "Is there a way?" And he replied, "Yes." Delward gave a slight smile. "I've found both the ingredients and the ritual to perform. Most of the ingredients aren't too hard to find." He continued, "They're just expensive, but still obtainable. There's only one thing that's a problem. The most important ingredient here is the tear of Roxana." Hearing this item, she asked, What is the tear of Roxana?" And Delward replied, a legendary material said to be able to cleanse almost every existing curse. They say it's located in the Haverox Mountains between the two empires. The two were shocked by the location, the Haverox Mountains, and he replied, yes, rumors say it's in a ruin guarded by an ancient creature. Hearing these words, Dane couldn't help but reconsider something in his heart. He remembered that location, ancient ruins. This whole thing smelled suspicious. Delward affirmed, Layla, I'm going to find it. I know it's dangerous, but there's no other way. She heard this and worried, what, you're going alone? What about the Termian Knights? And he replied, I'm as strong as someone with 5 cores now, well, 4 to be exact. Delward added, more importantly, if the Knights march there, it could start a war between the two empires again, so it's safest for me to go alone. She replied, even so, I can't let you go alone. He smiled at that, I'm not just charging in blindly, I'll be prepared. Dane suddenly spoke up to remind him, if it's an ancient ruin, there's one person who understands those things better than anyone. The two of them were startled and turned to ask, who? He gave a mysterious smile and replied, it seems this time you'll need the help of our club. In the dark of night at a certain mansion, someone suddenly exclaimed, an ancient entity in ruins. If we're lucky, this could be a major discovery. Dane put a hand on his hip and inquired, you think so too, right? And Ernest replied immediately, yeah, I want to go right now. While Delward across from them spoke up irritably, you kids really don't have a shred of fear, do you? He frowned and chided them, I understand you're excited, but this is truly dangerous, not child's play. Dane immediately retorted, isn't going to the Haverox Mountains alone dangerous? Sometimes you have to go as a group, not always alone. Layla, standing next to Delward, also agreed, exactly. The Dillon family are all explorers. If you go alone and get lost, it'll be a disaster. Hearing the two of them say such things, he hesitated for a moment, true, but Dane looked at Delward's face and thought to himself, he must be really conflicted. An image of him standing silently by his mother's sickbed suddenly appeared. I can't imagine how much he suffered, wandering for years in enemy territory just to cure his mother. One moment it was Delward's back, then his serious face, which made Dane admire him. To collect information and return safely, he's certainly no ordinary warrior. Outside the nearby door, the Black Knight still silently enveloped the scenery. Delward finally said helplessly, all right, going together is fine, but you must keep it a total secret before we go, while we're going, and after we return. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the other three lit up instantly with radiant smiles. Yes, of course. A moment later, a small box was pulled out and placed on the table. Layla asked in curiosity, what is this? And Delward replied with a light smile, a gift, open it. Layla narrowed her eyes suspiciously, trying to win me over with a gift. I won't forgive you that easily. Ernest gave an awkward laugh at this scene. Layla's really mad, isn't she? While Dane turned to warn his friend, don't say anything, she was even scarier earlier. On the other side, Layla was slowly reaching toward the small gift box. As she opened it, a melodic sound rang out. If this is something nonsense, I swear. Lively and joyful music danced gently in Layla's ears, causing her unfinished sentence to be cut short. She looked in surprise at the two figures inside the music box. This is. Those two figures were similar in shape, just one large and one small. Layla parted her lips and whispered, Mother and me. The smaller figure looked remarkably like Layla. It was smiling amidst the sweet, melodic music. Delward then spoke up to confirm, yeah, from when our family was happiest. I asked a craftsman in the Drenic Empire to make it. The two figures of Layla and her mother stood on a gold base inside the music box, holding hands and dancing together. I made it while remembering the time Mother was still healthy. How is it? Moving with the music, the two figures gradually seemed to come to life, and the little Layla from back then laughed endlessly. Layla was moved to tears at this moment, two streams of tears welling up in her eyes. She whispered softly, it's so beautiful. Delward pursed his lips, looking at Layla with a gentle, loving gaze, remaining silent. Dane and Ernest stood to the side, also smiling in the music as if happy for her. Layla suddenly turned to look at him and said, looking at this makes me feel as if Mother is healthy again. She smiled with squinted eyes and the tears finally fell. Thank you, brother. The music continued to play in the image of the mother and daughter holding hands. Delward hugged his sister and smiled gently with closed eyes. I'm the one who should be saying thank you. Layla just silently shed tears in his arms, listening. Delward added, thank you, Layla. Dane and Ernest watched from a distance, also moved by the scene. Ernest couldn't help but shed a few tears. In that setting, the small music box continued to emit clear sounds. At the same time, at the party, Duke Termian looked around and spoke up in confusion. Wait, come to think of it, where are all the main guests? He tilted his head skeptically. Where did they all go? As for Dane's group, they were now gathered in the mansion courtyard. Layla said with a tone of regret, can't you stay? You should see Father too. Delward still firmly refused. Sorry, Layla, I don't know what will happen next. I'll greet Father next time, please understand. He suddenly grabbed Layla's arm and added, I've left a contact code in the crystal. Call anytime. I'll be in the Empire for a while longer. If you need anything, I'll be back right away. Layla bowed her head shyly, all right, but please be careful. And Delward replied firmly, of course, I'll be back soon. He suddenly spoke up as if remembering something, making Layla look up. Oh, and this too. Delward held out a small, carefully wrapped bag. Take this, it helps reduce mother's symptoms. He looked at Layla gently and warned carefully, remember to give it to mother regularly and don't tell father what I told you. Layla stared at Delward for a few seconds, then snapped back and replied, all right, I'll take good care of mother. He heard this and suddenly fell silent, looking at Layla intently. Then Delward spoke with a smile, then I'll leave my sister in your hands. When I return, let's head to the mountains together. Dane replied enthusiastically, of course, take care on your way. Immediately after, he turned to take a leap. Delward jumped high enough to clear the mansion's boundary wall. I'm off, take care Layla. Having said that, he soared beyond the mansion, his signature family-colored hair fluttering in his wake. In just a few short seconds, Delward's figure vanished from sight, leaving only the starry sky and the familiar boundary wall as before. Layla still looked worried, clutching her chest. He's really gone. Ernest immediately offered comfort. He'll be fine, Layla. He looks incredibly strong. Just then, Dane suddenly startled as if he sensed something. He quickly looked in a different direction. Dane suddenly asked for a favor. Ernest, can you comfort Layla for a bit? I left something in the room. I'll be right back. Watching his back as he hurried away, Ernest smiled and said, sure, go ahead. I'll stay with Layla. The courtyard where they had been standing was soon empty. The full moon above still shone brightly, illuminating the night sky. Meanwhile, on a certain stone-paved path, the sound of urgent, non-stop footsteps echoed. Delward ran with long, tense strides. These guys are persistent. I didn't think they'd follow me all the way here. He thought as he moved past dark windows. Good thing they don't know I'm from Duke Termian's house. They probably lurked around while I was in the mansion. It's best that I escaped through the secret passage. Delward ran straight out of a small alley, just before leaving the Drenic Empire. The more he thought, the more he frowned. Revealing that I'm from the Altian Empire was a big mistake. Delward continued to run forward at full speed, his cloak fluttering behind him. How much longer can I hold out? He grit his teeth helplessly, telling himself with determination, I must break mother's curse at any cost. Suddenly, Delward skidded to a halt on the road, his feet sliding for a stretch against the ground. He stopped with his whole body tensed, his already strained face turning grim. Looking at the wall blocking his way, Delward couldn't help but curse, damn it. Just then, the group of cloaked men hunting him caught up. One of them suddenly spoke up, you've left a trail that's far too long. Two other cloaked men appeared one after another from around the corner. Even on the nearest roof, two more men stood waiting. Delward was now at a dead end, surrounded on all sides. He grit his teeth and muttered, could this be the end? Delward stood surrounded by the circle of assassins. He silently observed in shock all of them, about 10 men. The assassins slowly drew their blades. Delward assessed that they were clearly all veteran killers. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, calculating, if he was lucky, he might take down 2 of them. Delward grit his teeth in anger. He drew his sword, looking at the assassins, and thought, I'm sorry, Layla, I probably won't be able to keep my promise. One assassin frowned, staring intently at him. He shouted an order, kill him, and the surrounding assassins immediately lunged to attack Delward. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before him. The assassins gripped their swords, attacking Delward continuously. He was forced back toward the wall. Delward felt a surge of regret. If he had known things would turn out like this, he should have apologized to his father before leaving. He froze, widening his eyes at the scene unfolding before him. A faint green light flashed, then moved continuously, piercing through the assassins. They tried to use their blades to block the light, but the beams only increased in number. One cried out, Captain, it's mana bullets. The lead assassin questioned angrily, what is this? Who is helping him? He always acts alone. Who on earth bypassed the traps and made it all the way in here? A familiar figure appeared behind them. Dane spoke up. Assassins shouldn't be so careless. 2 assassins immediately turned to look at him. They looked at Dane and roared, who are you? He smiled and said, you don't need to know. A moment later, Dane and Delward had eliminated the assassins. He checked each body while saying, I didn't expect you to appear so suddenly. And the boy smiled back. I felt something was wrong, so I followed you. Then he thought, all right, let's process them quickly. It would be troublesome if rumors spread. Delward wondered, even so, it's truly hard to believe you're only 14, yet you bypassed all the traps and got this close? And he replied, I learned from mother. She taught me how to disarm traps and infiltrate. He smiled and spoke up, I see, thank you. Thanks to you, I kept my life. He continued, they were the ones who tormented me relentlessly. Turns out this is how I escaped them. A moment later, Delward put his bag on his shoulder and said, Layla is truly lucky to have a friend like you, and Dane smiled back, it's nothing. He added, they've been following me since the border. He scratched his head and sighed, continuing, I don't understand how they kept tracking me. Dane pondered, in cases like this. He channeled mana into his eyes and thought, usually something is placed on the target. Before his eyes was the mana circuit on Delward's body. He lowered his head and looked at his feet. Dane looked at his right foot and saw a strange mana flow moving in a circle. He realized, here it is. Dane spoke up, I think I know the reason. Check the sole of your shoe. Delward asked while taking off his shoe, what do you mean? He said, there's a mana signal receiver attached here. and the man immediately froze. Delward looked at the light flashing on the soul and muttered, "Is it real?" Dane explained, "Assassins often use this. It's so small you wouldn't notice, but its tracking capability is very strong. It was likely attached before you crossed the border." Delward wondered, "How did you discover it? I didn't notice at all." Dane said, "Remove it first," and he immediately agreed, "Ah, yeah." Dane said, "They won't be able to track you anymore. You can rest easy now." Delward replied, "That's great. I must be more careful." Dane suddenly fell silent and pensive. He looked at Delward fumbling to remove the tracking device and asked, "But why are you going alone like this?" He wondered, wouldn't it be better to meet the Duke first? You could tell everything to your eldest brother and ask for help. Delward let his arms hang limp. He pursed his lips in silence. Delward thought of his father and explained, "Father probably just thinks I'm useless. He wanted me to become the head of the house, but I left immediately after graduation." He added, "He probably wouldn't believe a word I say anyway." Delward recounted, "And my brother has even less ambition than I do." Delward continued, "He is in the Far East, busy fighting monsters. How could I ask him?" He looked up at the night sky and said, "So for now, going alone is easier. I will collect all the ingredients to cure mother and prove myself to the family." He said, "Now is not yet the time." Dane replied, "I understand." He thought silently, "If that's what you want to do, I respect it." Then Delward put his shoe back on. He smiled and said, "Done, I've removed it all. I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude." Dane smiled back, "Sure, I don't mind accepting." Then he handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is my contact code. Call if you need help." Dane said, "You have to stay alive to repay the debt." He laughed loudly, "That's right." He took the piece of paper from his hand. Dane said, "Thanks, I'll keep it safe." Delward hesitated and said, "And my sister, please take care of her." He replied, "All right, don't worry." Delward forced a bright smile. Dane smiled back. Then he walked away, telling himself, "I can't tell Layla about tonight." He smiled and thought, if she heard, she would definitely want to chase after me. The moonlight shone faintly down on the main road. Dane smiled and muttered, "I should head back." The street lamp nearby emitted a warm, pale yellow light. The next day at the academy, Dane asked Layla, "How is your mother? How is she?" And she replied, "She's much better. She could even eat today." He said, "That's great." Layla recounted, "Father is very happy too. On the outside he acts indifferent, but he's actually very curious about my brother." Dane asked in surprise, "You told your father everything?" Layla smiled and replied, "Not exactly. I just said he stopped by and left some medicine." She tilted her head curiously, "But besides that, we have something more important today, remember?" Dane asked. "Something important?" Layla said, "Let's go to the Thermion smithy." Soon everyone arrived at the intended location. Layla introduced, "This is the Thermion smithy." Dane was surprised. "This is a smithy. It's so large it looks like a small town." She interlaced her hands behind her neck and replied easily, "That's right. This place is so vast that the area around the forge looks like a small village. Even so, only a few blacksmiths actually manufacture equipment here." Layla also emphasized, "Because it's operated by a small group of master blacksmiths, security is very tight. You absolutely cannot enter without a token." He couldn't help but wonder, "What about you, Layla?" And she admitted honestly, "Even as a member of the Termian family, I can't enter freely unless I'm with father." Hearing this, Dane felt a bit tense. "So that means, don't tell me I have to go in alone." Layla nodded, "Exactly, even I haven't been inside." Dane is about to receive such a cool weapon personally. Ernest also looked at him with admiration. "I'm so jealous, Dane." He swallowed hard and stepped forward. "There's no other way. I'll be quick, so wait for me." Dane entered the forge area alone. On the way, two people stood chatting. Although the place was huge, there truly weren't many people. He couldn't help but marvel silently. The scale is truly massive. Dane observed everything around him, from the furnaces to the workshops. He looked toward a weapon display. "I wonder what kind of weapon I'll receive." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, followed by a loud noise. Dane looked up in a daze. "What's that? It sounds like the ground is shaking." His eyes narrowed when he saw something. No. Before him, a giant man carrying a large hammer was approaching. He could affirm in his heart, "Those are footsteps." That was the blacksmith Volbek. He looked down at Dane. "So it's you, the child who received the forge's token." He felt a bit of panic in his heart. Does such a huge person really exist? After standing frozen for a few seconds, Dane greeted him awkwardly. "Yes, I am Dane. I received the token from the Termian Patriarch when I was young. It's an honor to meet you." Volbek confirmed with a stern voice, "I've heard a lot about you. Termian doesn't just give tokens to anyone." Dane tensely tapped his fingers. "I understand. I hope for your guidance." He also wondered silently, does he talk that familiarly even with the Duke? He frowned as a reminder, "Let me say this first, your status means nothing here. Here there are only blacksmiths and non-blacksmiths, even royalty is the same. Only Termian is an exception." Volbek paused for a beat and then continued, "Even members of the Termian family must have ability." Those words made Dane instinctively swallow hard. Even so, he still admired him, a master who didn't fear even royal authority, truly an extraordinary man. He urged, "Follow me, I'll show you the inside." Dane walked silently behind Volbek. Both followed a long, wide corridor. Torches mounted on the stone walls cast a pale yellow light. He marveled. The deeper we go, the larger and wider this place gets compared to the outside. He explained, it was built to my body size. I am a half-breed, half-dwarf, half-human. That combination gave me this large body, considered a special constitution. Volbeck warned, so don't say anything rude about my appearance. Dane replied without hesitation, of course not. He also thought, it seems he's been through a lot. After walking a stretch, Volbeck stopped and asked, all right, boy with a token, you're here for a reason. What do you want? Dane hesitated. Actually, I haven't decided yet. This will be an important weapon for me, so I'll have to consider it carefully. He nodded. Right, very wise, but from what I can see, what you want is very clear. He was curious, what do you think I want? Volbeck pushed open a door and replied, I can smell the metal. Just from the scent I can tell how a weapon was forged and its shape. He speculated, you have the scent of a good spear and a good dagger on you, so what you want isn't a spear or a dagger. Dane couldn't help but be surprised to know the weapons just by smelling. Incredible and accurate. Volbeck glanced at him and urged, come in, this is my private workshop. After entering, he placed some swords on the table. Dane also stepped closer to observe. Volbeck offered a suggestion, since you already have a good spear and dagger, what do you think of a sword? While asking, he also showed some care. Is the table too high? He shook his head. It's fine. Dane thought carefully. A sword, huh? He expressed, right, it's one of the weapons I'm best with. It's the foundation of combat and also the most powerful type of weapon. Volbeck teased, your father would scold you if he heard that. Dane laughed, true, but as you can see, I'm still growing. If I make a sword now, won't it be hard to use when I'm older? He shrugged, that won't be a problem. I can easily create a sword that you can still use well even when you're fully grown. That's what a real blacksmith does. He recalled, a sword, huh? It's a common weapon, but in my past life it was the weapon I used best. If he forges it correctly then. After a moment of deliberation, Dane decided, all right, I'll choose a sword. Volbeck praised, wise choice. Honestly, when I first saw you, a design suitable for you already appeared in my head. With your physique, I can immediately envision the perfect design. Hearing this, he was amazed. Really? That makes things faster then. He replied with a firm nod, correct, I'll let you choose the material you like. Dane's eyes widened even further, showing clear excitement. In that case, Volbeck declared grandly, it's best if I show you directly, follow me. He continued leading him to the materials store. Looking at the colorful mineral stones before him, Dane couldn't help but marvel. Wonderful, are all these used to manufacture equipment? Volbeck said proudly, you could say every type of mineral in the world is here. He added excitedly, can I look around? And he didn't refuse, sure, choose freely. With permission, Dane didn't hesitate to step closer and observe, this looks extremely rare. Seeing that demeanor, Volbeck was a bit speechless. You have a good eye. The colorful mineral stones glowed continuously. Dane stroked his chin in indecision. Impressive indeed. Not only are there rare minerals, but many types I've never seen before. Many things look very interesting. He reached out toward a blue stone. Volbeck spoke up, that is Terragang. He introduced, it's light, durable, and can reflect impact force. It's better for armor than weapons. Even so, there's currently not enough to forge a complete set of armor. Dane nodded and turned toward a red stone. I see. Then what about this one? Volbeck hurriedly stopped him. As in Danio, don't touch it, it's poisonous. You need neutralizing gloves to handle it. He pulled his hand back in alarm, swallowing hard. Too dangerous, I can't use this. Suddenly, Dane was attracted by something. His gaze was fixed on a black mineral. That one, it feels strange. Dane quickly ran to the pedestal where the stone sat and asked, what is it called? Volbeck stood behind him, his eyes deep. He didn't answer immediately. After a long while, he slowly spoke, that is, Arcanium. Dane was startled upon hearing that. He stammered, Arcanium, don't tell me. It comes from the ancient magic kingdom, Arcana. Volbeck stroked his beard and confirmed, exactly. It is a metal excavated from the ruins of the royal castle of that ancient kingdom. It is extremely rare. Very little remains of the ruins now and almost nothing from the foundation of the old palace. He added, but besides knowing it's a metal, no one has determined its use or structure. Dane wondered, why? Volbeck explained, because it cannot be melted or analyzed. With current technology, no one can melt or test this ore, so it's only seen as a rare collector's item. Hearing this, he suddenly went silent. Seeing Dane didn't react, Volbeck reminded him, since it's nearly unusable, you should look at something else. He was startled, what about the one next to it? And he replied, that is Artma, only found in the deep ore veins of the Havrox Mountains. Volbeck kept talking, but Dane didn't seem to hear anything else. He pursed his lips. What is this feeling? Dane's gaze was drawn back to that black stone, as if it were calling him. The feeling grew clearer and clearer, as if a whisper was echoing in the silence. Choose me. He stood motionless, completely captivated. Suddenly, the stone shook slightly, as if moving. Dane was stunned. Impossible, is it reacting to me? Before he could think further, the stone suddenly emitted a beam of light. Dane opened his eyes wide in shock. The light from the stone spread powerfully, startling even Volbeck. The light quickly enveloped Dane's body. He was terrified and shouted in alarm, hey kid. At the Thermion Forge, Bulwark, a master blacksmith with an impressive beard, was struck with awe. What was going on? the arcanium, a metal that had been impossible to forge until now, was actually reacting in his hands. Dane Saugers, the young man with his signature white-tanned red hair, watched thoughtfully. It had reacted just by him looking at it. Didn't that mean it could actually be forged? Bolvark was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat. Dane's extraordinary mana sensitivity had triggered a completely unprecedented phenomenon. From the ore, Bolvark could sense a distinct metallic scent. In this state, forging it might actually be feasible. He still couldn't believe it. Arcanium was a metal that no one had ever been able to use before. While Bolvark stood there in wonder, questioning who this child really was, Dane looked purely excited, as if he had already foreseen the result. After a while, the arcanium cooled down and returned to its original solid state. Bolvark looked at Dane and said decisively, "You said you wanted to forge a sword, right? Then let's do it. I will personally forge it." Dane cheered joyfully, expressing absolute trust in Bolvark's craftsmanship. But that was the only time the arcanium reacted. No matter how many times they tried after that, the metal refused to melt, bringing all efforts to a standstill. As the group struggled, Karnaz, Dane's companion and small dragon-like creature, also appeared worried. Dane suddenly remembered the thing that had melted the arcanium in an instant was Karnaz's brilliant flame. The terrifying heat from that flame was the key to solving the problem. Back in the present, Dane was chatting with his two friends, Ernest, the scholarly boy with glasses, and Layla, the enthusiastic pink-haired girl. He explained, "We decided to seal Karnaz's flame inside an artifact. That artifact was a lantern containing Karnaz's powerful flame. With this heat source, Bolvark would be able to continue the forging process." Layla said happily, "Awesome, you've received help from Karnaz once again. A sword made of arcanium, it will surely be incredibly powerful and beautiful. That's just so romantic." Dane gave a firm nod, his eyes shining with determination and anticipation for the legendary sword about to be born. Once everything was arranged, the group decided to return to the academy, but not before heading out for lunch. Of course, the group happily made their way into town. A week later at the academy, students were buzzing in front of the bulletin board. A major event was about to begin, one reserved for the most outstanding talents and even sponsored by the royal family. It was the notice for recruitment of the Academy's periodic monster suppression team. The operation would take place under the command of the Fourth Night Order. With grand rewards and cutthroat competition, the event drew everyone's attention. Dane's group was also present. The entire academy was simmering with excitement over this monster suppression mission. Dane smirked. He knew that beyond the rewards, this was a royal event, a chance for everyone to prove their worth. Layla suddenly remembered something. Wait, the Fourth Night Order. She narrowed her eyes, trying to connect the dots. Isn't that the Night Order led by the man who accompanied the third prince last time? What a coincidence. Priscilla, the blonde friend from the Holy Department, confirmed. You're referring to Sir Delphaeon I, right? Layla turned to tease her. That's right, Priscilla wasn't there at the time. Everyone went crazy over those royal gifts. Another student asked curiously, has the suppression site been announced yet? The person next to them replied, I heard from a classmate in the Holy Department that it's a ruin near the capital. Hearing the word ruins, Ernest's eyes immediately lit up. Dane noticed keenly, your eyes changed the moment you heard ruins. Ernest explained it was a heritage site abandoned for some reason, and monsters had moved in to occupy it. Priscilla sighed, complaining that monsters were such a nuisance. She noted, the Holy Department is automatically deployed, so I have to go, probably to heal the injured, right? Layla turned to Dane with a curious look. What about you, Dane? Do you plan on going? Dane remained silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting deep calculation. Dane thought to himself, Priscilla is forced to go, and Ernest will definitely join just for the ruins. He turned to Layla and said, Layla, isn't this a great chance for you to gain combat experience against monsters? He continued clearly, there's nothing better for becoming stronger than actual combat. Let's register together. I'm going too. Layla immediately agreed. Hearing Dane's decision, Ernest's gaze behind his glasses also became resolute. Layla was excited, so our whole club is participating, right? This is going to be fun. Dane reminded Ernest. Don't let your guard down, Ernest. They're still monsters, and the selection test won't be easy either. Ernest looked a bit worried but still agreed. Dane smiled confidently. He knew that even if Ernest seemed weak in combat, his knowledge and skills regarding ruins were top tier. Ernest would surely have his chance to shine. Then let's start a special training session today. The group was fired up, promising to meet after class, determined to give it their all this time. The scene shifted to a vast and magnificent hall of the academy, where students stood in neat ranks, signaling a major event was about to unfold. A few days later, the selection for the monster suppression team officially began. This was one of the Academy's biggest annual events. Students did their best to show off their abilities, hoping to catch the eye of the royal knights and the nobility. For the professors and important figures like Sir Delphaeon and the third prince sitting in the gallery, this was an opportunity to witness the growth of the students firsthand. Sir Delphin Want, the respected commander, turned to report to the third prince. Your Highness, all preparations are complete. The third prince, a powerful royal with red hair, smirked. Good, let it begin. A horn blared, officially marking the start of the grueling selection process. The academy flag was hoisted, and the announcer's voice echoed everywhere. We will now begin the selection for the monster suppression team. Instantly, the air turned electric with the excited cheers of the students. The selection was held in a large arena within the academy. The testing began with sword duels. Students lunged at each other, the sound of clashing metal ringing out incessantly. Meanwhile, in another area, mages were demonstrating their talent with colorful and powerful displays of magic. Duels using spears and other weapons were also taking place with fierce intensity. Physical tests were underway as well, where students from the combat department showcased their muscular strength in hand-to-hand combat. At the same time, the summoning department was conducting its own portion of the test, with beasts being summoned to fight. The atmosphere of the selection was incredibly tense and cutthroat on all fronts. The bracket charts were updated constantly, showing the progress of students through each elimination round. Meanwhile, in the royal meeting room, a heated argument was erupting. The department heads refused to back down. Dane Saugers must be placed in the swordsmanship department. Nonsense. With such outstanding magical talent, he clearly belongs in the magic department. All of that is meaningless. He must enter the summoning department without a doubt. Another professor praised Dane's spear skills. Have you seen that student's spear technique? Just give him a spear and he'll skewer everything. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the third prince could only shake his head, thinking that this argument would never end. He interlaced his fingers and spoke up. Everyone, please calm down. Sir Delphin just observed in silence with a grave expression. Hearing the third prince's voice, the professors immediately fell silent, and a heavy tension filled the air. The third prince said, seeing everyone argue so fiercely, it's clear he truly is an extraordinary student. Isn't that right, Sir Want? Sir Want bowed and confirmed, indeed, Your Highness. There have been students who joined 2 departments, but in history, there has never been anyone who cleared all 4 departments with the highest scores. The third prince smirked, thinking to himself, truly worthy of the name Dane. He tapped his hand lightly on the table, seemingly having reached a decision. He stood up and said, even if I were to choose a department myself, this argument would not end. Therefore, I have come up with a solution. A professor asked worriedly, What would that be, Your Highness? The third prince looked directly at them, his voice full of authority. There is only one way to properly utilize his unique abilities, and that is to have him join my own unit directly. The final decision was made, putting an end to all the squabbling and opening up a completely new future for Dane. The third prince had his eye on Dane Saugers, believing that given Dane's extraordinary talent, there was only one proper way to utilize it. And that way was to have Dane join his personal unit, a move that showed he intended to turn Dane into his own pawn. The scene shifts to the day the suppression team depart. The schedule for this campaign was quite simple. They would remain at the ruins for 2 days to hunt monsters, serving both to ensure security and to test the students' skills. However, the atmosphere of this trip was rather tense. Everyone hoped that no one would lose their life. Some families had even forbidden their children from participating, as no matter how talented one might be, dying at the hands of a monster would be a total waste. Everyone seemed very stressed. Priscilla Neriel, the blonde friend in Dane's group, said that this was a real battle, and they had to be careful not to get injured because the healing team couldn't be everywhere at once. Dane also advised his friends, saying that since they would be moving individually, he couldn't protect everyone. Therefore, everyone had to be extremely careful. Priscilla then reassured them not to be too afraid, as the Night Order would guard the students thoroughly throughout the campaign, though occasionally deaths still occurred. Her words made Ernest and Layla even more frightened, wondering if this trip would really be okay. Dane advised everyone not to overexert themselves or act alone. If things looked dangerous, they should run immediately. Everyone responded in unison. Afterward, the army began to move into position. A commander ordered everyone to assemble and move quickly to their assigned sectors. Another person emphasized that they should do their best in their assigned roles and absolutely must not die. That was all. Dane Saugers, belonging to the unit directly under the royalty, excitedly called out for everyone to get going. Layla Thermion of the Combat Division gave a cheerful goodbye. Ernest Dillon of the Reconnaissance Division was also very excited, wondering how long it had been since they had an adventure like this. And Priscilla Neriel of the Healing Division prayed for everyone's safe return. All the students headed forward together, beginning a journey full of challenges. They arrived at the Ruwasan area. On the way, Dane Saugers felt something was wrong. He approached Sir Hilderin, one of the commanders, to ask about it. Dane said he heard the original plan was to head toward the west of Ruwasan. He was told they would reach the camp in half a day, but now they were heading east instead of west as planned. Dane questioned why the route had changed so suddenly. Dane's keen observation caught the attention of the vice commander of the 4th Royal Knight Order, Royas Hilderin. He praised Dane and asked him to keep what he was about to reveal a secret, as it could cause the other students to panic. Dane signaled his understanding, remained silent, and agreed to keep the secret. Sir Hilderin began to explain, his face breaking into a sweat, indicating that the situation was not simple at all. He revealed that monster movement had been detected to the west of Ruwasan, where they originally intended to go. A massive horde of monsters was approaching. A large group had been confirmed heading toward the ruins. According to the Ruwasan Ranger unit, their numbers were at least 300. Dane was astonished to hear that number, 300 monsters. He analyzed that strange monsters usually have individual traits and do not tend to gather. The fact that they were assembling and moving toward one place was highly unusual. Sir Hilderin once again had to acknowledge Dane's sharp wit. He said that according to his experience in cases like this, it was very likely that the ruins themselves were attracting the monsters. Dane couldn't help but worry, wondering what kind of ruins could attract monsters like that. Sir Hilderin explained that was why they were circling around to the opposite side. He reassured Dane that no matter how many gathered, they would be incinerated before their forces. Dane gestured in agreement, but in his heart he still had an ill omen. A ruin that attracts monsters. If not resolved quickly, things could turn out very badly. Just then, a soldier ran up to report to the vice commander that they had reached the campsite. Sir Hilderin immediately ordered all units to set up camp, requiring all preparations to be completed before sunset. The soldiers received the order in unison. Sunset fell over the mountain range, signaling a long night ahead. As night fell, Dane's group stood on a cliff observing. Priscilla remarked that this terrain was not good for defense. Dane agreed, but with such a large number of people, they had no other choice. Layla worriedly asked Dane if anything was going to happen. Dane replied that it was hard to say and they should assign watch shifts carefully. Especially they had to keep a lookout toward Ruwasan, where the threat of the monster horde lay. Dane looked toward the mountains, a sense of unease rising within him. The whole group felt something chilling. Suddenly, Dane felt something squirming in his jacket. It was Karna's, his little dragon. It wanted to come out. Karna seemed very agitated. Dane didn't understand why it was suddenly acting this way. Immediately, Karnas bolted out, circling frantically and letting out an alarm cry. This unusually violent reaction was an ill omen that caught the whole group's attention. Layla worriedly asked Dane what was happening with Karnas. Dane didn't know either, but he guessed it was sensing something. Ernest and Priscilla also noticed the abnormality. Ernest said that Karnas was in a state of high alert. There was definitely something out there, and one could not ignore the instincts of a dragon in nature. Priscilla then urged Dane to report immediately to Sir Hilderin. Dane agreed at once. Meanwhile, Karnas continued its panic flight, its cries full of anxiety. Dane told his friends he would go report to Sir Hilderin and asked them to keep an eye on Karnas while he was gone. Everyone agreed, and Dane quickly departed. Inside the command tent, Sir Hilderin appeared skeptical upon hearing Dane's report of an attack. Dane urgently said they needed to strengthen the defenses, mobilize the magic department students to thicken the barriers, and prepare maximum countermeasures. But Sir Hilderin only told him to calm down. He dismissed Dane as being too sensitive because it was his first time camping. He asserted that he had sent scouts to the mountainside and there were no issues, then asked Dane if he had any evidence. Dane was flustered. He couldn't say exactly that Karnas had reacted, so he had to make up a reason. He lied, saying they had found monster droppings, footprints, and fur, and all seemed recent. However, Sir Hilderin still brushed it off, arguing that even if it was recent, it was only a few stragglers. Monsters weren't stupid enough to attack when they saw such a large force. He told Dane to rest easy. If anything happened, they would handle it. Dane was furious. It was clear the man wasn't listening at all. Dane still tried to persuade him, saying they still needed to reinforce, especially near the mountain, and should move the guards forward. But Sir Hilderin lost his patience and shouted, telling him to stop. Sir Hilderin stood up abruptly in anger. He pointed at Dane's face and scolded that no matter how talented he was still just a student. His army was the elite of the empire. Finally, he kicked Dane out. Dane was left speechless by such arrogance. When Dane returned, Ernest angrily said the suppression mission had failed from the start. Priscilla asked Dane what they should do now. Surprisingly, Dane said this might actually be a good thing. His friends were puzzled. Dane explained with a cryptic smile that the fact they had given a warning would be a justified reason for them to act, and later their superiors wouldn't be able to deny it. Priscilla seemed to grasp Dane's intent. Ernest and Layla were panicked, asking if he wanted them to go stop it themselves. Dane's face became incredibly resolute. He asserted that they couldn't ignore even a small chance. This concerned the lives of the knights and the academy students. Dane decided he would act on his own. The monsters suddenly attack but stumble right into Dane's traps. A chain of explosions erupts, wiping out a massive number of them. Wave after wave of monsters lunges forward only to be blown away by the preset traps, preventing them from penetrating any deeper. At the campsite, a soldier screams in a panic, alerting everyone that monsters are launching a midnight raid. Everyone is ordered to arm themselves and assemble immediately. The scene descends into chaos. One student cries out in terror, realizing they have zero real combat experience. Meanwhile, the knights are also preparing in a frantic rush. The knight squad is quickly assembled. A commander barks orders for everyone to get into combat formation immediately, emphasizing that this is a live combat situation. A royal guard rushes off to find the vice commander to report the emergency status. Out of breath, he reports to the vice commander that a massive swarm of monsters is approaching from Mount Ruwa. Estimates put their numbers at around 200. Hearing the number 200, the vice commander is completely stunned and aghast. The soldier adds that, luckily, explosive traps are slowing their advance, and it appears a few students are holding the front line. Surprised, the vice commander asks about the explosive traps, as he never issued any orders to install them. The vice commander suddenly realizes something, breaking into a cold sweat. He thinks to himself, could it be that Dane Saugers is the one behind this? Meanwhile, outside, Dane's traps continue to work perfectly, sweeping away each wave of charging monsters. The monsters, consisting of both goblins and black wolves, fall in heaps on the mountainside, unable to bypass the barrier of traps. At this moment, Dane's group is observing from a higher vantage point. One friend cheers as the traps prove to be incredibly effective. The purple-haired girl in the group looks down and notes that the army below finally seems to have realized the situation. They are gathering their forces and moving up. Layla, the pink-haired girl, huffs and says, "See, wouldn't it have been better if they just listened to Dane from the start?" Dane maintains a serious expression, reminding everyone not to let their guard down. He explains that the monsters they just saw were likely only the fast-moving vanguard. The truly powerful ones will arrive later. Layla acts excited, figuring that everything so far was just a warm-up. She is ready to show the monsters her true power. Dane stands pensively, observing the situation from above with a deeply thoughtful look. He remains silent for a long time, seemingly analyzing something. After a moment of thought, Dane feels that something is truly off about this attack. He notices that the goblins and black wolves, two species that usually don't cooperate, are fighting side by side. Furthermore, they are attacking simultaneously in an organized fashion, rather than rushing in with chaotic instinct. Dane concludes that this is not normal. He senses they are being directed by someone behind the scenes, and his intuition tells him that person is about to appear. Exactly as Dane predicted, a massive dark shadow appears, signaling the second wave of the attack. Layla and Ernest also drop into combat stances, their faces filled with extreme tension. Ernest screams to Dane that they are closing in. A much larger army of monsters, including massive orcs, appears and roars. Dane orders everyone to hold the formation. The massive and aggressive monster army charges straight toward Dane's group. A blonde girl along with Ernest and Layla are ready, declaring that round 2 has begun. With a face full of confidence and resolve, Dane orders the whole team to wipe out all the monsters. Immediately, Dane begins incanting, preparing to play a trump card. A massive pillar of magic light shoots into the sky, signaling the arrival of a powerful summon. Dane orders it to respond to the summoning call. In the distance, the knights and other students sense an immense surge of mana, drawing their immediate attention. The vice commander asks in shock what that is. One soldier wonders if it's another explosive trap, but the royal guard from earlier recognizes the difference. He stammers that it is a rank 4 summon, Ethorak. The vice commander and the other students are so stunned they are left speechless. Immediately after, Ethorak, a giant wolf surrounded by a shroud of purple energy, appears, letting out a roar full of authority. Ethorak lunges into the middle of the monster pack, using its razor-sharp claws to tear them apart with ease. One by one, goblins are shredded under Ethorak's claws. Even the large orcs are no match for it. Ethorak charges through the fray single-handedly, easily clearing a wide area of the monster horde. Witnessing this, the purple-haired girl exclaims in shock that the monsters can't even move. Ernest realizes it's Dane's summon and says it is incredibly powerful. The purple-haired girl reminds Ernest not to lose focus. Ernest replies confidently, telling her not to worry, as he won't let a single one slip through. With that, Ernest draws his bow and fires a magic-infused arrow toward the monsters. His arrow easily pierces through a massive orc. Layla is also fighting with everything she has, using her sword to hack the monsters to pieces. However, the number of monsters is overwhelming. They keep coming, forcing even Ernest to struggle to hold them back. He can't help but be amazed at their endless numbers. Suddenly, the monsters that were attacking so aggressively all turn and run at once. Ernest screams, alerting Layla that the monsters are retreating. With a sharp gaze, Layla refuses to give them a chance to escape and immediately gives chase. She quickly catches up to the fleeing monster pack. Layla's pink hair flutters in the wind as she lunges forward. Layla screams that she won't let them escape and swings her sword to attack. She dives into the middle of the monsters, swinging her blade with expert precision, taking down one after another. Her slashes are sharp and powerful, not a single monster can resist. Layla's sword flashes in the night, creating a dance of death. She fights passionately, with monster blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this, Dane smiles with satisfaction. He thinks to himself that it's just like Layla, her hard training has finally paid off. Unexpectedly, Karna's, Dane's little dragon, flies over and cries out unusually, as if it has sensed something. Dane turns to ask Karna's what's wrong. His expression becomes serious. Standing among the countless monster corpses, Dane asks Karna's if there are even stronger enemies deep within. He feels his own blood beginning to boil. Dane decides to leave Etherak here to hold the defensive line. He trusts that with the others around, the rear will be just fine. Dane takes a deep breath, preparing for a bold decision. He thinks to himself that this is the first time since his past life that he has charged straight into enemy territory like this. With a confident smile, Dane orders Karna's to follow him, and the two head deeper into the mountains to find the true mastermind. Shortly thereafter, Karna's fireballs began flying across the battlefield, roasting the orcs into piles of charred meat. Before the terrifying firepower of this little guy, no orc could stand a chance. They could only scream in vain, while Karna's himself kept breathing fire without pause. On the other side, our protagonist swung his sword in battle while calling out in praise. Good job, Karna's. You've gotten a lot stronger, kid. With that, Dane focused his gaze ahead, simultaneously unleashing a strike that sent two orcs reeling, crying out in agony. Next came a relentless flurry of sword swings. Seeing the endurance of these hulking monsters, Dane couldn't help but offer a compliment. Impressive, you still have strength left. In my past life, I would have run out of mana and been exhausted ages ago. But with this body possessing ancient mana, that's no longer an issue. Having said that, he landed lightly on the ground, fixated his eyes on the red dragon ahead, and asked, "Are you the leader of this pack?" The red dragon didn't answer, but its eyes turned a deep, bloodshot red, looking absolutely livid. Seeing this, Dane declared, "Straight up then, I'll clean you up in a heartbeat." The scene shifts to the group of students. By now, the horde of monsters had been completely wiped out by them. A young soldier ran up to report to the commander, "Vice Commander, we have cleared out all the magical beasts." Hearing this, the commander was a bit surprised and asked, "Truly?" The soldier nodded vigorously, "Yes, sir. Thanks to a student named Dane who took down the Alpha. While the beasts were in chaos, the coordination between the knights and the students proved effective. Luckily, damages are only minor." After listening, Royal seemed deep in thought. He observed the monsters defeated by the student group and analyzed the situation. Doesn't this seem a bit absurd? There were as many as 200 magical beasts, 200 of them. At that scale, even mobilizing the entire Knight Order might not have been enough. Yet they were stopped by just 4 students. Furthermore, the majority were wiped out by a single person. Is this what a genius looks like? Is the word genius even enough to explain this? He grit his teeth in thought. And to clarify this, he personally sought out the protagonist shortly after. Royals greeted him. "Dane Saugers, you saved all our lives. I apologize for ignoring your warning. Without you, we surely would have been ambushed by the beasts without a chance to react. Someone would have been seriously injured or even lost their life. But now there are only a few minor injuries." Having said this, he placed his hand over his heart, frustrated with himself, and spoke up. "On behalf of everyone, I would like to express my gratitude to you and your teammates." On the opposite side, Dane seemed a bit surprised by this gesture, while the other 3 beamed with radiant smiles. All around, people began competing to thank them. "That's right, thanks to you guys, we're alive. You saved the entire suppression team. It's truly a miracle." The soldiers raised their swords in unison, while the students applauded nonstop. Seeing himself being treated like a hero, Ernest couldn't stop grinning. "Thank you, everyone, though we didn't do it just for the praise." Layla also nodded, chiming in, "Good job, everyone." Back to Dane's perspective, he calmly replied to Royals, "This isn't my credit alone. If everyone hadn't provided reinforcements so quickly, it would have been difficult to suppress them. I'm sure the Vice Commander has realized it too. This whole thing wasn't normal at all." Sensing the anomaly, Royals hurriedly asked, "Are you seeing something, Dane?" Dane slowly explained what he had noticed. "That's right. The magical beasts moved with too much discipline, as if they were receiving orders. Even when faced with a powerful summoned beast, they didn't flee on instinct. Above all, many different types of beasts gathered in one place without any infighting. Organizing a silent ambush like that should have been impossible." Hearing this, the Vice Commander recognized the danger as well. "Based on what you're saying, that's true. This suppression mission might be more dangerous than we thought." He admired Dane inwardly. To look down on a child this insightful. How shameful of me. Thinking this, he continued, "A messenger will be heading to the suppression team's headquarters soon. I will have a detailed report sent regarding this incident. Now I understand why His Highness the Prince placed you in his direct unit. I will instruct the messenger to report your achievements thoroughly." Dane smiled and thanked him. Then Royals turned to look at the whole group and asked, "That's right, you guys are a club, aren't you? What is the name of your club?" Ernest, standing nearby, replied with a smile, "Romantic. We are the Romantic Club." Royals nodded and followed up, "Romantic? That's a beautiful name. I look forward to your romantic performances in the future." Next, he began assigning tasks. "Now, let's start cleaning up the battlefield. Guards, scout the entrance in case any beasts escaped. The rest of you, gather the carcasses and incinerate them." The whole group shouted in unison, "Understood." The scene shifts to the prince's location. Currently, the sound of planning echoed in the meeting room. the martial arts department must be positioned on this side. The spear department will take the front line, followed by the martial arts department joining the fray. Since Point A has a high concentration of beasts, we must surround and wipe them out in one go. A commander spoke up, "Your Highness, what if we have the magic department launch a preemptive strike at Point B?" After listening, the prince shook his head in refusal. "It's a good idea, but it's best to have the accuracy division observe the situation first. That area has treacherous terrain. We likely don't have a full grasp of it yet." Witnessing his sharp insight, the people inside the meeting room couldn't help but be surprised. What was going on? Just a while ago, rumors said he was cursed, so how could he have changed like this? Wasn't he the most obscure prince? What on earth happened, or has he been hiding his true self all this time? Observing from the side, one couldn't help but let a faint smile play on his lips. "Wonderful, Your Highness. Not long ago, those hands trembled just holding a spoon, yet now you are grandly giving orders to commanders." I don't know how his hand was cured, but the prince has completely regained his confidence. Unaware of those thoughts, the prince's voice rang out. "Knight 1, you said there was an area experiencing problems, correct? Tell me about it." One snapped out of his thoughts, stepped toward the command table, and explained, "Yes, Your Highness. Right in this sector, one of our scout squads has gone missing. And just now, another squad has vanished without a trace." The information from what made everyone's eyes go wide. 2 entire squads have gone missing. One could only nod helplessly. "That's correct. Since this area is near the center of the ruins, I suspect a powerful mana source is at work. If we don't move closer to the ruins, I'm afraid we won't be able to resolve this issue once and for all." An emergency report was sent in, stating that a powerful source of mana had appeared, creating a flow of energy completely different from a standard mana stream. This mana source appeared to have created a type of barrier. The final report from the scouting team indicated that they were completely unable to penetrate it, making the situation extremely critical. Inside the tactical briefing room, high-ranking officers were in an uproar over the information. A mana barrier at an impenetrable level was unprecedented. They wondered what could possibly exist inside it. A general reported to the third prince that in the final communication logs of the scouting team, they heard the screams of soldiers. This raised speculation that an incredibly powerful entity was lurking there. The third prince's gaze sharpened and a bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The situation was clearly far more serious than they had imagined. Referring to the tactical map, the general explained that if the information was true, it would explain why monsters were gathering in such large numbers near the ruins. Instinctively, they are always drawn to mana. The general confirmed to the third prince that monsters are attracted even more strongly if the source is a powerful mana well. After careful consideration, the third prince made a decision. He believed there was no choice but to slowly clear the outer perimeter and then move in, as a direct breach into the center at this time was too dangerous. The other officers in the meeting room all wore expressions of tension and anxiety regarding this high-risk plan. Just then, a messenger from the Academy Cadet Escort Unit rushed in, bearing urgent information. The third prince's expression instantly shifted to one of excitement. He knew this messenger brought news regarding Dane. 2 days after the messenger arrived, the scene shifted to the third prince's command tent. The third prince joyfully welcomed Dane Saugers. He asked about Dane's condition after being injured, and Dane replied that he was perfectly fine, all thanks to the prince's help. Taking this opportunity, the third prince revealed that he was researching a royal secret art, something that even his older brothers could not complete. Dane acted surprised, saying it was the first time he had heard of it. While ordinary families have their own secret arts, a royal secret art was surely something special, piquing his curiosity. The third prince admitted that his chances of success were very low. However, Dane expressed belief and encouragement, saying that if it were the third prince, he would certainly succeed. Encouraged by Dane's words, the third prince smiled with renewed confidence. He invited Dane to have some tea to relax before getting down to business. A hot cup of tea was placed on the table, steam rising from it, creating a brief moment of quiet. After a moment of relaxation, the third prince returned to the main issue. He reconfirmed the messenger's report that over 200 monsters had been detected. The third prince explained that a large group of monsters attacking simultaneously was extremely rare. Therefore, the suppression plan definitely had to change, as an unusual danger was surely lurking. With a serious face, the third prince turned to Dane and said he wanted to hear his thoughts first. Dane was briefly taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself that in his past life, planning military operations was as routine as a daily meal. The third prince encouraged Dane to speak freely. With a sharp gaze and full of confidence, Dane responded, ready to present his strategy. Dane began his analysis on the map. He pointed out that the usual strategy, clearing monsters from the outside and then surrounding the center, would no longer be effective. He emphasized that circumstances had changed because someone was now commanding the monsters, requiring a completely different approach. The third prince listened intently, completely convinced by Dane's sharp reasoning. He nodded and immediately asked, "Then what method do you propose?" Dane continued to explain his reasoning. He pointed out that they couldn't rely on immediate support from the royalty. Sticking to the old strategy would only lead to a prolonged war of attrition. Furthermore, they couldn't keep the Academy cadets in this conquest for too long. It would only make the situation worse. Dane pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing with decisiveness as he was about to give the final conclusion for his strategy. After analyzing all factors on the map, Dane arrived at a bold and singular conclusion. He placed a game piece into the center of the map with conviction. Breaking straight into the center is the optimal solution. The third prince was stunned by Dane's audacity. "Do you mean we should confront the monsters head-on?" Dane confirmed firmly with a confident smile, "Yes, your highness." He further explained that thanks to the noble sacrifice of the previous scouting teams, they had information on a safe route leading directly to the center. Therefore, Dane proposed that the Emperor's direct unit should personally move there. He pointed out that if they continued as before, they would only waste time and effort fighting monsters on the perimeter while the situation escalated. The third prince fell into deep thought. He admitted that the path Dane outlined might be the one resulting in the fewest casualties. However, he still had a bit of hesitation. Could this plan be carried out with only his direct unit? Dane asserted it must be done with only the direct unit. He emphasized that the path the scouting team had secured was a very narrow one. If they moved with more than 10 people, they would likely be detected. And since the monsters were being commanded, they could block the path, making later access much more difficult. The third prince went silent, understanding the point. Ultimately, the direct unit had to move as an independent special operations squad. Dane nodded in confirmation. "That's right. The mission for the other forces will come after. After we lure the enemy at the center, we will deal with the monsters that have lost control." The third prince's eyes flashed with extreme shock at such a detailed and perfect plan. He exclaimed in admiration. It was a plan that both officers and commanders could agree upon. He couldn't believe Dane could grasp the situation and propose a strategy in the blink of an eye, and asked if he had studied military science. Dane modestly replied that he only read a few books in his father's study, but in his heart, he knew it was all thanks to the knowledge and experience from his past life. Without a moment's hesitation, the third prince stood up, stomping his foot decisively. "Excellent." He decided to conclude the meeting and assemble the members of the direct unit. Then, he asked Dane if he had anyone to recommend who was capable enough for this mission. However, Dane interrupted, saying there was something they needed to do first. When the third prince asked what it was, Dane asserted they needed to conduct reconnaissance first. Without reconnaissance, they couldn't understand the actual situation. The third prince agreed that reconnaissance was necessary, but he also expressed concern that after 2 teams had gone missing, he wasn't sure if any soldiers would be willing to volunteer for such a dangerous task. Hearing this, Dane only smirked with confidence. It seemed he already had a solution for this problem. Dane slapped the third prince's shoulder confidently. "In that case, don't worry. As it happens, there is an expert in this field." The third prince was stunned, stammering back, "An expert?" He immediately assumed the expert Dane was talking about was himself. "Is that expert you?" However, the person Dane recommended was Ernest Dillon, the eldest son of a famous family of explorers. Being called out unexpectedly, Ernest startled and responded haltingly to the third prince. However, once he stepped into his field of expertise, Ernest became a different person. He pointed confidently at the map, explaining that the terrain was too open and hard to hide in, so it was better to take a detour. The third prince was extremely satisfied with Ernest's plan, praising him as a reliable comrade. Ernest happily thanked his highness. Seeing that the third prince was satisfied, Dane thought it was time to explain the plan B he had prepared. The third prince confirmed one last time. If they fired a signal flare, would he be ready to attack immediately? He affirmed he wouldn't be late by even a second. The third prince looked at Dane and Ernest, trustingly assigning the mission to them and telling them both to return safely. After Ernest's reconnaissance plan and Dane's plan B were officially approved, the two quickly prepared to set off. The other female students also came to see them off. One girl told them to return safely and not to get hurt. Another joked that if only their souls remained, she would use holy power to purify them, making everyone shudder. And so, Dane and Ernest began the dangerous reconnaissance journey toward the mountains where the mysterious ruins lay. Dane's eyes reflected high concentration. He knew this trip would not be simple. As they approached the mountains, they noticed flocks of birds flying away in panic, an ill omen. A massive flock of birds scattered across the sky, as if fleeing from something truly terrifying. While on the way, Ernest was curious about what was inside the ruins. Dane reminded him that the important thing now was to find out as much detail as possible about what was at the center of the ruins. Ernest asked what to do next. Dane added that if possible, they should map the entire surrounding terrain, and if the bodies of the scouts were still there, at least collect their belongings. Ernest was struck with awe and admiration. He didn't expect Dane to think so thoroughly and far ahead. A majestic yet dangerous mountain landscape appeared before them. The two continued to walk along the trail through the dense forest. A faint light filtered through the canopy, signaling they were nearing a special place. Finally, they arrived. Ernest stopped and pointed forward, shouting, "Wait, Dane, this is definitely it, the path leading into the ruins." Dane stopped abruptly. He sensed a familiar energy. "Yeah, I know what you mean." This familiar feeling enveloped his entire body. Dane recognized it immediately. It was similar to the Mist Garden. Dane and Ernest began to move deep into the ancient ruins. The dark space was filled with the terrifying growls of monsters lurking in the shadows. Dane reminded Ernest to be extremely careful and stay close to him. Ernest let out a sigh to regain his composure, but his eyes behind his glasses couldn't hide his anxiety at the pressure from the surrounding environment. In the hazy mist, large monsters lay sleeping. They looked like fierce beasts waiting for prey. The wheezing breath of the monsters echoed throughout the hallway, making the atmosphere even more stifling. Dane noticed the number of monsters was higher than expected. They had to walk very softly, holding their breath so as not to make any noise that might wake the creatures. Ernest stopped suddenly and pointed in one direction. He realized the mana mist was blowing from that direction and suggested they follow the trail. The murky mist swirled under their feet, obscuring the rugged paths of the ruins. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist became, significantly limiting their vision. Dane noted that there was a mana core concentrated at the center of the ruins. With that ancient energy source, controlling the monsters was entirely feasible. He suspected someone was using mana indirectly, perhaps infusing it into mana stones for easy manipulation. A bright blue mana stone appeared in Dane's mind as an answer. But the biggest question was, who possessed such a massive amount of mana as to create such a vast area of mist? Suddenly, a horrific scene appeared before them. Armored figures lay scattered across the ground. Dane was stunned, his green eyes wide with shock at the tragedy before him. Ernest was about to rush over, but Dane quickly held him back. "Ernest, stop!" Dane's voice rang out decisively. Before them were corpses, the ill-fated comrades who had fallen right here in the ruins. A soldier's hand still tightly gripped a sword, showing they had fought to their last breath. The bodies were not intact, evidence of the brutality of the monsters lurking here. Dane silently identified them. They were scouts from the Academy's conquest team. Not a single person survived. Ernest bowed his head, his voice trembling. All were brutally murdered, with not a single intact corpse. He couldn't believe this tragedy had happened. Stifling the pain, Dane decided they would collect the bodies and their personal items. He asked Ernest to check the surroundings to ensure safety. Ernest nodded, trying to suppress his emotions to continue the mission as Dane instructed. Dane quietly knelt beside a fallen soldier, solemnly praying, "Please rest in peace." His eyes lowered, a deep sadness passing through but quickly replaced by determination. He wouldn't let this sacrifice be in vain. Passing through the mist, a giant mana barrier glowing with a dark blue honeycomb structure suddenly appeared. This was the final magical boundary separating them from the core area of the ruins. Ernest was stunned by its scale, his eyes wide with amazement. The more he observed the barrier, the more he felt the surrounding air becoming heavier. Ernest felt the mana pressure weighing down on his body, a sticky and heavy sensation found only in massive mana sources. He told himself he had to report this to Dane immediately. By now, Dane had finished collecting the remains of the scouts. Ernest called him over to examine what he had just found ahead. The two discussed their current position. Ernest believed they were very close to the center of the ruins, but it seemed some force was intentionally interfering with their senses. Ernest's face turned pale. He pantingly admitted his body was getting heavier. Now he understood why the previous scouting teams couldn't return alive under this horrific pressure. Dane was extremely surprised because he personally didn't feel any discomfort. He realized this mana pressure was what weakened the scouts, making them easy prey for the monsters without any way to resist. Ernest silently admired Dane's strength as the pressure didn't seem to affect him at all. Ernest pointed ahead where a giant mana barrier stood. The energy wall with blue hexagonal patterns blocked the path, radiating an authoritative aura. Based on its vast arc structure, they deduced that this barrier completely enclosed the central area of the ruins. Ernest was excited, thinking they just needed to pass through to reach the goal, but Dane expressed concern about dismantling it. If done incorrectly, all the monsters in the area would wake up. That would be a true disaster, as the monsters inside would certainly be much more ferocious, and the ones secretly controlling them would also detect the intrusion. Dane looked at Ernest solemnly, reminding him that even a small mistake would ruin the entire plan, and they would share the tragic fate of the scouts lying over there. Ernest swallowed nervously, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He asked in confusion, "Then what should we do now?" Dane looked at his hand, telling himself that with the ancient mana he possessed, things might take a completely different turn. Ernest cried out in panic as he saw Dane about to touch the barrier. "Dane, what are you doing?" Dane reassured his friend, "Don't worry, if my guess is correct, he continued to reach his hand forward. Dane was certain the barrier wouldn't react to him at all, as their mana sources shared a certain similarity. Dane's hand began to sink into the energy wall without meeting any resistance. Dane's body gradually passed through the energy barrier as Ernest looked on in absolute awe. A blue light enveloped Dane as he stepped fully to the other side. Ernest's eyes widened in amazement, not understanding why the barrier remained completely silent. Ernest shouted with excitement upon seeing Dane pass through safely without any reaction from the monsters. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. Dane nodded in confirmation, just as he thought, because he carried ancient mana. The barrier, originally built from a similar energy source, would not recognize him as an intruder. Dane clearly sensed this was raw, unrefined mana, emitting a powerful ancient breath. Although happy for Dane, Ernest couldn't help but feel sad because he couldn't pass through it himself. He anxiously asked Dane if he could go on alone. Seeing Ernest start to worry for himself, Dane gave a warm, confident smile. He asserted firmly that he would never leave his friend behind, for he had come up with a bold plan for them to act together. Ernest was still dazed, not understanding his friend's intention, when Dane took the initiative to reach out his hand and requested firmly, "Ernest, give me your hand for a moment." Dane took Ernest's hand, using his mana to envelop his friend, and then they both stepped through the energy barrier. Ernest couldn't help but exclaim as he saw this unthinkable method actually work. The brilliant blue mana from Dane's hand spread powerfully, creating a protective film around Ernest, helping him assimilate completely with the magical wall. Successfully crossing the barrier, Dane calculated they could use this method to bring reinforcements inside later. He didn't forget to ask Ernest if he had memorized the route carefully and received a confident nod from his friend. Now inside the central area, Dane began to outline the next step of the plan. They needed to find a way to open the barrier from the inside so the conquest force could attack easily, breaking the stalemate. Dane explained that the barrier was maintained by special devices installed around it. By destroying them, the path behind would be wide open for the army to enter smoothly. Ernest completely agreed with this plan. He thought to himself that the person who built the barrier would never expect someone to be able to walk through it with just a gentle touch like Dane. A subtle smile appeared on Dane's lips. Every card the enemy held seemed to be within his calculations. Suddenly, Ernest gave a soft cheer when he saw a brilliant light shining from the end of the hallway. The final destination was likely right before their eyes. Stepping out of the narrow passage, both were stunned to realize they had set foot in the deepest part of the ancient ruins. A vast and high-pressure space opened up before them. Dane's gaze became razor-sharp. It was time to unmask the one who had laid out all these tricks and force him to show himself. The two moved cautiously across steep rock outcrops, with a dark abyss and cold underground mana streams below. Footsteps echoed softly in the vast space, amidst the thick mana-laden atmosphere of the cavern. Looking down below, Ernest felt a chill when he saw hundreds of large monsters with hideous horns lying asleep all over the cavern floor. Orcs, minotaurs, and countless other high-level creatures gathered into a massive army at the center of the ruins, creating a terrifying sight. Dane and Ernest hid behind a rock outcrop, appalled by the scale of this lair. "It's unbelievable. This place is filled with high-level monsters," Ernest whispered in horror. Dane narrowed his eyes to observe, holding his breath so as not to make even the slightest sound. He sensed another unusual presence below. A hazy mana mist enveloped the sleeping monsters, creating a terrifyingly still atmosphere right before the storm. Suddenly, steady footsteps rang out. A mysterious figure in a black cloak, leaning on a staff, slowly walked out from the darkness amidst the giant monsters. Dane and Ernest quickly pulled back behind a large boulder. They only dared to peek out and observe the stranger's every move from a distance. Dane signaled Ernest to maintain absolute silence. His eyes were fixed on the mysterious figure standing tall in the middle of his monster army. The cloaked figure stood still, an authority radiating from him that made the monsters not dare to move even in their sleep. He was the one manipulating this entire tragedy. In his hand was a mana cube emitting a mystical blue light, the source of the mana mist covering the ruins. Dane clenched his fist. The real confrontation was about to begin. The mysterious cloaked figure stood proudly before the monster pack, ordering them to destroy the entire conquest team in a single strike as soon as they entered the ruins. A manticore-like monster roared fiercely, its roar signaling a bloody massacre about to start. The sharp appendages and claws of the monster pack flailed in the air, demonstrating the destructive power of this legion. Under the control of the mysterious sorcerer, the monsters moved in an organized fashion, ready for an all-out attack. The face hidden under the controller's hood radiated a sinister and cold look. He seemed to have victory firmly in his grasp. From a hidden vantage point above, Dane Saugers, the silver-haired genius of the Saugers family, and his friend Ernest watched silently, amazed to see the aggressive monsters obey the sorcerer like submissive sheep. Ernest quickly reminded Dane to pay attention to the enemy's hands, which held the secret of this terrifying controlling power. The mysterious cloaked figure gripped his staff, which emitted a mystical green mana glow that enveloped the surrounding space. That was an ancient mana stone with extreme energy density, the thing directly manipulating the will of hundreds of monsters. With his genius vision, Dane Saugers realized the sorcerer was only using the stone indirectly, and had not absorbed the ancient energy into his body like he had. Quickly establishing a tactic, Dane asked Ernest to set explosive traps at the weak points of the central pillars exactly according to the plan. The full view of the ruins appeared in a grand scale, where a series of ancient structures had now become lairs for the monsters to occupy. The thunderous footsteps of orcs and goblins echoed through the passages, showing that the enemy numbers were truly overwhelming. Once the traps were set, their final goal was to seize the mana stone to neutralize the sorcerer's controlling power. Dane explained that if the stone was lost, the monsters would fall into a state of chaos, making it easy for the conquest force to deal with them. However, the actual number of monsters remained a great mystery. Ernest narrowed his eyes, trying to observe the besieged town below, his face clearly showing tension when facing the actual scale. The two realized a horrific truth. There were at least over 500 monsters gathered densely in every corner of the ruins. Monster legions of all kinds continued to arrive in droves. The actual number was likely far beyond what they had initially predicted. Although not an unbeatable number, if the conquest force confronted them head-on, they would surely suffer incredibly heavy casualties. Dane Saugers asked Ernest to use magic to record the entire terrain. He was determined to find out more about the identity of the one controlling this army. Ernest smiled and agreed. He trusted Dane's ability absolutely, but didn't forget to remind his friend to act with extreme caution. Dane nodded slightly, his eyes showing firm determination, ready to enter the most dangerous hunt yet. Both began to move silently like ghosts, skillfully avoiding the monster guard's sight along the way. Dane Saugers glided like a phantom through the ruined corridors, silently approaching the inner sanctum to prepare for his strike the head of the snake plan. Hiding behind a corner, he closely observed every move of the enemy. Ahead, the hooded sorcerer began to deploy the monster legion to guard the entrance strictly. The mysterious cloaked figure ordered the monsters, from orcs to lion-like hybrids, to guard the ruins' entrance carefully. He sensed that the conquest team's attack could begin at any moment and didn't want any mistakes. The monsters growled in obedience. Their presence created a heavy atmosphere of pressure right before the entrance gate. With the staff held tightly in his hand, the mysterious figure stood proudly commanding his loyal subjects, ready to fight anyone who dared to intrude upon his territory. From a hidden vantage point above, Dane Saugers, the young genius with silver hair and sharp eyes, watched silently. He couldn't help but feel intrigued by the other's ability to communicate with monsters, something even he, who had directly absorbed ancient mana, had never done. Dane silently wondered if this was a special technique accompanying the third circle. He was trying to analyze every possibility to find the opponent's weakness. Or was he simply using ancient mana to amplify a certain innate talent? Every hypothesis made Dane's curiosity rise strongly. When he saw the mysterious cloaked figure begin to retreat further into the inner sanctum, Dane knew his time to act had come. Dane's eyes flashed with resolve. Whatever the other's secret was, he would surely find the answer as soon as he seized the item he was holding. He needed to know why a person like him possessed such a high concentration of ancient mana, and who the true identity behind that mysterious cloak really was. The scene shifted deep into the inner sanctum, an ancient hall lit by flickering torchlight, where darkness seemed to swallow everything. The mysterious cloaked figure entered a private room, a silent space decorated with red carpets and towering stone pillars. He casually leaned his staff, set with the brilliantly glowing ancient mana stone, to one side, setting aside the exhausting work of coordinating the legion. Removing the heavy hood, the mysterious figure revealed a tired face with a short beard. He complained incessantly about the monster pests he was managing, finding them disgusting and lacking any sympathy for them despite being around them so long. He only hated why he was the only compatible person for this troublesome power. He muttered dejectedly, wondering how much longer he would be stuck in this remote and dark place before he could return. Right outside the hallway, Dane Saugers was hiding perfectly, listening to every word of the target's monologue to gather more information. Dane silently analyzed that if he called himself a compatible person, it proved this monster-controlling power was not innate, but something granted by his organization. Dane's sharp gaze peeked through the door crack. He was calculating every tiny movement to ensure the assassination went smoothly. Fortunately, Dane sensed there were no other presences in the room, and all the monsters had been withdrawn according to his earlier order. This was a godsend opportunity. The sound of wine being poured into a glass rang out steadily, breaking the silence of the room. The mysterious figure was trying to enjoy a rare moment of rest. The mysterious cloaked figure tried to reassure himself by thinking this was destiny and a noble mission assigned by the organization, so he had to accept it voluntarily. But in his heart, his true fear was that illogical fellow. He was resentful when thinking of the one who hindered the plan, while also being filled with horror at the insane power he possessed. He wondered how one person could single-handedly slaughter such a massive number of monsters. The image of Dane Saugers with brilliant silver hair, brutally massacring monsters in an instant, returned vividly to the sorcerer's mind. Although he had never directly faced or seen the true face of that silver-haired genius, the rumors of a monster in human form were enough to make him shudder in fear. The monsters fell at his feet like mown grass, a horrific sight that fell outside all initial calculations of the mysterious organization. His face showed extreme worry and unease at the mention of Dane Saugers' name. He had no idea that the Reaper he feared most was now right behind him. In his heart, the mysterious cloaked figure was still haunted by the power of the famed silver-haired Saugers family. He shuddered thinking of that illogical genius, a person possessing power far beyond all his common understanding of magic. To soothe the surrounding fear, he poured another glass of wine, trying to regain his composure in the quiet room. He muttered to himself that he had to report the existence of that silver-haired guy to the organization, as this was an extremely serious threat. The sorcerer slammed the wine glass onto the table, right next to the staff set with the ancient mana stone still glowing mystically, the weapon that helped him rule the monster army. From a nearby hidden spot, Dane Saugers, the calm genius of the Saugers family with his characteristic silver hair, watched silently. He confirmed that this person was indeed the one who had ordered the monster army outside. Dane's sharp eyes didn't leave the target. He was carefully calculating every scenario for the perfect assassination. The mana stone on the staff emitted a strange attraction, seemingly resonating with the abundant ancient mana source inside Dane's body. Dane realized that just by seizing the staff, the sorcerer would lose all control over the monster pack, and he could use it to break through and form another mana circle. Meanwhile, the mysterious cloaked figure continued to pour wine obliviously, completely unaware that death was narrowing the gap. "All right, let's begin," Dane whispered softly. He gently left his hiding spot, preparing to deploy his infiltration technique. This time, he decided to use illusion, a supreme technique learned from his mother to hide his identity absolutely, just in case the plan hit a snag. As soon as Dane lightly touched the floor, a brilliant and sophisticated magic circle appeared, glowing brightly in the middle of the dark room. A hazy mist began to spread from the magic circle, creeping through the cracks and silently enveloping the space. Dane explained that this was a colorless, odorless mist capable of causing intense illusions that would make anyone who breathed it in witness their most profound fears. To ensure he was unaffected, Dane took out a small antidote pill from his pocket. He quickly swallowed the antidote to block the mist's effects, keeping his mind completely sharp throughout the assassination. "Now it's time to force you to reveal all your secrets," Dane coldly advanced toward the target as the illusion mist completed its task. The mysterious cloaked figure was about to drain the wine he had just poured when he suddenly felt a cold, killing intent run down his spine. He froze midway, wine spilling from the glass as he sensed the presence of a stranger right in his room without any warning sound. The sorcerer broke into a cold sweat in terror as he turned around and saw Dane Saugers standing right behind him with eyes as cold as ice. Before he could even regain his composure to resist, a sharp blade was pressed against the mysterious figure's neck, leaving him completely paralyzed in fear. "Don't move," Dane's low voice rang out. He warned that this blade was coated with a lethal poison that would end his life instantly if he dared to move even an inch. The sorcerer trembled, a bead of sweat rolling down his pale face as he realized he was completely helpless before this terrifying youth. All previous arrogance vanished, leaving only a profound fear that was slowly suffocating his mind. Truly unexpected, the mysterious cloaked figure wheezed in horror, unable to believe a guest could penetrate this deep without him knowing. He stared blankly at his opponent, trying to find an explanation for the illogical appearance threatening his life. The mysterious figure stared in terror at the void, stammering to ask the identity of the person who had so miraculously broken in. He couldn't believe someone could pass through layers of monster guards to reach him so easily. The response to that extreme fear was Dane Saugers' cold and haughty smile. His terrifyingly calm demeanor made the sorcerer feel the breath of death enveloping the entire room. With the poisoned sword pressed against his neck without a single gap, Dane Saugers made a powerful declaration. "Should I say I am the Reaper come to take you away?" The chapter closed with the extreme horror of the monster controller when facing a true monster in human form. Asir was confused by the appearance of the one claiming to be the Reaper. Why would a high-ranking Reaper in the organization crawl to this heavily guarded place? The youth emphasized that Asir must know very well how impossible it was for someone to break in here, so don't ignore it. Asir broke into a cold sweat, his face drained of color. He had no idea how the person before him could bypass the barrier and the dense monsters. Dane pressed the knife against Asir's neck, coldly reminding him not to underestimate the situation. This was no joke, his life was in his hands. Asir's hand gripped the table, his heart full of doubt. He wondered who this youth was and what method he used to sneak in here alone. Dane tilted his head to look at him, his voice dropping low and threatening. He ordered him to confess truthfully if he still wanted to keep his worthless life. Asir could only stay silent, sweat pouring down his face. The overwhelming presence of the opponent made him speechless, not daring to utter a single word of resistance. Meanwhile, Dane was secretly pleased because his voice acting and Reaper aura had fooled the man. The first step of the interrogation was a success. Dane smirked and asked if the fun could begin. The light from the magic staff flickered faintly, signaling the secrets about to be revealed. By the flickering candlelight, Dane stood tall, pressing for his true purpose. The atmosphere in the room became more suffocating and tense than ever. He questioned the reason for gathering this massive monster army. Could it be he was plotting to overthrow the Empire with the power of orcs and goblins? Facing the series of sharp questions, Asir remained as quiet as a mouse. He bowed his head, trying to stay calm, but his trembling shoulders betrayed him. Dane shouted for an immediate answer. He suspected he was conducting a mad experiment or acting under someone's instructions. Hearing the word instructions, Asir paused for a trembling beat. This tiny reaction could not escape the sharp eyes of the Sawgrass family genius. The blade pressed closer, emitting a strange and dangerous purple mist. The heavy pressure made him feel the breath of death right behind him. Dane's eyes flashed with coldness as he noticed the opponent's reaction. In just a blink, he had grasped the fear deep in his heart. Images of the mysterious cloaked figures suddenly appeared in Dane's mind. He wondered if the organization behind him was related to those figures. He bluntly asked if he was a member of a certain secret organization. The direct question made Asir freeze, his face turning gray. He was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief that his secret had been exposed. Panic began to take over his mind as he looked at the Reaper. Asir stared at the opponent's uniform and insignia, full of questions. He didn't understand how an outsider knew of their existence. He screamed that he would reveal nothing, even in death. But Dane remained calm, seemingly having anticipated this reaction. Dane gave a cunning smile behind his mask, looking extremely dangerous. He knew exactly how to make even the most stubborn open their mouths voluntarily. His hand slammed onto the table, creating a sharp noise that broke the silence. It was time to shift to a more brutal interrogation method. Dane leaned into Asir's ear, whispering about a proper greeting. Seeing his smile, the man could only shiver at the chill down his spine. He looked at Dane with wide, terrified eyes. Dane warned coldly that he wouldn't repeat himself, forcing him to choose between confessing or receiving a bitter end. Dane's red eyes stared directly into Asir's mind. A killing gaze made him feel as though his soul was being strangled by a terrifying entity. In his half-human, half-demon form, Dane threatened coldly. He asked if he wanted to confess everything here or experience the sensation of the dark dungeon. Asir fell to the floor, trembling as he asked where this youth came from. He couldn't believe someone had broken into this place without anyone knowing. Dane was secretly pleased that the illusion was working effectively. If he was in the same boat as the others, everything would become much easier. With the blade close, Dane ordered him to reveal his true purpose. The space was dead silent, save for Asir's terrified gasps. Dane stepped forward, each footstep sounding like a hammer hitting Asir's heart. The old man backed away in panic, stammering for the youth to stay away from him. The sound of heels clicking on the floor was full of pressure. Dane raised an eyebrow and asked if he really intended to stay silent until he died, even with a blade at his throat. A close-up of Dane's eerie eyes made even the viewer shudder. The invisible pressure radiating from the youth made the air in the room feel as though it had frozen solid. Asir cried out in despair, screaming that he'd rather die because he had absolutely nothing to confess. His will was completely shattered under the Reaper's terrifying intimidation. Dane's cold gaze seemed to pierce through every lie. He was waiting for a single crack in the man's psychological armor to end the conversation. The short sword once again became an effective tool for applying pressure. Dane knew exactly what to do to make this old man open his mouth voluntarily. Dane suddenly recited the organization's bylaws verbatim regarding prioritizing security over life itself. The youth smirked, mocking him by saying he was at least different from the other fools. Asir froze, his face turning pale as he asked how the intruder could possibly know those top-secret details. The core secrets of the organization were clearly held by a total stranger. Dane gave a mental sneer because the reaction was exactly as he'd predicted. The notes he had collected earlier were indeed the key to manipulating this man. By the flickering candlelight, Dane continued to play the role of a high-ranking superior. He reiterated the rules of conduct, making Asir completely believe his fake identity. Asir naively asked if this was all a trial from the organization. He thought the incident at the academy was just a trap designed to test his worth. Dane seized the opportunity, asserting that now they could finally have a proper talk. He laughed inwardly as the prey fell completely into the illusionary trap he had set. Asir's attitude flipped instantly. He felt extremely honored to receive such a challenge. his earlier terror transformed into a ridiculously blind devotion. The youth withdrew his short sword, preparing for the next step of the plan. The opponent's blind trust was now the strongest weapon in his arsenal. Dane privately judged Asir as a true fanatic and decided to play the part to the end. He feigned praise for the man for safely bypassing the dense monsters. Asir prostrated himself on the ground, swearing to dedicate his entire loyalty to the organization. He declared he was ready to do anything upon receiving an order from above. A close-up of Asir's bowed head showed his total submission. He had no idea he was kneeling before the very enemy he most desired to destroy. Dane looked down with a void of expression, thinking this situation had turned out quite well for him. A fanatic would be an endless source of information if exploited correctly. Dane gave a sinister smirk, knowing for sure the prey was caught. The psychological game was over. Victory belonged to the Sagres genius from the very start. Switching to a cold tone, the youth scolded him for losing hundreds of important monsters. This was the final blow that sent Asir scrambling to compensate with classified information. Asir groveled at the feet of the man he thought was his superior, frantically apologizing because the appearance of an unidentified enemy had ruined all plans. In his role as the Reaper, Dane coldly declared that accountability would be settled later. He ordered the man to focus on finishing the current mission to redeem himself. Hearing this, Asir felt a surge of relief and quickly committed to never letting his superior down again. This old man was truly easy to fool. Dane gave a secret sneer at how his clumsy act had worked so effectively. He gave a mental wink because the prey was well and truly hooked. The youth continued to steer the conversation, demanding Asir reconfirm the true objective of the mission to test his loyalty. Asir was slightly stunned by the unexpected question. He didn't understand why a superior would ask something so obvious, but he didn't dare delay his answer. Dane raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze reminding the man of the test. The pressure from the youth made Asir break into a cold sweat as he confessed everything. He confessed that the primary mission was to incite the monsters to cause total chaos throughout the Empire. It was a calculated and brutal plot. Additionally, they wanted to test the power limits of the magic staff he was holding and report back all the collected data. The staff emitted an eerie green light. Dane realized this was the very item that allowed a mediocre man like Asir to control a whole army of monsters. Dane pressed him on how much he actually knew about the weapon. Asir honestly admitted he was only the one chosen to use it and didn't know the specifics. The youth was inwardly surprised to learn this power wasn't innate but granted. This proved the organization behind him possessed an extremely high level of technical skill. Trembling, Asir added that this was an extremely dangerous artifact. He felt as though he was straining just to contain the energy that threatened to explode. A close-up revealed the ancient staff of the legendary Arcana Kingdom. A long-lost treasure had resurfaced in the hands of these calculating rebels. He believed that increasing chaos would help reshape the world according to the organization's desires, a mad ideology of those wishing to overthrow the order. Dane privately evaluated this as a rather mediocre and predictable plan. He kept his face cold so the old man wouldn't suspect his true identity. Through the man's words, the youth confirmed for certain that they were part of the same group as the assassins he had encountered in the Forbidden Zone. He also suspected that even Professor Denabo at the academy was closely linked to this dark organization. Things were starting to get interesting. Dane decided he would stir up some real trouble here. He wondered how the organization's high-ups would react when they realized everything had been exposed. He feigned revealing that he had been sent by a powerful figure at the academy who had been secretly watching Asir for a long time. Asir froze, guessing in shock that the person must be the academy branch manager. This was a priceless piece of information that Dane had accidentally extracted. The youth nodded in confirmation, adding that the person was very satisfied and placed great expectations on him. Asir was overjoyed, moved nearly to tears. Dane secretly mocked the opponent's stupidity. Though he didn't know for sure who the spy was, the title branch manager had narrowed down the targets for him. To end the scene, the youth told Asir to close his eyes to receive a gift from the mysterious superior. The man believed it completely, his face full of eager anticipation for his reward. Asir obediently followed suit, his heart racing with the thought of a promotion. He had no clue that what was actually about to hit him was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Asir squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted with a mix of nerves and excitement. He held his breath for the honorary gift from his superior, oblivious to the disaster looming over him. Dane gave an enigmatic smirk as he held a rectangular white object. With half his face still in its terrifying Reaper form, he prepared to give this sinner a conclusion he'd never see coming. Dane Sagres appeared amidst the ruins after the job was done. Ernest reeled with joy the moment he saw him, relieved to see his friend in one piece without a single scratch. Dane walked up casually, not forgetting to apologize for being a bit late. The youth explained that squeezing information out of the traitor took much longer than he had initially imagined. Ernest chuckled, saying he had been waiting right there for Dane to return. The grin on his face showed just how much he trusted his friend's abilities. Right then, Ernest noticed something sparkling in Dane Sagers's hand. It was a magic stone emitting a mystical green glow that looked incredibly powerful. Dane gave a subtle smile, asserting he had drained every single secret from a seer. His gaze was sharp, showing that everything was still under his control. It turned out the final gift for the traitor was anything but simple. Sir Delphin held a small box, his face turning grave as he listened to the explanation. Inside that box was paralysis poison, an extremely potent toxin. Just a small dose was enough to make any stubborn foe lie perfectly still. Looking at the box, Sir Delphin was inwardly amazed by Dane Sagers's thorough preparation. This youth wasn't just a fighter, he was incredibly cunning in using strategy against his foes. Dane coldly stated that even if the man woke up, there was no way he was escaping. With the poison's effect, he would be like a fish on a cutting board waiting to be processed. Ernest breathed a sigh of relief, saying they didn't have to worry about that guy anymore. Immediately, Dane Sagers demanded they destroy the barrier to alert the main force. However, Ernest still broke into a cold sweat. He was worried that once the barrier vanished, the monsters would lose all control and fall into their most frantic state. Dane Sagers smirked, saying that was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. Once their controlling will was gone, the monsters would tear each other apart until they were all wiped out. Hearing this sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight plan, Ernest finally understood. He nodded enthusiastically, preparing to help Dane break the seal on the annoying magic barrier. The two quickly got to work, with Ernest confidently stating he was ready. The final preparations were done, now they just had to wait for the real show to begin. A while later, the night sky suddenly erupted with brilliant magic flares. The booming sounds echoed everywhere as a signal that a glorious victory for their side was near. Multicolored light danced across the air, illuminating the entire ruin. It was a spectacular sight, signaling that the dangerous mission was finally completed successfully. Exactly 6 hours after Dane Sagers and Ernest had entered the deep ruins, everything was settled. Not much time had passed, but the results were truly beyond expectations. The magic fireworks weren't just for show, they were a victory signal for the entire army. The group of knights below looked up, every one of them beaming with joy. Observing from a distance, Third Prince Edward wore a satisfied smile. He was extremely pleased to see the plan go so smoothly, exactly as he had hoped. Immediately, Edward ordered a general assault to sweep away the final remnants. Sir Delphin drew his sword and led the Fourth Knight Order, charging toward the center of the ancient ruins. The army marched forward with thunderous steps and soaring morale, terrifying the monsters. The plan to eliminate the enemy in a heartbeat was progressing much more smoothly than before. The ancient ruins became the stage for the largest sweeping operation ever seen. The old stone structures shook under the heroic footsteps of the advancing army. The battle raged fiercely as the soldiers confronted the aggressive orcs head-on. The sound of clashing weapons rang out amidst the rubble and swirling dust. A soldier shouted, urging the team to hold the formation against the enemy's pressure. No matter how crazed the monsters were, they couldn't pierce the defensive line. The commander's voice boomed over the roars, ordering the team to give it their all. The battle was intense, with everyone straining to finish off the stubborn monsters. The fight at the ruins grew hotter than ever. The knights had to constantly channel their inner power, shouting to each other to pour all their mana into their weapons to withstand the horrific pressure from the blue orcs. In the midst of the fray, the red-haired girl valiantly swung her sword, cutting down enemies while clicking her tongue in observation. The monsters this time seemed much more stubborn and tanky than the previous waves, forcing her to expend significant energy. Just as she expected, the deeper they went into the ruins, the more abnormally strengthened the monsters became. Her sword swings started to feel heavier against the mounting pressure. While the warriors struggled to hold the line, Priscilla Neriel arrived just in time to support. The blonde mage quickly deployed magic circles, reassuring her teammates to hold on just a bit longer while she healed them. Priscilla closed her eyes, concentrating deeply on her incantations as ancient characters flowed through the air. A gentle green light from her magic spread out, mending the wounds of the exhausted knights. The situation was critical. A commander ordered the team to focus magic fire toward the southwest. Brilliant purple light exploded, targeting a massive lion-like monster barring its fangs. The Knight Order took the command, immediately forming up to protect the mages and open a path forward. Though the orcs were as numerous as ants, they began to be pushed back under the army's coordinated assault. The power of the combined attacks made the scene more chaotic than ever. The monsters tore at each other or were shattered under the hurricane's strength of the expeditionary force, creating a bloody spectacle. Sir Delphin once stood in the middle of the battlefield, his sharp eyes monitoring every small change. His face showed absolute resolve. He wouldn't let a single monster escape this encirclement. The commander roared mightily, ordering the soldiers to wipe out every remaining monster, allowing not a single one to survive. Sir Delphin's spirit added fuel to the fire for the already blood-pumping army. The knights charged like whirlwinds, hacking through the blue orcs without mercy. Lightning-fast sword strokes tore through the air, turning the ruins into a veritable meat grinder for the monsters who had lost their controller. Sharp explosions rang out everywhere as magic collided with monster flesh. The force was strong enough to make the earth shake, with dust clouds obscuring the vision of those in the fight. A massive explosion erupted, marking the total collapse of the monster's final defensive line. Everything shook violently, indicating the sweeping operation was reaching its most successful conclusion. Ernest ran up excitedly with his bow to tell Dane Saugers that the main force had arrived in time. One look at the bespectacled youth's beaming face was enough to know he could finally breathe easy. Dane Saugers gave a faint smile, his expression perfectly calm as if everything had gone according to plan. The youth was very satisfied that the barrier-breaking plan had worked so well. The work of clearing the scene began in a hurry. Dane and Ernest headed back to report. Both intended to meet the third prince immediately to conclude the grueling mission. Dust from the explosions still lingered around the ancient buildings of the ruins. The scene after the battle looked quite desolate, but the most important thing was that the threat had been officially removed. The houses on the cliffs were peaceful once more after the storm of magic fire. The entire ruins area seemed to be slowly recovering after the crazed monsters were wiped out by the royal army. At the center, third Prince Edward Danter began his formal commendation speech. He declared that in this campaign, one person had achieved a massive feat that far surpassed all others. The knights stood solemnly as Edward praised the mysterious hero who stood at the front line. According to him, this person had blocked the monster's surprise ambush, opening the road to victory. The crowd of students couldn't help but be curious as the prince mentioned the one who bravely infiltrated the center of the ruins. Thanks to the valuable intel on enemy weaknesses this person brought back, the army's losses were significantly reduced. Edward stood high, pointing toward the person standing next to him, asserting that this youth had directly subdued the enemy in the fiercest battle. All eyes were fixed on the platform, where the hero's identity was about to be revealed. Cheers rang through the ruins as knights simultaneously raised their swords in celebration. The boisterous atmosphere of the Vindan ceremony made the air feel more heroic than ever. The soldiers shouted "Long live" in unison, their excitement spreading across the cliffs. After moments of life and death, they could finally breathe and celebrate a hard-won victory. Third Prince Edward smiled brightly, declaring he would grant a grand reward to the campaign's hero. He looked toward Dane Saugers, prepared to drop a bombshell that would shock everyone. Third Prince Edward called out Dane Saugers' name with a booming voice. He asserted that the youth's valiant actions would serve as a shining example for the entire empire. Edward Danter stepped forward, placing a hand on Dane's shoulder as a formal acknowledgement before the public. It was a rare display of intimacy between a noble prince and a cadet. Edward dropped a real bombshell by expressing his wish for Dane to be by his side as a friend. That word, coming from a prince, carried incredible weight. Sir Delphin broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears. The veteran commander seemed shocked by the prince's total disregard for class barriers. The crowd of students below began to gossip intensely. Friend, did the prince just call Dane a friend? No one understood how this lucky youth had managed such a feat. Dane laughed, saying Edward's declaration was like a massive explosion. The prince admitted it might put the youth in a difficult spot, but Dane was still happy for the trust. After the initial excitement, Dane's eyes turned thoughtful. He wondered what the fate of the traitor Asir would be. Edward Danter's face immediately hardened at the mention of that man. The prince radiated an aura much colder and more serious than before. Edward revealed he would be thrown into the royal dungeon, a place described as a living hell. The daily screams made it a place of terror that even the prince had never set foot in. Dane understood that there was no way that Guy was coming out alive. But either way, he had already extracted every bit of valuable info from him beforehand. Edward believed that conclusion was entirely deserved and wanted to give an extra reward for Dane's hard work. However, the youth remained humble, saying it was already more than enough. Dane fell silent for a long moment as if weighing something very important. His pensive look showed he was about to make a special request. In truth, he had a major matter he wanted to ask the prince for help with. Seeing Dane's seriousness, Edward generously told him to speak whatever was on his mind. The two stood in a private corner of the platform to discuss the major affairs. The space grew strangely quiet, leaving only the secret dialogue between the prince and the new hero. Dane bluntly mentioned the true enemies targeting the empire and the prince himself. This stern warning forced Edward to ponder the potential hidden threats. The youth's expression was incredibly serious, showing that the scope of the plot was much larger than imagined. The political game was officially starting to heat up. The campaign at the ruins closed, leaving behind a strangely peaceful scene beside a majestic waterfall. Yet behind that peace, dark undercurrents were waiting to burst. A few days later, the scene shifted to the office of the head of the magic department at the academy. The air was filled with silence and secret calculations. Professor Drenavo stood by the window, muttering Dane Sagers' name with an expression of extreme displeasure. The youth's presence seemed to be upending all of his plans. The department head wondered incessantly about the content of the conversation between Dane and the third prince that day. The dead silence of the past few days only added to his anxiety and worry. Right then, a figure in a black cloak quietly entered the room without making a sound. This mysterious appearance signaled a meeting that was anything but healthy. Drenavo startled and turned around when he felt the presence of a stranger standing right behind him. His face showed utter bewilderment at being intruded upon in his own lair in the middle of the night. The intruder asked mockingly what the professor was thinking about so seriously. The atmosphere in the room instantly became incredibly tense. A bearded man gave a cunning smile under his hood, telling Drenavo there was no need for surprise. The chapter concluded with the appearance of the dark faction, promising some very intense developments ahead. Arthur walked along the corridor, wondering if the professor was still there. He intended to report the details of tomorrow's schedule before heading off to rest. Just as he was about to open the door, Arthur stopped when he heard someone inside asking if there was anything unusual. He came to a full stop, realizing the professor was seeing a guest at this late hour. Arthur peeked through the door crack, sweat pouring down his face from the tension. Inside, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the sealed room. Professor Denabo was standing with a cloaked figure, who remarked that dead men tell no tales. The old professor sneered, confident that even if that guy confessed everything, he would still know nothing about him. The cloaked man smiled smugly, affirming that Denabo's position would remain secure. Denabo's eyes revealed a sinister look under the dim light. The cloaked man promised to soon send someone to support the next plan. Arthur, hiding behind, was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. The conversation began to mention the investigation team and the recent conquest. Arthur narrowed his eyes suspiciously. It was clear they were hiding a massive secret. He began to feel a chill down his spine at the truth about the teacher he had always respected. The conversation shifted to the fact that a high-ranking figure was about to arrive to rectify the academy. Denabo clicked his tongue, dismissed it as a formality, and said they had already prepared a countermeasure. The cloaked man carefully asked again if there were any vulnerabilities. The professor flashed a smug smile, guaranteeing that neither of their positions would be shaken. Then he mentioned someone the organization was keeping a particularly close eye on. Arthur jumped when he heard the name Dane Sagers escape the old professor's mouth. The cloaked man emphasized that while Dane had achieved a great feat, he had actually ruined the organization's plans. He demanded that Denabo quickly recruit or deal with a teenager. Denabo folded his arms and nodded, promising to focus all his efforts on the new target. In their eyes, no matter how talented Dane was, dealing with him was only a matter of time. Before leaving, the cloaked man didn't forget to remind the professor about the letter of recommendation. Denabo replied generously, considering it a small gift for the help provided. He promised to soon send the official letter of recommendation to the magic tower as planned. The mysterious figure bowed and prepared to vanish into the night. A devious smile appeared on the face hidden behind the cloak. Arthur felt a surge of resentment, unable to believe the professor was using his future to trade with traitors. The office door slammed shut, ending the dark conversation. Arthur turned and ran for his life, his breath becoming rapid with fear. He understood that he had just overheard a secret that could upend the entire academy. Hurried footsteps echoed in the night. He knew he had to find Dane immediately. Arthur rushed between the silent buildings, not daring to look back even once. The scene shifts to the park near the dormitory late at night. Under the dim yellow streetlights, Arthur was recounting the entire event to Dane Sagers. He emphasized that their next target was him. Dane listened and then summarized the situation with an unusually calm demeanor. He reckoned that Denabo must be in a great hurry to have left such an elementary opening. Arthur asked worriedly if Dane would be okay if the professor found out about this. Arthur told himself he had nothing left to lose after being abandoned like a pawn by the teacher he once respected. He bitterly recounted how Professor Denabo had used the letter of recommendation as bait to turn him into unpaid slave labor. Despite his own desperation, Arthur recognized the horrific scale of this plot and sought out Dane for help. Arthur admitted that among everyone he knew, Dane was the strongest and most reliable person. Dane listened silently, his eyes showing understanding for the pain of betrayal felt by the man before him. He knew that discovering his professor was a member of a treasonous organization was a massive shock to him. Dane thought to himself that this matter no longer just concerned trust, but directly impacted Arthur's future. Arthur stood in silent dejection, his solitary shadow stretching long under the dim lights of the academy. He looked at Dane imploringly, asking what he should do to escape this deadlock. Dane's eyes sharpened as he realized realized a golden opportunity had just presented itself. Recruiting someone as close to Denabo as Arthur would make his plan run much more smoothly. Dane asserted that Denabo's power was nothing compared to the third prince, and exposing this plot would yield far greater benefits. Arthur was stunned as he realized Dane was suggesting he embark on an incredibly dangerous plan. Dane stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture serving as a promise of absolute protection. He gave a confident smirk, declaring that he already had a perfect plan in mind. Instead of continuing to serve the devious professor, Dane suggested Arthur place his full trust in him. Dane's forceful words struck a chord with the assistant's heavily wavering psyche. Without further hesitation, Arthur affirmed he would do whatever Dane asked to reclaim justice for himself. The night passed in silence, signaling that the pieces were beginning to move on the political chessboard. 2 days later at the academy, an outward appearance of peace still hung over daily activities. In the lab, Denabo scolded Arthur harshly for his lateness. Arthur only bowed in apology, citing a lab accident. From a distance, Dane observed silently, satisfied that everything was unfolding exactly as predicted. He smiled triumphantly as he saw Arthur perfectly play the role of a submissive assistant before the old professor. Originally, Dane intended to track Denabo himself and have Ernest collect evidence, but Arthur's appearance changed everything. Arthur stood by Denabo, fulfilling the role of an insider embedded right under the enemy's nose. No one could monitor the old professor's movements more closely than his own personal assistant. Dane believed that with help from the inside, catching Denabo red-handed was only a matter of time. He stood tall in the middle of the campus, his cold gaze fixed directly on the laboratory building. He softly called out Denabo's name with an enigmatic smile, as if victory were already in his grasp. Looking at the professor's arrogance, Dane told himself the man was digging his own grave without even knowing it. Professor Denabo was launching into a tirade about his disappointment with Arthur's results. The young man could only bow in apology. He held out his hand mockingly, saying Arthur should have placed first in this conquest. At this rate, the letter of recommendation was as good as gone. Arthur continued to accept the blame with a resigned look, while Denabo began to find him quite annoying. Slamming the table with a thud, he roared, asking if Arthur truly understood his mistake. The professor's anger had not subsided. He scolded Arthur, saying he was as pathetic now as he was intelligent before. He asserted that only if Arthur handled this matter properly would there be any hope for his future. With a sigh, Denabo changed his tone and said he would give him one last chance. Arthur broke into a cold sweat, his face showing clear anxiety at this suggestive offer. An opportunity for redemption, the old professor began to lead Arthur into his trap. Immediately after, Arthur rushed off to perform the assigned task. Denabo's instructions still rang in his head. He had to go to that exact spot to receive an important item. He sprinted across the campus as fast as possible, ignoring the stares of those around him. Denabo emphasized that this was extremely important, which was why he entrusted it to the person he trusted most. Arthur gritted his teeth as he ran, sweat pouring down his face. The teacher added that surely he wouldn't fail at such an easy task. Arthur affirmed he should leave it to him. Arthur thought as he ran that this was exactly the kind of information Dane Saugers needed. A faint smile appeared. This was the golden chance to bring down this corrupt professor. According to the plan, in 1 week, Arthur would head to the academy's supply route where a secret door would be left open. Back to the present, Arthur met someone privately and handed over the small item he held in his hand. Denabo's words echoed in his ears that if the situation weren't favorable, he would have had to go himself. The person receiving the item was none other than Dane Saugers, who observed in silence. Dane's gaze was pensive. He was calculating the next steps. The item was handed over smoothly. Arthur recounted the entire conversation with Denabo to Dane and asked what he thought about it. Dane wondered if the professor had ever made Arthur do anything similar before, but Arthur affirmed this was the first time. Dane pondered. A new plan was slowly taking shape in his mind. He reckoned that the professor intended to pin all the blame on Arthur if anything went wrong. Arthur nodded in agreement. Both understood they couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Dane asserted that nothing related to that secret society could be allowed to escape the net. A strategy using bait was immediately proposed by Dane. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. The goal was to create a situation that forced Denabo to reveal himself and block all his exits. Dane folded his arms, thinking about which method would be most effective now. Arthur waited in silence. He turned to ask Arthur if he dared to carry out this high-risk plan. Under the sunset, Dane affirmed that he himself would be the one to create that situation. Arthur gave a confident smile, affirming he would use any means to complete the mission. Dane was satisfied and told him to get ready. They would soon contact each other to finalize the approach. Dane's determined gaze showed he was ready for this hunt. Arthur showed equal firmness. Things seemed to be going more smoothly than expected. "We should report this to the prince as well," Dane said while looking out over the academy. A week later at the academy's supply route, Arthur, in more discreet clothing, was moving silently through the dark night. Drenavo's instructions returned. Go north to an inn on the outskirts of the capital, sit at the far left table, and wait to receive the goods. Arthur scanned the area, looking for the designated location. He mentally repeated the directions, knowing the inn had to be around here. There it was. His eyes stopped at an old wooden house exactly as described. Arthur stepped quickly toward the inn, determined to cause as much chaos as possible to stop this transaction. He gripped the communications scroll in his hand, the one Professor Drenavo had given him to use if the situation worsened. His footsteps were steady as he advanced toward the target. He told himself that eventually, that old fox of a professor would be forced to show up himself. The inn appeared clearly in the dim twilight. Inside the inn, the atmosphere was noisy and bustling, a stark contrast to the terrifying silence outside. Arthur sat alone in a corner, trying to act as normal as possible while he waited. His eyes showed clear tension despite his attempts to suppress it. A flashback appeared, Dane Saugers handing him a case of poison needles and saying they would be very useful for the mission. He gripped the secret weapon in his hand, Dane's encouragement still ringing in his ears. Dane also didn't forget to remind him that he wasn't alone, as Prince Edward would always be watching and supporting from behind. Suddenly, Arthur noticed a change in the atmosphere of the inn. The wooden door creaked dryly as someone just entered. A stranger with deep purple hair and a dangerous look appeared at the entrance. Arthur held his breath and watched. He knew immediately that this was no ordinary traveler. The stranger smirked, glancing around the smoke-filled room. He walked leisurely past the tables and chairs, heading straight for the corner where Arthur was sitting. Finally, he stopped right in front of Arthur, creating an invisible pressure that filled the space. Arthur looked up, mentally confirming that this was the person he was supposed to meet. The stranger's footsteps stopped completely, and silence enveloped them both. Arthur's hand moved slightly, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes at Arthur for a long time and muttered that he had never seen this face before. However, he gave a faint sneer and clicked his tongue, saying that didn't matter much at the moment. At an old inn, the place where conspiracies began to brew, a brown bag was thudded down onto the wooden floor. Arthur flinched slightly, his face clearly showing his anxiety. At a corner table, a disguised Dane Saugers sat opposite Arthur to conduct a black market transaction. Arthur confirmed that this was exactly the item he needed. He instructed Dane to wait a while after he left before heading out, and that the item must be moved immediately. Dane looked into the bag and acted completely astonished. In his mind, an entirely different plan was forming. Arthur stood up intending to leave, but Dane called out after him, asking if he was going already. Dane's hand secretly gripped a pre-prepared vial of paralyzing poison. He intended to strike right now. Taking advantage of Arthur's back being turned, Dane decided to act. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He glanced at the people around him, realizing he needed to attract the crowd's attention. A heavy blow to the back of Arthur's neck left him no time to react. Dane's eyes turned razor-sharp, completely different from his previously gentle appearance. The dry sound of the impact echoed right in the middle of the inn. The attack left the opponent stunned. A nearby waitress stared at the scene in panic. Arthur collapsed onto the floor, completely motionless. Dane felt triumphant because the paralyzing poison had taken effect extremely efficiently. Everything was going according to plan. He pretended to rush over, asking if he was all right as if he were very worried. His plan was to create the largest commotion possible to ruin this transaction. Dane shook Arthur, shouting for him to wake up and asking if he could hear his voice. Arthur foamed at the mouth, completely losing consciousness. The act began to get dramatic. Whispers and murmurs rose from the surrounding tables. Every eye was fixed on the two of them. Rapid footsteps approached. The innkeeper had been drawn in. The proprietor ran over to ask what was happening. Dane played innocent, saying the other man had suddenly fainted. He looked at Arthur's body lying there with an expression full of suspicion and tension. Dane continued to play the role of a panicked student, trying to appear blameless. But the innkeeper's gaze suddenly shifted, staring at Dane threateningly. He had realized something. From behind his back, he secretly drew a dagger. He did not intend to let Dane leave this place. He launched an attack and barked that Dane shouldn't hope to fool him with such cheap tricks. It turned out the entire inn was comprised of professionals. Dane dodged, still trying to shout that he was an academy student and demanding that he stop. He glanced around and saw that the others were also beginning to move. Both the waiter and the waitress simultaneously drew their weapons. They were all assassins in disguise. Razor-sharp blades were unsheathed, ready to silence the witness. Dane feigned shock upon realizing the entire inn was a criminal den. He was trapped in the middle of their encirclement. The innkeeper clicked his tongue in annoyance because things were becoming more complicated than planned. He gnashed his teeth in anger, seeing a fly like Dane dare to ruin an important transaction. He threatened that Dane would pay with his life for what he had done, and that he wouldn't be allowed to die easily. The assassins surrounded him with sinister smiles, certain that the prey had fallen into the trap. Dane acted frightened, thinking to himself that this situation was truly bad and there was no way out. But immediately, his attitude changed. Dane realized this was the best scenario for him to drag one more character into the fray. He was ready to frame the scene as a student being attacked by a secret organization colluding with Professor Denabo. Dane pulled out a magic scroll, preparing to trigger the final trap to drag Denabo down into the abyss. Surrounded by assassins, Dane Saugers remained calm, magic scroll in hand. He challenged them to see who was actually the one about to be in trouble. Dane began to activate the scroll, and a powerful source of mana erupted within the inn. He declared that it was time for that person to appear. A brilliant blue light radiated from the scroll, enveloping the space. The teleportation magic was successfully triggered. The innkeeper and his henchmen were stunned, not understanding how a student could possess and use a forced teleportation signal scroll at this moment. He wondered in panic if Dane was calling for reinforcements. The mana poured out from the scroll in a torrent, terrifying everyone present with its power. One of them shouted in suspicion, questioning if Dane was actually a mage. Dane curled his lip into a sinister smile. Everything was proceeding perfectly according to the script he had painstakingly arranged. A massive magic circle appeared, glowing brightly, ready to pull the target to the scene. The blinding light made it impossible for the assassins to look directly at it. The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, realizing this was more than just calling for help. He gasped as he felt the pressure of the teleportation spell. The assassins realized in horror that this was forced teleportation magic. They couldn't believe a student was capable of this. Amidst the light filling the air, a figure began to take shape. The plan to unmask the mastermind had entered its decisive stage. Professor Denabo appeared right in the middle of the inn in utter bewilderment. He still didn't understand what was happening to him. Dane stared at the professor, secretly gloating that the biggest prey had fallen into the trap. The scenario he had been waiting for had finally begun. Denabo looked around in shock, realizing he was standing in a shabby inn filled with armed men. He was dazed to find himself suddenly teleported here. The flow of magic light gradually dissipated, revealing the chaotic scene to everyone. Silence filled the room for a moment. The innkeeper recognized the person who had just appeared as Denabo and cried out in astonishment. The connection between them was now laid bare before Dane. Dane immediately launched a verbal attack, loudly questioning Denabo on why he didn't come himself but instead sent someone like Arthur to do it. He added a suggestive question about whether this commotion was also part of his plan. He let out a cold smirk, secretly mocking Denabo for appearing so quickly just as intended. Every accusation was now pointed toward the professor. Denabo was stunned, still unable to digest what the student was saying. He demanded to know what nonsense Dane was babbling about. Arthur still lay sprawled on the ground, motionless after being hit by the paralyzing poison. He became living evidence of the assault Dane had staged. The assassins' hands still gripped their weapons. They were in a dilemma now that the matter had gone too far. The blades now looked ironic in front of the professor. Dane held out the glowing bag in his hand. This was the merchandise Denabo craved, and now it was the evidence that incriminated him. Denabo's face changed color. He gnashed his teeth in fury as he realized he had completely fallen into a student's sophisticated trap. His career and reputation were hanging by a thread. The entire inn became a stage for the shocking unmasking. Denabo screamed for an explanation of what was happening, seeing Arthur lying there and the henchmen surrounding Dane. He realized he was caught in a compromising position. Dane stood tall, glowing bag in hand, eyes fixed steadily on Denabo. He was ready for the final step to completely bring down this traitorous professor. Denabo cursed Arthur as an ungrateful brat, complaining that he had taken him in out of pity only to be repaid like this. Arthur snapped back, telling him not to be ridiculous because the man had only viewed him as a tool to be discarded. He declared bluntly that he was sick and tired of being a slave to someone like him. Arthur suddenly triggered fire on his hand, making Denabo scream in panic as he couldn't believe his eyes. He gripped the spatial bag tightly as the magic flames began to flare up violently, threatening to incinerate everything. Arthur warned the old professor not to try anything, or he would burn this precious item immediately. The henchmen in the inn also began to scramble, telling the professor to stop him because they couldn't let the item be destroyed. Denabo gnashed his teeth in resentment, seeing the important item being held hostage. But for Arthur, he thought to himself that this situation was enough to start the next phase of the plan. He looked at the old man in front of him and muttered, "The bait is taken, now it's your turn, Dane." Immediately, a brilliant blue light began to cover the entire window frame of the building. A massive magic circle was suddenly activated, enveloping the entire tavern from the outside. The blue mana swirled powerfully, sealing off every corner to prevent anyone from escaping. The light flared intensely, piercing through even the smallest cracks in the inn's walls. The entire structure was submerged in a sea of brilliant mana when viewed from a distance. The view from above showed that the magic trap had been set, completely surrounding the tavern area. Inside, the light began to seep through the glass window frames, leaving everyone astonished. Everyone in the inn was stunned, feeling a massive weight of magical pressure. The bald innkeeper's eyes also went wide as he felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly shake violently. Denabo tried to channel mana but only met with futility as his hands trembled uncontrollably. The professor broke into a cold sweat, vaguely realizing what the terrifying thing sealing this place off was. Arthur smirked, confirming for him that it was a high-level mana interference field. This magic turned the entire building into a perfect magic forbidden zone, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Arthur added a lethal remark that now no one could escape, not even the professor. Denabo turned pale, only able to gasp in utter horror at finding himself trapped. He looked at his useless, trembling hands, unable to believe someone had dared to move against him. He wondered where Arthur got the nerve to do this. There must be a very powerful force backing him. In Denabo's mind, images of a mysterious army waiting outside an ambush appeared. He realized that if he was caught here, all his long-term efforts at concealment would go up in smoke. The tower of power he had painstakingly built at the academy was about to collapse entirely tonight. In a fit of panic, Denabo screamed for his henchmen to seize Arthur immediately. The lackeys heard the order and drew their weapons to charge, hoping to use Arthur as their ticket out. Arthur clicked his tongue, knowing that alone he could hardly fend off the crowd of assassins for long. He gripped the bag of evidence, silently urging Dane to finish this quickly. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out as the window was shattered by the swords of a special forces team. The army from outside burst in like a whirlwind, surrounding those who intended to attack Arthur. Dane Saugers appeared at the head of the rank, eyes cold as he looked directly at the professor. Amidst the thick dust, majestic armored figures occupied every key position. Their swords swung up, radiating an aura that completely overwhelmed every criminal in the room. The knights in their signature blue cloaks simultaneously drew their swords, ready to suppress the entire scene. The innkeeper stammered incoherently as he realized the identity of these powerful visitors. Arthur grinned broadly, pointing directly at Denabo and declaring loudly, "It's the Royal Knights, Professor." A loud bang echoed as the door was burst open, filling the entrance with dust. The thundering footsteps of the knight squad began to move rapidly into the tavern. The solemn ranks of knights advanced, leaving no gap for the criminals to escape. The leading knight commander gave a booming command for everyone to stay still, followed by the appearance of Dane and Prince Edward. He announced that from this moment on, they were all under arrest in the name of the crown. The henchmen and assassins in the inn froze, sweat pouring down their faces from the surprise raid. Dane smiled triumphantly, thinking that the timing of this coordination was truly perfect for an ambush. He stared intently at the professor and affirmed certainly that Denabo's final day had officially arrived. Professor Denabo collapsed completely, falling miserably to the floor under the pressure of the knight squad. He gnashed his teeth in fury, realizing he had fallen entirely into a carefully calculated trap. Denabo could not understand how his identity had been exposed so quickly. His hands trembled on the floor, all the power and fame he had held for so long vanished in an instant. He lowered his head to the ground, bitter over the lightning-fast collapse of the status he had painstakingly built. Looking down from above, the knight squad had surrounded the entire scene, forcing everyone to lay down their weapons and surrender. Those who tried to resist were immediately pinned to the ground, only able to groan in hopelessness. Each member of the secret organization was subdued one by one. Not a single person could escape the circle. Ropes began to bind the criminals' hands tightly in preparation for transport to the capital. A long line of secret society members was led away under the strict escort of the Royal Knights. Dane looked around the scene, feeling satisfied that the harvest this time was even greater than he had anticipated. He and Prince Edward discussed the results. They had captured over 10 members of the secret organization here. Edward smiled and praised Dane's strategy, affirming that he had done a great job on this mission. The item they intended to trade was actually a spatial bag filled with the dark secrets of the organization. A flurry of evidence fell from the pouch, including handwritten orders intended to erase every trace of treason. Dane proposed awarding Arthur a royal letter of recommendation to the Mage Tower as a well-deserved reward. Prince Edward agreed, as with this letter, Arthur's status and safety would be guaranteed after his distinguished service. One by one, the sinners were escorted away, and the atmosphere gradually returned to the natural stillness of the night. Denabo walked dejectedly in chains, his head bowed, leaving behind all his lost glory. Dane stood there, his eyes pensive as he observed the results of a mental chess match with a secret organization. Once again, this shocking event promised to shake the very foundations of the entire academy in the coming days. The award ceremony began solemnly right on the academy campus. The first name called out was none other than Dane Saugers. Following him were Layla Termian, Ernest Dillon, and Priscilla Nerial, the members who had stood side by side during the recent mission. Third, Prince Edward personally presided over the event. He declared that this group of students had performed outstanding military service and served as a shining example for the entire school. Ernest and Priscilla both showed clear signs of relief, Finally, the mission had ended smoothly after Professor Denabo's arrest. Prince Edward personally handed the achievement certificates to the group representative. Thanks to Dane's efforts, the entire club shared in this honor. The crowd of students below began to whisper and gossip. Rumors spread that Dane alone had taken down over 200, perhaps even 500 monsters. Some female students were still in shock to learn that a respected professor like Denabo was actually a spy. The thought of it made their skin crawl. Despite receiving countless benefits from this campaign, the rumors surrounding Dane continued to spread uncontrollably. However, Dane's greatest harvest was discovering the existence of the organization plotting to overthrow the world. He told himself he had to prepare thoroughly to deal with them before his peaceful life was destroyed. While Ernest was still waving excitedly to the crowd, Dane had quietly slipped away. Edward smiled with satisfaction as he watched the young heroes retreating back, standing beside his close knight commander. Leaving the ceremony, Dane's mind turned back to the item he had sent to Bulbak earlier. He wondered if the old blacksmith had discovered anything yet. The sound of a hammer striking steel echoed from the Termian forge. Dane walked in just as Bulbak was examining the magic staff. It looked ordinary on the outside, but Bulbak asserted that this staff had been forged with blood. Dane was startled to hear that. The old blacksmith explained that it didn't react to normal fire at all. The only thing that could transform it was human blood. Dane's expression became tense as he realized the sheer evil of the object. It was aldius, an ancient metal that could only be forged after being soaked in the blood of dozens of people. Bulbak pointed to the core of the staff and explained it was the source of the faint smell of blood hidden beneath the ordinary-looking exterior. He emphasized that this was an extremely dangerous object that very few people knew about. Dane truly hadn't expected Denabo to possess a weapon this terrifying. It was not only bloodthirsty, but could also drive the user insane if they weren't careful. Dane crossed his arms in thought. He wondered why, if it craved blood so much, it wasn't forged into a sword or a spear instead of a magic staff. Bulbak stroked his beard, preparing to offer his own insight into the matter. It seemed that only aldius material could withstand the horrific power radiating from that gem. Dane stared intently at the staff, inwardly understanding the true purpose of the one who created it. He gripped the handle tightly, feeling the immense pressure hidden beneath the dark metal. Dane stood silently for a long moment with the lethal weapon in his hand. He felt that this thing was truly unstable and shouldn't be allowed to exist haphazardly. The gem at the top of the staff still emitted a mysterious and haunting blue light. Bulbak nodded, confirming it was an extremely rare item, not something just anyone could get their hands on. Dane suddenly held the staff out toward the old blacksmith and decided to give it to him. Bulbak's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe the boy was generous enough to give away such a treasure. Dane smiled and said he never used staves, so it was better to give it to someone like Bulbak who understood its value. Looking at Dane's sincere eyes, Bulbak's doubts vanished. He reached out to accept the staff and promised not to refuse such a priceless gift. Bulbak thanked him profusely, as he finally had the rare material to satisfy his passion for forging. However, Dane also cleverly asked for the gem at the top back, as that was what he actually needed. Bulbak agreed immediately, as he only cared about the metal and had no interest in magic stones. He excitedly said that after removing the gem, he would take a look at Dane's new sword. Dane nodded eagerly. Bulbak turned to prepare his tools, his mouth still murmuring in admiration of that powerful ancient mana core. Dane narrowed his eyes calculatingly. A treasure like this was something he would never give up easily. After successfully separating the mana core from the staff, the two moved to the area where Dane's new sword was kept. It was Bulbak's precious ore vault, filled with sparkling minerals of every color. Bulbak announced the sword was nearly finished, only needing sharpening and a bit of fine-tuning. He urged Dane to try lifting it. Dane cautiously reached out and gripped the hilt, feeling its weight and perfect balance. A magnificent sword appeared, glowing with a transparent blue light. He couldn't hide his amazement at the old blacksmith's masterful craftsmanship. The blade reflected Dane's excited eyes. It was truly a masterpiece. Every detail exuded an unbelievable level of sophistication. Seeing the boy's satisfied look, Bulbak laughed triumphantly and asked if he truly liked the gift. Dane gazed at the sword for a while longer, unable to look away from its beauty. The sword emitted a faint, ethereal aura, appearing elegant yet full of power. He noticed the sword's reaction was exactly the same as when he touched arcanium ore before. Dane performed a trial swing. The speed and flexibility that arcanium provided truly exceeded his expectations. He asked skeptically if this thing would break easily. Bulbak snorted, scolding him for underestimating such a legendary material. The old blacksmith firmly asserted that ordinary metals couldn't even compare, and this sword would never chip no matter how roughly he used it. Although very pleased, Dane still had one small concern. Was there a way to make the sword glow less? It was so bright that it would make acting in secret or performing nighttime assassinations impossible. it was way too conspicuous. Bolbeck laughed heartily, saying the kid was quite odd for complaining about such things instead of being satisfied. To complete the final step, he asked Dane to try infusing his unusual mana into the sword. Dane nodded, found his balance, and prepared to follow the instructions. He closed his eyes, beginning to focus on channeling the flow of mana from deep within his body. His hand gripped the hilt tightly as Dane began to release the energy. Immediately, magic circles and brilliant currents of air began to swirl powerfully around his feet. A massive pillar of energy erupted from the sword, brilliantly illuminating the entire forge. The aura was truly terrifying. The room shook violently under the pressure of the frantically surging mana. Bolbeck stood by, watching intently. The sword vibrated intensely, as if cheering at being fed so much mana. Dane began to feel that something was wrong. This feeling, it was completely different from before. The sword was like a bottomless pit, frantically draining his mana without stopping. Bolbeck laughed with delight. He knew this sword would accept and be perfectly compatible with Dane's mana. Even though it was a perfect match, Dane asked through gritted teeth how long he had to keep this up. The blacksmith looked at him with eyes full of excitement, having no intention of telling him to stop. He shouted for the boy to keep pouring mana in until he had absolutely no strength left. Dane could only cry out in his mind at this bizarre request. A bright blue mana aura began to swirl powerfully around the blade. Dane grit his teeth in endurance as the sword drained nearly half of his mana. He held his hand steady, feeling the magic pressure becoming increasingly heavy. His eyes narrowed, focusing intensely on every movement of the energy flow. The sword shone radiantly, reacting violently to the new source of power. Standing nearby, Bolbeck remarked that only this weapon was strong enough to contain his special mana. Dane was slightly surprised by the old blacksmith's assertion. He further explained that because it was made of arcanium, once it finished absorbing mana, it would become truly fearsome. Hearing this, he began to ponder its true power. At this rate, Dane was certain the sword could cut through anything in the world. He looked around the forge, searching for something hard enough for a test. His eyes landed on the Aldia staff, and he decided to use it as the sacrifice. Dane pointed straight at the target, signaling his intent to strike. Bolbeck yelled out, thinking the kid was about to destroy his precious item. But the boy just laughed, saying that splitting it open for analysis was even better. The old blacksmith clicked his tongue and gave in, letting him have his way. The wooden staff was placed ready for the decisive strike. A sword stroke swung up, tearing through the air at terrifying speed. The light from the mana swept across the room, blindingly bright. The blade, carrying a trail of blue electricity, sliced smoothly through the obstacle without meeting any resistance. Even Dane was stunned to see how lethal his sword strike was. The tough staff was sliced in two in an instant. The two pieces of wood fell to the floor with a perfectly flat cut, without a single scratch. He thought to himself that even in his previous life, he had never seen a weapon this dominant. The sword was still crackling, with sparks of electricity after the impact. Bolbeck picked up the piece of wood to examine it. The cut was so perfect it left him speechless. The old blacksmith shouted in amazement, as he had never seen Aldius cut so cleanly. Normally, when using mana to cut, the gash would be very jagged because the energy flow is uneven. But this cut proved that Dane's mana had completely mastered the blade. Bolbeck congratulated him, asserting that the two had now truly become one. From now on, this was the unique arcanium sword in the world, made just for him. A confident smile appeared on the face of the genius young master. He gripped the hilt, feeling a distinct and powerful connection with his new weapon. Dane nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the result of his and Bolbeck's hard work. It was the only sword capable of handling and reacting to his ancient mana flow. All the preparations were finally in place. He gave a faint smile, feeling invigorated to have such a formidable new friend by his side. In the shimmering mana light, Dane raised the precious sword high as a declaration of the feats to come. The razor-sharp blade reflected the light, ready for every journey fraught with danger. As he walked out the forge door, he called back to ask him to sharpen the blade one last time to perfection. The old blacksmith grumbled about the kid being so troublesome, but still happily led him along. The clang-clang of the forge hammer echoed through a street corner, marking the birth of a new legend. A few days later, we returned to Arabella's laboratory. She was excitedly praising the fact that the data Dane brought back served as a massive boost to her research. Dane, as humble as ever, said it was he who should be thanking her. On the table now was the ancient mana core from the Arcana Kingdom. He stared at the glowing orb, telling himself, all right, now it's my turn. Dane took a deep breath and began to channel his power, preparing to fully absorb this source of strength. Immediately, streaks of green mana began to dance around him. The moment his hand touched it, the energy from the mana core surged violently as if it were about to explode. He shut his eyes tight, trying to stay calm as the frantic current of power rushed toward him. The laboratory began to shake violently, making the surrounding equipment groan. Waves of mana radiated powerfully, covering the entire large room. Dane stood in the center of the light, his silhouette bravely accepting it all. The magic power began to soak into his palms and spread through the veins in his body. After a period of straining, everything finally began to subside and stabilize. Arabella stood by watching, her mouth agape in stun. Dane's face showed clear relaxation as he felt the miraculous change within. He felt every beat of the new mana source surging right against his chest. A brilliant mana circle had officially taken shape perfectly. Dane gave a soft smile, his whole body feeling unusually refreshed after this breakthrough. His eyes opened wide, sparkling with deep blue, powerful magic light. It was done, he had officially broken through to the third circle level. A few weeks passed in a flash, and the atmosphere at the academy began to bustle. Everyone started buzzing because the final exams were just around the corner. Layla Thermion and Priscilla Nerial were excitedly planning a trip. Priscilla even intended to go on a backpacking trip to the north for some fun. Just as they were having fun, the communication device in Dane's pocket suddenly vibrated. He paused for a moment, wondering who would be calling him at this hour. Pulling out the device to check, Dane still couldn't guess who was looking for him. As soon as he picked up, a lively greeting rang out from the other end. "Hey Dane. Long time no see, I'm about to arrive back in the capital." Just by the voice, Dane knew immediately who it was. The caller even asked if they could stop by the academy to see him for a bit. It turned out to be Dayward Termian. The sudden appearance of this explorer brother certainly meant something important was happening. Layla scolded Dayward relentlessly in front of the building for going missing for so long without sending her a single word. She started getting physical, punching him while shouting to ask what Dayward thought Dane was, since he only notified him upon arriving. Dayward could only grit his teeth and take the beating, not daring to utter a single word of protest back to his younger sister. Watching from a distance, Ernest shook his head in weary resignation because this torture session had already dragged on for 10 minutes. He laughed while affirming that this time it was entirely Dayward's fault due to his poor communication habits. Dane looked at Dayward with understanding, guessing that he probably still felt guilty toward his sister, which made him hesitate to send word in advance. Layla hadn't cooled down yet. She threatened to beat him even harder if he ever dared to drag his injured body back home again. Seeing that the situation was getting too tense, Dane stepped in to intervene, telling Layla to calm down since he had returned safely after all. Turning to Dayward, Dane kindly asked if he was truly all right after his recent expedition. Dayward immediately grinned broadly, raising a hand to greet Dane enthusiastically as if nothing had happened. Layla crossed her arms and huffed, nodding that he returned earlier than expected, while Dane announced that all preparations were in order. With a confident look, Dayward affirmed that he had gathered all the necessary items for the plan. But immediately after, his voice turned serious as he mentioned that one most important item was still missing. The whole group turned their curious gazes toward Dayward to hear what could be so important. Rare ingredients were laid out all over the table. Now only the Tears of Roxana was needed for completion. Ernest confessed he wasn't familiar with alchemy, but even a glance told him these materials were extremely difficult to find. Dayward puffed out his chest with pride, boasting that he had put in no small amount of effort to collect all those things. Layla suddenly remembered and asked to be sure if the Tears of Roxana was located somewhere in the Haverosk mountain range. It was a shimmering crystal mass, but aside from rumors of it being in an ancient ruin, there were no other clues. Dayward planned to hand over these precious materials to an alchemist acquaintance, making Ernest ask in surprise why Dane wouldn't craft it himself. Ernest was a bit worried about entrusting the hard-earned results of the entire group to a stranger. Dayward explained that the curse was very complex. The slightest slip could cause a backfire, so they had to find a true expert. Seeing Dayward guarantee the person's reliability, Layla also nodded in agreement and asked further about the expedition plan. Looking toward the snow-capped mountains, she worried that the ruins were so well hidden it would take the group a long time to find them. Dayward admitted there was very little information about that border region, so he came up with an idea to ask Dane for a favor. Dane flinched, having a bad premonition upon being targeted by this explorer brother. Sure enough, Dayward could only give a suggestive wry smile at his younger brother's sensitivity. That night, Dane began considering using his relationship with a third Prince Edward to search for information. The magnificent scene of the royal palace appeared as Edward curiously asked what special request Dane had for him. Dane stated the matter bluntly. He wanted detailed information about the Haverosk Mountains and the ruins hidden there. Seeing Edward smile brightly in support, Dane felt significantly more relieved. The prince agreed to help immediately, stating that there were many former mountain rangers in his night squad who understood the terrain. Dane bowed in gratitude, but Edward waved it off and told him to be at ease, as this was just a small favor between friends. While sipping his tea, Edward wondered why Dane chose that remote mountain range as his expedition target. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Dane, wondering if this was a newly discovered archaeological site. Dane explained that the group was looking for an important item, and his information network wasn't sufficient to reach that region. Edward pondered for a moment and then agreed to support him, but he didn't forget to remind him that it was an extremely dangerous place. Because it was a sensitive border area, he told Dane to act very tactfully to avoid causing unnecessary political conflict. Dane guaranteed that wouldn't happen, while Edward laughed heartily at the adventurous nature of this trip. The prince was even so excited that he wanted to go along if he weren't so busy with royal affairs at the capital. Dane smiled back warmly at the young prince's enthusiasm and sincerity. The meeting concluded, Edward promised to contact Dane soon once there was news from the Royal Ranger Squad. Once the information was mostly ready, it was time for the whole group to start preparing thoroughly for the journey. Dayward began sharing his exploration experience. He told everyone to prepare as many dry rations as possible because it was hard to light a fire on the mountain and they had to avoid leaving tracks for rangers. The young man directly inspected the climbing gear, explaining that the ground there was very soft so anchors would easily pull out, requiring specialized equipment. Large and small bags were packed neatly. Dayward reminded them to choose low-odor rations that were filling to ensure endurance during the high mountain climb. Ernest looked at the explorer brother with admiration, believing that with this knowledge, Dayward could easily teach at the Department of Exploration. While they were busy, the magic communication device suddenly glowed with a message from Third Prince Edward to Dane. Through the device, Edward announced they had found the entrance to the ruins, but warned that the Ranger Knights couldn't go deeper as they hit a dead end immediately upon entering. Dane listened intently and then spoke up to thank the prince for the valuable information just provided. However, Edward wasn't finished. He reminded the group to be especially wary of a creature called Dranius lurking around the ruins. Upon hearing the monster's name, Dayward and Layla's expressions immediately became visibly grave. It was a giant lizard species with supreme camouflage abilities, making it a terrifying predator that even veteran rangers struggled to handle. Dayward patted Dane's shoulder, asking him to send his thanks to the prince, while Dane affirmed that the group's safety was paramount so thorough preparation was never a waste. Every preparation step was finally complete. Dayward gave an excited smile, urging everyone to quickly hit the road. Confident smiles appeared on the members' lips. Everyone was mentally prepared for the challenging journey ahead. Dane nodded decisively, his eyes showing intense determination for this expedition. The adventure officially began with the ultimate goal of finding the Tears of Roxana, despite Layla still reminding Ernest not to get too excited and become careless. The group moved urgently. They decided to use teleportation magic to get to the city closest to the mountains to save time. Time flew by after 3 long days of riding horses from the teleportation point. Finally, the gloomy Oliva Marquisate appeared before their eyes. The group urged their horses into the territory, the sound of hooves echoing dryly on the deserted road. Layla looked around with a questioning look as she stepped into this borderland for the first time. Dayward suddenly stopped. He realized something was very wrong when witnessing the desolate state of the territory, and the surrounding air became strangely incomprehensible. Viewed from above, the town appeared terrifyingly dark and silent, making everyone feel an uneasy shiver. The streets were devoid of people, the gray houses shrouded in a hazy mist just like a ghost town. Dane frowned with concern, wondering what on earth had happened to this land for it to become so dilapidated. The group was leisurely riding through a lush green valley, surrounded by majestic mountains. Dane signaled to stop, telling the party to gather some dry grass for the horses. He decided to scout the town with one other person. Arthur nodded in agreement immediately, while Priscilla smiled enigmatically from behind. Before anyone could react, Priscilla leapt down from her horse with remarkable speed. Dane looked slightly stunned and asked why. Priscilla said she would go along because she felt something very strange about this place. Seeing Priscilla's serious expression, Dane began to worry and asked what exactly she had sensed. She asserted that her intuition told her this was definitely not a good omen. Dane scratched his cheek and clicked his tongue. Better safe than sorry, he agreed to let her come. He turned to tell the other two to stay and watch the horses, leaving entering the town to him and Priscilla. Arthur eagerly said he would take the chance to rest the horses and stuff the saddlebag full of dry grass. Priscilla urged Dane to hurry, her face showing some impatience. Their destination was a gray stone fortress, its gate flanked by 2 guards on duty. Up close, the men looked rough and hostile, their gazes filled with enmity rather than the neutrality of ordinary guards. Dane observed silently and noticed their garments resembled clerical robes, yet they carried weapons. One guard raised his hand to block their way, his manner extremely arrogant. He barked, demanding to know who they were, where they came from, and what business they had daring to enter this domain. Dane kept calm, explaining they were merely travelers stopping to buy provisions and dry grass. The guard narrowed his eyes and probed whether they were just passing through or planning to stay. His gaze bore into Dane as if trying to probe his very bones. The other man was no less wary, glancing about with suspicion and vigilance. Priscilla, seeing their attitude, immediately knew these people were extremely hostile to outsiders. Eventually, the guard relented, but warned them to take their supplies and leave at once. Dane bowed politely in thanks and led Priscilla inside. But the guard called after them in a threatening tone, telling them not to foolishly meddle in the Marquis's affairs. Passing through the gate, Dane realized that although the interior seemed bustling, watchful eyes still followed them everywhere. Priscilla suddenly drew close and whispered in Dane's ear that these people appeared to be members of the Trillion Church. Seeing Dane's puzzled look, she explained it was a notorious heretical sect being ruthlessly hunted by the Imperial Church. Priscilla's eyes fixed on a flag fluttering overhead, emblazoned with their characteristic magic circle emblem. Priscilla began to clench her fists, her face full of hatred when she spoke of them. Seeing her agitation, Dane pressed to know what crimes they had committed. Priscilla's voice trembled with fury as she recounted that they had mercilessly sacrificed tens of thousands of innocent children, all for a fanatical goal, to summon the demon god in search of a false salvation. Dane was left speechless. He could not believe there were people so cruel they treated human lives like refuse. He exclaimed in horror that the child sacrifices were beyond anyone's imagination. Priscilla looked around sadly. She understood clearly where the darkness shrouding this domain had come from. The locals all looked gaunt and hollow-eyed, like soulless corpses grieving the loss of their children. Priscilla could no longer bear it. She began to channel mana into her palms to form a magic circle. Her eyes burned with determination. She wanted to report this to the Grand Cathedral immediately. Dane jolted, realizing Priscilla was too impulsive. If she acted now, they would surely be noticed. He quickly stepped forward and seized Priscilla to stop her before it was too late. Dane urged her to stay calm. This was enemy territory, and a rash move would be extremely dangerous. He glanced at the listless townspeople, understanding that caution was paramount right now. Priscilla remained tormented by the fate of the poor children. But the children, she whispered. Dane looked deep into her eyes, his voice low and admonishing. Priscilla, look closely around you. All through the town, people moved like shadows, the atmosphere thick with fear and gloom. Priscilla suddenly realized the brutal reality of the place. Her face registered shock. Her gaze hardened, fury smoldering beneath a calm exterior. Dane reminded her their primary goal was to find medicine for Layla's mother. They couldn't risk everyone's lives over an impulsive act. He nodded slightly, signaling she must restrain herself. Priscilla finally softened her tone, agreeing that they should first buy dry grass to avoid suspicion. The two began striding down the gray stone-paved street. The silence was eerie, only their footsteps echoed in steady rhythm. Dane said he understood her feelings, especially as a true priest of the cathedral. They passed rows of old, gloomy houses, completely lacking everyday life. But we can't act recklessly, Dane continued, his tone stern and warning. The townspeople seemed to avoid meeting the eyes of the two strangers. Dane kept watching. His sharp eyes quietly took note of every detail of the area. He suggested that while buying supplies, they could silently probe the enemy's strength. Priscilla paused for a beat, seemingly weighing Dane's proposal. She narrowed her eyes toward the black-robed figures prowling throughout the street. Dane suddenly broke into a cold smile. Fine, let's see how evil they really are. Priscilla rallied, brushing back her hair and smiling in reply. Agreed. The sky above was leaden, black clouds stretched across like an omen of an approaching storm. From above, the market looked unusually silent, people moving furtively like phantoms. Everyone hurried by, no one dared to look up or speak to strangers. Dane asked where to buy dry grass. A middle-aged man with a weathered face pointed across the way. Dry grass, it's over there. Priscilla nodded softly to thank the poor man, then continued on with Dane. Dane glanced around and silently counted at least 100 soldiers blending into the crowd. Ahead of them stood a large building with a stately vaulted roof, which Dane knew was under extremely tight guard. Suddenly, a loud noise from a nearby corner of the street drew their attention. A man collapsed to the ground, begging in terror, Please spare me. There really aren't any children left in my house." Black-cloaked feet trudged closer and a threatening voice rang out, "No children." A man with deep purple hair and an arrogant expression stepped forward, the purple-haired priest of the Trillion Church. He shouted that if there was no sacrificial offering, equivalent property must be handed over, then ordered the man seized for daring to be disrespectful to the deity. The rough guard hauled the man away despite his pleas. Watching the grotesque scene from a distance, Dane and Priscilla could not hide their hatred. Dane's face grew colder than ever, his eyes flashing with killing intent aimed squarely at the cultists plundering this land. Outside a building, bricks and stones began to fly everywhere like rain. The crowd went berserk, relentlessly hurling stones at the target ahead. A man was pelted until his face was bloodied, only able to moan in excruciating pain. He was tied tightly to a stone pillar in the square, taking the villagers' wrath for the alleged crime of stealing the god's child. The men in the crowd screamed, their faces contorted with rage. Fanaticism showed on every face. They surged forward as if they wanted to devour the culprit alive. Dane Saugers and Priscilla Nerial stood back watching, stunned by the horrendous spectacle. Dane clicked his tongue, unable to believe people in the same domain could treat one another so cruelly. Priscilla stared, puzzled that such a horrific event could happen openly while the outside world remained unaware. She wondered why no one had managed to escape to the outside to raise the alarm. Priscilla clenched her hands, her mood growing heavy. She told Dane that the most terrifying thing about the Trillion Church was not just summoning demon gods or human sacrifice. sacrifice. It was their control. They manipulated the populace like puppets at their command. They began infiltrating quietly, starting from the lowest ranks of society. First, they used money and food as bait to spread their doctrine among the poor. Next came those with some means, and finally the upper class, the nobles who ruled the region. Walking and discussing, Priscilla explained how they infiltrated step by step with sweet words and material goods. Dane realized that under these circumstances, capturing the leader would not be simple at all. He believed that even if they eliminated the leader, peace would only be temporary, because the ordinary people here had deeply internalized the cult's ideology. Dane stared into the distance, knowing they had been completely brainwashed. He had seen this scene far too many times in past lives. In times of chaotic war, baseless religions like this always spring up everywhere. He scanned the town, worried that if left unchecked this rot would soon spread elsewhere. Dane asked Priscilla for more information, especially about reports that they regularly sacrificed living children. Priscilla confirmed the rumor was true. They performed that ritual once a week. Dane brought a hand to his chin, pondering the gravity of the situation. His gaze grew colder and more focused than ever. Suddenly a couple appeared and came into Dane's view. He suddenly grabbed Priscilla's hand, urging her to go buy the dry grass first. Startled and confused, Priscilla paused. Dane signaled her to act natural and keep walking. Glancing back, Dane noticed more people silently tailing them. The footsteps of their pursuers sounded steadily along the street. Sharp, probing gazes from behind were fixed on them. Dane realized information here was tightly controlled. Once a visitor entered, it was hard to leave. He guessed the group following them had likely been ordered to silence them. Rather than block the road and arouse suspicion, they preferred to lure their prey deeper in before dealing with them. Priscilla looked at Dane, silently agreeing with his suspicions. Dane's eyes were resolute, ready to face whatever lay ahead. After walking a bit further, Priscilla spotted a nearby stable. A wooden house with a weathered, gray-tiled roof appeared before them. Dane approached the stable and glanced inside. He took the initiative to greet the man carrying the hay and asked to buy some dried grass for the horses. The middle-aged man stared, murmuring in suspicion at these new outsiders. Dane Saugers casually explained they were travelers passing through and needed some dry grass for their horse. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized them, his scarred, aged face showing clear suspicion. After a moment of silence, the man asked how much grass they wanted to buy. Dane and Priscilla hoisted 2 huge bundles of hay onto their shoulders and walked quietly down the town's empty street. Behind a corner, 2 spies continued trailing them quietly, their sharp eyes never leaving the targets. Their shadows were cast on the rooftops, persistently tailing every step from above. As they walked, Dane discussed that the next priority was to find a way to rescue the children first. Priscilla flinched and looked over. She wasn't sure whether the plan was too risky with only the 2 of them. Dane nodded in agreement, since confronting the fanatic cult directly was impossible at the moment. Seeing the devotees praying in a trance, he understood that force couldn't be used on people who had been completely brainwashed. Priscilla quickly agreed. She also wanted to prioritize rescuing the innocent little lives. Dane narrowed his eyes, calculating. The most important objective now was to locate where the children were being held. But first, they needed to find a safe hideout to shelter the children after a successful rescue. A confident smile briefly crossed Dane's lips, as if he had already devised a plan that covered both needs. He mentioned a domain 2 days' ride away, where the reputable Count Gangpar's castle stood. It was a fortified land, certainly untouched by the corruption of this heretical cult. The plan was to contact the crown, report the situation, and request troops dispatched from Gangpar's castle to quell the unrest. The town's sky began to hang heavy with clouds, bracing for a major upheaval about to break. Dane affirmed that his group was fully capable of handling the rescue mission cleanly. Since the rest of the team was already en route there, they could ask their companions to care for the children first. After ensuring the children were safe, the whole group would officially rendezvous for a full-scale attack. Priscilla nodded in understanding, then suddenly noticed the presence of knights and priests from the royal church very close by. Dane was slightly surprised. He wondered if some secret resistance force was hiding here. He decided he had to find them and coordinate, turning this into a surprise strike. Priscilla smiled brightly. Her earlier worry gave way to a fighting spirit. She cast a quick look back, signaling to Dane about the tails who were still persistently watching. Looking down the dark narrow alley ahead, Priscilla asked if they should deal with the pursuers right now. The 2 spies kept their distance, completely unaware they had been spotted. Dane curled his lips in a dangerous smile. He decided to lure them deep into the empty alley and finish them off cleanly. Layla asked if they should go in to help, while Dane, now disguised with green hair and glasses, insisted he would rescue the children. He needed to pinpoint the exact location to plan. Layla nervously asked again to be sure about the risky intent. Dane calmly replied that he had a rough fix on the location and it was time to map out the steps. Dane took out a magical tracking device, explaining that if everyone stormed in at once they'd only expose the target. He wanted to assign everyone other equally important tasks. He directed Dayward and Layla that to reach the Haverosk Mountains they would have to pass through Count Gangpar's castle. He wanted them to escort the children there safely. Dane revealed a shocking detail. He had contacted and secured an agreement with the crown to pave the way for this plan. Layla and Dayward were stunned by his breakneck efficiency. Dane felt a bit guilty that this might delay Layla's mother's matters slightly. Layla smiled gently and vowed she would never abandon the children. She told Dane not to feel guilty. This was the right thing to do. Dane gripped the magical device and quietly thanked Layla for her understanding. Preparations were essentially rushed to completion. Dayward nodded in agreement, saying no one could stand idly by in this situation. Everyone was fired up to resolve things quickly. Layla's eyes brightened with determination. She was ready to fight alongside Dane in the risky mission ahead. With plans agreed, Dayward urged Dane to set the rendezvous coordinates. They needed to move there immediately before the enemy could react. Dane nodded, promising to contact everyone soon. The group prepared to split up to carry out different attack vectors. Dayward couldn't help but admire Dane's situational assessment and decisive action. He silently praised his younger comrade's zeal and skill. But looking back at the town, Layla couldn't help but feel sorrow. It was now filled with heretics and ruined remnants from endless conflicts. Dayward squinted and stared into the distance, pensive about how the war's consequences lingered and were worse than they'd imagined. They saw wretched townspeople sitting listlessly by the roadside. Dayward remarked that beyond the capital, things were far worse and more chaotic than this. Not wanting to waste time, Dayward swung an arm around his two juniors, reminding the group to hurry and rescue the children so everything would go smoothly. The three answered in unison, their eyes showing firm resolve. Brotherhood and mutual trust were their greatest strength right now. The group quickened their pace across the green grass toward the horses waiting at the forest edge. As they mounted, each carried private thoughts about the upcoming mission, but the common goal was crystal clear. Layla quietly admired Dane's greatness. He always appeared at the right moment and solved difficulties like magic. She recalled how Dane had rescued her before. For her, his presence brought an absolute sense of security. Dayward watched Dane's retreating figure, silently marveling at the boy's potential. He believed that one day Dane would lift House Saugers to the pinnacle of the empire. A confident smile spread across Dayward's face. He knew he was betting on the right person, and his own House Termian would not be left behind. Under the sun, the group spurred their horses forward, leaving the ravaged town behind. A new arduous journey had officially begun. The town from above appeared desolate beneath the shadows of withered branches, signaling a pervasive, gloomy atmosphere. Cut to another area, Priscilla asked Dane if he'd found any new clues. He was just emerging from a dark alley. Dane, now back to his true appearance with silver hair, casually replied that they confessed far more easily than he'd expected. The blood on the alley walls suggested the questioning had been brutal. Dane walked past bodies strewn throughout the alley, his demeanor calm as if nothing had happened. Priscilla couldn't help but be astonished by his interrogation skills. He joked that perhaps in a past life he'd tortured so many enemies that he'd become proficient now. Priscilla was left speechless by his rather heavy humor. Priscilla eagerly wanted to know the important information Dane had just extracted from the church's henchmen. Dane's gaze turned icy as he got down to business. The information he had would certainly change the entire situation. Dane reported that the children were being held in a large warehouse, not just a few, around 100. They were people who dared oppose the Trillion Church. Even parents who tried to protect their children had been dragged there and imprisoned. Worse, the entire family of Marquis Oliva was also confined there. That explained why such a powerful force had been silent for so long. Priscilla immediately understood. She exclaimed that no wonder the Marquis couldn't act, his greatest weakness was in the enemy's hands. However, the toughest problem was how to infiltrate that warehouse to rescue them when the guards were extremely numerous and battle-hardened. Priscilla worried that if a battle broke out, enemy reinforcements would flood in, and evacuating hundreds safely amid that chaos would be nearly impossible. She pondered deeply, unsure how to achieve both goals. The young woman's face showed clear helplessness. She turned to Dane, hoping his genius mind already had a feasible solution for this dire situation. At that moment, a small white creature, seemingly a baby dragon or spirit beast, poked its head out from Dane's cloak and let out a mischievous chirp. Priscilla startled and widened her eyes at the strange creature. It seemed this was Dane's trump card hidden for the upcoming plan. Dane smiled calculatingly as he began to outline the plan. Inside his cloak, the little dragon started to stir, ready for what was to come. The tiny creature poked its head out and uttered excited sounds as if it understood its master's anticipation. Priscilla asked about the next step. Was Dane going to use Karnas as a distraction? Dane nodded, confirming he would summon a truly powerful being to disrupt the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the square below, hundreds of townspeople had gathered to hear zealous preaching about a new world about to be revealed. A heretical priest with long green hair was fervently indoctrinating the crowd. he boldly proclaimed that there should be no doubt, follow the church and the new world would be theirs. He shouted madly, insisting that sacred blood was the quickest path to meeting the demon god and that the world's salvation lay in the hands of those present. The wretched crowd, seemingly completely enchanted, began to chant for the demon god and plead to be granted salvation. Cries of "Save us" echoed throughout the square, creating a gloomy, desperate atmosphere. The priest licked his lips hungrily, seeing that the Marquis's domain was about to fall completely into their hands after a long period of careful plotting. He gleefully contemplated eradicating the entire Oliva family and the remaining resisting church priests. From his high vantage, he proclaimed loudly that this territory would soon fall to them and become the new base of the Trillion Church. The declaration rose amid flags bearing the sex emblem, affirming the spreading dominance of darkness over the place. Everyone raised clenched fists to the sky, shouting that the moment had come. The fanaticism in the crowd had reached its peak. The square was filled with frenzied cheers. Everyone believed their lives were about to be transformed under the protection of the heretical church. The priest tilted his face to the heavens, beseeching the leader to witness this glorious moment to the very end. His face showed utter excitement, as if intoxicated by the taste of victory upon seeing events unfold as hope. With wild, bulging eyes, he shouted resolutely that he would succeed, and no one could stop him. He stretched out his arms as if to embrace the whole world, while a grotesque, terrifying laughter erupted. Then a tremendous pressure suddenly struck from the sky, making the entire square quake violently. Powerful tremors ripped through the air, dust billowing everywhere as if signaling an approaching catastrophe. Surrounding buildings shook as if about to collapse, turning the previously cheering crowd into a panicked mass. The pressure from above intensified, forcing the church guards to stare upward at the darkened sky in stunned silence. The crowd gaped in bewilderment. They did not understand what was happening as the important ceremony was abruptly interrupted by a mysterious force. The green-haired priest began to sweat profusely, shouting in terror to ask what kind of fiend was plunging toward them. From the black clouds, the beast Karnas materialized with blazing red eyes, diving into the square like a massive, deadly fireball. The light from the summoned creature's demonic eyes horrified the priest as he realized this was an unforeseen magical assault. A gigantic werewolf-like fiend with red eyes roared, beginning its rampage in the heart of the heretical domain. Its powerful swipe tore through the air, generating tremendous shockwaves. An entire street corner shook violently, dust rising thickly beneath the monster's feet. The frenzied wolf swept through, turning sturdy structures into piles of rubble in an instant. Not content with raw strength, it also spewed torrents of flame that scorched everything nearby. Flames erupted, devouring buildings and painting the sky a blazing red. Below, people panicked and fled, screams echoing everywhere at the appearance of this crazed, summoned creature. A rain of fire poured down. Everyone scrambled to escape, knowing that at this rate no one would survive. The heretical followers froze for a few seconds, baffled by what was happening and where the monster had come from. The green-haired disciple ground his teeth in fury, staring at the chaotic scene in disbelief. He realized this wasn't the style of the resistance forces, but who on earth had struck. Massive boulders were hurled into the sky and rained down like hail, smashing every corner. The situation spiraled out of control. Guards screamed for water to douse the flames but were helpless against the overwhelmingly powerful monster. The church forces collapsed. Chaos engulfed the entire central district of the territory. While everyone's attention was fixed on the beast, Priscilla Nerial moved silently through quieter areas. She ran quickly, taking advantage of the enemy being occupied with Dane's summoned fiend. Priscilla silently marveled that Dane Saugers' plan was working extremely well. This area was clear of foes. She paused at a corner of a wall, trying to reorient herself for the next move. Suddenly, a cold blade swept past, pressing against her throat and making Priscilla's heart skip a beat. Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise as she realized she had been discovered. A silver-haired knight in gleaming armor appeared, asking coldly who she was and why she was hiding here. He threatened to take her head if she were a heretic trying to flee. Priscilla hurriedly raised both hands, sweat pouring down her face. She quickly declared her name, Priscilla Nerial, a theology student of the Royal Academy, here to rescue people. She explained that the chaos outside was created by her comrades as a diversion, in coordination with the resistance. Priscilla swore by the honor of one who follows the path of theology. The knight slightly lowered his sword, repeating the name Priscilla Nerial with suspicion. His gaze remained sharp, scrutinizing every expression on the young woman's face. He demanded proof, warning that he would not hesitate to swing his sword if she couldn't provide any. Priscilla nodded in agreement, though a tremor of fear lingered inside her under his pressure. She gritted her teeth and thought of a way to prove her identity in this perilous situation. Just as Priscilla intended to invoke holy power, an authoritative voice rang out ordering them to stop. A group of clergy appeared from behind, their leader declared that he knew this child well. Both Priscilla and the knight turned in surprise toward the newcomers. The man stepped forward and confirmed that Priscilla had indeed been his pupil. His footsteps were slow but heavy, easing the tension in the air. It was Bishop Adam. He smiled and welcomed Priscilla after a long absence. Priscilla's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't believe she'd run into the bishop here. She hurried over to greet him, feeling relief as if escaped from death's door. The silver-haired knight sheathed his sword and stepped aside when he saw someone familiar to the bishop. Bishop Atem placed his hand on her shoulder, recalling that he had taught her since her first year. 4 years had flown by. He smiled kindly, praising how much she had matured. Priscilla beamed, attributing all her growth to Bishop Adam's past guidance. Bishop Adam peered at her over his glasses, his expression thoughtful at his former student's compliment. Looking at the smoke and flames outside, he wondered why she was here instead of at the academy, and what the giant summoned fiend was. Adam pressed further about Priscilla's companion, asking her to explain the whole situation clearly. Priscilla fell silent for a moment to compose her words and speak convincingly before her former teacher. She began the act claiming she had merely stopped by with a friend from the academy and couldn't stand by seeing the suffering. The bishop asked in astonishment, "You knew we were hiding here?" Priscilla nodded, saying she had sensed a faint holy power and wanted to join the resistance to save the people. She bowed her head pleadingly, begging the bishop to lend his strength to drive away this cruel heresy. The brave request stunned both the silver-haired knight and those around them. Bishop Adam sighed with shame. He hadn't expected a young student to be so thoughtful and altruistic. He assured her he would certainly support her. He couldn't let Priscilla face the danger alone. However, the bishop remained worried that if this were exposed, the heretical church's forces would swarm here like ants. In response to that worry, Priscilla gave a confident smile, showing she had anticipated everything. She advised the bishop to return to the church with everyone and report as usual. Everything had been planned. Meanwhile, the summoned fiend outside continued rampaging, repeatedly destroying the ancient buildings. The giant wolf roared, each of its steps made the ground tremble and caused massive explosions. On a high rooftop, Dane Saugers watched and told the little dragon Karnas to rest. If it kept going, the whole village would be reduced to ash. He wondered whether Priscilla had successfully infiltrated, then decided he must finish his part quickly. Dane's gaze hardened, sharp and focused, preparing for the final move of the hunt. Below, the green-haired cultist shouted wildly, ordering his men to find the summoner of the beast. A henchman reported in panic that the smoke and flames were too thick. They couldn't see any trace of the enemy. The green-haired man grabbed the henchman's collar and berated him. He knew that if they didn't stop the creature, the entire domain would be wiped out. Successive sounds of collapse rang out, dust and smoke obscuring the vision of the panicked cultist. The cultist ground his teeth, helpless before the unimaginable devastation wrought by the werewolf fiend. At the moment of his greatest despair, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder from behind. He muttered in fear, worried about how he would face the leader after this disastrous failure. A cold voice sounded right beside him. "Then don't worry too much." Dane Saugers revealed himself in the heart of the enemy den, bluntly declaring that the man would never have the chance to meet his leader again. A cocky smirk curved on his face as he looked at the trembling cultist. Dane stood there with authority, Karnas perched on his shoulder, the posture of someone who completely dominated the battlefield. 2 guards were gone in an instant, unable to react to Dane. He regarded the remaining troops with eyes as cold as ice. The green-haired leader froze, unable to believe his 2 close guards had fallen so quickly. He gaped in shock at the opponent's terrifying speed of execution. Only then did he realize that Dane not only summoned beasts but was also extremely fierce in close combat. He casually brushed dust from his sleeve, indifferent to the man's frantic shouts asking who was behind this. With a smirk, Dane told him he'd be better off worrying about his own life first. The man began to sweat profusely, sensing death approaching. The little dragon Karnas suddenly dove down from above. It struck a lightning-fast blow that the cult leader couldn't react to. Desperation showed in his eyes as he watched the tiny monster charge straight at him. A clean finishing strike sent the ringleader crashing to the floor instantly. Dane looked over the chaos and decided to capture him alive for interrogation. Catching this big fish would be far more valuable handed over to the Imperial Church than simply killing him. The green-haired man now lay motionless like a log, completely unable to resist. Cut to the evacuation area. Priscilla was busy directing the panicked crowd. Clerics hurriedly cast healing magic on villagers trapped in the rubble. The lucky survivors wept. They had thought death was certain. Priscilla sighed with relief, seeing the villagers' stable eased her. She gently tended to a nobleman who insisted on saving his wife and children first. Dane strolled up and asked how the rescue efforts on this side were going. Priscilla spun around in surprise, her face showing astonishment at his appearance. She was even more stunned when he said he had captured the ringleader as well. The cult leader was now tied up like a roll and tossed aside in a corner by the wall. Bishop Atam stepped forward to greet him, clearly impressed to finally meet the Saugers prodigy. Dane politely returned the greeting, saying he acted exactly according to the plan Priscilla had arranged. Adam laughed and said it was the church that owed him a deep debt of gratitude. He thanked the two of them for appearing at the right moment, giving them a powerful ally to turn the tide. Priscilla pointed at the prisoner and told the bishop this was the ringleader of the Trillion Church's missionary group. Seeing his foam-flecked face, Dane suggested handing him over to the church for a proper handling. Bishop Adam still couldn't believe Dane had captured him so easily, as if at the market. He immediately ordered his subordinates to guard him tightly, absolutely not to let him escape. The knight received the order and waved for more men to come escort the criminal away. Adam nodded approvingly, secretly praising Dane's decisiveness and efficiency. Mentioning letting him taste the church's interrogation techniques, Adam's grin made Dane shudder on the other's behalf. With the rescue mostly complete, Adam turned to Dane for his opinion on beginning the evacuation of civilians from the danger zone. He planned to have the Holy Knights guard those unable to move due to torture. Dane nodded in agreement. He knew the cult remnants wouldn't leave this be for long. Looking at the town ruined under the sunset, everyone understood the enemy would soon return to find their leader. Dane urged the team to quickly clear the battlefield and withdraw before it was too late. As they were about to leave, the little dragon Karnas suddenly flew erratically overhead, uttering urgent warning cries. Judging by its frantic behavior, a very large force was clearly besieging the area. At the noise, Dane and Priscilla jolted and looked up. The enemy arrived faster than he had thought. Dane's gaze hardened, ready for a battle to the death. In the distance, a whole column of cult troops appeared, fully armed. The axe-wielding soldiers began to scour the area. They smelled their targets gathering near the warehouse district. The ringleader shouted, ordering them to seize the sacrificial lot that was trying to escape. Meanwhile, Dane and the knights were still stuck with the green-haired prisoner in the encirclement. The trio Dane, Priscilla, and Bishop Adam stood solemnly, devising the quickest countermeasure. Civilians began to panic. Cries of the heretics are coming echoed through the streets. An elderly noble trembled, clasping his hands and praying to the gods to spare his old light. Watching the fanatical cultists charge forward, Dane only gave a wry smile. He found it laughable that they had no idea who they were about to face. He told Priscilla to quickly lead everyone to retreat. He would stay behind to handle everything alone. Before Bishop Adam could grasp the situation, Priscilla urged him to deploy the Holy Knights to assist the people. Seeing Dane's confidence, the bishop knew he had no choice but to place his trust in the boy. He immediately ordered the knights to protect the civilians at all costs. The knights hurriedly opened a route, prioritizing safe passage for the populace. The crowd began evacuating in fear, children and women being led first under the army's protection. Priscilla urged Adam to hurry. The situation was extremely urgent. The bishop looked back at Dane, his expression a mix of gratitude and worry. Now Dane stood alone before the sea of people. He sighed. He truly wanted to end this peacefully. Blue mana crackled around him, beginning a true display of power. He reached out, preparing to play his trump card. With burning eyes, Dane commanded the summoned entity to appear immediately. Beams of energy struck the ground, creating horrific mana explosions around the enemy. The cultists froze in shock. They felt an overwhelming presence taking shape. A giant arcane wolf manifested with a roar that tore the night, ready to pulverize anyone who crossed the line. The entire city trembled violently under the magical force unleashed in the battle. The colossal wolf Edorak howled, sweeping away the remnants of the enemy. The heretic forces fled in disarray. The civilian rescue operation was a resounding success. The last followers of the Trillion Church were utterly destroyed under Edorak's fangs. The priests and residents safely escaped the Marquis' territory without major incident. Dane Saugers' group stood on the cliff watching the evacuation. Layla and Ernest waved loudly from the distance when they saw Dane. At last the whole party had reunited. The cleric smiled with relief, seeing that everything had been settled. Ernest admired how clearly he could see the summoned wolf tearing the enemy formation from afar, and praised the group's hard work. But the brief celebration was over. They needed to move immediately. The route had been cleared. Children were prioritized on horseback toward Count Gangpar's castle. Dane carried a huge backpack, walking while keeping watch over the rear. He stayed constantly vigilant, not knowing when the cultists might reappear unexpectedly. Tall mountain ranges gradually emerged from the mist. Ahead, a squad of dark blue armored knights awaited to receive the group. A purple-haired man stepped forward and introduced himself as being from Count Gangpar's castle. He was Ron Gangpar, the family's second son and commander of the Second Knight Legion. Dane politely introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Saugers and thanked them for their support. Ron nodded silently, his gaze briefly thoughtful. The Gangpar knights all bowed apologetically for allowing the tragedy to occur in a neighboring territory without intervening in time. Dane reassured them it was due to the enemy's cunning and that they shouldn't blame themselves. Ron listened, his expression remaining stern. Meanwhile, Count Gangpar sat in silence, deep in thought. Ron's elder brother's first knight squad had been dispatched to the Marquis' territory to investigate further. Dane smiled with satisfaction. He felt this family truly had a conscience. Under the escort of the knight squad, the group continued moving toward the castle. With the burden eased, Layla and Ernest chatted cheerfully with everyone. Ron looked at Dane with an appreciative gaze. He admitted the rumors of a prodigious genius at the academy were not wrong. At first, when the royal side said some kids were rescuing people, Ron and his subordinates had objected out of disbelief. But witnessing hundreds saved, he was completely convinced. The people's smiles were the clearest proof of Dane's group's capability. Ron smiled and offered to escort the group to the castle to rest and prepare a welcome feast. Snow began falling thickly on the Haverosk Mountains at the border. Count Gangpar's castle loomed majestically, serving as a steel shield against monsters and foes. Dane's group and the evacuees enter the fortified stronghold. As they enter the hall, Count Gangpar appeared rugged and beaming. He urged everyone inside to warm up and suggested preparing a meal immediately. They must be starving. Observing the Count's manner, Dane sensed he was an upright and reliable man. The well-stocked food stores were mobilized at once to serve the evacuees. Layla and Ernest ate their fill. Dane told everyone to eat as much as they liked, since they'd soon be on the road to complete their mission. Priscilla stood up, worried for the injured and wanting to help Bishop Adam tend to them. Dane nodded in agreement. Seeing Dane also stand, the orange-pink-haired knight asked where he intended to go. Dane smiled and said he needed to report the situation to 3rd Prince Edward, telling everyone to stay and rest. Ernest and Layla waved goodbye, promising to see him later. Dane used a magical communication device to report successfully. On the other end, Prince Edward was very pleased that matters in the Marquis's territory had been resolved. The prince praised Dane for solving problems perfectly wherever he went. Edward clicked his tongue wistfully, saying that if only Dane had joined the academy instead of heading east, it would surely have been far more interesting. Dane gazed into the distance and replied that he could not disobey the emperor's orders. The prince sighed. He too wished he could be with Dane's group, but reality would not allow it. Edward added that the emperor was very pleased and intended to use this opportunity to conduct inspections across the entire south. Dane fell silent, pondering the political mood. He realized the emperor was genuinely considering reconciliation with the Sagar's family after long using conflict to suppress them. The emperor had made his final decision, and it all stemmed from what Dane had accomplished. Edward sincerely praised Dane for his hard work. A faint smile appeared on the young man's face. For Dane, it was simply what he had to do. He ended the call as darkness slowly enveloped the snowy mountains. Dane switched off the communicator, ready for the next challenges on his journey. The next morning, the group began traversing the treacherous Haverosk snow mountains. The wind howled in freezing gusts. Layla panted, complaining about the sheer slopes and deep snow that exhausted even the strongest among them. The white-haired knight sensed a strange energy suffusing the entire mountain, leaving both body and spirit unusually weary. The orange-pink-haired knight explained the rumor that the demon realm had left a curse here after an ancient invasion. Ernest panicked at the mention of the curse, regretting that they hadn't found a map to avoid this route. Dane calmly explained that choosing this path was best because at least it had no monsters or hidden traps. Hearing Dane's nonchalant tone, Layla snapped, shouting that only he seemed fine while everyone else was about to collapse from exhaustion. Dane was slightly startled and hurriedly apologized to his irate friend. The orange-pink-haired knight had to stop and lean against a tree to recover. Everyone had reached their limits. The knight's gaze suddenly hardened as he noticed something unusual in the white veil of snow. He abruptly gestured, a decisive action that made the entire group freeze. Everyone was stunned. The air instantly thickened with tension. Dane also felt a dangerous presence. The orange-pink-haired knight ordered everyone to stop immediately. Something was lurking in the darkness of the snowy mountain.